In a quiet little village in the land of water, dark clouds gathered in the light gray sky. The heavy snow fluttered down like goose feathers, and the sky and the earth were covered with a desolate space. The wind was freezing cold, and the icy snowflakes hit my face, causing a stinging sensation. However, such bad weather did not stop a group of nervous villagers from moving forward. They braved the heavy snow and trudged towards a solitary house. The man walking in front had a frighteningly gloomy face, as if he was shrouded by an invisible pressure. There was despair in his eyes, as if he had suffered a great blow. The villagers following behind him also had solemn expressions. Some of them had ferocious faces, while others were tightly grasping the weapons in their hands, kitchen knives, forks, etc., as if they were about to engage in a life-and-death battle with some enemy. The handsome young man was staring blankly at the snow scene outside the window, unaware of the impending crisis. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his brain, and at the same time, a large number of memories emerged in his mind. The boy stroked his forehead gently with his hand. The boy leisurely sorted out these scattered memories and learned that his name was Now, and it seemed that he had a younger brother. Interestingly, it feels like Japan, full of all kinds of strange and bizarre existences, such as the elusive ninjas and powerful daimyo. However, when his thoughts gradually settled down, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was his younger brother Bai. Memories of Shiro flooded back into Nao's mind, and she fell into deep thought. Combining the above memories, he was surprised to find that he had traveled to the world of the anime Naruto that he had watched before, and became Bai's brother. As a time traveler, he is naturally quite familiar with the characters in this anime. As the first wave of villains encountered at the beginning of the anime, he is a handsome and gentle man. He blocked Kakashi's Reikari for Zabuza, and eventually fell on the Wave Country Bridge with Zabuza. I don't know how many Naruto fans cried because of this scene. Bai's mother is an orphan of the Snow Clan, and Bai has also awakened the Snow Clan's unique ice escape skill. Because the Water Country has been in constant war for many years, bloodline limits have been used as weapons of war, which has led to ignorant ordinary people blaming the cause of the war on those who possess bloodline limits. In order to survive, Bai's mother changed her identity and hid in a small village where it snowed all year round. She fell in love with a man and lived a peaceful life for many years. Perhaps it is because bloodline limits are rare, or perhaps she herself does not have one. Bai's mother did not expect Bai to awaken this ability and could only try her best to hide it. The peaceful life also made her reluctant to mention painful memories. She just told Bai not to use his ability, but didn't tell him why. The child was so playful that Bai inadvertently exposed his own peculiarities. Bai was happily playing with the beautiful ice crystals in his hands, but he didn't notice his father watching the scene not far away. Bai's father's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief, but he didn't understand why his child had this ability. Thinking of the rumors spread by the villagers, he became more and more frightened, and then left with a serious expression. As for why Bai's mother raised Bai as a girl, it is probably because the probability of females from the Snow Clan awakening is relatively low. After experiencing many tragedies, Bai's mother suffered great mental trauma. This led to her being paranoid and raising both Bai and Now as girls. Bai's father just thought that his wife liked girls, which distorted Bai's gender identity and made him a crossdresser. The original owner was 3 years older than Bai, and his mother had no time to take care of him after she became pregnant with Bai. Boys have strong self-esteem, and while playing with their friends, Now discovered that she is a boy. Now was so annoyed by his peers' ridicule that he cut off his long hair in anger and asked his mother why she did that. The mother and son had a fierce quarrel, and from then on, Now's mother, unable to persuade him, gave up. From then on, Now was unwilling to get close to her mother. This kind of indifference was naturally felt by the teenager himself, and the rebellious teenager had some problems with his parents from then on. After Bai's father discovered that Bai possessed a bloodline limit, this honest and cowardly ordinary man collapsed. He fell into endless pain, and his fear of bloodline limit and his love for his family made him struggle. Fear eventually overwhelmed the man's nerves, and he chose to raise the butcher knife against his beloved family. Fearing that the disaster would happen to him, he led a few strong men and rushed home. Now couldn't help but sigh when she thought of this. This is the real ninja world, a painful world full of bloody tragedies. Now shook her head, looking a little solemn. The most urgent thing was naturally to think about how to save her own life. At the same time, the memories in his mind couldn't help but make his scalp tingle. The original owner remembered the abnormal behavior and weird look of his father in the past few days. Perhaps the original owner was just a child and just felt that his father was a little strange. But when he looked at these memories and combined them with the original plot, it was not difficult to guess that the original owner's father had discovered his younger brother Bai's bloodline limit. The original owner was still envious of his brother's miraculous abilities, but he didn't know that a fatal disaster was about to befall him. The original owner's father had gone out this afternoon and had not returned yet. According to his normal schedule, he should have returned long ago. All these details indicate that today is the day in the anime when Bai exploded with ice escape and killed his father. Now couldn't help but feel a little desperate when facing such a dead end just after traveling through time. That there was no such person as him in the original work. After Bai awakened the ice escape in despair, he killed everyone indiscriminately. He doesn't want to risk his life. Go gamble. After all, it's really hard to accept dying here just after traveling through time. At this moment, facing the impending crisis, his heart was beating wildly like a wild horse, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. The blood in his body seemed to have frozen, but his mind was extremely active, thinking rapidly about how to solve the current dilemma. Bai's ice escape had been awakened long ago. In the original work, Bai was so frightened and angry that his bloodline limit erupted, and countless ice cones penetrated the entire house. Now thought secretly, in such a situation, I would probably be pricked like a hedgehog. After all, I can't expect Bai to avoid me accurately when he goes berserk. Now rubbed his frowning brows and thought carefully in his heart. Since waiting in the house means certain death, why not go to a nearby place and wait and see under the pretext of looking for my father, and then come back after the crisis is resolved. This is the only way. After all, I am just an ordinary teenager. How can I fight against several strong adults? As the saying goes, of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Now it all depends on my luck. Now slowly stood up and walked over to her mother who was sewing clothes. Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Now tried her best to imitate the original owner's expression and asked the woman. Bai, who was sitting obediently next to his mother, also cast a curious look. Chiba Yukari, Bai's mother, put down the clothes in her hands and looked at Now in surprise. It seemed a little surprising that he would ask such a question. Dad might have been delayed by something today, he should be back soon. After that, she picked up the dress and continued sewing. Hearing this answer, Now began to feel suspicious. He had already noticed Kinyi Zi's worried look, and it seemed that she was sewing clothes. In fact, she didn't even finish sewing a piece of clothing in half a day and was often distracted that if she said that she didn't notice her husband's abnormality, she would just be deceiving herself. As the closest person to him, she had long noticed her husband's abnormal behavior in the past few days. It's just that she doesn't want to accept the reality that her husband might betray her and their children. With this ostrich mentality, quietly waiting for death to come. Although she is a descendant of the Snow Clan, she is just an ordinary person. She still had some hope in her heart and pinned her hopes on her husband's mercy. Mom, I want to go out for a while. I forgot something at Yuta's house. I want to see if Dad is at their house. Now continued. Chiba Zi opened her lips slightly as if she wanted to say something, but after looking at Nao's determined eyes, she knew that he was a child with his own ideas. After stepping out of the room, Nao did not leave immediately. He stood there quietly, looking around, thinking to himself, is there an enemy lurking outside the house? This is still unknown. If I act rashly, I might fall into the trap carefully set by the enemy. Thinking of this, Nao couldn't help but frown. Faced with this dilemma, he had to make a decision quickly. However, each option seems to be accompanied by huge risks and uncertainties. Now pondered secretly in her heart, her thoughts surging like the tide. At this moment, his steps suddenly turned, as if pulled by an invisible force, and he walked straight towards the kitchen. After entering the kitchen, Now began to search carefully. His eyes swept across every corner, not missing any details. There were various kitchen utensils on the stove, including pots, pans, and bowls, but Now didn't pay much attention to them. He opened the cupboard door, and inside, some leftover food and some dishes were arranged in a mess. However, this was not what Now was looking for. Then, Now walked to the locker, opened the drawers one by one, and searched through the items inside. Knives, cutlery, seasoning bottles. These daily necessities failed to arouse his interest. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Nao's eyes flashed with a light, and she picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, with some food residue still on it. Now picked up the knife and placed it in front of her eyes. After a quick look, she found that the knife had several cuts scattered here and there. This knife would be hard to even cut a piece of tofu, so forget about using it for self-defense. Silently putting down the kitchen knife, Now turned around and picked up a hatchet on the firewood pile and looked at it carefully. The blade was intact and quite satisfactory, so he squatted down and sharpened it on the whetstone next to him for a few minutes. A cold light flashed on the curved blade of the hatchet. Now picked up the hatchet and swung it vigorously a few times before she became a little out of breath. After all, he is only a 12-year-old child. Fortunately, this hatchet is relatively short so that he can use it with ease. Nao's eyes flickered. His life or death depended on this hatchet. He always prepares for the worst and makes the most adequate preparations for everything. This is not only Nao's principle in his previous life, because he knows very well that life is like a thrilling adventure, full of countless unknowns and variables. In this cruel and realistic world, a little carelessness can lead to one falling into an abyss from which there is no escape, with no chance of recovery. Faced with the current crisis, he understands that only by planning ahead and being prepared for danger in times of peace can one turn danger into safety and remain invincible at the critical moment. After all, he only has one life, and he doesn't have a second life to squander. He stuffed the hatchet into his sleeve. Although the hatchet was not long, it was still a quarter of his body length for a child. After tucking it into the sleeve, a small part of the hatchet was still exposed. Now could only hold the back of the knife with her hand and hide it behind her back so that she could pull out the hatchet at any time. After preparing everything, Now slowly walked out of the house. The snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and Now's feet stepped on the thick snow, leaving footprints. After looking around, Now found no trace of anyone. I slowly felt relieved, but I still didn't let my guard down. Now turned her head and looked at the woods beside her. She glanced around, then tightly grasped the hatchet hidden in her sleeve and walked into the woods. At this time, a short man in a coat lying in the snow looked at Now after she entered the snow. He also stood up quickly, hesitated for a moment, and then followed Now's footsteps. A trace of fear flashed across the man's face. What is this kid doing? Let's follow him and see that we can't let any of these evildoers escape. Damn these bastards. They asked me to stand here in the freezing cold to monitor this mother and son. You guys are bullying me, right? The man muttered as he walked. At this time, Now in the woods had already noticed something strange. The man's disguise was too poor. After all, he is just an ordinary villager, and it is somewhat unreasonable to expect him to have any superb disguise skills. Crawl on the ground. This is the best disguise a man can think of. Now continued to walk forward, focusing all her attention behind her, paying attention to the movements behind her. Suddenly, there was a plop sound of feet stepping on the snow behind her. Now turned around and looked back instantly, tightly gripping the hatchet in her hand. The man was a little surprised by Now's reaction, but he didn't think much about it. Now, where are you going? I just arrived at your door and saw you running into these woods. Kid, why are you running outside in the snow? It's so dangerous, the man said as he approached Now with a look of concern on his face. Should we kill this evil immediately, or should we control him and wait for others to arrive? The man hesitated. After all, although Now was a nuisance, he didn't have the courage to ask an honest villager to kill someone, not to mention that she was just a child. Hearing the man's words, Now seemed to relax all of a sudden. It's you, uncle. I'm going to my friend's house to get something and I'm going to see my dad on the way. The man was undecided when he heard this. He suddenly had an idea in his mind. Let's fool this kid for now and lead him back. When they come, we can discuss how to deal with them. Your father is on his way home. Let me inform your mother in advance so that she can prepare dinner in advance. The man smiled and said, come back with me. We can get the things tomorrow. It's too dangerous for a child to be outside alone. Now sneered in her heart, going back with you would be a dead end. She agreed reluctantly, and the man was relieved to see that it went so smoothly. In this way, the two of them walked together along the road they had just walked. Go back. The two men each had their own ulterior motives. One was thinking about how to get out of this situation, while the other was thinking about how to deal with the other. The two people, with different thoughts, tacitly did not speak again and continued on their way in silence. Suddenly, Now tripped and fell in the snow. The man was walking absent-mindedly. When he heard the noise, he subconsciously squatted down to help Now. As soon as the man squatted down, he heard Now's terrified voice, "Wolf, there's a wolf ahead." Hearing this, the man turned his head and looked around. The moment the man turned his head, Now quickly pulled out the sharp hatchet hidden in her sleeve. He used all his strength to chop the man's neck. The man was wondering where the wolf was. When he was about to turn his head to look at Now, he saw a cold light flashing in his eyes. The man was stunned for a moment and didn't react. The next second, Now swung the hatchet with all her might and chopped at the man's neck. The man covered his neck, which was bleeding red, and let out a faint scream. His two eyes looked in disbelief at the culprit who caused all this. His two dark pupils were filled with vicious murderous intent, and the blood on his face made him look like a devil from hell. I was actually killed by a little kid. This was the last thought that flashed through the man's mind, as if a sharp sword pierced his heart, leaving him unbelievable but helpless. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the immature and cold face in front of him, his heart filled with despair and unwillingness. In order to kill the man completely, Now held the hatchet in her hand and hit the man again and again. The old hatchet hit the man's body with a pushing sound until the man fell to the ground and lay motionless. The man, filled with resentment and doubt, finally fell to the ground with a thud. Bright red blood gushed out, dyeing the snow beneath him blood red. Only when her hands became weak did Now sit down on the ground. The pungent smell of blood stimulated his brain. He touched his face with his hand, and warm and sticky blood stuck to his face. His pupils shrank sharply, his eyes were lifeless, and after the large amount of adrenaline subsided, he felt weak all over. Whether in the previous life or this life, this is the first time Now has killed someone. Now's heartbeat became more and more rapid, as if it was about to burst through his chest, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. His hands were shaking unconsciously, and his palms were already soaked with sweat. At this moment, there was only one emotion left in Now's heart, an intense sense of tension. The boy took a deep breath, slowly walked forward a few steps, squatted down beside the man and carefully checked his injuries. The man's body was covered with hideous wounds, and his blood had dyed the pure white snow beneath him red. Now sat on the freezing cold snow, and time passed by minute by minute. Finally, he felt his weakness gradually lessen, and his strength began to return to his body bit by bit. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up, holding on to the tree trunk beside him with difficulty. As he just stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, which made him frown. It turned out that the all-out attack just now caused a serious strain on the muscles in his left shoulder, but he had no time to care about the pain at this time. He walked step by step to the man lying in a pool of blood and looked at him carefully. After making sure that the other person was lifeless and dead, now silently lowered her head, staring at the man's face with eyes wide open, and said softly, "Blame it on you for blocking my way." The heavy snow was still falling, and the sky and the earth were covered with white. However, the snow could not cover up the bloody scene that had just happened. Now bent down and picked up the blood-stained hatchet that there were still traces of the man's blood on the blade, as if telling the story of the thrilling battle just now. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and slowly left the place with heavy steps. Every step made a creaking sound under my feet, which was particularly harsh in the quiet snowy night. Now carefully moved forward a few steps and chose a place with a wide view and not easily discovered to hide. At the same time, Shiba no Buno, the father of Bo's original owner, was leading a group of burly men towards the door of his house. At this moment, Shiba no Buyuki was as disheartened as a dead man and his face was pale, as if an invisible fear was strangling his throat. In the end, his inner fear overcame his reason and forced him to make the decision to betray his family. However, with every step he took, the guilt towards his family and the good times they once spent together was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart mercilessly. Finally, Shiba no Buno stopped at the door of his house, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead and he could hardly move at all. Hearing urging voices from behind, his stiff body slowly began to move. He stretched out his trembling hand and pushed open the door in front of him that was so familiar. With a creaky sound, the door opened, and a stale smell came to my face. The woman who heard the noise and rushed to open the door stood at the door, but when she saw the group of people coming in aggressively, the expression on her face froze for a moment. She had thought about this day a long time ago, but when this day finally came, she still couldn't believe that the man who once loved her so much would make such a choice. 2 lines of hot tears flowed down the woman's cheeks. She rushed towards the man and blocked the narrow door with her body. "Bye, run." Shiba no Buno trembled as he raised the sharp blade in his hand and chopped down the person he once loved the most. The mother's blood splattered on Bai's face. Bai widened his eyes in fear, and crystal tears welled up in his eye sockets. Being young and ignorant, he was unable to comprehend the tragedy before him and looked at the scene as if he was frightened. Now in the woods outside the house watched this scene silently and saw Chiba Yukari being killed. A strong sense of sadness and anger suddenly surged in Nao's heart. Is it this body's instinct that's playing tricks on me? Now wiped away the 2 lines of tears on her face, which with the blood on her face. With just a touch of red, his face instantly turned red, turning into a big cat face. It doesn't matter whether it was the 21st century me who took over Nao's body or awakened the memories of my past life. Nao took a deep breath, and the freezing cold wind entered his nostrils. At least, I'm still alive now. The young man's eyes were dim, and the strong emotions left in his heart were quickly suppressed by him. At this moment, Nao suddenly found a light blue spot above the retina. Nao rubbed his eyes to confirm that it was not an illusion. The excitement after killing someone and the physical weakness made him fail to notice the tiny spot of light. It was only now that he vaguely noticed something strange. There was a faint blue light in the lower left corner of his vision. Now rubbed her eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion. She touched it with her hand, but there was no response. She then thought about touching the light spot in her mind. Suddenly, a deep blue panel popped up. Bloodline limit, ice release, unawakened, LV0, 1/500, skill, sword skill LV0, 3/100, skill points 732. Looking at the panel in front of her, Now was not as ecstatic as she had imagined. She didn't know what the purpose of this belated golden finger was. This woman died tragically in front of him, no matter whether she was occupying his nest or awakening her memories of her past life. I silently wiped the water off my face, not knowing whether it was the snow that had fallen on my face and turned into water, or the tears that had flowed out. Now turned her head and stopped paying attention to what was happening in the room. Next, everything will develop according to the plot and I can't change anything. Continuing to observe the panel in front of her, Now wondered why it appeared only now. Now thought for a moment and guessed that it might require certain conditions. There were too few clues at the moment, so she would slowly explore later. As for how to allocate these skill points, let's wait until it's safe before considering it slowly. What happened next was just like in the original book. Along with Bai's shrill howls, huge and sharp icicles suddenly pierced the house into a hedgehog. Now was shocked when he saw this scene. It was his first time witnessing supernatural power and it still shocked him. There was a hint of anticipation in my eyes and a burning feeling in my heart. This is the power of chakra. A mere 9-year-old child can possess such terrifying power. Living in this modern age with advanced technology and no supernatural powers, who has not had fantasies about supernatural powers? This power suddenly appeared and brought the personal shock can be imagined. All the power belongs to oneself, which is really fascinating. Although I don't know what this system does, it is still a support, not to mention the ice release bloodline limit that I possess. Now murmured to herself. Now shook her head gently, as if to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Then he slowly stood up from the ground, his body trembling slightly. Due to staying in the cold environment for a long time, his limbs had already become stiff. He stretched his muscles, trying to get the blood flowing back to every part of his body, while slowly walking towards the dilapidated house. The biting cold wind roared and raged like a ferocious beast, sweeping towards people carrying endless cold and frost. "We need to collect some money and clothes. It's freezing and snowy here, and we need to take Bai with us. Before we can protect ourselves, Bai can be a guarantee." To be honest, after all, she had just traveled through time, and even with the memories of the original owner, now couldn't say she had much emotion in the dialogue. For the sake of benefit, it is a good choice to bring White. Now quickly walked into the room pierced by ice spikes, and Bai Zhang stared blankly at everything happening in front of him. My father and the villagers who followed him were pierced by ice spikes, and the flowing blood dyed the white snow on the ground a bright blood red. Now looked at the people lying in a pool of blood in front of her and didn't think much about it. He hurried forward, put the hatchet aside, and gently patted Bai's shoulder. "Bai, are you okay?" Bai came back to his senses after hearing that, and his eyes, which were like a pool of stagnant water, now had some spirit. "Brother, you're still alive. I'm so glad you're okay." Now actually felt a little guilty when she heard this, even though she was a time traveler. The original body's emotions have always affected him. Maybe it's not a time travel? Now was somewhat confused about this, but no matter what, the brotherhood between Now and Bai was extremely sincere, not to mention that Bai had just saved his life. The feeling of alienation that Now felt towards her adopted brother Bai disappeared at this moment. Now grabbed her brother Shiro's shoulders so that Shiro could look him in the eyes. "Bai, now is not the time to talk about this. We have to leave this place quickly." Bai's eyes were dull. He didn't say much after hearing this. He just nodded stupidly. Now extended her hand to Bai, and Bai held Now's hand and stood up. It was freezing cold, and if you wanted to survive, you had to find money from home, or at least find something to eat. Now thought to himself that he didn't want to starve or freeze to death just after crossing over. "Bai, go find some thick clothes. I'll go find out where the money is at home." Now began to search in the ruined house, and after searching for a while, she finally found some money in a box. After hurriedly collecting some necessities for survival, Now and Shiro set out on their journey without delaying for a moment. Fortunately, there were snowflakes floating in the sky at this time, and the cold weather made the villagers stay at home to keep warm, so not many people were outside. In this way, the two of them left the village along the path without attracting the attention of any villagers. "Brother, where are we going?" Bai's eyes were dull. He was still immersed in the fear and anxiety just now. At this moment, Bai looked much fatter than before, and his figure was a little bloated. It turned out that because the weather was cold and the two might have to spend the night outside, they brought a lot of clothes to keep warm. He put on several layers of thick clothes over his thin clothes and wrapped himself tightly. Now lowered her head slightly, looked into the distance with confused eyes, pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated for a long time and finally chose to remain silent. In fact, at this moment Now's heart is full of confusion and bewilderment that he really doesn't know where to go or where his future lies. "Bai, I don't know either. But we can't stay in the village any longer. They already know your abilities and will never let us go. It's best for us to leave here as soon as possible." Bai nodded slightly, hummed, and said no more. Now was also recalling the original owner's memory at this time, thinking about which direction he should go. After a long time, he searched in his memory and found a cave to the north. However, there might be wild animals in the cave, and it would be extremely difficult to find a place to live. As for staying in a hotel, we have the money, but with two small children, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Bai is just 9 years old this year, and Now is a little older, but only about 12 years old. If a child went there alone, it might arouse suspicion. Besides, the place is not far from the village and it would be easy to be discovered. After thinking about it, the only thing I can rely on now is the system panel that just appeared. Now concentrated her mind, and the small blue light suddenly expanded. Bloodline limit, ice release, unawakened, LV0, 320/500, skills, sword skills LV0, 43/100, skill points 732. Now looked at the Azure panel in front of her and began to wonder. The bloodline limit should be possessed by the predecessor, and this panel should not be an illusion. As for the swordsmanship, it should have been acquired when his predecessor helped chop firewood for the family when he had nothing to do. However, the pitiful LV0 also proved that the predecessor only had some experience. Looking at the few skill points on the panel, he was a little confused, not knowing how to obtain it, perhaps by killing someone, or perhaps some other method. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The next second, Now added enough skill points to upgrade her bloodline limit to level 1 without any hesitation. The skill points on the panel decreased rapidly, and soon the ice escape was reduced to level 1. Blood succession limit, ice escape LV0, ice escape LV1, 0/2000. At the same time, a magical force first flowed to the brain, and then a small part of it was intercepted by the body. Now felt as if she had taken a hot bath, her whole body was warm and her head was no longer groggy. The muscle soreness left by strenuous exercise also disappeared without a trace. Then Now felt a thin stream of azure blue appear in her body, although it was still very weak. At the same time, countless techniques on how to use chakra flooded into Now's mind like a tide. These techniques are complex and yet interrelated, as if a mysterious and gorgeous painting unfolds before his eyes. What's even more surprising is that these memories are deeply engraved in his mind, as if now had really practiced how to use chakra. Fortunately, his mental strength had just been improved, and he only felt a little soreness in his head. He frowned and shook his head slightly. At this moment, he felt dazed due to the large amount of information pouring in like a tide, but this feeling of fatigue was finally relieved a little. At the same time, Shiro, who was traveling side by side with him, noticed something unusual about Now. He stopped, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and looked straight at Now. Now suffered from a headache, and the pain gradually subsided after a while. When he turned his head, he met Bai's gaze. He noticed that Bai was looking at him with a frown on his face, looking worried. But he didn't say anything, touched Bai's little head, and chose to remain silent. The first problem facing Now is housing. In order to avoid possible pursuit, it was impossible to find accommodation in a nearby town. His heart sank, and he made up his mind as he felt the chakra slowly flowing through his body. Regardless of whether there really were wild beasts in the nearby cave in their memory, the most urgent task for Now and Bai at this moment was to find a place to rest. Even if there are wild beasts, I am not afraid now. What's more, there are many villages nearby. There should be at most some wild beasts like wolves. Now had a direction in her mind and immediately took Bai to the cave. They did not dare to delay for even a moment and hurriedly ran towards the distance, thinking only of escaping from possible danger so as not to be caught by the pursuers. Bai's heart was filled with endless sadness and self-blame. He lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. It's all because of me that things turned out like this, he muttered to himself, his voice full of pain and regret. Now was keenly aware of the strange atmosphere around him. He slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on Bai. When he saw Bai's tearful eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He gently stretched out his hand, leaned forward slightly, grasped Bai's shoulders, and stared at look into his eyes. In an almost gentle tone, he said, Bai, this is not your fault. No one could have predicted that something like this would happen. Bai's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Now continued to comfort him, this is not your responsibility. I am here in the days ahead. I will always be by your side and protect you from any harm. Hearing these words, Bai's body shook violently. He raised his head and looked at Now with tearful eyes. Finally, he could no longer suppress his emotions and threw himself into Nao's arms. Tears poured out like a flood, soaking Nao's clothes. Now hugged him tightly, feeling his trembling and crying, silently giving him support and comfort. After Bai's emotions stabilized a little, Now used her chakra to create a palm-sized ice crystal and showed it to Bai. Bai saw an ice crystal suddenly appear in Nao's palm, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, Bai, we are the same kind of people. Bai, there is nothing wrong with having power. Only with great power can you protect yourself. Now stopped and looked at Bai with firm eyes. Bai looked up at his brother's determined gaze, without saying anything more, just nodded lightly. Now stood quietly, closed her eyes, and carefully felt the chakra flowing slowly in her body. It was like a clear stream, flowing through his meridians, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling wherever it passed. Now felt itchy and wanted to try out the new ability she had just acquired immediately. But he still forced himself to suppress the impulse and did not waste his limited physical strength. At this moment, Nao's thoughts were as chaotic as fallen leaves blown by the wind, and countless thoughts flooded into her mind like a tide. Not only did he have to think about the next action plan and the various crises he might encounter, but he also had to deal with the many difficulties brought about by the current severe weather conditions. Heavy snowflakes were flying all over the sky and falling down, making the sky and the earth covered in white, blurring the vision. The road was rugged and covered with thick snow. Faced with the uneven road conditions, they had no choice but to speed up their pace and try to reach their destination as soon as possible. Bai followed Now quietly, moving his feet as hard as he could, trying to keep pace with Now. His legs were already sore and painful, as if a heavy burden was pressing on them. Every step he took required tremendous perseverance and courage. Excessive fatigue made his head dizzy and his consciousness unclear, but he still gritted his teeth and dared not relax for a moment, because he knew very well that he must not hold his brother back. So, he gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to drag his extremely heavy and tired body to follow Nao's footsteps. Now stepped on the thick snow with difficulty. He felt his legs gradually becoming numb, but he still gritted his teeth and barely supported his body to move forward. At this moment, he was carrying Bai, who was already exhausted and in a coma. Bai was exhausted by the explosion of ice escape before, which not only used up the little chakra left in his body, but also overdrawn his physical and mental strength. Bai has now reached his limit that he is completely unable to walk on his own and has fallen into a coma. Now knew that they couldn't stop, because if they did, they might be swallowed by the cold. He had to find a safe place as soon as possible for Bai to rest and recover. So he silently told himself to persevere and not give up no matter how difficult it was. Despite being exhausted, Now still guarded Shiro on her back tightly and walked forward step by step. In this cold and cruel world, we can only survive if we depend on each other. Previously, because of the stimulation brought about by sudden changes, This caused considerable harm to Ling Bai's young heart, and his numb and painful heart made him unable to think about rest. He just followed his brother and fled the village numbly. Being an introvert and weak boy, he didn't say much. He forced himself to move forward like a zombie. Until when he was passing through the dense forest, suddenly a dry branch lay across his feet, causing him to fall to the ground unexpectedly. Then, an intense feeling of tiredness came over him, overwhelming him like a tide, making him unable to resist, and he fell into a deep sleep. Although Nao's physical fitness has indeed improved after awakening the power of ice escape, he is still only a 12-year-old child after all. You know, carrying a young brother on your back and traveling a long distance is an extremely difficult and arduous task. Even an adult would find it hard to bear such a heavy burden, let alone a small child. He was breathing slightly and felt very tired. Fortunately, the cave was not far away. He took a deep breath, walked to a big tree, and gently leaned by against the tree. Then he took out 2 pieces of clothes from the package and spread them under himself and by. He also leaned on the other side to recover his strength. Because he didn't know the specific situation of the cave, now decided to recover his strength temporarily. In order to deal with possible crises, he could also practice the ice escape skill he had just acquired to avoid being in a hurry and making mistakes when the time comes. Just when Nao and Shiro were resting in front of the cave, a villager finally noticed something was wrong because her husband and father had not returned for a long time. They first found the man killed by Nao in the woods, who had long been covered by heavy snow. His body was discovered only after it tripped up villagers who were looking for him. The terrified man immediately returned to the village and spread the news. Some of the alarmed villagers gathered together and began searching under the leadership of the village chief. After a difficult search, many villagers finally arrived at the house, which had already been dilapidated and beyond recognition. At this moment, snow was falling all over the sky, as if to bury all the sins in the world, and those shocking bloodstains gradually disappeared in the vast white. However, what is even more horrifying is that several thick and sharp icicles actually pierced through the entire house. These icy and freezing icicles stand there abruptly, showing their presence and lethality without any concealment. It seemed as if it was telling people about the tragic scene that had happened. Faced with such a horrifying scene, many villagers were frightened and turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They all shrank back and didn't dare to get any closer to take a closer look at the situation inside. I could only stand there, staring at the crumbling door, my heart filled with fear and confusion. As time passed, more and more villagers came after hearing the news. They gathered together, whispering, with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that nothing terrible would happen again. A housewife who had not seen her husband return for a long time came here with an uneasy mood and looked at the jaw-dropping scene in front of her. She was already filled with uneasiness and anxiety, and now she ran towards the house without hesitation. Her heartbeat quickened so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest, and her breathing became rapid, but she did not stop. At this time, in front of the house, an old man with white hair and a body bent like a bow was surrounded by a group of people. The old man looked haggard, and the traces of time were deeply imprinted on his face. Despite his advanced age, he appeared exceptionally dignified and solemn under the respectful gazes of the people around him. He happened to be the chief of the small village, and he led the way towards the house. The woman from before had already found her husband, who had been pierced by the icicle. She fell to the ground helplessly, covering her face and crying. She not only lost her husband, but also the pillar of her family. The old man stared at the tragic scene in front of him, and suddenly realized what was going on in his mind, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. At the same time, the faces of the surrounding villagers were filled with fear and disbelief. The villagers who lost their loved ones were heartbroken and tears flowed out like a dam breaking. Just as everyone was at a loss in talking about it, the old man coughed softly, attracting everyone's attention. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he slowly said, "All this was done by those 2 monsters. Now they have fled. We must not let them go easily. Let's work together to collect some money and go to the Hidden Mist village to issue a bounty mission. We must make these 2 villains pay the price and repay them with blood. Blood." The villagers nodded in agreement. The villagers looked at the tragic scene, their hearts filled with grief and sorrow, but they still held back their tears and nodded one after another, indicating their willingness to lend a helping hand. Everyone worked together and carefully approached the corpses that were pierced by sharp ice spikes. Some people held tools and tried to carefully cut off the ice spikes, others gently lifted the victim's body and removed it from the ice spikes. The cruel and bloody scene stimulated everyone's senses. The women's sobbing lingered in everyone's ears, casting a gloom on everyone's heart. The old man silently watched the scene before him, with an indescribable sadness welling up in his heart. In this quiet and peaceful little village, such a tragic thing has not happened for a long time. Although he appeared resolute and courageous on the surface, deep down he was displeased with the men for taking action without authorization. Their recklessness not only brought about unnecessary disasters, but also cost them precious lives. They dare not wield their swords against the strong, and only dare to bully those who are weaker than themselves. Such people are everywhere. The years have made the old man sophisticated and wise that he knows very well that the outbreak of this war was not caused by people with special abilities. Ultimately, it was all due to the rumors spread by ignorant villagers and the years of war. Ordinary people who were deeply devastated by the strife in the Water Kingdom had no place to vent their anger, so they began to resent people with special abilities. However, as the head of the village, even though he knew the situation, he was powerless to change the villagers' stubborn ideas. And at this moment, Now was sitting quietly under the big tree, recovering her exhausted body. As time passed, he felt that the energy that had been depleted in his body was gradually flowing back, and his physical strength was slowly being replenished and restored. When she felt that her strength had almost recovered, Now took a deep breath, concentrated her mind and began to mobilize the chakra hidden in her body. He closed his eyes, and felt with his heart the powerful and mysterious force flowing through his meridians, gathering it in his palms. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his arm, and a crystal-clear ice blade flashing with cold light came out. This ice blade was like a crescent moon hanging in the sky, shooting forward with unparalleled momentum. With a crisp click sound, the small tree not far away, which was as thick as an adult's arm, was cut in half by the seemingly fragile ice blade. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been cut by an extremely sharp sword. Well, the power is not bad. This attack consumed about 1/10 of my chakra. When I become more proficient in using it in the future, perhaps I can further reduce the consumption of chakra. Now looked at the fallen tree in front of her and nodded with satisfaction, while secretly thinking about how to better control this ability. Then he slowly withdrew his hands and continued to immerse himself in the understanding of chakra consumption and control. At this moment, a thick fog filled the hidden mist village, as if hiding countless secrets and conspiracies. And the one standing at the pinnacle of power is none other than the fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura. Not only does he bear the heavy responsibility of serving as the Mizukage, he is also the extremely powerful Three Tails Jinchuriki. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. Uchiha Obito used the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to easily control Karatachi Yagura, turning him into a puppet without any independent consciousness. Under Obito's manipulation, Karatachi Yagura continued to implement the inhumane blood mist policy. The entire Kirigakure village was closed off from the outside world, and any outsiders were kept out. The village fell into chaos and ninjas from the same village killed each other. Even those bloodline families with special blood inheritance launched rebellions because they could not tolerate such tyranny. During this turbulent period, one place stood out, the training ground by the river. Here, a man wearing a ninja vest, with his face wrapped in bandages and a fierce look, is holding an extremely huge sword. The size of this sword is extraordinary and it exudes a chilling aura. It is one of the 7 famous ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village, the Broken Sword and the Beheading Sword. This person is none other than Zabuza Mamakai, the famous demon from the Hidden Mist Village. Not long ago, he went through a series of thrilling battles, successfully defeated many competitors, and finally became a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen as he wished. At this moment, he was staring at the coveted ninja sword in front of him with joy, his eyes flashing with excitement and satisfaction. This young genius showed extraordinary qualities since he was young, as if he was destined to take a different path from ordinary people. In the graduation examination of the ninja school, he shocked everyone with his astonishing move. He actually killed all the ninjas of the same class with his own hands. With his own efforts, he successfully ended the inhumane rule that only by killing each other and their competitors could the students of the ninja school graduate successfully. This cruel policy finally came to an end in his hands. His outstanding talents and brilliant achievements make him full of confidence. From then on, ending the blood mist policy became his lifelong goal. However, as he continued to grow and experience all kinds of ups and downs, the ambition in his heart grew wildly like weeds. These experiences not only honed his will, but also provided fertile soil for his ambitions. Since obtaining the beheading sword, his strength has further increased. He began to plan to kill the source of all evil, the fourth Mizukage who implemented the blood mist policy, and replace him to change the status quo of the Hidden Mist Village. Zabuza stared quietly at the beheading sword in his hand that was flashing with cold light and exuding murderous aura. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He slowly lowered his eyelids, as if trying to hide the sharp light that flashed in his eyes. I'm getting closer to my goal, Yagura. Your end is coming. However, deep down, Zabuza knew that achieving his goal would not be easy. He thought to himself, this big knife alone may not be enough, I need to find a tool that is handy. Having made up his mind, he put the heavy knife on his back without hesitation and turned to leave. At this moment, Zabuza looked firm and resolute. His heart was burning with the desire for victory and hatred for the enemy. These emotions intertwined and became the source of motivation that pushed him forward. On the road ahead, no matter what difficulties and obstacles he encounters, he firmly believes that he will be able to overcome all difficulties and realize his ambitions and ideals. Zabuza decided to go to the Mizukage building to take on a few missions. He didn't want to stay in this disgusting village. He used a teleportation technique to leave the spot, leaving only a blurry afterimage. At this time, the village chief's son had already come to the hidden mist village with the money raised by everyone to issue the mission. Zabuza came to the Mizu Cage building, and the guards at the door were a little repulsed when they saw Zabuza's arrival. No one paid any attention to him. After all, this was Zabuza, the demon who killed all the people in his class. Even in the hidden mist village, where internal strife is constant, this is a very rare behavior. Zabuza ignored the two guards and went straight into the Mizu Cage building's mission squad. Zabuza was choosing a mission that he liked, and he planned to find a long-term mission. Find a way to quickly leave the water country. After all, if the assassination of the Mizu Cage fails, he needs to prepare a retreat for himself. He was browsing the mission information, and suddenly he noticed a mission that described a suspected bloodline ninja murder case in the village. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that I am lucky today. Isn't this the perfect tool candidate? He noted the place where it happened and took the task scroll away. Then I randomly picked a task to escort a caravan, because the water country was always in chaos. There were many such tasks to escort caravans, and the rewards were quite generous. He directly took the mission scroll and walked up to the management ninja who was issuing tasks. Zabuza threw 2 mission scrolls on the table and said slowly, "I'll accept these 2 missions." The management ninja took a look and was about to reprimand this rude guy. When I told him that he was not allowed to take 2 tasks at the same time, I looked up and saw that it was Zabuza. The words that were about to come out of my mouth were instantly held back, and I silently registered Zabuza's name. He threw the mission certificate to Zabuza without even looking up. Zabuza raised his hand to catch the certificate flying towards him, and left with a sneer, as if he was laughing at his incompetent rage. A small village not far from the hidden mist village in the town, a large caravan was waiting in the inn. Due to the chaotic situation inside the hidden mist village, the caravan left the hidden mist village and waited outside after issuing the mission in order to avoid possible troubles. After all, the Blood Mist village wasn't called that for nothing. Even for ordinary people, it was well known. Just as they waited patiently, a figure appeared in their sight. The man was a burly man with a huge knife on his back and thick bandages on his face. He looked mysterious and scary. There was no doubt that the person who came was Zabuza. Since the moment he received the mission, he left the hidden mist village without hesitation and rushed to the designated location, this quiet town. Humph, this is ridiculous. Even the people who issued the mission are so afraid of the mist ninja that they dare not stay in the hidden mist village. Zabuza cursed in a low voice, his resentment towards the 4th Mizu Cage growing deeper. He held the sword tightly in his hand, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction on the weapon. Then, he walked into the hotel. At this time, Shui, the leader of the caravan, noticed the uninvited guest. Nobuyuki Watanabe is a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance, but years of doing business have given him a unique temperament. When he saw Zabuza wearing a ninja vest, he immediately stepped forward and tried to establish contact with him. However, when Watanabe Nobuyuki gradually approached Zabuza, a strong and fierce aura hit him in the face. Even someone as experienced as him, who often came into contact with the mist ninja, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. After now became familiar with her own abilities, she felt a little more confident. He decided to check on Bai, who had been in a coma, first to see if he could wake him up. It was almost evening, but fortunately the snow and wind had begun to subside and the sky was not yet dark. After all, we might encounter some wild beasts in a while, and it would be inconvenient to carry Bai on our back. He walked quickly towards Bai, who was sleeping against a tree. Although the big tree blocked most of the wind and snow for Bai, there were still some naughty snowflakes floating down through the gaps between the branches and leaves. It fell gently on his body, covering him with a thin layer of silver. Now walked to Bai's side, slowly squatted down, stretched out her hands and gently shook his shoulders, calling softly, "Bai, wake up." However, Bai did not respond, still closed his eyes, immersed in a deep sleep. Now looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a little helpless. He reached out from behind and pulled out the hatchet, holding it tightly in his hand, then slowly squatted down and carried the unconscious Bai on his back again. Now took a deep breath, calmed herself, and walked towards the cave not far away with firm steps. As he walked, he held the hatchet tightly in his hand and scanned everything around him vigilantly, fearing that any danger might suddenly appear. Every step was taken with extreme caution, as if what was under his feet was not ground but fragile thin ice. He paid close attention to every little movement around him, not daring to relax at all. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way, and he successfully carried Bai into the mysterious cave. As soon as she stepped into the cave, now immediately gathered the chakra in her body into her legs, instantly increasing her movement speed. Ready to attack or escape at any time, he carefully looked around the cave in the still bright light. There were only some dry branches and leaves scattered in the cave. Obviously someone had made a fire here. In the center of the cave, there was still a bonfire that had long been extinguished. It seems that there must be many travelers or adventurers staying overnight here, now thought to herself, and her tense nerves relaxed a little. After all, if the place is frequented by people, it means that it is relatively safe. Thinking of this, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. John Bai leaned against the mountain wall, thinking about how to make a bonfire. Now stood up and looked at the extinguished campfire, and suddenly found some dry grass and 2 black stones next to it. He picked up 2 stones and touched them together, and a lot of sparks flew out. Now was delighted and quickly lit the bonfire. The bright firelight reflected on Now's face. He leaned against the mountain wall like a puddle of mud. His nerves, which had been stretched to the extreme, were now like a guitar with broken strings, finally relieved and released. At the same time, a deep feeling of fatigue surged over him like a tide, quickly overwhelming his entire body. It felt like a heavy burden was pressing on him, making it hard for him to breathe. His eyelids became extremely heavy, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and kept drooping downwards. Despite this, he shook his head hard, trying to stay awake. He knew he couldn't fall asleep now because there were countless unknown dangers lurking around him. If he let his guard down, the consequences could be disastrous. In order to clear her mind, Now began to think about her future plans. The first thing to do is to escape from this place as soon as possible, find a secluded place to hide, and avoid the limelight for a while. Judging from the original plot, even if Bai was wandering alone on the street, he would not be noticed by anyone, so there would probably be no further pursuit. However, to be safe, one still needs to proceed with caution. After all, due to the intervention of this butterfly itself, it is really difficult to predict whether the future will evolve like the original. The next question we need to think about is how to move forward in the future and how to improve our own strength. Although I have the system panel in hand, I still don't know how to obtain skill points. This can only be left for the future. After a moment of contemplation, the sleepiness subsided slightly. Now perked up and opened the system panel with full concentration. Blood succession limit, Ice Escape LV1, April 2000, Skills, Sword Skills LV0, 46/100, Skill Points, 520. Now was somewhat delighted to find that her proficiency in Ice Release had improved. Fortunately, skills can be improved through self-practice, which made Now, who was worried about skill points, feel relieved. Looking at the few skill points and the only skill on the panel, Now hesitated whether to improve her swordsmanship to strengthen her existing combat power, or keep it for a rainy day. Now frowned and thought for a while before finally deciding to improve her swordsmanship and enhance her ability to protect herself. Improving swordsmanship should also improve physical fitness and increase one's tolerance for error. Now laughed at herself in her heart, I was just an ordinary office worker in my previous life, with no combat experience. If I don't improve now, do I have to wait until I'm in danger to improve on the spot? Then I put the remaining skills into swordsmanship. Swordsmanship LV0, 46/100, Swordsmanship LV1, 466/500. A huge amount of memories flooded into Now's mind, but fortunately he had already experienced it once and was used to it. At the same time, a heat current was constantly strengthening his thin body. Streamlined muscles appeared all over his body, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. This sudden change made him excited and thrilled, and he couldn't help but indulge in the wonderful feeling of becoming stronger. Just as Now was concentrating on feeling the wonderful changes in her body and the thoughts about sword training in her mind, as I recalled the fragment, a hunger so intense and almost unbearable came over me without warning. His stomach made a rumbling sound, as if a hungry beast was roaring. Now did not dare to delay for even a second and quickly reached out from her arms and took out 5 or 6 rice balls that she had specially prepared before leaving. Although these rice balls were covered with a little dust, they became his life-saving straw at this moment. Now ate voraciously, one bite after another, as if she would never have enough. After he swallowed 3 or 4 in a row, the intense hunger was slightly relieved. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Bai had not eaten yet, so he forcibly suppressed the desire to eat all the food. Fortunately, before I left, I took great pains to find this little bit of food in order to ensure that I would not go hungry in the next few days. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I will starve to death here and become the first-time traveler in history to die of hunger. Now smiled helplessly, but was secretly glad in her heart. As physical fitness improves, the originally extremely strong feeling of fatigue gradually eases. Now leaned weakly against the icy stone wall, the blazing bonfire beside her flickered with dazzling and bright light. His face with soft contours and delicate features is clearly reflected. Feeling the warmth brought by the flames, at this moment, he, who had been frowning, finally slowly relaxed. Ever since he accidentally traveled to the Naruto world, a series of things that came one after another and were too overwhelming to handle made him extremely nervous all the time, and he dared not relax at all. Although the physical fatigue has been completely eliminated, the huge mental pressure still makes Now exhausted and tired. Now forced herself to cheer up, slowly stood up with the help of the mountain wall, and then staggered towards the entrance of the cave. He took a deep breath, mobilized the chakra in his body, and performed ice escape, condensing a thin layer of ice at the entrance of the cave. This thin layer of ice is too fragile to prevent anyone from entering, but its existence is only to serve as a simple alarm. Now slowly opened her eyes, and everything she could see was blurry and had a faint red tint. He slept until dawn, and the sunlight shone through the ice crystals, refracted into the cave, and shone on his face. Now stood up from the stone wall with difficulty, and gently moved her body which had become sore and numb from maintaining the same posture for a long time. Looking around, he noticed that the thin layer of ice covering the cave entrance was still intact. Looking to the side again, I saw Bai still in a deep sleep. Now was a little worried, so she stepped forward and reached out to touch Bai's forehead. After confirming that Bai was just sleeping soundly and there were no other abnormal conditions, now breathed a sigh of relief. Next, now lit a bonfire and placed the remaining rice balls next to it, using the fire to heat them up slightly. When the rice balls had cooled down a little, he ate one first to fill his stomach, and then fed the rest into Bai's mouth. After doing these things, now once again stared at the dark and gloomy sky outside the cave and began to ponder. From the original story, Zabuza was still wearing a ninja vest and forehead protector when he met Haku, so Zabuza should not have defected yet. Because of the arrival of this butterfly, whether I will meet Zabuza again is still unknown. Now sat quietly in the corner, the plot about Zabuza and Haku in the original work constantly emerging in her mind. He carefully recalled every detail, trying to find some clues. After Bai's ice release exploded and killed so many villagers yesterday, those villagers will definitely go to the Hidden Mist village to issue a mission and ask them to track down Bai and me. Now muttered to herself. From the conversation between Zabuza and Haku when they first met in the original work, it seems that he already knew about Haku's special ability. Perhaps the person who was responsible for tracking down this matter was Zabuza. Suddenly, a light flashed in Nao's eyes, as if she had realized some important information. So that's it, he whispered. It all makes sense now. Zabuza needs a powerful tool, and Haku, who has a bloodline limit, just meets his needs. In other words, Zabuza actually intended to use Shiro as his tool. Now did not hesitate too much about whether to follow Zabuza. On the one hand, following Zabuza can temporarily gain protection and avoid the pursuit that the Hidden Mist village may launch. On the other hand, you can also learn systematic ninjutsu knowledge from this experienced ninja to improve your own strength. Thinking of this, Nao became more determined. In addition, according to the description in the original work, although Zabuza is a cold-blooded killer, he is not an unforgivable criminal. After sorting out these things, Nao's mind gradually became clear, as if the fog had been cleared away, revealing a clear road ahead. He took a deep breath and thought secretly about his next plan of action. In that case, there is no need to travel too far. After all, a long journey will not only take up too much time and energy, but may also increase the chances of encountering danger. It would be better to choose a nearby town as a base and wait quietly for the opportunity to come. Nao whispered to herself. Thinking of this, Nao felt a little relieved. He packed his bag and put the sleeping bag on his back. He walked with firm steps towards the small town that was close yet full of unknowns. Every step is accompanied by expectations and longings for the future, but also a hint of tension and anxiety. At this moment, the morning glow in the sky shone on the two of them, and the wind and snow that had been howling all night came to an abrupt end. Now walked on the road carrying Bai on her back, her body strengthened by the upgrade of swordsmanship. Now, carrying Bai on his back was much easier for him and it was no longer as strenuous as before. It even felt a little easier, and the speed of travel was greatly improved. It would probably take another half an hour to reach the town. With my current height, I shouldn't be so conspicuous if I stay in the town. But we need to find a way to deal with these extra clothes, and bury them somewhere first, Nao thought. Just as he was about to find a place to hide his clothes, Bai behind him finally woke up from his coma. Bai slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was his brother's shoulder. He hurriedly tried to get down. Feeling something strange behind her, Nao turned her head and found that Bai was awake. Brother, put me down, I can walk by myself. Bai's voice was still a little weak. You just woke up, rest for a while, I'm fine, Nao said gently. Bai shook his head and insisted on getting down. Nao had no choice but to put him down, and the two of them continued walking towards the town together. Along the way, Bai was very quiet, as if he was thinking about something. Nao didn't disturb him and just walked silently. When they were almost in the town, Nao saw a forest ahead and suggested, let's hide the extra clothes there. Shiro nodded and followed Nao into the woods. They found a secluded spot and buried the clothes. Okay, let's go. Nao clapped her hands and said to Bai. The two walked out of the woods and came to the town. No one noticed them. It was common for an ordinary boy to bring his younger brother. Nao carefully led Bai and looked for a place to stay. Nao took Shiro into a small hotel and asked for a room. The boss sitting behind the counter looked up at them and said, a room in the hotel costs 120 taels a day. How many days will you two stay? Nao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the price. It seemed that the 50,000 taels of silver she carried with her had decent purchasing power. Boss, please book a room for us to stay for 2 days. Also, please send some food to the room, for 2 people. Nao said. A total of 270 taels, room 202 on the second floor. The boss took out the room key but did not hand it to Nao immediately. Nao took out the change she had prepared in advance from her clothes and gave it to the hotel owner. After getting the key, she took Bai to the room on the second floor. Seeing that they were so young, the boss was planning to ask them some questions. After thinking about it, he realized that the Water Kingdom was plagued by frequent wars and there were children who had lost their parents everywhere. As long as he had money, it would be enough, so he didn't say much. Now opened the old wooden door with the key and looked around the room. Although the room was small, it was fairly tidy. Bai, you must be hungry. Eat something and have a good rest. Now looked at Bai and said. Bai walked to the bed and sat down, still looking a little weak. Now asked worriedly, what's wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Bai shook his head, brother, I'm fine, just a little tired. Now brought food and handed it to Bai, eat something first. Bai took the food and ate it slowly. After finishing the meal, Bai lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Now sat by the window, thinking about his next plan. He decided to ask about the two people in this small town. After eating the food that was delivered to them, now asked Bai to rest first while she went out to inquire about the news. He went to the tavern in town and listened to people talking about various things. Have you heard? Recently a monster appeared in a nearby village and killed many people. Yes, it is said that the monster is covered in snow white and can use ice escape techniques. Now was shocked. Could it be Bai? He quickly left the pub and returned to the inn. Bai was already awake. When he saw Now coming back, he quickly asked, brother, what's going on outside? Now shook his head and comforted him, it's okay, don't worry. He decided to stay here for a few days and wait for Zabuza to arrive. At night, Now lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He didn't know whether his decision was right. It was not reassuring to put his life in the hands of others. Now doesn't know what the future will be like, but he knows that he must protect Bai, who is his only relative. At this time, Zabuza also followed the caravan and asked Watanabe Nobuyuki about the caravan's route. Zabuza began to think about how to find the two ice-style imps based on the time when the mission was released. They must have long since left their original place, and if we go to 2 or 3 nearby towns to look for them, we will probably be able to find some clues. At this moment, Zabuza was secretly thinking about how to assassinate the Mizukage. Back then, as a member of the Kirigakurambu, he had also carried out the mission of protecting the Mizukage. Although he hated Yagura in his heart, in order to be able to kill him smoothly in the future, Zabuza suppressed his murderous intent and took on the task of guarding. Therefore, he was well aware of the defensive layout around the Mizukage. It is not easy to avoid the tight protection network of the dark forces. Ever since he obtained the dreaded beheading sword, Zabuza left the Umbu organization. He immediately became one of the second-generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village and was directly under the command of the Mizukage. Now walked into a fairly busy pub, ordered a drink, and then calmly asked people around her about the two people. Not long after, he got some useful information. It turned out that this matter had already spread to the nearby towns. However, faced with such a situation, Now remained extremely calm and unperturbed. As his strength has been further improved, ordinary people can no longer pose any substantial threat to him, so he is not too worried about encountering any danger or trouble. At this moment, Now is full of confidence and calm. Zabuza is looking for them, and Now is also fishing, but what he is fishing for is a shark. After finding out some information, I took advantage of it before nightfall. Now got up and left the tavern. After all, although her height had increased, Now still looks like just a teenager, and it seems a bit conspicuous for her to stay in the tavern all the time. Back downstairs in the hotel, Now didn't notice that Bai was leaning against the window upstairs looking for something when she saw her brother come back. Bai heaved a sigh of relief, and when he woke up he saw that the room was empty. He felt extremely insecure and found it difficult to calm down. He kept looking out the window, hoping to see his brother. As soon as Now opened the door of the hotel, she saw Bai waiting at the door. Bai's eyes revealed a hint of worry and concern. He frowned and asked anxiously, brother, are you okay? Are you hurt? His voice was full of worry and uneasiness. Now felt a warm feeling in her heart as she looked at Bai's nervous expression. But he still smiled calmly and comforted her. Don't worry, Bai, I'm fine. I just stayed in the tavern in the town for a while and asked about some things. Unfortunately, I didn't get any valuable clues. Hearing Now say this, Bai's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down a little. He breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly sat back down on the bed. Now stared at Shiro quietly, pondering to herself. After careful consideration, he made an important decision to teach Bai how to extract chakra. In this way, Bai's own defensive capabilities can be enhanced, so that even if his followers are not killed in the future, he will not be completely in a passive position. After all, in this crisis-filled world, only by having strong power can you better protect yourself. Moreover, as far as Now knew, it would not be long before Zabuza would assassinate the Mizukage and, after failing, would choose to betray him. By then, they will face the rebellious ninja hunting force from the Hidden Mist village. Without sufficient strength to support it, it would be very difficult to stay safe and sound. Therefore, it is particularly urgent for Bai to master the technique of extracting chakra as soon as possible. Only with a solid foundation of strength can we ensure our own safety in the face of various difficulties in the future. Just as Now was teaching Shiro how to extract chakra. On Zabuza's side, when the caravan slowly passed through a dense forest, no one noticed that 2 mysterious rebel ninjas were hiding on a big tree not far away. The 2 men were shrouded in shadows. They did not wear ninja forehead guards that represented their status, and they wore simple clothes like ordinary people. If it weren't for their sharp hawk-like eyes that kept scanning the caravan moving away below, it would be difficult for anyone to notice their presence. One of the men, who was squatting on a tree with a puzzled look on his face and a hideous scar on his face, lowered his voice and said to his companion beside him, "Something seems to be wrong, judging from their size. They should have hired a ninja team to serve as guards. However, we didn't detect any trace of ninjas. What's going on?" At the same time, the thin man leaning next to him tightly grasped the ninja sword in his hand, and after carefully observing the surrounding environment for a while, his eyes suddenly became solemn. He said, "It is very likely that it was done by someone who took on the task alone, but we don't know where he is hiding. This person's strength must not be underestimated. He is at least a special jonin. If we force our way in, the risk is too great. It's better to retreat first." The scarred man thought it made sense, so he nodded slightly in agreement. You know, they were both chinins from the Hidden Mist village before. 2 against 1 may not necessarily be a defeat, it's just that there is no need to do so. After all, they are rebel ninjas, and they might be hunted down by the Umbu of the Hidden Mist village at any time. If he gets injured in the battle, it will be difficult for him to deal with the pursuit from the Hidden Mist village. Unable to endure the cruel and merciless torture in the Blood Mist village, they finally chose to flee the Hidden Mist village during a mission. The reason why they were able to successfully escape the pursuit of the Umbu was because of their cautiousness. Just as they reached a consensus and prepared to leave, Zabuza, who was sitting in a carriage of the caravan, had already noticed their presence. Zabuza, who was very bored along the way, curled his lips slightly and decided to move around. Zabuza's figure disappeared from the carriage in an instant. The beheading sword behind him flew out and embedded deeply into the thick tree trunk. The ghostly figure suddenly stood on the hilt of the sword, appeared next to the 2 rebel ninjas. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Extremely cold words came out of Zabuza's mouth, as if they could freeze the air around him. When the man holding the knife heard this, an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He widened his eyes and stared at the man in front of him who was called Demon Zabuza. Fear instantly enveloped the man's heart. He turned around without hesitation and ran away, shouting, "It's a ghost, I won't kill you again. Kill, run." The scarred man was stunned by these sudden words before he could come to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and escape, but at this moment, an ominous premonition came to his mind. Sure enough, the scene in front of me suddenly became blurred, as if shrouded by a thick layer of fog. The panicked scarred man tried to clear the thick fog, but his fingers only passed through the air in vain. Ninjutsu, mist hidden technique. A deep voice echoed in the mist, carrying a chilling deterrent force. At this moment, it was impossible to escape. The scarred man cursed inwardly, and had no choice but to shout to his companions, "Damn it, he can't run away, let's join forces to deal with him." The hand holding the hilt of the knife was shaking slightly, and he knew that what was waiting for them next would be a life-and-death battle. And in this strange fog, where is the enemy hiding? The scarred man had a bitter look on his face and cursed in his heart, but facing the powerful enemy in front of him, he had no choice. In desperation, he had to approach the man with the knife carefully, and finally succeeded in meeting him. After the 2 men stood still, they stood back to back, paying full attention to the movements around them, guarding against Zabuza's sudden attack. They held their weapons tightly in their hands, and the tense atmosphere made it almost hard to breathe. Just as they were wary of Zabuza's attack, 2 Zabuza suddenly appeared and rushed towards the 2 of them. The 2 had no choice but to fight on their own. Zabuza, wielding the beheading sword, chopped down the man holding the sword with great force. The man with the knife had no choice but to wave the ninja sword in his hand to block forward, and the 2 swords collided with each other. Bite! The sound of metal colliding was heard, sparking bright sparks. The man holding the knife was surprised to find that the force from the knife was not as strong as he had imagined. He didn't think that the famous Zabuza was a fake. "Oh no, it's a water clone." He turned his head and looked to the other side. At this moment, the man with a scar on his face also rushed towards Zabuza, but after just a face-to-face encounter, he was knocked to the ground by Zabuza's sword. In an instant, scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and a lot of it splashed onto Zabuza's cold and hideous face, making him look even more ferocious and brutal. Zabuza also turned his head and looked at the man holding the knife, as if announcing that he would be the next to die. The man holding the knife also lost his will to fight at this moment. The moment his companion died, he no longer had any hope of survival. After repelling the water body, he fled in embarrassment. At this moment, everyone in the caravan looked panic-stricken, not knowing what was going on. Bursts of shrill screams came from not far away, and the sound lingered in their ears like an evil ghost demanding its life. At the same time, a thick fog rose without warning, covering the entire caravan. When the thick fog gradually dissipated, a figure slowly walked out of the fog. It was Zabuza. His face was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and there was still a chilling murderous aura around him. The people in the caravan lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the face, their hearts filled with fear and awe. However, Zabuza was already accustomed to these strange looks and did not pay too much attention to them. He walked straight to the leader of the caravan, Watanabe Nobu, and before he could say anything, Watanabe Nobu couldn't wait to come forward and flatter him. "Master Ninja, I wonder what happened. We encountered two ninjas obstructing us during the mission. The difficulty of the mission increased, and the reward will naturally increase as well. Zabuza's cold voice was devoid of emotion. Hearing this, Watanabe Nobu's face changed, but soon recovered and nodded repeatedly. Okay, everything is up to you, ninja-sama. Although Watanabe Nobuyuki felt very painful inside, facing the powerful and ruthless ninja in front of him, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, in this chaotic land, life is the most precious wealth. After Zabuza returned, the caravan's originally tense and chaotic atmosphere quickly returned to calm and tranquility. The caravan resumed its journey, moving slowly along the winding road. The wheels creaked as they rolled, and the sound of horse hooves echoed throughout the valley. The sun shines on the earth, creating a golden scenery. Zabuza sat quietly in the bumpy carriage, his deep and sharp eyes always staring at the distant skyline, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. He kept thinking about how to find the two missing kids. A few days passed quickly, but for these two little guys who had no relatives and were wandering around, there were very few places to stay. Either they live in the streets and sleep in the open, or they hide in a small hotel in the town. After careful consideration, Zabuza decided to use this caravan to find out the whereabouts of the two little kids. As the caravan got closer and closer to the nearby town, Zabuza couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, this town is where they are hiding? After all, they are just two young and ignorant children. Even if they have such powerful bloodline limits, how can they travel far if they don't know how to use chakra? Therefore, according to common sense, they should stay within 1 or 2 towns around the accident site. In this way, as long as these places are searched one by one, relying on Zabuza's own strength, I believe it won't take long before something will be achieved. Finally, the caravan arrived at its destination. The hustle and bustle of the town was overwhelming, with shops lining the streets and people busy coming and going. Zabuza asked Watanabe Nobuyuki to help find out if there were 2 outsider children in the town in the past 2 days. The caravan will stay here for a few days and do business. Zabuza prepared to leave and go to the scene to look for some clues. Now is patiently teaching Bai how to use chakra. After all, Bai's bloodline limit has already awakened, so for him, refining chakra is not a difficult task. After now explained the principle in detail, within half an hour, Bai had already mastered the trick of extracting chakra. By focusing chakra into various parts of the body, you can effectively increase your own strength. Moreover, when attacked, chakra can be used for defense. Bai listened attentively to his brother's teachings and nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Shiro didn't give it much thought as to why his brother knew so much about the secrets of chakra. At this moment, he devoted himself to learning, just wanting to master these powerful abilities as soon as possible. After teaching Shiro some basic chakra usage techniques, now decided to let her brother practice it himself. He took Bai to an open field and encouraged Bai to try to apply the knowledge he had just learned. Bai took a deep breath and mobilized the chakra in his body according to the method taught by now. At first, he was a little unfamiliar with it, but as he continued to practice, his movements became more and more proficient. At this moment, Now was concentrating on waving the knife in her hand, repeating various movements over and over, as if she had entered a state of ecstasy. He was still holding the worn-out hatchet in his hand, but this did not affect his concentration on the swordsmanship at all. Compared to ordinary ninja swords, this hatchet seems a bit out of place. Not only is it shorter, but the handle is also much longer. Due to environmental limitations and lack of resources, Now had no choice but to use this humble hatchet to barely practice her acquired sword skills. What is surprising is that although the tool was not ideal, when the slightly strange hatchet fell into the hands of the boy, it seemed to be given new life and shone with a different kind of brilliance. Now was seen holding the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, sometimes slashing with force, sometimes stabbing with precision. The movements are smooth and seamless, just like a dancing butterfly flying freely among the flowers. As time passed, his speed gradually increased, leaving only flashes of cold light passing by. Now let out a long breath, put away the hatchet, and then told Bai, who was practicing nearby, to leave. The tavern owner sat behind the deserted counter, calculating the bill with an abacus in his hand. At this time, the door there was a sound of footsteps, followed by 2 young men walking in. Before the boss could even ask, the 2 men couldn't wait to ask first. Boss, are there 2 children who have been staying here for the past 2 days? When the hotel owner heard this, he immediately understood that they were probably talking about the 2 children living on the 2nd floor. It's just that one of them is a little older, but still only looks to be in his teens. It seems to be the case. The boss stopped what he was doing and answered expressionlessly, with no intention of continuing. Looking at the hotel owner who kept his lips tightly closed and remained silent, the 2 young men looked at each other and a trace of pain appeared on their faces. Then, one of the men gritted his teeth, took out a few banknotes from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Go on, he said in a low voice, staring at the innkeeper, as if trying to see something through his eyes. They live in room 202 on the 2nd floor. They are probably brother and sister. They moved in about 2 days ago, the boss said slowly after collecting the money. Where they are now, I don't know. They left in the morning. After the two men described some basic characteristics of Nao and Shiro, they got the boss's approval. He went straight to an inn where the caravan was and reported his discovery to Watanabe Nobuyuki. Zabuza smiled when he heard the news. It seems my guess was right, I finally found you. Then, he quickly ran to the hotel where the two were staying. Zabuza did not rush into the hotel, but he stayed on the rooftop not far away, like a hungry wolf hunting, quietly waiting for the prey to appear. Now walked down the street with tiny snowflakes were floating in the sky and vendors on the roadside were shouting their wares. Bai looked at now in front of him. The peaceful life they had lived these days made Bai feel like he had returned to his carefree days. Bai knows very well that all this is caused by his brother, but he has admiration for Nao and a sense of security brought by a stable life. After Nao and Shiro entered the hotel together, the boss sitting behind the counter showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Nao was keenly aware of this, and he quickly returned to the room with Bai. As soon as she entered the room, Nao started packing her things. Brother, what's wrong? Bai was a little confused. Bai, something is wrong. The innkeeper's eyes looked a little strange just now. We might run into some trouble. Let's go first. Bai looked a little depressed, and Nao touched Bai's head. Maybe it's Zabuza who's coming, or maybe it's not him. To be on the safe side, let's go first. The initiative must always be in our own hands. Nao thought secretly as the two of them looked solemn and hurriedly walked out of the hotel door, as if something terrible was chasing them from behind. At this moment, Zabuza, who was standing on the roof observing everything, couldn't help but feel a little surprised after seeing this scene. They are so alert. These two little guys are quite sharp, he thought to himself, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. But he was not in a hurry at all. Just like a cat playing with a mouse, he watched them leave in a hurry quietly. The reason why he is so calm is more due to his confidence in his own strength. After all, as an experienced and battle-hardened ninja, he didn't think that these two rookie kids could escape his pursuit. Watching the figure gradually disappearing at the end of the street, Zabuza's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. It was already afternoon. A thick cloud and fog completely blocked the sunlight here. The gloomy and dim sky seemed like a huge curtain, ruthlessly covering the boundless white world. Nao held Bai's hand tightly and ran on the snow with all her might. Their footsteps were light and swift, like two streaks of lightning across the sky. Since they learned how to use chakra, their speed has changed dramatically compared to before. Brother, what happened? Bai couldn't help but turn his head while running and looked at Nao with an anxious face. His beautiful face was red from the cold wind, and his big eyes were flashing with worry and confusion. The hotel owner had a strange look in his eyes. Normally, he wouldn't even glance at us when we went out, but today he paid special attention to the two of us, and he has been staring at us since we came back. Nao turned around and explained to Bai. As the two of them were running for their lives, Zabuza followed them closely like a ghost, getting closer and closer to them. How can these two brats use chakra? Zabuza stared at the two people running in front of him, secretly surprised. He never thought that these two children who accidentally awakened ice release could master chakra. A doubt came to my mind. Could it be that I had found the wrong person? However, as a battle-hardened ninja, Zabuza did not give up easily. He thought for a moment and decided to test the background of these two mysterious boys. He suddenly quickened his pace, his figure was as fast as lightning, and he instantly burst out with astonishing speed, sweeping across the grass like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Nao was running at full speed when she suddenly felt a chill approaching from behind. He was startled and stopped without hesitation and turned around. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a sharp kunai rushed towards them at lightning speed. This sudden attack caught Nao off guard. At the critical moment, he quickly mobilized the chakra in his body. A layer of crystal clear ice quickly extended and quickly condensed into a huge ice shield in front of him. This ice shield is more than half a person's height and emits a hint of coldness. Bang! The kunai hit the ice shield hard, making a crisp sound. The ice shield shook for a moment, and finally shattered, turning into ice crystals all over the ground. But she managed to block the attack. However, even so, Nao's expression became extremely heavy. He stared closely at the direction where the kunai was coming from, his legs slightly apart, his body tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce, ready to turn around and flee at any moment. The kid's reaction is pretty quick. Zabuza raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a scornful smile. When he witnessed the undoubted ice escape with his own eyes, he was certain that the two little guys in front of him were the ones he was looking for. Zabuza walked out of the shadows slowly, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression. Nao and Shiro stared at him with sharp and alert eyes, like two frightened little animals. When Nao saw that the person who came was Zabuza, although she remained highly alert on the surface, she felt a little relieved deep down in her heart. Nao tried to keep herself calm, and then asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" However, Zabuza did not respond, he just stood there quietly, staring at the two people in front of him with cold and ruthless eyes. "Little brats like you two are not needed by anyone and end up dead on the streets." Bai behind Nao slowly raised his head and stared at Zabuza, as if he had noticed something unusual. His eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, gradually widened. Big brother has the same look as us. Zabuza was startled when he heard Bai's words. He stared into Bai Tian's innocent big eyes, and an indescribable ripple surged in his heart. This feeling was both familiar and strange, but he couldn't ignore it. Now quietly watched everything happening in front of her, and a sense of emotion welled up in her heart. Come to think of it, isn't Zabuza the same kind of person as them? However, despite this, he still decided to remain alert and deliberately pretended to be cautious and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Zabuza did not respond to Nao's question, but turned directly to Bai and asked softly, "Kid, do you long to be needed by others? Are you willing to devote everything to someone?" Faced with this sudden question, Bai and Nao fell silent. At this moment, Nao's heart was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, as if she was not affected at all. Because he had already seen through Zabuza's true intentions, everything he had done before was just a disguise. From the moment she escaped from the inn, Nao had foreseen the situation she might be facing now. He was fully prepared mentally for what was going to happen next. At this time, Zabuza broke the silence. He said in a low and firm voice, "Become a sharp weapon in my hand, give me everything you have, and in exchange, I will bless you." Bai looked at Nao with a hint of anticipation, waiting for his decision. Zabuza looked at Nao. From his previous actions, it could be seen that Nao was the dominant one between the two of them. I felt a little admiration for Nao's alertness and cleverness. Nao just nodded slightly in agreement. Then the two of them walked to Zabuza, and Zabuza reached out and gently touched their heads. His low voice sounded, "Come with me." Nao frowned slightly and pouted uncomfortably. Bai raised his head curiously and cast his eyes on the tall man in front of him, Zabuza. Tiny snowflakes fluttered down, and a few of them happened to land on Nao's fair cheeks. He quietly felt the coolness brought by the snowflakes, and his understanding of Zabuza gradually deepened. Nao and Shiro followed Zabuza and set out on the journey back to the town. "Kid, who taught you how to refine chakra?" Zabuza asked casually, but in fact he was full of doubts. You know, if it weren't for the teachings of the ninja, ordinary people would never be able to master the skill of refining chakra. The fact that the mother of these two children could be killed by an ordinary person shows that she could never be a real ninja. Then according to common sense, the two of them should have absolutely no chance of learning how to refine chakra. However, the facts were before his eyes, which made Zabuza feel very puzzled. Facing Zabuza's questioning, Nao remained unusually calm, because he had already expected the other party to ask this question and had prepared a response in advance. Once before, I accidentally found a mysterious scroll in the box where my mother kept her clothes. Driven by curiosity, I opened and studied the scroll carefully, and began to learn the skills recorded in it. When I gathered the chakra in my hands, some crystal clear ice crystals actually appeared. Nao said with a little sadness, "What about your sister, does she also have this ice escape power?" Zabuza asked immediately. Hearing this question, Bai wanted to explain, but Nao answered first, "No, that's my brother, but he also has the ability of ice escape." Nao couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It seemed like everyone misidentified Shiro's gender. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and he sighed inwardly. At this moment, Zabuza's heart was actually not calm. When he heard Nao say, "It's my younger brother," his steps paused slightly, and then returned to normal. But under the bandage that they didn't notice, the corners of Zabuza's mouth twitched involuntarily. It turned out that before carrying out this mission, Zabuza had already learned some information about the brother's mother. According to intelligence, their mother is most likely a remnant of the Snow Clan. Generally speaking, bloodline limits are indeed hereditary, but the probability of them awakening is not high. However, now seeing that these two children both possess such powerful ice escape abilities, Zabuza couldn't help but feel emotional. This is even more incredible considering that their mother is just an ordinary person. Perhaps, this is what they call fate. "Big brother, what's your name?" Bai asked Zabuza, who suddenly walked in front of them. Zabuza replied without even turning his head, "Mamakai Zabuza." Bai was a little confused as to why he suddenly ran so fast, but he still gave his name. "My name is Bai, and I'm your younger brother." Now looked at Zabuza in front of her and felt a deep sense of disharmony compared to his cold and powerful image just now. Now laughed in her heart. Zabuza was actually a Tsundere. After the three of them exchanged their names, they stopped talking. Just like that, three figures, one big and two small, walked slowly forward, as if blending into the boundless white world around them. As time went by, they walked farther and farther away, and finally disappeared at the end of the white, leaving behind a series of deep and shallow footprints, testifying that they had been here. Just like that, a few days later, two young men were standing next to a remote wooden house. They were Nao and Shiro. After Zabuza brought them to the hiding place he had prepared, he briefly learned about their chakra usage. He instructed the two of them to practice climbing trees and treading water to train their chakra control abilities, and then left. Seeing that her goal was finally achieved, Nao's tense nerves finally relaxed. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. The next step is to improve my strength and study the system panel. Thinking of this, Nao opened the system panel. Blood succession limit, Ice Escape LV1, August 2000, Skills, Sword Skills LV1, 467/500, Skill Points, 130. Now looked at the skill points that suddenly increased on the panel and fell into deep thought. It seems that the method of obtaining skill points is different from what I expected. Why is there an increase? Now stroked her forehead gently, recalling the similarities between the first time she gained skill points and the experiences of the past few days, trying to find some clues from it. The first time I avoided a potentially fatal disaster, but why did it happen the second time? Now frowned slightly. Just when he was stuck in an impasse, Bai on the side silently watched his brother. He saw that his brother had a frown on his face and seemed to be thinking hard about something. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Finally, Bai couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what are you thinking about? Now we are finally safe. Mr. Zabuza is here to protect us. From now on, we don't have to hide and worry like before." Now snapped back to her senses when she heard Bai's words. "Yeah, we're safe," he muttered to himself. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a relieved smile. Indeed, these two things actually have one thing in common, which is that they are both closely related to one's own safety. However, the danger encountered this time was much smaller than last time, so the skill points obtained were naturally not as many as last time. As soon as she finished speaking, Now felt as if she had been enlightened, and all her doubts and troubles disappeared in an instant. His originally furrowed brows relaxed in an instant, and his face was filled with confidence and determination again. Finally, Now turned to look at Bai with a smile and said gently, "Don't worry, Bai, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some problems. Now I have figured it all out." See, after his brother's face no longer showed any worry, Bai stopped asking questions. He walked straight to a tree nearby and prepared to start practicing tree climbing. At the same time, Now put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind and quickly stood up. At this moment, Bai suddenly fell from the tree. Just as Now was about to catch Bai fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, it wasn't very high and there was still some snow under the tree. Bai stood up, snow covering his entire body. It made him look like a little snowman, and Now couldn't help laughing at the scene. Bai looked at himself covered in snow and his brother's smiling face, and he couldn't help but smile. The busy and toilsome mood and the depressed atmosphere of the past few days disappeared at this moment. The two brothers smiled at each other, and then began their own training. Now suppressed her smile and began to try to condense an ice blade. After all, there was no suitable knife for him to use now. Now tried to condense the ice crystals into the shape of a knife, but since her control of chakra was not very precise at the beginning, the knife was either too thick and turned into a popsicle or too thin and turned into a toothpick. After successfully making the ice blade, Now immediately began to practice tree climbing. This may be related to the fact that his ice escape level has reached LV1. Now quickly mastered the technique of climbing trees. Standing on the top of the tree, he was like a light bird, attracting the admiring gaze of Bai who was practicing with him nearby. "Brother is so amazing, he learned it so quickly," Bai exclaimed with admiration on his face. Facing her brother's eyes full of envy and admiration, Now couldn't help feeling a little shy. He knew in his heart that the reason he was able to master this skill so quickly was actually thanks to the support of the system. However, this innocent and lovely brother in front of him is an absolute genius. In contrast, Now knew very well that she was only relying on external forces. He secretly made up his mind to practice harder and stay ahead of Bai with his true strength. "After all, I'm the older brother. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't learn as fast as my younger brother," Now replied. Now leaped down from the tree. "Just control the amount of chakra concentrated in your feet. Shiro, try again." "Okay," Bai nodded. Now returned to the cabin and opened the small package that Zabuza had given to the brothers before he left. Seeing it filled with black pills, "Is this the legendary Bingliang one?" Now picked up one and put it in her mouth. The taste is not very good, a little bitter. Now felt the chakra in her body recovering and her fatigue slightly subsiding. "The recovery effect is quite good. I didn't expect Zabuza to be so considerate. I'll just eat this for the next 2 days." After her physical strength was almost restored, Now concentrated and opened the system panel. Blood succession limit, Ice Escape LV1, 13/2000, Skills, Sword Skills LV1, 467/500, Skill Points, 130. Seeing that her swordsmanship was about to be upgraded, Now did not skimp on the skill points. Now focused her mind on the plus sign behind the sword technique. Suddenly, the same cool feeling as last time swept over Nao's whole body. At the same time, figures appeared in Nao's mind. Their height and appearance were exactly the same as Nao. Figures stood in different places practicing swordsmanship, chopping upwards, slashing horizontally, and other different movements constantly changing. After an unknown amount of time, the figures finally stopped. It dissipated like bubbles, and at the same time, real memories that seemed like what Nao had practiced herself poured into his mind. Now suddenly opened his eyes, and subconsciously condensed an ice blade. The bright knife flashed, and a sharp and elegant temperament emerged from Nao. Nao only felt that the ice blade in his hand seemed to have become a part of his body. There was a gleam of sharpness in his eyes, and then he regained his composure. Nao felt the changes in her body. Compared to the last time, the improvement this time was a world of difference. Now noticed that some options suddenly appeared on the panel. Swordsmanship LV2, 0/2000, characteristic 1. Courage, increase strength slightly. 2. Fury, increases slashing speed by 15%. 3. Mind's Eye, increases perception. After hesitating for a while, now finally chose the third option. After all, speed and strength can be improved through other means, but he currently has no good way to improve his perception. Could now sense Shiro's approximate location even with her eyes closed. An ability similar to observation haki. Now carefully experienced this strange feeling, and no movement around him escaped his eyes and ears. Now stood up. It was a little hard for him to adapt to the two drastic changes in his body. Suddenly, a feeling of fatigue came over now, and there was a buzzing in her ears, and she came out of this strange state. It seems that he needs some time to adapt to this state. His reaction in battle should have been greatly improved. It seems that LV2 is a qualitative change. Now is looking forward to what changes will happen after the ice release reaches LV2. At the same time, now felt a headache when looking at the remaining skill points. He found that it would be impossible to live a stable life if he wanted to obtain a large number of skill points. You're forcing me to do something. Now sighed, feeling a little helpless. However, if you want to survive in this cruel ninja world, you have to keep getting stronger. It is always better to take the initiative than to passively accept it, now thought. Now walked out of the cabin and threw the bag of Horiomaru, to Shiro. Shiro, when your chakra is depleted, you can eat the balls inside to replenish it. Caught the flying bag easily, as if it was just a normal thing. At this moment, he was able to walk to the upper part of the tree as if walking on flat ground, without any sign of falling. He was no longer far from fully mastering the tree climbing technique. After swallowed a ration pill to replenish his strength, he immediately started a new round of training. Now sat quietly under the tree next to her, and began to think about the next plan in her mind. He knew in his heart that the day when Zabuza would attempt to assassinate the Mizu Cage was getting closer, and in a few months, Zabuza would take action. I really don't know what Zabuza was thinking. This operation was doomed to fail from the beginning. Not to mention the heavily guarded guards around the Mizu Cage. Yagura's own strength alone is not something that Zabuza can contend with. Now that she has figured out how to gain skill points, now is determined to plan some earth-shattering events. After all, an action as momentous as assassinating the Mizu Cage would surely allow him to gain a large amount of skill points. Now stood up and returned to the cabin. He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep within 5 minutes. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zabuza is moving through the dense forest like a ghost. After completing the task of escorting the caravan, he galloped non-stop towards where now and by were hiding. This escort mission is of great significance to Zabuza, as it not only gives him some relatively free time, more importantly, he can finally devote himself to the training of Daihaku. And now, this period will be a critical period for their rapid growth and strength. Zabuza had already made a plan in his mind. In the next few months, he would teach them everything he had learned throughout his life and do his best to improve the combat capabilities of the two. When the time is right, you can return to the Hidden Mist Village and implement the long-planned plan to change the Hidden Mist Village. Thinking of this, Zabuza's feet became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye he was immersed in the depths of the jungle. At this time, in the open space next to the wooden house, 2 young men were fighting, but it was more of a one-sided crushing than a fight. Swung his hand and sharp ice spikes flew out, flying towards now one after another. Now condensed an ice blade and blocked each ice spike accurately. Now was getting familiar with her newly improved swordsmanship. After completing the tree climbing training, the two did not proceed to practice treading water because there was no river nearby. They then began to practice sparring, during which now also taught by how to condense an ice escape creature. Now and Shiro were concentrating on the sparring and were completely unaware that Zabuza was standing not far away and watching them silently. At this moment, a look of astonishment could not be suppressed in Zabuza's eyes, which were as deep as a pool and as sharp as an eagle. You know, it's only been 2 or 3 days. However, the 2 young men in front of him were able to control chakras so skillfully that they even surpassed some senior ninja school students. Now suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if a pair of eyes were silently staring at him through the fog. Now couldn't help but frown, and he subconsciously turned his head to find the source of that gaze. However, when he looked around, he did not find anything unusual. The surroundings were still familiar environments and scenes, without any difference. Let's stop practicing here today. Now said softly. He thought for a moment and guessed that it should be Zabuza who came back. After hearing what now said, was a little confused. He didn't understand why they had to stop training for no reason. But out of trust and respect for now, he stopped and looked at now quietly waiting for further instructions. Zabuza quietly observed everything that was happening before his eyes, thinking to himself, I was discovered so quickly. He couldn't help but have a little doubt about his ability to hide. Originally, he did not hide his figure on purpose, but according to common sense, even if he did, it would be impossible for now to detect it. Just as Zabuza was thinking about whether to show up, he saw Now looking straight towards the bush where he was. "Mr. Zabuza, are you back?" Now's voice came clearly into his ears, with a firm tone. Obviously, he had underestimated Now before. Hearing this, Zabuza also slowly walked out. A trace of astonishment appeared on Baishira's face, and he thought to himself, so that's it. I always thought that my brother had another reason for suddenly stopping training. He couldn't help but feel admiration for Now. After all, he was completely unaware of this. The confusion and bewilderment she had felt about her brother's behavior instantly disappeared, and was replaced by deep respect and admiration for Now. Zabuza asked coldly, "How did you know of my existence?" Now raised her eyebrows slightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, then shrugged easily and replied, "It's just intuition." After hearing this answer, Zabuza's eyes became deep, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he nodded slightly and had an idea in mind. He decided to use some tricks to test the two's achievements in their practice over the past 2 days. Zabuza put his hands together and formed several seals quickly and skillfully. As his hand seal was completed, a flash of water light appeared, and a water clone that looked exactly like him appeared in the same place. "I'll give you 10 minutes to adjust your state. Let me see the results of your training over the past 2 days. Zabuza's voice came calmly, but the majesty contained in it could not be ignored. Now and Shiro looked at each other and nodded in tacit agreement. They quickly pulled out a Bingliang pill from their pockets and stuffed it into their mouths without hesitation. The pill melted in my mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed down my throat, instantly restoring some of my strength. Then, they found a suitable place to sit down and began to take the time to adjust their breathing in order to prepare for the upcoming test. While the two were resting, Zabuza stood quietly on a tree branch, gazing into the distance, as if thinking about something. He secretly planned in his mind that he wanted to use this test to understand the true strength level of Now and Shiro, as well as their potential in battle. Time flies, and it seems like 10 minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. Now looked at Zabuza's water clone in front of her with great anticipation, her heart filled with curiosity. He was eager to know to what extent his strength had improved after all this time of hard work. At this moment, Now was extremely excited, and a strong desire to fight surged in her heart. He was eager to test his abilities through actual combat. Now took a deep breath and looked at the water clone with firm eyes. He knew that this was not only a test, but also an opportunity to demonstrate his strength. The battle begins, with Now and Shiro attacking from both sides simultaneously. They cooperated perfectly and swung their hands at the same time. Overwhelming ice cone shot towards Zabuza, blocking his escape route and leaving the water clone no chance to breathe. Zabuza's water clone suddenly grabbed the beheading sword in his hand. With the help of the broad blade, Now accurately shattered all the ice cones. At this time, she had already rushed in front of Zabuza. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and then pulled hard. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into a crystal clear ice sword that exuded a cold air. Clang! A clear and pleasant sound suddenly rang out, deafening. The ice crystal sword hit the beheading sword with lightning speed, sending sparks flying. However, facing Now's sudden attack, Zabuza seemed unusually calm and composed. The water clone he used easily blocked the attack, and he turned his wrist and pressed down the blade, preparing to launch a counterattack. Now suddenly felt an irresistible force surging towards him. He gritted his teeth and blocked Zabuza's attack with some difficulty. But then, he took a few steps back without hesitation to create some distance between himself and the other party. Now couldn't help but feel a little helpless and frustrated. After all, the body he had now was just that of a child. Despite having undergone systematic enhancements, his strength is still far inferior to that of the experienced and powerful Zabuza. Bai Zheng was standing not far away waiting for an opportunity. He did not fire the ice cones again, but instead used Senbon to harass Zabuza, preventing him from concentrating on attacking Now. After all, Bai is much smaller than Now, and naturally has far less chakra, so he can only assist from the side. There's no other way. The gap in strength is too big. I can only grind him down slowly like this. Now thought secretly that he walked around Zabuza like a rabbit and kept fighting with him. As time went by, the water clone gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, it was Zabuza's clone, and its chakra was limited. At the critical moment, it used its ultimate move, Ninjutsu, the hidden mist technique. Suddenly a thick fog obscured Now and Shiro's vision. Zabuza's clone disappeared in the fog. Now looked at this scene with some emotion. Zabuza's move was too classic. Now hurriedly looked for Bai's figure, but in this fog, even he had no clue. Defeat them one by one. It seems that even the water clones cannot be underestimated. I had to concentrate on paying attention to the movements around me. At this time, Bai was at a loss as the thick fog blocked his vision. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared behind Bai, and before Bai could react, he was knocked unconscious by Zabuza. After dealing with the troublesome Bai, Zabuza began to attack Now in the mist. The blade cut through the air, making a whimpering sound. Now suddenly felt the whimpering sound behind him clearly, and he suddenly squatted down. The blade passed over Now's head, and a hint of surprise flashed in Zabuza's water clone's eyes. now took advantage of this opportunity and slashed at Zabuza, who was exposed with a sharp sword. Faced with the unavoidable sword, Zabuza suddenly let go of the beheading sword and stepped back. Seeing that her first attack failed, now took advantage of the opportunity to disarm Zabuza and created a large number of ice cones to shoot at Zabuza. Now and Shiro walked side by side on a quiet and peaceful country road. Bai held a small, fluffy white rabbit tightly in his arms, his face filled with joy. On the other hand, Now, who was standing aside, looked at the elated Bai helplessly and sighed secretly in her heart. In the past few days, they have been eating Bingliang pills to fill their stomachs, and the tasteless texture is simply disgusting. Today, she finally caught a fat wild rabbit. She wanted to roast it to satisfy her craving, but when she saw how much Shiro loved this little guy, Now had to give up. The rabbit kept twisting its body, trying to escape from Bai's arms. Bai, I see this rabbit is unwilling to be your pet. Why don't you just roast it and eat it? Now said jokingly. Brother, rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them? Bai was a little angry hearing this. Now's mouth twitched uncontrollably. While Bai was talking to Now, the rabbit kicked hard with its hind legs and finally succeeded in breaking free from Bai's arms, then quickly ran towards the nearby bushes. Seeing this, Now was about to take action. Although he wanted to roast the rabbit, he was still afraid that Bai would be unhappy because of it. However, at this moment, Zabuza suddenly appeared, holding the 2 long ears of the rabbit in his hands, and walked out swaggeringly. Bai, who had been looking depressed, immediately showed a look of surprise after seeing this scene. Bai ran up happily and hugged the cute little rabbit tightly, as if he was afraid that it would run away again. Mr. Zabuza, this is very interesting, Now said with a smile. However, Zabuza did not give any response to what Now said. He just stared quietly at the rabbit in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised behind the bandage, revealing an imperceptible smile. Question: Ninjas aren't fun, kid? Zabuza glanced at Now and said in a cold tone. Now didn't seem to be intimidated by this and continued to ask, Mr. Zabuza, where are we going? His eyes were full of curiosity and anticipation. Just follow me, Zabuza replied briefly, then turned and walked forward. 2 months later, on a night when the moonlight sprinkled the earth like water, Zabuza stood quietly on the top of the mountain, overlooking the brightly lit town at the foot of the mountain. Now and Bai stood quietly not far behind him. There was a hint of nostalgia in his deep eyes. Regardless of whether the carefully planned assassination attempt in a few days will succeed, it will inevitably bring more chaos and war to the already turbulent Mist Village. Zabuza turned his eyes slightly and thought to himself, is the decision I made wise? However, no matter what the outcome is, it is at least much better than sitting there and waiting for death and doing nothing. After so many years of painstaking efforts and planning, as long as I can get rid of that guy Yagura, I will be the master of the hidden Mist Village. As his inner belief became stronger, a sense of heroism arose spontaneously and surged in Zabuza's chest. Having suffered the pain of war in the hidden Mist Village since childhood, he has a deep attachment to this land and is eager to change the absurd status quo here. Haku, Now, I'm sorry to say that I have to abandon the land of water tonight, Zabuza said softly, with a hint of helplessness and reluctance in his voice. However, his gaze never left the distance, as if there was a goal there that he must pursue. But I will definitely return to this country, and I will take this country into my own hands. Zabuza clenched his fists tightly and continued in a firm tone. His heart is full of vision and desire for the future, and this belief seems to have become his driving force for moving forward. Now and Shiro stood silently behind Zabuza. They could feel the determination deep in Zabuza's heart. What I need for this is not words of comfort or encouragement that are of no use. Zabuza turned his head and looked at Now and Shiro behind him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew that words alone were not enough to achieve his goals. Before Zabuza could finish his words, Now spoke first. Shiro and I will help Mr. Zabuza. His voice was sonorous and powerful, expressing his firm stance. Bai, who was standing beside him, nodded immediately to show his agreement. In the past 2 months, Zabuza has taught Now and Haku everything he has learned in his life without reservation. As they spend time with Zabuza, Now and Shiro gradually come to realize that, despite his cold and cruel appearance, he actually has a gentle and kind heart. The experiences during this period made them realize that everything the man in front of them did was to protect those important people and things. It is precisely because of this that Now and Shiro are more convinced that following Zabuza is the right choice. The night wind blew the hair of the 3 people. Zabuza listened to their answers and his heavy heart couldn't help but relax a little. He finally felt that he was no longer alone and had companions who cared about him. Now was thoughtful for a moment, somewhat confused by what Zabuza had just said. The operation to assassinate the Mizu cage had not yet begun, and what Zabuza said was somewhat unexpected. It seems that Zabuza is not very confident about the success of the assassination, so has he already thought of the outcome of defeat and escape? You know it's impossible but you still do it. So this action is just a struggle because you don't want to continue to stand by and watch? Now felt mixed emotions, and somewhat admired Zabuza's seemingly foolish behavior. After all, not everyone has the courage to not give up even when faced with a doomed outcome. as a time traveler, now is naturally aware of Yagura's strength. In the original work, he besieged Uchiha Itachi and Baiwa Juzo, and even killed Baiwa Juzo. Even two Zabuzas cannot defeat this strength. Now was a little confused as to why Zabuza was able to escape after his failure in the original work. I thought he would have enough time to participate in this matter, but plans did not change as quickly as they did. With now's current strength, participating in this operation would not be an adventure, but a death wish. Zabuza placed now in Shiro in a remote and quiet village on the edge of the Water Kingdom. This place is sparsely populated and isolated from the world, as if it is a safe haven away from the chaos of war. He knew very well that this operation was full of risks, and if the plan failed, they would most likely face pursuit by the Hidden Mist village. Therefore, he made the worst plan in advance. If the situation went wrong, he would immediately lead the two of them to flee the Water Kingdom and find a new place to live. After arranging everything, Zabuza set out alone to return to the Hidden Mist village. During these 2 months, he not only taught now and by some ninjutsu and fighting skills, but also kept an eye on the movements in the village to ensure that he would not be regarded as a traitor because of his long disappearance. During this time, Zabuza traveled back and forth between the small village and the Hidden Mist village several times. He also used this opportunity to collect intelligence and understand the changing situation in the village. Over the years, Zabuza has not only been honing his strength, but has also secretly united with some ninjas in the village who also hate Yagura. There are many such people even in the Umbu. They will provide information about Yagura and then deliberately relax the protection of the Mizu cage to create an opportunity for assassination for Zabuza. Zabuza came to where the Mizu cage lived. Yagura did not often stay in the Mizu cage building. He lived in a house by the lake. Due to the assassinations of the traitorous ninja Baiwa Juzo and Uchiha Itachi a few months ago, the strength of the guards around Yagura has increased significantly. Zabuza walked slowly towards the gate of the mansion, and every step he took carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. 2 guards stood in front of the door like sculptures. They were dressed in the uniforms of the Kirigakurambu and had cold masks on their faces, making it impossible to glimpse their true expressions. As Zabuza approached, the 2 guards suddenly moved. They quickly stretched out their hands to block his way. Their movements were in unison and without any hesitation. The whole scene fell into dead silence in an instant, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves. Zabuza lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't care about the obstruction, but in fact, his drooping face perfectly concealed the murderous intent and uncontrollable excitement that flashed in his eyes. His voice was calm and firm. I have crucial confidential information that I need to report to Lord Mizukage in person. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them became increasingly tense. The 2 guards looked at each other, then silently stepped back to make way for Zabuza. However, at this moment, Zabuza keenly noticed that there was a strange atmosphere in the originally empty courtyard. From the corner of his eye, he saw countless black shadows hiding in the darkness like ghosts. All of them were wearing masks and were obviously well-trained ninjas. Although he was secretly alert in his heart, Zabuza remained calm on the surface. He followed the ninja leading the way, successfully entered the main gate, and pushed open the slightly old door in front of him. The moment I walked into the room, I was overwhelmed by a depressing atmosphere. The room was dimly lit, with only a few faint rays of light shining through the window lattice onto the ground. In the center of the room, a figure sat quietly. This man looked young, like a teenager, with a delicate face, but there was a hideous scar on his cheek, like a suture line, which added a touch of majesty to his childish face. He is the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Karatachi Yagura. At this moment, the dim light coming in from the window just happened to shine on his face, forming thick shadows, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. The ninja who led Zabuza in stood respectfully beside Karatachi Yagura, motionless like a sculpture. Zabuza knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said, Lord Mizukage, I have important confidential information to report to you. His voice was low and firm, as if carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. A hint of barely perceptible doubt now emerged on Yagura's face, which was originally as calm as well water. He stared at Zabuza in front of him, waiting for him to continue speaking. However, Zabuza fell silent after saying that, as if hesitating about something. Seeing this, Yagura frowned slightly, but was not angry. He waved his hand gently, signaling the Umbu standing beside him to retreat first. These Umbu ninjas were obviously hesitant and seemed to want to say something, but when they met Yagura's cold eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and finally they quietly left the room and closed the door. The room suddenly became unusually quiet, with only Yagura and Zabuza standing opposite each other. The atmosphere seemed solemn and tense, as if a storm was about to come. There was obvious impatience in Yagura's eyes, and he said, Okay, you can tell me now. His voice was filled with uncontrollable anxiety. Zabuza remained silent, just nodded slightly, then slowly took out a scroll from his arms. The scroll looked quite old, as if it had gone through a long period of time, but it had been carefully cared for and was not damaged at all. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully held the scroll in front of Yagura, as if the scroll was carrying a very important mission. At the same time, Zabuza, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly had a ferocious light in his eyes that made people feel frightened, like a ferocious tiger, ready to devour someone. Just as Yagura was about to reach out to take the scroll, Zabuza suddenly exploded, no longer able to suppress the murderous intent that was boiling within him. He rushed forward, suddenly pulled out the beheading sword from his back and slashed at Yagura, who was about to reach out to take the scroll. Puff, warm blood splashed on Zabuza's hideous face. The broad beheading sword cut deeply into Yagura's chest. Yagura spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with eye was suddenly filled with anger at being deceived. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Zabuza's face. The dissatisfaction and hatred accumulated over the years were finally vented at this moment. Just as Zabuza was about to continue his attack, a violent burst of chakra erupted, knocking him back a few steps. Zabuza's eyes suddenly shrank to the size of needle tips, and he felt that something was wrong. The beheading sword was almost deeply embedded in half of Yagura's body. If it were someone else, he would have fallen to the ground with such a fatal wound. At the same time, the dark red-tailed beast coat was quickly draped over Yagura. Yagura's palm suddenly turned blood red, and the violent-tailed beast chakra burst out, and he slapped Zabuza hard. Feeling the violent chakra of the tailed beast, the three Umbu ninjas on the roof looked at each other solemnly. Without hesitation, he spread his body and quickly chased after the fleeing Zabuza. They knew that they had to strictly implement the original plan and do their best to ensure Zabuza's safe evacuation. They used to be Zabuza's subordinates, and were gradually conquered by Zabuza as they got along with each other. They had known about Zabuza's plan for a long time and provided some help. "We've failed after all, damn, that monster Yagura." One of the tall ninjas sighed secretly, his face full of unwillingness and resentment. However, at this moment, no amount of regret would help. All they could do was to help Zabuza escape as much as possible. At the same time, a group of Umbu ninjas outside the house also witnessed this thrilling scene. They stared ahead nervously and silently, and everyone's heart was heavy. After everything that happened, they suddenly realized what had happened. At this moment, the Umbu ninja who had previously led Zabuza to meet the Mizukage made a quick decision and led the surrounding Umbu to rush towards Zabuza, who was about to escape from the courtyard. He shouted at a very fast speed, "Zabuza Mamakai attempted to assassinate the Mizukage. Immediately send someone to inform the village to list Zabuza as a traitor. Arrest him immediately or execute him on the spot." The Umbu ninjas scattered, and a few ninjas who were truly loyal to Yagura, after realizing that something was wrong, immediately rushed into the house anxiously, wanting to see what had happened to Yagura. When they walked into the room, they were stunned by the sight before them. The scarlet-tailed beast cloak was like a gorgeous and strange cloak, tightly wrapped around the thin body of Yagura. The coat seemed to have life, constantly flashing with eerie light. Under the cover of this mysterious coat, Yagura's originally severely injured and hideous huge wounds began to heal at a relatively slow pace. The blood that was originally gushing out like a fountain gradually slowed down, and finally stopped flowing. At the same time, a breathtakingly powerful tailed beast chakra gushed out of Yagura's body like a surging tide, instantly filling the entire room. This chakra carried with it unparalleled pressure and shocking power, making the surrounding air seem to solidify, weighing heavily on everyone's heart, making it hard to breathe. These battle-hardened ninjas could not help but be shocked by the scene before them. They stood there in a daze. Feeling this unprecedented terrifying energy fluctuation, an indescribable feeling of awe surged in my heart. However, just as everyone was amazed, the extremely terrifying chakra seemed to have suddenly lost its support and suddenly dissipated without a trace. As the chakra disappeared, Yagura's originally tense body fell to the ground lifelessly like a deflated ball. Fortunately, the blood from the wound finally stopped flowing. The masked Kirigakure ninja did not dare to delay at all when he saw this. He quickly bent down and carefully carried the seriously injured Yagura on his back. Then, he rushed towards the nearest hospital like an arrow. Zabuza was fleeing for his life towards the hidden mist village, and he was paying close attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, two Umbu ninjas armed with ninja swords and kunai rushed out from the shadows and killed Zabuza, who was running forward. Zabuza held the sword with both hands and swung it fiercely, and the beheading sword drew a trace of silver-white halo. Clang, sparks flying. The two men flew backwards several meters as if they had been hit hard, and fell to the ground in a mess. However, Zabuza had no time to care about his two opponents at this moment. He turned around without hesitation and continued to run, wanting only to escape from this dangerous place. He swiftly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the oncoming ninjutsu attack. Although he had anticipated that he would encounter such a situation, when he actually faced it, Zabuza still felt solemn and heavy-hearted. He gritted his teeth and tried hard to suppress his inner anxiety and fear. At this moment, many Umbu ninjas dressed in black night clothes suddenly appeared behind Zabuza. They approached Zabuza silently like ghosts. Countless kunai swept towards Zabuza like a storm, forming an impenetrable attack net that left him nowhere to escape. Zabuza's three accomplices also mixed in, and after continuous pursuit, they gradually moved away from the village. Just as they passed a forest, Zabuza's figure suddenly disappeared, and a thick fog suddenly rose in front of them. the leading Kirigakure Jonin waved his arm, signaling everyone behind him to stop. His cold and deep voice seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of fog. Zabuza, are you ready to die? Before he finished speaking, a whistling sound was heard suddenly. It turned out that several Kirigakure ninjas jointly performed the wind style, great breakthrough technique, and the powerful wind instantly dispersed the thick fog around them. Everyone, be alert, the leading Jonin shouted. Zabuza is best at silent killing. Form groups of 4 and look after each other in case he suddenly attacks. However, before his warning could reach everyone's ears, suddenly, a series of extremely shrill screams rang out one after another. Everyone was shocked and turned around to look, only to see that the few Kirigakure ninjas who were originally standing together had been ruthlessly killed by their companions behind them. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and the whole scene became extremely tragic and bloody, which was horrifying. And in this shocking at that moment, Zabuza's figure slowly emerged from the thick fog like a ghost, silently. The leading Kirigakure Jonin was horrified. He didn't expect that Zabuza had planted his people in the Umbu. After seeing this scene, he immediately lost the will to fight and turned around and ran away. After all, without the advantage in numbers, Zabuza is not someone he can deal with. Zabuza's figure quickly disappeared from the spot, and he swung the beheading sword in his hand and slashed towards the Kirigakure Jonin. The Kirigakure Jonin struggled to block Zabuza's attack with the ninja sword in his hand, and using the force he quickly distanced himself from Zabuza. The Kirigakure Jonin quickly formed seals with his hands and whispered, "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge water dragon gushed out of his mouth and rushed forward with its fangs and claws bared. It held its head high and rushed straight towards Zabuza with unparalleled power. However, facing such a fierce attack, Zabuza seemed to have no reaction. In the blink of an eye, the huge water dragon hit Zabuza fiercely. There was a loud bang and Zabuza, who was hit by the water dragon, instantly turned into a puddle of water and dissipated into the air. Seeing this, the Kirigakure Jonin's heart sank suddenly, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. His face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Oh no, this is a water clone." At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind him like a ghost. Looking closely, it was the demon Zabuza. He was holding a huge and sharp beheading sword, the blade flashing with cold light, as if it could cut off all obstacles. In the blink of an eye, the beheading sword slashed across the nose of the Kirigakure Jonin at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of blood. Immediately afterwards, Zabuza kicked the Kirigakure Jonin fiercely, and the Kirigakure Jonin blocked the powerful kick with his arm. He flew backwards several meters. At this moment, he was in a desperate situation with no way to retreat. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was determined to fight a life-and-death battle with Zabuza. He took a deep breath, mobilized the chakra in his body, and gathered it on the ninja sword in his hand. As the chakra flowed, a layer of faint green light gradually wrapped around the blade, as if giving the weapon new vitality. Then, he swung the ninja sword without hesitation and rushed towards Zabuza at astonishing speed. The wind chakra formed a fierce whirlwind beside him, bringing with it bursts of whistling sounds, which was majestic and frightening. Zabuza raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, but his cold eyes flashed with a heart-pounding bloodthirsty light. Ha 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 ha. This is what a true ninja is. The two men rushed towards each other at the same time, and the ninja swords in their hands slashed at each other at the same time. Clang, a crisp sound. A tall woman with flowing brown hair led 2 well-trained ninja teams and quietly stepped into a forest filled with the breath of death. There were countless corpses lying all over the place, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the surroundings were filled with traces of ninjutsu. A middle-aged man wearing an eye patch stood quietly beside the brown-haired woman. He was Ching. He once accidentally obtained a Byakugan during a fierce battle with Konoha village. This unique and powerful eye endows him with extraordinary insight and perception, making him the undisputed top reconnaissance ninja of the Hidden Mist village. Mei Terumi looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes narrowed slightly. Zabuza is quite a powerful guy. Senior AO, please check if you can find any trace of the traitorous ninja Mamakai Zabuza. Understood, open your eyes. Ching put his 2 fingers together, and bulging blue veins appeared around the eye with the patch. Ching walked around, carefully searching for traces in the woods. Ching shook his head, and said with a heavy face, "There are too many traces and they are too complicated to confirm whether it is Zabuza. Judging from the scene, Zabuza has other accomplices." Hearing this, Mei Terumi stretched lazily and yawned. "Then there is nothing we can do. Collect the bodies of these Umbu and go back to the village to let the chasing ninja troops slowly search for them. The most urgent thing is to return to the village to see how our Mizukage is doing." No one had any objection, and Mei Terumi led everyone back to the Hidden Mist village. In a remote village, Nao was looking solemnly at the dark sky in the distance. After Zabuza left a few days ago, he asked himself and Bai to wait here for a few days. If they couldn't wait any longer, they would find a way to leave the water country by themselves. 2 days passed, and Zabuza still hadn't returned. Nao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Zabuza successfully escaped from the Kirigakure's pursuit in the original work, Nao was still a little worried. After all, after several months of getting along and teaching, now is still very grateful to Zabuza, a guy who looks cold but has a warm heart. Bai was also sitting there in a daze, feeling uneasy. After thinking about it, now opened the system panel. Blood succession limit, ice escape LV1, 1476/2000, skills, sword technique LV2, 674/2000, mist hidden technique LV1, 3 body technique LV2, water style, water dragon bullet technique LV0, skill points, 203. After months of persistent exploration and experimentation, now was pleasantly surprised to find that as his skill points continued to increase, he could even sense potential crises and risks in advance. At this moment, looking at the slightly rising skill points on the control panel, now finally felt relieved, because this at least meant that Zabuza was still alive. You know, considering the current environment that Now and Shiro are in, it is hard to think of any other factors that might lead to danger. The only source of danger is the pursuit brought by Zabuza. At this time, Zabuza was dragging his tired body towards the small village where Now and Shiro were. Although he suffered some minor injuries after killing the Kirigakure Jonin, he still did not hesitate to meet up with his men and ruthlessly wiped out the remaining Kirigakurumbu in one fell swoop. In this chaotic fight, he inevitably suffered some new scars. Zabuza was running quickly through the dense forest, but suddenly, he stopped abruptly and leaned against a tree trunk weakly as if his body had been drained out. He looked down and saw that the abdominal wound that had been bandaged had split open again. Blood oozed out like a fountain, quickly staining the tight bandage red. A sharp pain came over him, causing him to frown. "Damn it, I failed," Zabuza muttered to himself, his voice revealing a hint of frustration and anger that was difficult to conceal. He had never imagined that the power of the Jinchuriki would be so strong. The huge gap in strength made his once arrogant heart a little unbearable. After a short rest, Zabuza gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, and started his journey home again. The land of rain, a country where it rains all year round, the sky is covered with rustling drizzles. In the Akatsuki base, phantoms wearing black windbreakers with red clouds were sitting or standing on the huge palm of the Outer Path demon statue. The orange-haired man in the lead seemed to have lost his life, and a cold aura emanated from his whole body. He said expressionlessly, "Not long ago, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village, Mamakai Zabuza, assassinated the 4th Mizukage and chose to betray the village and flee." When hearing the name Mamakai Zabuza, Uchiha Itaki, who was sitting on the giant finger of the Outer Path demon statue, suddenly had a barely perceptible ripple in his eyes. You know, his former teammate Baiwa Juzo was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but he was unfortunately killed by Yagura in order to protect himself. At this moment, Scorpion, who was hiding under the puppet of Fei Lyubo, said slowly in a hoarse and low voice, "The leader plans to recruit Zabuza. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village are changing quite quickly." Pain nodded slightly to show his agreement, and then added, "Due to the death of Baiwa Juzo and the defection of Orochimaru, we currently have limited people available. In order not to affect the progress of the Mooneye project, we need to recruit some rebel ninjas." At this moment, Jiaodu, who was counting money on the side, stopped what he was doing, and his green eyes revealed his endless desire for money. At this moment, he was holding tightly the bounty he had just received. That was the bounty he had just earned for killing his former teammate. Kakuzu's poor teammate was killed by Kakuzu using a mixed ninja. The magic was killed along with the enemy. Kakuzu said with some dissatisfaction, "Recruit some truly capable guys this time. These guys are too fragile." However, Pain just gave him a cold look. In fact, the current shortage of manpower in Akatsuki was largely due to Kakuzu frequently killing his teammates in exchange for bounties. Faced with such a situation, Pain couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart, but he didn't explode immediately. After all, Kakuzu was considered a model worker in the Akatsuki organization, so no one cared too much about it. "Itaki, I'll leave the task of recruiting Zabuza to the land of water to you and Konan. I'll tell you the specific information." Zabuza covered his bleeding wound tightly and staggered forward towards the quiet and peaceful village ahead. At this moment, Now is in a critical stage of developing new abilities, and is faced with a situation where she cannot intervene to help. The only thing he can do is to make full use of this precious time to continue to improve and enhance his own strength. Based on the principle of the clone technique, Now plans to develop the ice clone technique. After countless attempts, we are close to success. At this moment, Now's eyes narrowed and she suddenly raised 2 fingers. Immediately afterwards, a ball of icy cold ice suddenly erupted from his side like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, this ball of cold air seemed to have life and quickly condensed into a lifelike human figure that looked exactly like Now. However, a closer look reveals that the Iceman's figure still has some slight differences from Now herself. Now stared down at the ice clone in front of her, thoughtfully. Compared to ordinary clone techniques, ice clone is obviously much more difficult. After all, the clone technique only creates illusions, but the ice clone is a real entity, which undoubtedly requires a higher level of precise control of chakra. Just as Now was lost in thought, his heart suddenly tightened and an inexplicable sense of alertness surged in his mind. He was keenly aware of the changes in the atmosphere around him, as if a familiar breath was slowly approaching. "Is it Mr. Zabuza?" Now murmured in a low voice, with a hint of anticipation and nervousness in her voice. Before she finished her words, Nao's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the direction where the breath was. Not long after, Nao saw a figure in the distance. The man was covered in blood and staggering, obviously suffering from severe injuries. Nao's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace and rushed forward. As the distance between the two gradually shortened, he finally saw the other person's face clearly. It was indeed Zabuza. This once famous ninja now looked a little down and out. Seeing the scene in front of her, Nao hurried forward to check Zabuza's injuries. When Zabuza saw Nao rushing over, he felt a lot more at ease, but at the same time he also felt a little embarrassed. He unconsciously tried to move his hand away from the wound because he looked so miserable and embarrassed at this moment. "Mr. Zabuza, are you okay?" Nao stared at the shocking wound on Zabuza's abdomen, and hurried forward to support him anxiously. However, Zabuza quickly dodged to the side and avoided Nao's support, but a warm feeling surged deep in his heart. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "It's okay, just a minor injury, it's not fatal." Zabuza endured the pain and straightened himself, trying his best to appear calm. Despite this, the beads of sweat on his forehead and his pale face could not hide his weakness. "Let's go, it's not far." Zabuza forced himself to keep moving forward. Now felt helpless as she looked at the stubborn man in front of her and followed him silently. In the depths of a quiet forest, three figures quietly appeared. The three of them all wore masks and ninja vests. They were the pursuit ninja team from the Hidden Mist village, famous for their agility and ruthless style. The leader of the team stopped and stared sharply at a branch in front of him. There was only a trace of dried blood left on the branch, which looked particularly glaring under the moonlight. He squatted down, carefully observing the shape and direction of the bloodstains, thinking to himself, "It looks like the target was seriously injured." One of them whispered, "Captain, what should we do next?" The leader was silent for a moment before answering, "Judging from the bloodstains, the target should not have gone far. Everyone, spread out and search, and stay alert." The three figures quickly dispersed, as if they were already familiar with this kind of action. In the blink of an eye, everyone had disappeared from where they were, leaving behind only silence and a mysterious atmosphere. One of them moved quickly through the dense woods, his movements light and agile. With his keen perception, he soon discovered another faint trace of blood in the grass. Although the blood stain was subtle, it was enough to guide them as they were experienced. So, the three of them rushed in the direction of the blood stain without hesitation. Zabuza led Nao and Shiro to hide in a caravan. At this moment, he had used transformation techniques to disguise himself as an ordinary-looking young man. His originally cold, sharp and frightening eyes were also concealed by his ordinary appearance, as if he had completely blended into the crowd around him and was inconspicuous. However, despite the change in appearance, the cold aura emanating from him is still difficult to conceal. The three were planning to follow the caravan to a town on the border and take a boat to leave the Water Kingdom. The caravan moved forward slowly, and at this moment Zabuza and Nao suddenly turned their heads and looked back almost at the same time. Zabuza cursed inwardly, "These dogs came so quickly." Zabuza looked at Nao, who was standing beside him, and suddenly said, "Kid, someone is coming, get ready. I am still injured, you and I hold one back, I will take care of the rest." Nao and Shiro nodded slightly, their bodies tensed, both ready for a fight. Three people, that shouldn't be a big problem. Nao felt the rapidly approaching breath from behind. Three masked ninjas appeared next to the caravan. They stared at Zabuza in the crowd and saw through Zabuza's disguise at a glance. The leading ninja wore an umbu mask with two blue marks on it. It was discovered that two children near Fusa had chakra. He warned, "Be careful of the two guys next to Zabuza. They have chakra and they must be Zabuza's subordinates." The two looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Then they quickly pulled out two kunai that were flashing with cold light from their waists and threw them at the three people in the caravan without hesitation. I saw three black shadows flashing through the air like lightning, flying straight towards the target with fierce momentum. Everyone in the caravan was suddenly in a panic and looked at the scene in dismay. Seeing this, Zabuza no longer concealed himself and stopped his transformation technique, revealing his true form. He blocked the flying kunai with his beheading sword and rushed towards the three people at once. The blue-masked ninja looked at the female umbu beside him and said, "You go and take care of those two brats, we will deal with Zabuza." Understood, the female umbu nodded and rushed over to Nao and Shiro, who were still standing there. The female umbu is the weakest of the three and is a reconnaissance ninja. It would be perfect to send her to deal with some little ghosts, the blue-masked ninja thought secretly, while concentrating on dealing with Zabuza in front of him. As the three of them were fighting, the female umbu also attacked Nao and Haku. Nao looked at Bai calmly, "Bai, I'll take the lead, you find a plan to divert her attention." Nao put her hands together and quickly condensed an ice blade, then slowly walked towards the female umbu in front of her. The female umbu looked at this scene with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Ice escape, it seems to be the orphan of the Snow Clan. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with his hands, water style, water bullet technique. A huge water bomb suddenly flew towards Now in front of him, and the splashing water immediately submerged Now's figure. Did you finish it? A crisp sound was heard, and Now, who was submerged by the water bomb, instantly turned into broken ice all over the ground. Now suddenly disappeared, but the female Umbu remained calm as she sensed the chakra aura coming from behind her. She turned around suddenly and used a kunao to block the sharp ice blade. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Now kicked the female Umbu. With a bang, the woman turned into a log. At this moment, Now suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound coming from beside her. He turned his head in astonishment, only to see a large, surging stream of water rushing towards her like a ferocious beast. Faced with this sudden attack, Now had no time to dodge. He could only hastily condense an ice wall, trying to use the ice to resist the impact of the water flow. However, because time was too tight, the ice wall created by Now was extremely weak and seemed like it would break at any time. The female Umbu not far away quietly observed everything that was happening before her. When she saw Bai suddenly block her attack, she couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Could it be that these two brothers have awakened the ability to escape by ice? She whispered in a low voice with a tone of disbelief in her voice. You know, ice release is a very rare and powerful bloodline limit, and people who can possess this power are extremely rare. And now, two people with the qualifications of ice escape appeared at once, which was really surprising. A genius. It's a pity that he is going to die here, the female Umbu said jokingly. Although the female Umbu is not good at fighting, as the elite among the Umbu, ordinary Chinins are no match for her. What happened before was just a test, the real battle has just begun. Now ignored the female Umbu's ridicule, and after slightly adjusting her rapid breathing, she rushed towards her opponent again. Now's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward, quickly approaching the woman. The ice knife in his hand flashed with cold light, and he slashed at the woman fiercely with fierce momentum. The woman watched all this coldly, her heart full of disdain. After all, Now's knife attack just now was weak and could not pose any threat to her at all. However, just when she was secretly laughing at Now for overestimating her own abilities, something strange happened. With a crisp clang sound, the woman was surprised to find that her confident attack was easily blocked. What blocked her attack was the seemingly ordinary ice knife in Now's hand. Before the woman could recover from her shock, Now flicked her wrist and knocked the woman's kunao away. At the same time, he took a sudden step forward and stabbed the ice knife in his hand towards the woman's throat. As the cold blade got closer, the woman finally realized that the situation was not good. He quickly used the body snap technique to dodge to the side, and the sharp blade slashed into the air. Seeing that her attack failed, Now instantly condensed a sky full of ice cones and shot them at the woman, not giving her any chance to breathe. He stepped forward, and the blade in his hand slashed at the woman repeatedly like lightning. The sharp blade cut open the abdomen of the female Umbu, and a trickle of bright red blood slowly flowed out, staining her black ninja vest red. The female Umbu widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She had never expected that Now's swordsmanship was so superb. Oh no, we must quickly create some distance, the female Umbu exclaimed in her heart. She used the body flash technique to quickly retreat, keeping a safe distance from Now. Now looked at the female Umbu who was retreating quickly like a ghost with a wry smile on her face, feeling full of powerlessness. After all, with his current strength and speed, it is simply a pipe dream to catch up with this woman. He could only watch her move away from him. Now took a deep breath, trying to calm her restless heart. He knew very well that he must not fall into depression at this moment because the battle was not over yet. There are more difficult and critical missions waiting for him to complete. Therefore, he quickly turned his gaze to where Zabuza was, but the place was surrounded by a thick fog that was impossible to dissolve. It is impossible to get even a glimpse of the situation. Now couldn't help but frown tightly, and secretly broke into a cold sweat for Zabuza for no reason, although he was full of confidence and affirmation in Zabuza's own powerful strength. But you have to know that Zabuza is injured and his strength has not recovered to its peak level. This thick fog is like a natural barrier, covering everything. No one can predict what will happen in the next second. The female Umbu member was obviously worried about her companions who were trapped in the fog, and she bit her lips tightly. Then he changed his target and attacked Bai, who was standing nearby. Now stared at the female Umbu's every move with sharp eyes, thinking to herself, not good, we must fight quickly. He knew that time was running out, and if they continued to delay, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them. At this moment, the safest strategy is to quickly eliminate the enemy in front of you. At this moment, Bai also sensed the danger approaching. He focused his eyes and saw a female Umbu rushing towards him. In an instant, Bai spread his body without hesitation and rushed towards Now like lightning. The situation is unclear now, we have to quickly deal with these two brats. The female Umbu thought secretly, and at the same time decided not to be stingy with chakra and use ninjutsu to kill the opponent. She put her hands together and completed the hand seals as fast as lightning, water style, waterfall technique. Along with her shout, a surging and majestic torrent of water rushed forward like a rushing waterfall, changing the topography of the battlefield at an astonishing speed, and pounced towards Now and Shiro. Now stared at everything happening before her eyes, feeling a sense of confusion in her heart, but at the same time she also felt an ominous premonition gradually rising. Although this kind of ninjutsu is not particularly powerful, its main function is to change the terrain of the surrounding environment. Just as Now and Shiro successfully reunited, the female Umbu member did not stop what she was doing. Then he quickly formed a new round of hand seals and performed the second ninjutsu in succession, lightning release, earth walk. In an instant, the deep blue electric current seemed to have life, flowing down along the previous rapids, continuously spreading and sweeping straight towards Now and Bai. Now took a deep breath and slowly opened her hands. An astonishing chill gushed out from his palms like a surging torrent. The original flow in front of the moment the water came into contact with this cold air, it immediately stopped flowing and condensed into crystal clear ice crystals. With the cover of ice fog, Now created an ice clone. At this moment, the mysterious female Umbu flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Now and Shiramasa were concentrating on performing ice escape ninjutsu, trying to withstand the lightning attack that was raging like a storm. While they were resisting the ninjutsu, they did not realize that a danger was quietly approaching. Just as they were concentrating on dealing with the crisis at hand, a female Umbu in black night clothes and with a cold face suddenly appeared behind Bai like a ghost. This sudden change caught Bai off guard, and he didn't even have time to react. He could only stare with eyes wide open in horror as the mysterious female Umbu launched a ferocious attack towards him. The woman was holding an extremely sharp kunai in her hand and slashing it towards Bai's fragile neck. However, what was unexpected was that in the face of such a deadly threat, Bai was completely defenseless. Not only did he not resist at all, but he rushed straight towards the female Umbu without hesitation. In an instant, there was a muffled puff sound, and the kunai mercilessly pierced through Bai's chest and went deep into his heart. But strangely, not a drop of blood was splashed at the scene. Before the female Umbu could feel proud, Bai, after having his heart pierced by a kunai, suddenly solidified into a ball of crystal clear ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then suddenly exploded. The thick fog obstructed the vision, as if the world was in chaos. In this fog, Zabuza and the blue-masked Umbu captain engaged in a thrilling confrontation. Zabuza nimbly moved through the thick fog, wielding a sharp beheading sword in his hand, and every swing was filled with fierce momentum. The blue-masked Umbu blocked all of Zabuza's attacks without any error. The fight between the two was so fierce that it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Another Umbu was isolated aside and was rushing towards the sound. The thick fog seemed to be the best cover for Zabuza, making it impossible for the opponent to accurately judge his position and movements. Seeing that he was unable to defeat his opponent for a long time, Zabuza couldn't help but feel anxious. The wounds on his body continued to ooze blood and the pain was unbearable, which greatly affected his strength and speed. What made him even more annoyed was that the enemy in front of him was like a coward, just taking a defensive posture, as if waiting for something. Zabuza cursed inwardly. He knew that he couldn't drag on like this any longer. That if he continued to be held back by the other side, he would be in a desperate situation when their companions came to support him. He opened his eyes wide, trying to find his opponent's flaws, ready to give him a fatal blow. Just then, a breeze blew and the thick fog dissipated a little. Zabuza took the opportunity to lock onto the position of the blue-masked Umbu, and regardless of the pain of his torn wounds, he instantly launched a series of fierce attacks. Now and Byakugan stared at the thick fog, a hint of worry in their eyes. They could clearly hear bursts of metal collision coming from the fog. Now stood there, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down her forehead. He felt that the chakra in his body was almost exhausted and he could not withstand another battle of such high intensity. Bai was equally nervous. He clenched his fists and his palms were slightly sweaty. However, at this moment he felt helpless. Faced with such a difficult situation, there seemed to be no other way except to pray silently in his heart that Zabuza could win. As time passed, the sound of metal collision coming from the thick fog gradually became weaker, and the thick fog began to slowly dissipate. Now and Shiro stared straight ahead, feeling extremely nervous. Finally, they saw a figure covered in blood rushing out of the thick fog. That person was Zabuza, and he looked around anxiously. When Zabuza found out that Now and Haku were safe and sound, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. But at the same time, he was quite surprised that the two of them were able to successfully kill the female Umbu. After Now saw clearly that it was Zabuza, she slowly loosened her grip on the ice knife. As Zabuza got closer, Now was surprised to find that his body was covered with countless wounds of varying sizes, which was a shocking sight. However, Zabuza still maintained that cold and resolute expression, as if the pain all over his body had nothing to do with him. He slowly lowered his head and stared at the two miserable people in front of him, with a barely perceptible hint of relief flashing in his eyes. "Good job, kids." As soon as he finished speaking, Zabuza suddenly felt his legs go weak and his body sank involuntarily. Fortunately, Now and Shira were quick to respond and quickly reached out to support him. This ninja, who was usually extremely strong, said nothing at this moment and silently let them support him and move forward. The three of them stumbled away quickly. At this time, the frightened caravan members had already fled in all directions, and only 3 cold corpses were left in the originally bustling place. It was late at night, in a small fishing village on the border of the Water Kingdom. The injured Zabuza was lying on a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Bai quietly sat on a chair beside her to rest, while Now dragged her tired body out of the house. The clear moonlight sprinkled on Nao's face. After treating Zabuza's injuries, Bai fell asleep due to exhaustion. A smile appeared on Nao's lips, with some anticipation in his heart. He concentrated and opened the system panel. Blood succession limit, Ice Escape LV1, 1556/2000, Skills Sword Technique LV2, 684/2000, Mist Hidden Technique LV1, 3 Body Technique LV2, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique LV0, Skill Points, 1323. Looking at the skill point values on the panel in front of her, Now felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After all, in order to obtain these skill points, he put in a lot of effort and took great risks to successfully defeat his opponent. At this moment, all the fatigue that had been endured before seemed to have disappeared. He took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It's finally time to reap the rewards. Nao's eyes moved back and forth between the 2 options of ice escape and swordsmanship, and her heart was full of conflict. Finally, he made up his mind, frowned slightly, and whispered, "Ice escape, add it to me." As his mind focused on the plus sign behind the ice escape, his skill points began to decrease at an alarming rate. At the same time, a familiar and cold airflow quickly spread throughout his body like a surging wave, constantly strengthening his physical fitness and mental strength. As the sudden surge of chakra lost control, it overflowed involuntarily. Soon, the surrounding ground was gradually covered with a thick layer of frost, as if the whole world was frozen in this cold. Now felt the power filling her body. The chakra has almost tripled, and the speed of performing ice escape has been improved qualitatively. Now had noticed before that his ice escape was more convenient than Bai's. That it was more like an instinct to perform it, and he didn't need to make hand seals at all. Class assistance. After this upgrade, Now felt that she could control ice at will. 2 streams of cold air suddenly appeared beside Now, and then quickly condensed into 2 clones. These 2 clones are completely different from the previous ones. There are no flaws at all. They can be said to be perfect copies of Now herself. Now carefully felt the surge and changes of power in her body and felt extremely excited. Now, I guess ordinary Jonin are no match for me. I finally have some ability to protect myself. Now breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down, Now gently opened the system panel. His eyes were fixed on the ice escape skill column, expecting to see its changes. Blood succession limit LV2, 877/10,000, Skills, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique LV1, Mist Hidden Technique LV2. Looking at the unchanged Ice Ninjutsu and the 2 Water Ninjutsu that had been inexplicably upgraded, Now touched her chin thoughtfully. Ice Escape is a fusion of the chakras of water and wind, so the improvement of Ice Escape has led to the upgrade of Water Escape? A week later, on a muddy path in the Water Kingdom, 2 figures wearing black robes with red clouds were walking slowly forward. One of the women had short, light purple hair that cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a delicate paper iris in her hair, which, like her, exuded a unique charm and mystery. It swayed gently, as if telling some secret in the breeze. Just as the 2 were moving forward slowly, a huge pitcher plant suddenly emerged from the trees in front of them that was also wearing the robe of the Akatsuki organization. The 2 men stopped immediately, and the pitcher plant slowly opened. A very strange human face suddenly appeared in front of the 2. Half of the face was as black as ink, and the other half was as pale as snow, forming a sharp contrast that was creepy. This person is the intelligence expert of Akatsuki organization, Ju. Zetsu's hoarse and deep voice broke the silence. "Konan, we have found Zabuza. He is currently hiding in a small village not far away." "Hey," Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. Zetsu then added with a smile, "And oh, that Zabuza seems to be seriously injured." Interestingly, there are 2 little guys beside him who are taking care of him. It seems that these 2 little ghosts seem to have some special abilities. Zetsu's words revealed a hint of curiosity and amusement. Zionin nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the situation. She turned her gaze to the stern-faced man beside her and said softly, "Itachi, I will go and persuade Zabuza later that if the negotiations fail, then you will have to deal with him." Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly without saying anything more. His eyes were still calm and composed, as if he had already prepared for all possibilities. Afterwards, the 2 continued to move forward, following Zetsu's guidance and slowly approaching the small village where Zabuza was. Shortly after the 2 turned around and left, a space vortex suddenly appeared without warning on the originally calm branches. The mysterious masked man stood there, staring at Konan and Itachi's receding backs, with an elusive look in his eyes. At this moment, Ju appeared beside him silently like a ghost. "Madara, are you really planning to recruit the man named Zabuza?" Zetsu asked softly, with a hint of doubt in his tone. "From what I've heard, he's not an easy character to control. The mysterious masked man raised his lips slightly, revealing a sneer. After having the bond, will he still be the terrifying demon Zabuza? Ju was silent for a moment, as if thinking about the deeper meaning of the masked man's words. After a while, the masked man slowly said, no matter what he thinks in his heart, it doesn't matter to us. As long as he can be used by us and play his value, that's enough. In a small fishing village on the border of the Water Kingdom, Zabuza lay quietly on the hospital bed, his face gloomy and melancholy. After a series of hunts, he felt exhausted and overwhelmed. After all, his idea of changing the Hidden Mist village had come to nothing, and he was being hunted down in such a miserable state that his heart sank to the bottom. He once firmly believed that he possessed unparalleled power and could easily defeat any enemy. However, at this moment he couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. The failure of the assassination attempt was like a heavy slap in the face, making him realize that he might not be as strong as he imagined. The shadow of failure was like a thick dark cloud, always hanging over his heart and lingering. Every night, when he closed his eyes, the thrilling battle scene and his miserable appearance in the end would emerge in his mind. These memories continued to torment his nerves, making his long-standing pride seem like a joke. The desire for even greater strength was like an unstoppable torrent, surging in his heart. Just as Zabuza was stunned, Nao and Shiro pushed the door open. Nao's expression was a little serious. Mr. Zabuza, someone is coming. Zabuza was a little surprised when he heard this. Since the person who came could make Nao look so serious, his strength should not be underestimated. His eyes became sharp, his body leaned forward slightly, tightly grasping the beheading sword at the side, ready to deal with any possible threats at any time. After a full week of rest, the hideous wounds on his body have almost healed. Although there are still occasional bursts of pain, it no longer has much impact on his combat effectiveness. Zabuza took a deep breath, then strode out of the room with Nao and Bai. His steps were somewhat heavy, as if every step contained endless power. After standing still, he turned his head to look at Nao beside him and asked in a low voice, "Can you sense the opponent's chakra amount?" Nao shook her head slightly, a trace of worry on her face, and replied softly, "I'm not sure, I just feel a sense of danger lingering in my heart." His eyes were fixed on the front, as if he was trying to see the enemy's true face through the thick fog. "See what the other side is up to. If there's any danger, split up and flee." Zabuza stared at Nao seriously. Nao remained silent and just nodded slightly. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the wisest choice at the moment. The slight complacency that had just arisen in his heart due to the sudden increase in strength was now shattered by the cruel reality. Bai, who was in a daze the whole time, looked at the two people with heavy faces and couldn't help but look into the distance nervously. Zionin, waving his white wings, flew out from the woods, raising clouds of dust. Uchiha Itaki also slowly walked out of the woods. Now looked at seeing a familiar figure in front of him, he suddenly had some guesses in his mind. "Are you here to recruit Mr. Zabuza to join the Akatsuki organization?" With some guesses in her mind, Nao suddenly felt a little more confident. Zabuza held the beheading sword in front of him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Zionin, who was standing not far above the three people, spoke condescendingly, "We are from the Akatsuki organization and would like to invite you to join us." "Akatsuki, never heard of it. My goal is to kill Yagura and end the Bloody Mist village. Other than that, I am not interested in your goals," Zabuza replied with a puzzled look on his face. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, revealing a sense of determination and decisiveness. At this moment, he was carefully recalling other forces in the ninja world, trying to find some clues to understand the background of these mysterious figures in front of him. After hearing what Zabuza said, Konan suddenly felt a little more confident. She smiled slightly and said calmly, "This does not conflict with our goal. When the time comes, we can help you kill the fourth Mizu cage." She did not find it difficult at all to kill the cage of the village, as if it was a trivial matter. After hearing what Konan said, Zabuza couldn't help but turn his gaze to Uchiha Itaki, who was standing beside him. In the center of Rain Village, there is a tall, sharp and abrupt tower rising from the ground. At this moment, Pain was standing alone in the rain, silently gazing at the village in front of him, which was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Not long ago, he had brutally killed Hanzo of the Salamander and successfully seized back the ruling power of the Rain Village from the other party. Inside the tower, in a room at the top of the tower, it was pitch black here, with only faint breathing sounds floating back and forth in the silent air. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open, and a purple-haired woman stepped into the room. A faint light seeped in through the crack in the door and illuminated a corner of the room. In the dim light, you can see a skinny red-haired man sitting in a strange and weird machine. Nagato slowly came back to his senses and turned to look at Konan, who had walked into the room. There was a hint of loneliness in Zionin's eyes. She asked softly, "Nagato, there are new members joining. Do you plan to go over and take a look?" Although they had successfully achieved revenge on their old enemy, Hanzo of the Salamander, Nagato's battered body could never be restored to its original state. Nagato coughed and said, "You intend to go and take a look. Then let him team up with Hashigaki Kisame that Itaki and Madara brought back. Observe him for a while." Konan asked with a bit of doubt, "Nagato, are the people the masked man brought safe?" "It doesn't matter. At least it's still trustworthy now." now followed Zabuza into this strange tower, and Zabuza looked at this special building with some curiosity. After all, this kind of building is unheard of in the water country, and now felt a little complicated. Now was surprised that she would follow Zabuza to join Akatsuki. Zabuza followed Konan's paper clone in front of him into a room, and what came into view was a ninja with a shark face. The shark-faced ninja looked at Zabuza, who walked into the room. His cold and sharp eyes actually revealed a rare, barely perceptible hint of amusement. He smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he said softly, "Oh, I didn't expect to meet an old friend in this place. It's really unexpected. Long time no see, Zabuza." After hearing this, Zabuza just curled his lips slightly and did not respond much. He walked straight up to Kisame, sat down unceremoniously, and stared at him. Both of them had once belonged to the 7 ninja swordsmen, and had worked together in the Umbu for a period of time, so they were quite familiar with each other. However, when they met again, the atmosphere seemed a little subtle and tense. Kisame looked at Nao and Shiro standing next to Zabuza, a slightly mocking smile appeared on his lips, and then he said, "Zabuza, when did you start running an orphanage? It's really unexpected." There was a hint of teasing in his voice, as if he found the situation in front of him somewhat amusing. His eyes moved back and forth between Nao and Shiro with a bit of curiosity and inquiry. Zabuza did not respond to Kisame's words immediately. He just sat there silently, staring at Kisame with firm and cold eyes. Nao and Shiro beside him remained silent, but from their expressions, it could be seen that they did not care about Kisame's ridicule. Seeing this, Kisame couldn't help but feel curious. He knew that Zabuza was a ruthless ninja who was very persistent in his mission and goals. However, now he saw Zabuza with 2 children, which made him have a new understanding of Zabuza. Nao lowered her head and hid her face, doing her best to conceal the expression that passed through her eyes. You know, he knows every member of the Akatsuki organization by heart, and the familiar look in his eyes will inevitably reveal the fact that he has seen them before. It seems like I still need to improve my acting skills, Nao thought silently in her heart. Zabuza said with a cold look in his eyes, "I never thought that Senior Kisame would also join this organization. It is really hard to imagine that you, who have always been loyal to Yagura, would actually choose to betray him." The corners of Kisame's mouth rose slightly, revealing his iconic mouth full of shark teeth. In the face of Zabuza's sarcasm, he acted unconcerned. He knew in his heart that these words were just a means for the other party to provoke him. Kisame is well aware of his mission and goals, and will not be shaken by insignificant things. After knowing that Yagura was just a puppet, Kisame felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. This fact made him realize that everything in the past might have been a scam. However, this did not make him despair or angry, instead he understood his purpose and found a new direction. Just as Kisame was lost in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open without warning, making a loud bang. Zionin walked into the room. Her eyes quickly swept over the 2 people who were in a tense confrontation in the room, but she didn't say much. He just silently threw the Akatsuki uniform and ring in his hand to Zabuza. The ring can help you locate nearby Akatsuki members, and you can also use the ring to participate in meetings. Zabuza took the Akatsuki uniform and ring. He looked at the ring of the void in his hand and put it on his left hand. Nao and Bai sat in a damp and dark room. A decayed smell filled the air, making people feel depressed and suffocated. At this moment, they were left behind by Zabuza in this hidden rain village, far away from the hustle and bustle. The room was unusually quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the window, as if telling some secret. Nao sat quietly beside the bed, a hint of confusion in her eyes. To be honest, ever since she came to this world, Nao has been working hard to survive. Now, after entering a relatively safe environment, he suddenly felt a little melancholy. Nao shook her head, cleared her chaotic thoughts, stood up and walked out the door. The rain was drizzling down, and Nao picked up the hat from the hook and put it on her head. "Bye, I'm going to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me?" Shiro hummed and followed Nao out the door. On the streets of Yuyan village, passers-by looked hurried. Nao stood there, staring at the dilapidated street in front of her with complicated eyes. Here is a weak country at the intersection of 3 major countries, the Rain Country. At this time, the hidden rain village was not as prosperous as it would be a few years later, with tall towers everywhere. Due to its location at the junction of 3 countries, this country frequently became the battlefield of the Ninja World War. The flames of war raged mercilessly and devastated the people of the Rain Country. Every time a war breaks out, it brings endless pain and destruction to this land. The Akatsuki organization, which sprouted in this painful place, has been fighting for peace in the ninja world. In her heart, Nao actually agrees very much with Nagato's concept of nuclear deterrence. After all, the systems of the 5 major countries are really backward. Nao thought to himself, the current Akatsuki organization was established not long ago. According to the development of the plot, it shouldn't be too long before Nagato kills Hanzo of the Salamander. As he thought, he silently compared the progress of the plot. A few years later, the Hidden Rain Village became much stronger under the management of Nagato and Konan, after Nagato was persuaded by Naruto to use the reincarnation technique to resurrect everyone. The Hidden Rain Village has returned to its previous dilapidated state. I wonder how Nagato would feel when he knew that the rain country that he entrusted to Naruto has fallen to such a state. Now was filled with mixed feelings and felt extremely heavy. He sighed deeply and murmured to himself, "Peace." Shiro followed now silently, looking around curiously. Now's eyes fell on a relatively lively izakaya on the side of the road. "Shiro, let's go in and eat something together," Now suggested. Bai showed a trace of embarrassment and said softly, "Brother, but we have no money." The corners of Nao's mouth twitched slightly, and only then did he realize that the money he brought from home had long been used up. In the past, Zabuza would take the two of them out to eat, but he never thought of giving them some pocket money. Nao's thoughts were suddenly brought back to reality. He, who had been lamenting the turbulent situation in the ninja world, was no longer sentimental. He suppressed his embarrassment and said calmly, "Forget it, let's go back first." After such a farce, Nao was no longer confused and at a loss. At least she had to make some money first. Zabuza followed closely beside Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame was the first to break the silence and took the initiative to say, "I didn't expect you to join the Akatsuki organization." Zabuza raised his head slightly, his eyes met with Hoshigaki Kisame, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His voice was full of teasing. "I am also surprised. It seems that our Mizu cage is really unpopular." When Hoshigaki Kisame listened to Zabuza's words, he couldn't help but feel a complicated emotion in his heart. He knew that Zabuza was once full of resentment and anger towards the fourth Mizu cage, but now he chose to join the Akatsuki organization. Although Hoshigaki Kisame understood the truth of the matter, he still had a glimmer of anticipation deep in his heart. In a dim cave, Uchiha Itachi stood silently, quietly admiring the rain scene outside the cave. The rain fell heavily, forming silver-like water curtains, and the sky and the earth seemed to be covered by a thin layer of mist. However, his heart was in turmoil, and his thoughts had already flown to the distant Konoha village. At this moment, nearly 2 years have passed since he personally wiped out the Uchiha clan and betrayed and left Konoha village. During this period, he experienced too much pain and struggle, but the longing for his brother Sasuke always lingered in his heart. "Sasuke," Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, with an indescribable loneliness and sadness in his eyes. He knew that Sasuke had always regarded him as an enemy and wanted revenge, but didn't he want to tell Sasuke the truth? The rain is still falling and it seems like it will never stop. The Akatsuki organization has been aggressively recruiting rebel ninjas from various countries recently. We need to pass the relevant information back to the village, Uchiha Itachi thought secretly in his heart. Due to the presence of Kisame and Zabuza, he could not pass on information easily, and Uchiha Itachi was thinking about how to cleverly get rid of the two of them. Uchiha Itachi's figure looked particularly lonely and desolate in the darkness. He stared into the distance quietly, his eyes deep, and prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the third Hokage would keep his promise and ensure Sasuke's safety. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was sitting by the campfire, couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi. He was full of curiosity and doubts about his new companion. Uchiha Itachi gave him a strange feeling, an indescribable resonance, as if there was some special connection between them. Hoshigaki Kisame keenly noticed that the aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi was similar to his own, but also different. This similarity gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had met someone of his own kind. "Uchiha Itachi, what secret are you hiding in your heart?" Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi's back. He couldn't help but think about Uchiha Itachi's past and experiences, trying to uncover the story hidden behind this mysterious figure. Zabuza also sat quietly beside the campfire, which was burning fiercely, making crackling sounds. The flickering flames flickered on his cold and resolute face. Ever since the failure in his attempt to assassinate the Mizu cage, his desire for power had become stronger and stronger, like a never-extinguished flame burning in his chest. At this moment, he has just turned 20 years old, but he deeply understands that he still has a long way to go before he reaches his true peak. The cave fell into an eerie silence, with only the crackling sound of the burning campfire echoing in the cave. Since Nao had no money to eat, she took Bai back to her residence. At this moment, Zionin was standing inside the tower, and the room was filled with a quiet atmosphere. The three ninjas half knelt in front of her respectfully, their heads lowered, waiting for Konan's instructions. Konan conveyed a series of commands to the three ninjas in her calm and low voice, and everyone listened attentively, not daring to slack off in the slightest. "Finally, you must pay attention to safety." Zionin's tone was very serious, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. "Okay, that's all. Thank you for your hard work during this period." Looking at the three people in front of him, Konan couldn't help but think of the Akatsuki organization when Yahiko was there. "For the sake of the Hidden Rain Village, Angel-sama, we will not work hard," one of the ninjas said, his eyes firm and loyal. The other two ninjas also echoed this, expressing their willingness to give everything for the Hidden Rain Village. Zionin nodded slightly, very satisfied with their performance. The three ninjas then stood up, saluted Konan, and silently left the room. Xionin was the only one left in the room. She stood there quietly, thinking about her next plan. The future of the Hidden Rain Village is full of challenges and unknowns, but Xionin believes that as long as everyone unites as one, they will be able to overcome difficulties and achieve peace and prosperity. As the door closed, the entire space fell into silence. Xionin stood alone in the dim environment, his thoughts gradually drifting away. Suddenly, she recalled the two children Zabuza had brought not long ago. Are they Zabuza's disciples? A hint of nostalgia flashed across Konan's face. She couldn't help but think of similar scenes she, Nagato, and Yahiko had experienced. At that time, they were as young and energetic as these two children. However, what surprised her even more was that the seemingly cold-blooded Zabuza actually showed care for his subordinates and allowed them to stay in the Hidden Rain Village. This behavior seemed to be in sharp contrast to Zabuza's usual cold image, and made Konan re-examine this man. Xionin decided to contact the two of them. She made seals with her hands, and then her body turned into pieces of paper in the sky and disappeared on the spot. Now walked in front of Shiro somewhat awkwardly, his steps seeming a bit stiff and unnatural. Bai followed silently behind, his eyes occasionally falling on Now in front. Bai covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud, but seeing Now's embarrassing look, he couldn't help but let out a faint smile. However, Now's thoughts were not as simple as Bai imagined. As he walked, he secretly wondered how he could get the chance to move freely. After all, being trapped in the closed environment of the Hidden Rain Village is really unbearable. Moreover, the environment in the Rain Country can be said to be quite bad. That if you stay here for a long time, you will probably grow hair. As she was walking and thinking about this, Now suddenly noticed some origami suddenly appeared in front of her. It's Konan, what is she doing here? Now looked a little surprised. At this moment, the origami flying in the sky seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force. That they suddenly gathered together in midair and gradually formed a clearly identifiable human outline. As the origami continued to gather and merge, it eventually turned back into Xionin's beautiful and charming appearance. Seeing this scene, the civilians around couldn't help but show respect on their faces, and whispered in low voices, "Angel." Although the Akatsuki organization seized control of the village by force, the Hidden Rain Village has also undergone unprecedented great changes since their arrival. Especially Konan and Nagato, they tried their best to promote the development and construction of the Hidden Rain Village. Compared to the former salamander Hanzo, who always hid behind layers of guards and had long lost the majesty and bearing of the demigod in the ninja world, these common people obviously respect those who can truly bring new changes to the Hidden Rain Village, such as the members of the Akatsuki organization in front of them. Lady Konan. Now and Shiro looked at the elegant woman in front of them, then bowed their heads respectfully and greeted her. Xionin nodded slightly, indicating that she had accepted their greetings, and said softly, "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Come with me, I will introduce you to some facilities and rules of the Hidden Rain Village." In fact, Konan didn't know why she wanted to meet these two boys. That there were really few normal people in the Akatsuki organization, and they couldn't communicate normally at all. She is gentle and kind by nature, but after going through many things, she pretends to be indifferent in front of outsiders. In fact, she still longed for peace in her heart. On the one hand, she could use it to win over Zabuza, and on the other hand, she was really curious as to why these two boys could be kept by Zabuza's side. In fact, Konan has never believed the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. In order to prevent Nagato and Yahiko's hard work from falling into the hands of the masked man, she has always been on guard against him. Now looked at Konan, who suddenly appeared in front of her, secretly guessing the other party's purpose in her heart. Bai couldn't help but feel a little fond of Xionin when he saw the kind-faced Xionin in front of him. Konan brought Now and Bai to their previous residence and introduced them to the nearby living facilities. At the edge of a wide lake, Now stared at Konan in front of her. At this moment, her brows were slightly frowned, as if she was shrouded in endless worries. She was thinking about how to get some information about Zabuza from these two people so that she could successfully win them over. Konan stared at Now and Shiro, and suddenly asked, "How did you get to know Zabuza?" Hearing this, Now's expression remained calm, but Bai could hardly hide a trace of sadness. Xionin looked at Bai's heavy expression and immediately realized that his question might be embarrassing. "Because we all have bloodline limits, that man led some villagers to kill my mother." Now lowered her eyelids and answered Konan's question in a calm tone. He went on to say, "After Bai and I escaped, we began to wander around. It was Mr. Zabuza who took us in." After hearing this, Xionin fell silent. She could feel the pain and helplessness in Now's heart. She knew some information about the people of the water country hating the bloodline limit, and when she heard Now's answer, she felt a little sympathy. Xionin looked at the strong-faced boy in front of him and said, "I'm sorry for making you think of sad things." The boy shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "There's no need to apologize. Such things are not uncommon in the Water Kingdom. The reason is that I am too weak." There was a barely perceptible fluctuation in Xionin's eyes. She was somewhat surprised at the open-mindedness and strength shown by the young man in front of her. Bai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly broke the silence at this moment. He said in a sincere and firm tone, "Master Konan, can you teach us how to become stronger? Bai was unable to do anything in the previous battle and could only hide behind Now to provide cover. He also always hoped to be able to help Now and Zabuza instead of being protected by them all the time. After hearing what Bai said, Now couldn't help but frown slightly and looked at him with some blame, as if blaming him for his rash behavior. However, he was calm inside, although Bai's behavior was a little unexpected. But he also agreed with Bai's idea, but he still pretended to be blaming. If this happens a few more times, I'll almost become the best actor. Now complained silently in her heart. However, Bai, who had always been well-behaved and obedient, did not back down. He looked at his brother with a firm gaze, with determination and courage flashing in his eyes. Xiaonan stood aside, quietly observing the interaction between the two, her eyes flickering with hesitation, and she was lost in thought. After all, she not only needs to deal with the tedious affairs of the Hidden Rain Village, but also has to take on part of the affairs of the Akatsuki organization. With limited time and energy, she could hardly spare much free time to teach them. During this brief silence, the entire atmosphere became extremely solemn, as if even the air had solidified. Finally, Xiaonan broke the silence. She took a deep breath and said slowly, "Of course, but I don't have that much time to teach you. It's still okay to give you some guidance occasionally." As soon as the words fell, Bai's face immediately broke into a bright smile, and he shouted excitedly, "Thank you, Konan-sama." Now couldn't help but feel a little guilty when she saw how happy Bai was. He realized that he had been focusing on improving his own strength and ignored Bai's feelings and needs. Alright, let Xiaonan help guide Bai. Maybe Xiaonan can even accept Bai as his apprentice. Now is not interested in the so-called guidance. He wants to improve his strength quickly, and the system is his greatest reliance. In that case, let me see how strong you two are. Only in this way can I give you more targeted guidance. Xiaonan's voice was gentle and firm, as if carrying an irresistible force. In fact, Konan herself was also very curious about the bloodline limits possessed by these two people. After all, special abilities such as bloodline limit often represent a ninja's powerful potential and unique fighting style. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Bai nodded vigorously, indicating that he was ready. In contrast, Nao's eyes flashed with helplessness, but she still nodded slightly. Xiaonan put her hands together, and countless origami floated around her body. These origami seemed to be given life and quickly gathered together to form two clones that were exactly the same as Xiaonan. Konan gently reminded, "Now, Shiro, you must be careful. Although this is just a simple test, my paper clone is definitely not weak." Her tone revealed confidence in her own abilities, while also warning the two not to take it lightly. The paper clone is different from the ordinary shadow clone. After being attacked, it will not dissipate immediately like the shadow clone, but will immediately turn into tiny pieces of paper. Only when the chakra is exhausted or the paper is destroyed by ninjutsu such as fire escape will they disappear completely. Now witnessed everything that was happening before her eyes, and an indescribable feeling of speechlessness welled up in her heart. He couldn't hold back his inner desire to complain, and muttered to himself, has it become an established rule in the ninja world to use clones to test the strength of others? At the same time, knowing the characteristics of Xiao Nanzi's clone, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. After all, Konan is not only good at long-range attacks, but also has the ability to fly, so Nao's swordsmanship has no room to be used. Fire escape is also ineffective for Konan. After all, everyone knows that paper is afraid of fire, so she will definitely soak the origami in advance. Thinking about the ability she possessed, Nao found helplessly that she could only freeze the paper clones and exhaust the paper clones with ice escape when in close contact with Konan. These two moves of chakra. It seems like I have to find a way to learn more ninjutsu, otherwise it will be terrible if I encounter an enemy that is restrained by me. Nao thought secretly. It was a good opportunity to use the paper clone to test her own strength. Nao was eager to know the gap between herself and the cage-level strongmen. Now raised her head, a smile on her lips. If I can't even defeat a clone when there is a lack of information, then I have lived in vain. Nao and Shiro each faced off against a paper clone. Xiaonan's paper clone quickly condensed a pair of wings and flew into the sky, reminding loudly, it's officially about to begin. Dozens of paper shurikens flew over, much faster than normal shurikens. Now waved her hand and blew out a fierce cold current. The paper shuriken flying at high speed was slowly frozen by the cold airflow and fell weakly to the ground. At the same time, countless ice cones flew towards Xiaonan under the cover of the cold air. Konan, who was watching the fight from the side, immediately understood something after seeing Nao's response. Is it ice release? It is indeed a rare and quite powerful bloodline limit. Konan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Xiaonan was like a light bird. She flapped her wings slightly behind her back, which enabled her to dodge the attack of the ice cone and then move her wings to attack again. Paper rain. Pieces of origami turned into sharp blades and shot towards Nao in an overwhelming manner. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Nao clapped her hands downwards. A huge ice wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the continuous rain of paper. Nao dodged and quickly ran towards the lake. Konan followed closely behind, quickly approaching Nao. Now quickly formed hand seals with both hands, ninja technique, hidden mist technique. A thick fog blocked Xionen's vision. She flapped the wings behind her quickly to blow away the fog around her. Now instantly created an ice clone. Soon Nao's figure appeared in Conan's sight again. Now quickly approached Conan, and Conan immediately condensed a spear and stabbed Nao. Nao nimbly dodged the spear made of paper, and condensed ice pillars under her feet to quickly approach Conan in the air. Looking at Nao approaching quickly, Xionen couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. So fast, I can't underestimate this little guy now. Just when Conan was about to find out about Nao's physical skills, Nao in front of him suddenly smiled. When Xionen felt her paper clone disappear, a hint of doubt rose in her eyes, and the fog also blocked her vision. Conan only saw the huge water dragon suddenly defeat her clone, but she was not very clear about how Nao defeated her clone. However, this did not prevent her from being amazed at Nao's strength. After all, Nao was only in her teens, and it was unbelievable that she could have such strength. As time passed, the fog slowly dissipated, and Nao's figure gradually emerged from it. Conan's real body waved at Nao, motioning Nao to come closer. After Nao came to her side, Xionen asked, "Nao, how did you do that just now?" There was curiosity in her voice, and she was clearly intrigued by Nao's abilities. Nao raised her head slightly, her eyes fell on Xionen in front of her, and she said softly, "Yes, that is actually my ice clone. The moment I performed the mist hiding technique, I quietly hid the clone in the dark. Then, I used the water dragon bullet technique to attack the paper clone unexpectedly and make it collapse. This is why I moved the battlefield to the lake." His voice was calm and firm, as if he was explaining a well-thought-out plan to Xionen. As the words unfolded, a vivid picture emerged in Xionen's mind. Nao's strategy was clever and precise, and every move was carefully calculated. This combat IQ also surprised Xionen, and gave her a deeper understanding of his strength. Xionen's heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't help but feel some admiration for talented people. Judging from Nao's current strength, he might become an official member of Akatsuki before long. Thinking of this, Xionen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She said frustratedly, "It seems that I can't teach you anything more." After saying that, Conan turned his attention to the battlefield on the other side. Unlike Nao's relaxed and comfortable battle, Bai was struggling to resist the attack of the paper clone. The same attack method appeared again, and large pieces of paper rain slanted towards Bai. Bai was not afraid at all. He quickly formed seals with one hand and shouted in a low voice, "Secret technique, 1,000 killings water flying." As his voice fell, the surrounding water mist instantly condensed into ice and transformed into countless sharp swords, which attacked Xionen's paper clone at a rapid speed like a rain of arrows. Conan stared at Bai, who was forming seals with one hand, and secretly sighed in her heart, wondering how many surprises Nao and Bai had brought her. Although Bai has shown considerable talent, he is still young after all, and the chakra reserves in his body are really limited. Under the fierce attack of the paper clone, Bai gradually found it difficult to resist and was finally defeated. Conan's paper clone carried the exhausted Bai to the side of the original body. Seeing this, Nao rushed forward anxiously and supported Bai, whose body was a little weak and seemed to have lost the strength to support himself. Bai's eyes revealed deep frustration and loss. He looked at Nao and said in a slightly lowered voice, "I'm sorry, brother. I failed again." Nao looked at her brother distressfully and comforted him in a gentle but firm tone, "It's okay, Bai, don't be sad. No matter when or where, as long as I am here, I will always be by your side and protect you from any harm." This sentence is not only a promise, but also an expression of Nao's sincere emotions from deep in her heart. However, only Nao herself knows that Bai's personality does not match the qualities required to be a ninja. But he was too weak in the past, and he didn't even have the qualifications to say that he wanted to protect Bai. Xionen stood there, silently staring at the stubborn Bai in front of him, feeling speechless. After all, considering Bai's age, he is considered an extremely rare genius to possess such powerful strength. As for Nao, this wall hanger, she cannot be viewed with common sense. Conan softly consoled him, "Shiro, there's no need to be like this. It's amazing that you can do this at your age." Conan glanced at Nao and said, "Don't compare yourself to your brother. He is a few years older than you. You are not as good as him in terms of physical fitness or chakra capacity right now. With my guidance, you won't be worse than him in the future." Xionen bent down and touched Bai's head, and Bai then smiled. Sporadic raindrops fell, and Nao stood alone under the eaves looking at the rain scene in front of her. He naturally understood that the rain before his eyes was just Nagato's rain tiger free technique, which could sense the movements within the rain village. Nao couldn't help but feel a little frightened by this. This was a huge ninjutsu covering the entire hidden rain village, and Nagato had to control the 6 paths of pain at all times. Such an amazing amount of chakra made Nao envious. Thinking of this, Nao opened the system panel again. Bloodline limit, ice release LV2, 900/10,000, skills sword technique LV2, 723/2000, mist hidden technique LV2, water style, water dragon bullet technique LV1, skill points 322. Nao looked at the few skill points on the panel and couldn't help but look thoughtful. It seems that the efficiency of obtaining skill points will also increase as your strength increases. The battle just now was not challenging at all for me, but even so, I still gained a lot of skill points. Now breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she no longer had to take risks to gain skill points. After all, as the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. If you always take risks like this, you might really get yourself into trouble one day. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Nao's mind, that is to find a way to obtain the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Regardless of whether he has the talent for time and space, as long as this skill can appear in the skill on the panel, he can master this magical life-saving skill by adding points. Now touched her chin and couldn't help feeling troubled. It was not an easy task to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Although Konoha has declined a lot now, it is still a behemoth for Nao. At this moment, Nao was only 14 years old, and Bai was only 11 years old. Considering that Bai is 3 years older than Naruto and Sasuke, there are still 4 years before the story begins. I can't wait that long. A trace of helplessness flashed through Nao's mind. By that time, maybe he wouldn't need the Flying Thunder God jutsu so much. Nao kept recalling the major events during this period. With his current strength, he could finally participate in some events. Nao kept thinking about how to interfere and achieve her goal. The sky was covered with endless dark clouds, and raindrops as big as beans poured down like a bucket. Please let me go. How much did the person who hired you pay you? I'm willing to pay 10 times, the man said in horror. Seeing that Nao remained calm, the man was about to change his words and raise the stakes. The ice blade in Nao's hand was flashing with cold light, like a cold lightning, instantly cutting across the throat of the man who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. As the sharp blade cut into his skin, the man fell to his knees on the wooden floor, covering his throat. Before he could even utter a scream, blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing onto the ground to form a pool of scarlet blood. The man's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief and despair. He tried to grab his own neck, then stretched out his blood-stained hands to grab the murderer in front of him. The Iron Country warrior that the man hired at a high price was killed instantly by the murderer in front of him at the first sight. Dodging the man's dirty hands, Nao walked sideways toward the door, as if she was already accustomed to the scene. The ice blade in his hand still emitted a biting coldness, and drops of blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the floor under his feet. 2 men in samurai costumes were lying in a mess on the broken partition, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something incredible. The strong smell of blood filled the entire room. When Nao walked out of the room, the outside was already in chaos. The guards standing outside looked at Nao nervously, and a strong murderous aura burst out from Nao. Clank, clank. Many guards were frightened and fell to the ground, with the long swords in their hands falling weakly to the ground. Nao's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual shadow. After waiting for Zabuza to return to the hidden rain village, Nao told him that he wanted to go out and gain experience. After Zabuza tested Nao's strength, he didn't say much. Judging from Nao's current strength, she can face most of the dangers she encounters when going out. As a ninja who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, Zabuza naturally understood that improving a ninja's strength ultimately required the accumulation of battles. Blindly practicing would not have much effect. Meanwhile, Nao had already released her transformation technique and was walking leisurely on the busy street. It's really not challenging at all, these guys are so vulnerable, Nao thought to herself. When Nao was training with Zabuza before, in order to let them experience real combat, Zabuza took the two of them to an underground gold exchange to accept various missions. Therefore, since leaving the hidden rain village, Nao has taken on a mission to assassinate a merchant from the Land of Fire. Most of these businessmen were not worth much. They were businessmen on the surface, but in reality they could be considered gangsters. So Nao had no hesitation in killing them. Nao looked at the system panel in front of her curiously. Bloodline limit, ice release LV2, 974/10,000, skills swordsmanship LV2, 743/2000, water style ninjutsu LV2, killing aura LV1, 214/500, skill points 579. Nao frowned slightly, rubbing her chin unconsciously with her right hand, a trace of distress on her face. He thought to himself, after my skills were upgraded to LV2, progress has become extremely slow. If I only rely on my own practice, it will probably take another 3 or 4 years to reach the cage level. Moreover, the difficulty will surely increase as time goes by, and improvement will become more and more difficult. Thinking of this, Nao couldn't help but feel a headache. Just as Nao was thinking, a casino not far away was crowded with people surrounding it. A gambling game was going on in the casino, and in the center of the game, a woman with golden hair, beautiful face, and a broad mind was sitting steadily. The people around kept looking inside. The girl holding a pig next to Tsunade had a look of anxiety and helplessness on her face. Lady Tsunade, if this continues, we won't even have money to stay in the hotel. Shizun said weakly, is the legendary fat sheep here? That's her. She has already lost 1 million taels. The big fat sheep really lives up to its reputation. It's a pity that we came too late, otherwise we would have made a fortune by betting with her. A middle-aged man said with a little regret. Nao looked at the bustling casino in front of her, thinking deeply. He approached the casino disguised as a spectator. Now looked at the blonde female ninja sitting in the middle of the gambling table, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I met Tsunade. Now looked at Tsunade's graceful figure without any concealment. Tsunade, who was immersed in the gambling game, suddenly felt a strange chakra and immediately turned her head to look in the direction of Now. Now looked at Tsunade without hesitation. Tsunade showed a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she didn't think much about it. Tsunade took a quick look and then focused her attention back on the gambling game. Now is not afraid of Tsunade now. After all, she is afraid of blood and poses no threat to Now. Now is very interested in Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, because having medical ninjutsu as a backup can greatly improve his survivability. Therefore, he decided to get in touch with Tsunade to see if there was a chance to learn. As the dice rolled, the dice cup was slowly revealed, and as expected, Tsunade lost the bet without a doubt. The bald man who was betting with her couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. However, Tsunade did not feel unhappy at all because of losing money. On the contrary, her sexy red lips curled up slightly, outlining a faint smile. Tsunade has always lost every time she gambles, so she would be very surprised if she won this time. She doesn't care about winning or losing, she really cares about the excitement and pleasure she gets from gambling. Pleasant feeling. The bald man looked at the empty pile of chips in front of Tsunade, and a barely perceptible cunning flashed in his eyes. He coughed, cleared his throat, and then said tentatively, "How about it, miss? Do you want to continue betting? If you don't have funds on hand, our casino provides loan services." After saying that, he smiled maliciously. Tsunade smiled slightly at this, but ignored the bald man. After Tsunade and Shizun walked out of the casino, they headed towards an izakaya not far away. A playful smile appeared on Tsunade's face, which contained an elusive cunningness. She seemed to be thinking about something in her mind, then suddenly changed direction and walked towards a dead end. Shizun watched Tsunade's actions in confusion, feeling doubtful. She was about to open her mouth to remind Tsunade that she was taking the wrong road, but when she met Tsunade's serious gaze, she instantly understood the problem. Just then, Now noticed Tsunade in Shizun's actions. He was originally observing secretly outside the casino, and when he saw Tsunade walk into a dead end, he immediately realized that he had been discovered. So, he followed without hesitation, wanting to see what Tsunade was up to. Tsunade and Shizun reached the end of the dead end and stopped. They stood there quietly, waiting for Now to arrive. Tsunade folded her arms across her chest, smiling, and seemed to be looking forward to what was going to happen next. Jingian held the pig tightly in her arms, staying alert and ready to deal with any possible danger. Shizun had long been accustomed to this kind of life. After all, Tsunade owed a lot of gambling debts, and creditors often came to her door. Maybe the creditor has come to visit again, but unlike her previous escapes, Lady Tsunade's behavior this time is a little unusual, Shizun thought secretly. Now walked to the alley entrance and walked in slowly. Tsunade looked at the beautiful boy in front of her with some surprise. Based on the amount of chakra she sensed, she concluded that the person was at least a jonin, and there was a faint murderous aura about him. "Kid, what do you want to do by following me?" Tsunade said coldly. "I would like to ask Lady Tsunade to teach me medical ninjutsu," Now stated her request in a firm tone. After hearing this, Tsunade's expression instantly became serious and she fell into silence. She never dreamed that Now would make such a request. Shizun on the side was also very surprised and couldn't help but look at Now. "Kid, which ninja village are you from, and who sent you to find me?" Tsunade quickly recovered from her astonishment, her eyes full of vigilance and suspicion. After all, he had already accepted Jingian as his favorite disciple, and had no intention of passing on his skills to others. More importantly, Now in front of her has an unknown identity and unclear background. Even if she really wants to teach, she will never easily agree to the other party's request. "I am not a ninja from any ninja village, I am just a wandering person. As for learning medical ninjutsu, it was entirely out of my personal will and was not instructed or manipulated by anyone." Now quickly shook her head and answered Tsunade's question truthfully. Tsunade seemed to be thinking about something after hearing this. After a moment's silence, she slowly walked past Now and walked towards the alley, with Shizun following closely behind her. Now's heart suddenly sank. As expected, she failed again. Just as the two were about to disappear at the alley entrance, Tsunade suddenly said, "Kid, if you want to learn, follow me." When Now heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately quickened his pace and followed closely. And Shizun turned to Tsunade with curiosity and asked, "Tsunade-sama, why did you agree to him?" A look of recollection flashed across Tsunade's eyes, and then she rubbed her forehead gently, looking a little distressed. "We don't have enough money to pay for accommodation now, nor can we satisfy my wish to go out for a drink," Tsunade said helplessly. Jingian was very surprised after hearing this, and hurriedly reached into her pocket to search. She couldn't help but smile when she realized her pockets were empty. Besides, this little guy's origins are unknown, so we have to find out his background first. Since he wants to learn medical ninjutsu, let him be responsible for the expenses for these few days. As for whether to teach him in the end, it is entirely up to me to decide. A sly smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Shizun could only sigh helplessly and silently apologize to the boy in her heart. Then, the three of them walked forward together and quickly arrived at the izakaya. Tsunade ordered a few glasses of sake and some side dishes, then sat aside and started drinking by herself. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing, and Shizun on the side secretly looked at Now, who was sitting opposite. Now seemed not to notice the curious look from Shizun, and just stared at Tsunade, who was drinking alone and sitting opposite her. After seeing the satisfied expression on Tsunade's face when she drank and her occasional small gesture of licking her lips with her tongue, Now suddenly felt her throat becoming dry. In fact, Now has always been very interested in the wine in the ninja world, but when she was wandering around with Zabuza before, Zabuza didn't drink at all. So until now, Now has not tasted what the wine of the ninja world tastes like. Now looked at Tsunade, who hadn't spoken a word, and thought to herself. Suddenly, a wonderful idea came to his mind that he pretended to be calm and reached out his hand to carefully pick up one of the bottles on the table. At the same time, he also planned to grab the bottle of wine on the side and pour himself a full glass of wine. However, at this moment, Tsunade was quick-witted and slapped Nao's hand that was about to reach for the wine bottle. Now pretended not to react and retracted her hand after being hit, but she couldn't help but gasp in pain. This old woman is really strong. Kid, are you an adult? How dare you dream of drinking? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly and she scolded in a stern tone. Facing Tsunade's accusation now, but he acted unusually calm, his face was unperturbed, and he simply responded, Lady Tsunade, you are finally willing to speak. Tsunade's eyes were fixed on Nao's face, not moving for a long time. Her eyes revealed a complex emotion that was hard to fathom. Finally, she sighed deeply and said softly, tell me the truth, boy. Who are you? After Nao repeated her answer again, Tsunade suddenly sneered and quickly punched Nao. Faced with this sudden attack, Nao almost instinctively dodged Tsunade's attack by turning sideways, but Tsunade's fierce fist smashed the seat behind Nao into pieces. If you don't tell me your origins clearly, I won't teach you anything. Tsunade was no longer drunk at this time and said dissatisfiedly. Nao concealed her experience a little and told them. The anger on Tsunade's face suddenly dissipated, and Tsunade, who had long seen through this pathetic ninja world, revealed a complicated look in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer had the mood to drink. On this pitch-black night with howling night winds, all things are still and the whole earth seems to be immersed in a sweet dream. However, Tsunade sat alone in the house, staring dazedly at the endlessly dark sky outside the window. Her thin figure looked even lonelier and more forlorn under the dim moonlight. At this moment, Tsunade's face was as red as the clouds and her delicate face was as bright as fire. On the table next to her, there were several empty wine bottles placed in a mess. She tilted her head back slightly and drank the few drops of sake left in the cup. Then, Tsunade stretched out her pair of white jade-like hands, picked up the wine bottle and shook it gently a few times. After confirming that there was no drop of wine left, she couldn't help but let out a sigh, and her body began to shake. Finally, she could no longer support her heavy body, and she fell limply onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Now, dressed in a black robe, arrived at a seemingly ordinary public toilet silently like a ghost in the night. His steps were fast, leaving a trail of after-images behind. After entering the public restroom, Now walked towards one of the urinals without hesitation. He stood firmly, then stretched out his arm and gently pressed his palm against the wall next to him. At that moment, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The seemingly ordinary wall began to slowly tilt backwards, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Then, a hidden door that was deeply hidden gradually appeared before his eyes. This secret door blends in perfectly with the surrounding environment. If it is not for someone who is familiar with its location, it is probably impossible to find any clues about it. As the secret door opened, a slightly foul smell came like a tide. However, facing this strange atmosphere, Now remained calm and composed, as if she had already gotten used to this kind of atmosphere. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and walked into the darkness, and his figure disappeared into the doorway in the blink of an eye. Walking in the dark corridor, Now couldn't help but feel a little curious. He secretly wondered what kind of powerful force was hidden behind this mysterious underground gold exchange. After all, underground gold exchange offices are spread all over the ninja world and can be hidden in various public facilities, making it impossible to ignore the forces behind them. Here, there are all kinds of strange and bizarre tasks to choose from. As long as you have money, you can post any task here. It can be said that almost any ninja with a little fame and strength in the entire ninja world can find their corresponding bounty list here. Not long after, a spacious hall with slightly dim light appeared in front of him. A bald man with a scar on his face was sitting behind the counter. Now walked towards the counter and gently placed the scroll in her hand on the counter. The bald man was actually the person in charge of this underground money exchange. He slowly raised his head, staring straight at Now, who was standing in front of him with a gaze as sharp as a torch, and there was an elusive dark meaning in his eyes. In fact, he had already heard the news of the businessman's misfortune, but what surprised him was that the short man in front of him actually possessed such amazing strength and super high efficiency. He successfully completed this arduous task in just 2 days, which undoubtedly fully demonstrated his extraordinary abilities. After carefully examining the merchant's head and the scroll, the bald man took out the reward for this mission from behind. When he handed the money to Now, he asked carefully, "May I know your name?" Now took the bounty with a blank expression, and responded in a low and hoarse voice, "Why, are you guys at the gold exchange still interested in people like us?" The bald man smiled and explained, "That's not the case. There are so many unknown wandering ninjas, and no one cares about them. But someone who can complete a mission as quickly as you must be very skilled. So for a master like you, of course we need to get to know you. We will certainly not forget you when there is a mission with a high reward." No need. Now has no interest in being a so-called bounty ninja forever. When the bald man heard this answer, he touched his bald head, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he stepped back tactfully. Now was silently flipping through the bounty list placed aside. His hands, which had been flipping the papers non-stop, suddenly stopped. At this moment, Now's eyes were fixed on a certain bounty list, as if she had discovered something interesting. The person depicted on the bounty ticket that he had fixed his sight on was none other than Zabuza Mamakai. Zabuza Mamakai, an S-rank rebel ninja, was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village. He defected after failing to assassinate the Mizu Cage. Because of this, his head is now on the bounty list, and the bounty is as high as 19 million taels. Looking at the bounty in front of him, Now's mouth curled up slightly, outlining a playful smile. He whispered softly, "It's really surprising that Mr. Zabuza's life is only worth 0.5 Saratobi Asuma. It should be a bounty issued by the Hidden Mist village. I wonder if Yagura is dead now." Now put down the bounty list and turned to leave the underground gold exchange. After exiting the public toilet, Now took a few deep breaths of fresh air. This underground money exchange is really stinky. It smells like a dead body and ammonia. Carrying the box containing the bounty, Now returned to the hotel quietly under the cover of night. The next morning, the sun shone through the window onto Nao's face, and she woke up early. At the same time, Shizun walked in quietly with a scroll in her hand. "Good morning, Sister Shizun," Nao greeted softly. Good morning." Shizun was not used to this kind of situation and responded a little awkwardly. After all, she followed Tsunade out of Konoha village when she was young, and she and Tsunade have been walking side by side for so many years. Now that Nao suddenly appeared, Shizun felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Despite this, Shizun still handed the scroll in her hand to Nao responsibly and instructed, "This is some basic knowledge about medical ninjutsu. Please take a closer look first." Now carefully took the scroll and injected chakra into it. With a bang, the scroll opened and the mountains of books instantly flooded the entire room like a tide. Shizun looked at the scene in distress, but before she could finish her words, Now immediately opened the scroll. Now fell silent as she looked at the pile of books. "Do you want to finish reading all of these?" Shizun looked at Now, who was about to cry but had no tears, with a calm expression, but she felt a little bloating in her heart, because she was like this at the beginning. "You have to read all of them and become familiar with their contents until you can memorize them." Jingyan suppressed the smile in her heart and spoke slowly. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the rain kept falling as if it would never stop. The raindrops hit the somewhat dilapidated streets of Rain Village, splashing water and making the whole village look particularly desolate. The streets were empty, with only a few pedestrians wearing bamboo hats walking by in a hurry, their figures looming in the rain. There were also some ninjas wearing forehead protectors moving around. Their steps were steady and quick, and they seemed to have an important mission. Although the streets looked a little desolate, the eyes of passers-by and ninjas revealed expectations and hopes for the future. Bai and the light brown-haired hydrangea were having dinner in a izakaya. "Bai, you are so awesome that you actually got accepted as a disciple by Lord Angel." Hydrangea supported her chin with her hand and looked at the pretty boy in front of her curiously. "No, I'm very weak. The angel just took a fancy to my brother." Bai ate the new food in front of him curiously and answered Hydrangea's question in a humble tone. "Hey, Bai, you have a brother, he must be very handsome and powerful." Hydrangea was a little surprised. "Yeah, brother is the best." There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. In the center of Rain Village stands a tall, slender metal tower that reaches high into the sky. The upper floors of the tower are dimly lit, giving people a mysterious and depressing feeling. Nagato sat quietly in a dim room, as if blending into the surrounding darkness. His face was as pale as a piece of white paper, without a trace of blood, and from time to time he could hear a low and rapid cough, as if it was going to tear his entire body apart. Xionin, who was standing aside, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of worry and heartache. She watched Nagato in such pain, her heart ached, but she was powerless to do anything. Finally, she couldn't help but whispered, "Nagato, your body." Before Konan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nagato, who shook his head gently. Nagato tried hard to force a smile from the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to tell Konan that he was fine and that she didn't need to worry too much. However, the smile seemed so bitter that Xionin's heart became even heavier. She knew that Nagato was always like this. No matter how much difficulty or pain he encountered, he would choose to bear it alone and never show it easily. Faced with such a stubborn Nagato, Konan could only choose to silently hide her concern in her heart and say no more. After a moment of silence, Nagato took a deep breath and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, I'm fine. How is the organization's recruitment going? Konan frowned slightly and replied, Deidara has already gone back with Uchiha Attack. If nothing unexpected happens, they will probably be back tomorrow. Then, Konan paused and continued, as for the traitor ninja from Eugen village, Kakuzu and Zabuza are still trying their best to find him. I have sent Zetsu to assist them, and I believe they will find him in no time. Nagato nodded slightly in agreement, staring at Tenda standing beside him, and whispered softly, not long after, Yahiko. The ninja world will finally see the dawn of complete peace. Time passed minute by minute, and Nagato was in a trance for a long time before he came to his senses and asked Konan again about the development of Rain Village. Due to his physical condition, which makes him unable to move easily, and Pain's special identity makes it difficult for him to appear in public, all matters big and small in the Rain Village are left to Konan to handle. Konan replied with a sad face, the biggest problem we are facing now is still the lack of manpower. There are too few ninjas in the village, and their overall strength is too weak to play a substantial role. Oh, by the way, Nagato, I recently accepted a new disciple. Upon hearing this news, a hint of curiosity flashed in Nagato's eyes, but he didn't say much, just motioned for Konan to continue. Upon seeing this, Konan informed Nagato of the details of this new disciple. When mentioning this new disciple, Zionan's expression became much better, and he even smiled from time to time. Ever since Yahiko's death, the two of them have always looked serious and heavy, and the few conversations they have often been about reminiscing about the past. Looking at the smiling Konan, Nagato was suddenly dazed that he hadn't seen Konan so happy for a long time. Unconsciously, he also smiled. Really, but they are Zabuza's subordinates after all, you still need to ask for his opinion. He won't let go of the special bloodline of ice release easily. If he disagrees, let Tiendeo talk to him, Nagato said in a low voice, revealing his confidence. Zionan nodded silently. Now was struggling to digest the boring basic medical knowledge, and he finally understood the saying that if you persuade people to study medicine, God will strike you down. Fortunately, there is a system panel, so I can add points directly. Now breathed a sigh of relief. After a day and a half, he finally made the skill of basic medical knowledge appear on the system panel. Blood succession limit, ice escape LV2, 1000/10,000, skills swordsmanship LV2, 745/2000, water style ninjutsu LV2, basic medical knowledge LV0, 0/50. Skill points 684. It seems that upgrading these common knowledge will not consume many skill points. System, add points. Now focused her attention on the plus sign behind the basic medical knowledge. It only took 150 skill points to upgrade this skill to level 2. And at the same time, a flood of memories swept through Nao's mind. Now sorted out the knowledge in his mind, and now he had a deeper understanding of the human body. With my current level, I can become a doctor. Now thought secretly. I don't know how is Bai in Rain Village. Now suddenly thought of Bai who stayed in Rain Village. Tsunade kicked the door open, and Shizen stood behind her somewhat embarrassedly. Tsunade came in and saw Nao in a daze. Little boy, what are you thinking about instead of reading a book? Lady Tsunade, I have memorized all these books. When will you teach me real ninjutsu? Nao looked helplessly at Tsunade, who suddenly broke in. Tsunade looked at Nao with suspicion, but did not question her. She coughed lightly and said, let's not talk about this for now. Boy, that you have to have a gift to become a disciple. After staying in the hotel for 2 days, Tsunade couldn't help wanting to go for a gamble, but she had no money, so she naturally thought of the cheap apprentice she had accepted the day before. In a dense forest, Kakuzu's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. He stared at Haydn, who was wearing a black leather jacket and had a domineering look on his face, beside him. Just recently, because he had no idea about Haydn's abilities, he allowed Haydn to easily destroy his precious heart. Haydn naturally noticed Kakuzu's hostile look, but he didn't care at all and even showed a hint of disdain. He put his hands behind his back and muttered in annoyance, Tisk, what's the fuss? I just broke your heart, not your life. Look how scared you are. Who told you to attack me first? Kakuzu was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing this. He glared at Haydn fiercely and snorted coldly. Zabuza, who was walking behind the two of them, ignored their quarrel, but couldn't help recalling what had happened recently. First, he followed Uchiha Itaki and Kisame to complete some difficult tasks, and then he was assigned to recruit new members. This tight schedule left him with almost no free time. And at this moment, when following Kakuzu, you need to be vigilant at all times. This man has a bad record of killing his companions many times. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to Zabuza's mind. I wonder how you are doing now. The image of that young man who always had a gentle smile and was as pure and beautiful as ice and snow appeared in my mind. Thinking of this, Zabuza couldn't help but laugh at himself. Haha, I'm really becoming more and more weak. I'm actually starting to worry about the safety of a tool. However, despite this, his concern for Bai could not be concealed in any way. Just as the two were arguing, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the tree trunk next to them, wrapped in a huge pitcher plant. His appearance seemed to break some kind of balance, making the atmosphere around him tense in an instant. Ju said in his hoarse and low voice, okay, you two stop arguing, the leader has ordered you to return to the base immediately. When Kakuzu heard this, his expression suddenly became even uglier. He frowned and said stiffly, I still need to replenish a heart to restore my strength, but how can I go back now? Let's talk about it after I finish what I want to do. Ju Gan laughed, seemingly not caring about Kakuzu's attitude. He said calmly, well, since you insist so much, you can go and explain to the leader yourself. But I have to remind you that the leader has a bad temper. If you delay your business, the consequences may be very serious. After that, Ju turned around and disappeared into the woods. Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt slightly relieved. After all, being with these two undead monsters was really a bit overwhelming. He touched the two fox face masks in his arms. He had bought two of them casually when he passed through a town before. Kakuzu looked at the direction where Zetsu left, secretly wondering whether to follow the arrangement. He was also aware of his current condition, that if he could not get a new heart in time, his strength would decline. In the end, Kakuzu decided to temporarily put aside his plan to find the heart and return to base first. After all, disobeying the leader's orders is not a fun thing. If you don't go back as soon as possible, you may suffer the consequences. When Haiden saw Kakuzu's grim expression, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about this so-called leader. He approached Kakuzu and asked loudly, hey, what kind of person is this so-called leader? Is he really that powerful? There was a hint of fear in Kakuzu's emerald eyes, as if he was recalling something terrible. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, the GUI is definitely a very terrifying existence. I have witnessed his strength with my own eyes. He is comparable to the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Hearing Kakuzu say this, Zabuza also turned his gaze to him. As a ninja who had also experienced many battles, he naturally knew Kakuzu's strength. It seems that this leader is indeed extraordinary, otherwise he would not make Jiaozi so afraid. However, Feijuan was still full of curiosity about this mysterious leader, and he secretly made up his mind to find a chance to meet this legendary figure in person. A dazzling and mysterious green light flickered in Nao's palms, as if containing endless life force. As time passed, the fish, which had been lying lifeless on the table and on the verge of death, seemed to be injected with a powerful vitality and suddenly began to jump happily. Jingian, who was standing nearby, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but reveal surprise and envy on her face. She stared at Nao with eyes wide open in disbelief and said, it only took 2 or 3 days for you to learn the healing technique. Now, you are a genius. Thinking back to her experience of learning the healing arts, Shizun was filled with emotion. She smiled bitterly and continued, in comparison, it took me several months to barely master the skill. Nao smiled a little embarrassedly. With the help of the system, he learned very quickly. Besides, Nao had already mastered the chakra control ability, which was the most important in medical ninjutsu, early on, so learning a mere sea-level healing technique was naturally easy for him. Of course it's because Sister Shizun taught me well that I can learn so quickly. Shizun smiled. She knew as soon as she heard it that Nao was saving face for her. But who doesn't like a humble and handsome man? While the two were talking, Tsunade, who had left with a box full of money, returned empty-handed. Hostile. Although she lost miserably today, Tsunade was still in a very good mood. After all, it was not her own money that she lost. She was in a good mood, humming a cheerful tune as she swaggered towards the two men. Lady Tsunade, you're back. Seeing this, Shizun hurriedly stood up and greeted Tsunade respectfully. Tsunade just nodded slightly and asked, how is your study going? Nao has successfully mastered the healing technique, Shizun replied. Tsunade was slightly startled after hearing this, and then she carefully looked at Nao, who was sitting beside her with a calm face, and said in surprise, I really didn't expect that you, a little brat, are actually a genius with extraordinary talent. Nao raised the corners of his mouth and laughed softly, thank you for the compliment, Lady Tsunade. Of course, this is all thanks to you. He deliberately put the emphasis on the word you and said the last sentence in a strange tone. However, facing Nao's obviously sarcastic words, Tsunade ignored them and asked directly, little guy, why do you bother to learn medical ninjutsu? Wouldn't it be better to use this time to concentrate on training to improve your own strength? Nao was slightly stunned when he heard Tsunade's question. Ever since he came to this world, his heart has always been filled with an eager desire to improve his strength. Along the way, he has been focusing on how to make himself stronger, but has never really thought about what his future goals are. Tsunade's question was like a sharp sword piercing his heart, causing him to fall into deep thought involuntarily. He thought of the miserable scene of the Water Kingdom, which was once prosperous but now devastated. He recalled the desolation and decay of the Rain Kingdom, as if the entire country was shrouded in endless sorrow. War and tragedy seem to always be the main themes of this world, and innocent people lose their lives every moment. Nao thought silently, heartbreaking scenes flashing through her mind. After a long time, he finally raised his head slowly, staring firmly at Shizun and Tsunade, who were looking curious, and said solemnly, save yourself, your family and friends. And save this world full of suffering, and put an end to all this absurdity. Tsunade didn't expect such an answer. She couldn't help laughing. Just you? Don't be ridiculous. Even the god of ninja couldn't do it. How can you end this chaotic world with just you? He can't do it because he is stupid. The so-called ninja village system is nothing more than amplifying the conflicts between clans and expanding them to between countries. It is an extremely stupid behavior in itself. Now ignored Tsunade's ridicule and said firmly. Tsunade, who was originally laughing, suddenly turned pale when she heard this. She would never allow anyone to insult her great-grandfather. She put away her smile and asked angrily, "What do you know, little brat? This is the best solution." Now smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, "The best way? How ridiculous, you clearly have the power to end the chaos, but you watch all this happen and still foolishly hold on to the naive idea of so-called mutual understanding. Isn't this stupid?" Veins popped up on Tsunade's forehead, and she clenched her fists tightly, as if she wanted to crush them. Shizen stood aside, looking at the two people in a tense confrontation, feeling at a loss. Her intuition told her that now was not wrong, but facing the furious Tsunade, she still seemed a little at a loss as to what to do. Shizen looked at Tsunade worriedly, and quickly glanced at Now, signaling him to stop talking. Tsunade knew that what Now said was true. She had witnessed her boyfriend and brother die on the battlefield, and knew the cruelty and helplessness of war. However, when Now spoke rudely to her relatives, she found it difficult to bear the humiliation. Although her heart was filled with rage, Tsunade still tried to control her emotions and questioned Now in a stern tone, "What about you? How can you, a brat who can only talk big and speak wildly, understand how difficult it is to get all this? I only know that the major ninja villages have evil intentions and are always thinking about how to provoke wars to gain benefits and wantonly spread the war to the ninja world. I will end them in my own way," Now said emotionally. Now stared closely at the furious Tsunade in front of her, and saw her huge breasts rising and falling rhythmically with her heavy breathing. Faced with such an angry Tsunade, Now did not dare to relax at all. She was fully alert and ready to deal with possible attacks at any time. Tsunade stared at the determined young man in front of her, and in a trance she saw the former rope trees standing in front of her. They were all so stubborn and unyielding. For a moment, Tsunade was overwhelmed with thoughts and suddenly fell into silence. I don't know when, but tears began to well up on the edges of those beautiful eyes. Then, Tsunade swung her hand violently, threw a scroll towards Now, and snorted coldly, "Okay, let me see how capable you are, you ignorant boy." Before she finished her words, she turned around and walked away, leaving Now standing there alone. Zionin told the two of them to wait for her here yesterday. Bai looked timidly at Hydrangea, who had a smile on her face. "Hydrangea, is it really okay to go see Mr. Conan dressed like this?" At this moment, Bai was wearing a light pink long dress. The cut of the skirt perfectly outlined his slender figure, and the hem of the skirt gently brushed the ground like blooming petals. His long, silky hair fell naturally behind him, fluttering gently in the breeze. Every strand of hair seems to have been carefully groomed, without a trace of clutter, appearing particularly elegant and charming. Hydrangea put her hands on Bai's shoulders. She looked at the shy and nervous Bai and smiled, "Very beautiful, Bai. Trust my taste. Lord Zionin will definitely like it too." Bai and Hydrangea waited here for a while the two chatted. Suddenly, a lot of origami appeared, and these origami slowly gathered into the shape of Zionin. Conan frowned. Nagato's weak physical condition had always made her very worried, but every time she suggested finding a way to treat him, Nagato would always refuse on the grounds that he had enough time to hold on until the plan was completed. Zionin came back to her senses and looked at Bai, who was wearing a pink dress in front of her. There was a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, and her originally somewhat irritable heart seemed to be suddenly comforted a little. She smiled slightly. "Bai, you look very beautiful in this dress." When Bai heard Zionin's praise, a blush appeared on his face. He was originally a little shy, but now a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This dress was a gift given to him by Hydrangea when he was shopping with her. He was a little reluctant at first, but with Hydrangea's praise and encouragement, he reluctantly accepted her kindness and put on the clothes. Hydrangea couldn't help showing a proud expression when she heard Zionin's praise. "Is that right, Master Zionin? I picked this for Bai myself." Zionin patted their heads. She looked at them lovingly and said, Okay, let's stop here and get down to business." She turned her head and looked at the happy Bai and said, "Change your clothes so they don't get dirty." Hydrangea and Bai smiled at each other, and Bai changed into his previous clothes again. Hydrangea is the animal path in the later 6 paths of pain, also known as the Lolita path. She possesses a very high talent for spiritualism, and because she admires Conan very much, she imitated Conan's paper style technique and developed some more special techniques such as the opening technique. In the original work, she did not have the opportunity to receive personal teaching from Conan because she accepted Bai as her apprentice and the Rain Village really lacked the backbone forces that could be used. So Zionin also brought the Hydrangeas with her, and let Bai communicate with people of the same age. After Now left the Rain Village alone, Conan saw that Bai was a little lonely, so she asked Hydrangea to keep Bai company. Konan gave some of her own suggestions based on the abilities of the two. Konan, who was able to create his own paper-style technique, naturally also possessed extremely high ninjutsu development capabilities. Bai and Hydrangea both benefited greatly from some of the advice she gave. Konan looked at the two people who were developing ninjutsu based on the idea she proposed, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth. Hydrangea wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had always admired Zionin, and now she had received his attention as she wished. She couldn't help but feel happy. Bai walked up to Konan and summoned up the courage to ask, "Teacher Konan, how long will it take for Zabuza-san and his brother to come back?" "Zabuza should be on his way back, and he should be back to Rain Village in 2 or 3 days. As for now, I don't know either." Konan shook her head and said slowly. Bai showed a hint of joy on his face when he heard this. Since joining Akatsuki, he has only met Zabuza once. In a dark forest, a man wearing a forehead protector from the Uegakure village looked frivolously at a guy in front of him wearing a faceless mask and a black windbreaker. There was a very conspicuous scratch on his forehead, revealing his identity as a traitor. Another wandering ninja looking for death. The man had a tough face, but his eyes were very narrow, ruining his originally tough face. A hint of scarlet flashed in his narrow eyes. "The one who wants to kill you." The person who came was now. Tsunade and Shizen never came back after they left that day. Now also knew Tsunade's tempered. He thought he was going to be beaten that day, so he naturally left tactfully. During this period, now not only practiced medical ninjutsu, but also took on many missions. One of them is to hunt down the man in front of him, a traitor ninja from the Uegakure village named Kuroda Shunsuk. Kuroda Shunsuk sneered, "Very courageous, but it's not certain who will take whose life." The man kicked his feet, took the initiative and rushed towards Now, who was not far away. The man's speed was as fast as lightning, and he crossed a distance of dozens of meters in an instant like a phantom. The ninja's sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed towards Now's neck. However, Now stood firmly in place, with no fear on his face. He had chosen this opponent on purpose and was already prepared. Kuroda, an elite jonin from the Uegakure village, is renowned for his superb swordsmanship. Now knows this well, but is eager to hone his skills by fighting such a powerful foe. After all, in the ninja world, there are not many people who can truly be called masters of swordsmanship. Although Now has made some progress in swordsmanship, she has not been able to make a bigger breakthrough due to the lack of opponents of equal strength. Facing the man's fierce attack, Now put her hands together, and in the blink of an eye, an extremely sharp ice blade condensed in her hands. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding, and the flying sparks brought a glimmer of light in the silent night. Now bent her body and accurately blocked the man's powerful sword. Looking at the ice blade that now suddenly condensed, a hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, and his originally relaxed expression became solemn. "Ice release bloodline, interesting," the man muttered in a low voice. Because the man was tall, he held the back of the knife from above and pressed the tip of the knife towards Now's face. Now dodged and stepped back, slashing at the man with her sword. The man raised his knife to block Now's oncoming attack. After 2 head-on collisions, Now felt both of his hands holding the knife go slightly numb. The man felt the force from the knife decrease, and he vaguely realized that his opponent was not strong. He stopped trying and immediately launched an impenetrable slash towards Now. Now danced the ice blade tightly, and although his strength was not as good as the sturdy man in front of him, the super perception brought by his mind's eye allowed him to barely block the man's blade. The man's strikes became faster and faster, but he slowly discovered that Now's defense was becoming more and more relaxed. "Are you treating me as a whetstone, damn guy?" he cursed in his heart. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Now, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he pretended not to notice Now's intention and continued attacking. The man suddenly exerted force to press Now under him, then suddenly held the knife in one hand and condensed the chakra in the other hand. Now suddenly felt a chill on his back. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly stepped back, but the man did not give him the chance. The man shouted, "Earth escape, rock fist technique." As he finished his words, Kuroda's left hand formed a huge fist as hard as rock in the blink of an eye. This fist, with unparalleled power, smashed heavily towards Now in front of him. Faced with such a fierce attack, Now had no time to dodge. There was a ruthlessness in his eyes, and instead of dodging, he slashed at the man's arm with his knife. The sharp ice blade drew a wave of air in the air and slashed the man's arm fiercely. Kuroda Shunsuk looked at the crazy Now in disbelief. He had to reluctantly turn the direction of his rock fist and hit Now's hand holding the knife. The sharp blade cut a wound deep enough to see the bone on Kuroda's dark arm, and he was blown away by the powerful force, sliding forward for dozens of meters before slowly stopping. Now looked very embarrassed at this moment. His hand holding the knife was shaking slightly, and a layer of crumbling ice armor appeared on his body at some point. Now was still frightened, and at the critical moment he condensed a layer of ice armor to block most of the force for him. Before Now could catch her breath, Kuroda rushed out from the rising smoke like a mad beast, and the blood flowing from his arm dyed half of his body red. Looking at the miserable Kuroda, Now wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. Fortunately, the bet was right. One of his hands was crippled, so he can't use ninjutsu, and his best swordsmanship has also been compromised. Kuroda covered his arm, holding back the pain that he concentrated his chakra into his hand and used earth-style, earth-splitting palm, a strong shockwave toward the ground in front of now layer by layer, and now hurriedly dragged her body in severe pain to hide aside. We were careless. Does this guy really want to live? After saying that, Kuroda turned around and ran away. He didn't want to fight anymore. For a traitor ninja like him, he not only has to face the pursuit of some profit-driven wandering ninjas, but also has to be careful about the pursuit of the Umbu of the original ninja village. If we continue to fight, even if we can win, we will be dead if we are chased and hunted down. The devastated land blocked Nao's sight, and when he looked for Kuroda again, he had disappeared without a trace. You run pretty fast, but can you escape? Nao followed the direction of the bloodstain, and her figure kept moving through the woods. At the same time, the emerald green chakra had surged in his hands, continuously healing his body, which was the reason why he dared to exchange injuries for injuries. Soon Kuroda's figure appeared in Nao's sight again. How could he escape from Nao's clutches when one of his arms was almost broken? Kuroda looked at Nao, who was chasing him with some despair and disbelief. How could she be intact after being hit by his punch? Nao waved her arms, and suddenly dozens of ice spikes condensed around her and shot forward. Kuroda blocked some of the ice spikes with one hand, and the remaining ice spikes pierced his body firmly. Kuroda groaned and fell to the ground weakly. Nao approached Kuroda's body carefully, and just when he was about to give him another icy spike, Kuroda suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Nao. His whole body dyed crimson with blood. Nao dodged Kuroda's weak sword by leaning to the side, and the sword flashed, and an icy blade beheaded Kuroda with one blow. One day later, in a hotel, Nao was lying on the bed, with many parts of her body wrapped in bandages. After killing Kuroda Shunsuke, he rested in this hotel for a day and had no time to treat his wounds. By now, Nao has been away from Rain Village for several months. During this period, he experienced a lot, including several thrilling battles, walking on the edge of life and death. In return, he naturally gained a large number of skill points. Blood Succession Limit, Ice Escape LV2, 1460/10,000, Skills Sword Technique LV2, 1236/2000, Water Style Ninjutsu LV2, Healing Technique LV2, Palm Technique LV1, Killing Aura LV3. Skill points, 3,125. Looking at the large number of skill points on the panel, Nao couldn't help but smile a little. The corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK. It's finally time to reap the rewards. I haven't been back for a long time. I'll return to Rain Village after I exchange the bounty. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Nao's eyes. Although she is free outside, she will inevitably feel lonely after a long time. Shiro and Zabuza are Nao's only relatives and friends in this world. Nao fell into thinking, what gift should I bring to Shiro? As for Zabuza's gift, Nao plans to find a piece of chakra metal, and then try to find a craftsman in the land of craftsmen to recast the beheading sword. After all, the function of the beheading sword is really useless, and the setting of sucking blood to restore the blade is too weak. The effect of a good sword on a ninja's strength is obvious. Although both are members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, there is a huge gap in strength between Kisame and Zabuza. Of course, it is partly due to the difference in their own talents, but the benefit that Samehada brings to Kisame is not a little bit. Nao shook her head. The most urgent thing is to upgrade the swordsmanship. Give me some points on the panel. Nao's mind was on the plus after the sword technique. Unlike the previous feelings, this time Nao suddenly felt a sharp pain that penetrated deep into her bones. Nao groaned and almost screamed. His skin began to turn red and beads of sweat kept oozing from his forehead. It was unknown how long it took for the severe pain to slowly subside. A special feeling lingered in Nao's heart, and Nao condensed an ice blade. Holding the ice blade, Nao felt that the blade in his hand was like an extension of his arm. He swung the blade lightly, and a light blue blade light flew out. After flying a few meters, it left a shallow cut on the wall of the hotel. Nao carefully felt the changes brought about by this upgrade. After a long time, Nao dispersed the ice blade. Is it similar to the realm of the swordsman in One Piece, where one can feel the breath of all things and be able to cut through iron? In addition, the perception ability has also been greatly enhanced. Nao folded her hands in front of her chest, adapting to the new state. At the same time, he felt his body was very light, and Nao untied the bandage. The previously injured areas were exposed, and the exposed skin had returned to normal, with some previous scars having long since disappeared. While improving my physical fitness, it also repaired my wounds and some previous hidden injuries. Nao looked at the smooth skin and was somewhat amazed at the power of the system. He clenched his fists, and abundant power flowed through his body. I'm afraid my physical fitness is now comparable to that of a jonin who specializes in physical skills, and with the improvement of my physical strength, my chakra has also increased by almost 1/3. Nao smiled slightly, and her long wait finally paid off at this moment. Nao suddenly thought with a smirk on her face, I don't know how many chakras I have now. Blood Succession Limit, Ice Escape LV2, 1460/10,000, Skills Sword Technique LV3, 0/10,000, Water-Based Ninjutsu LV2, Healing Technique LV2, Palm Technique LV1, Killing Aura LV3. Skill points, 2,361. Now looked at the remaining skill points on the panel, and suddenly she felt a kind of happy worry. Let's keep the rest for now. After all, it's not enough to upgrade Ice Escape, and the other skills won't improve my strength much either, Now thought. After packing up her things, Now set out on the journey home. Now came to the underground money exchange with ease, and was received by the bald man again. Now took Kuroda's body out of the scroll, and his headless body and his head suddenly appeared in the dim underground gold exchange. After a careful check, the bald man pulled out the bounty list. Kuroda Shunsuk, S-rank trader from Iwagakure village, bounty of 12 million taels, no problem. Lord Black Fang is indeed powerful, he was able to kill an S-rank rebel ninja. He flattered her in a flattering tone that Now said hoarsely under the faceless mask on her face, "How is the chakra metal I asked you to find out?" The bald man said with some embarrassment, "I did find out, but the price is a bit high. For a piece of chakra metal that is slightly larger than a fist, the price is 28 million taels. Now didn't say much. It's good that you found it. The bounty I didn't claim before is enough to pay for it. Get it as soon as possible, I'll give you a week, and the rest will be your hard work fee." The bald man couldn't help but look happy when he heard this. "Thank you, sir, I will do it as soon as possible." Now quickly turned around and left. Every time she came here, she had to hold her breath for several minutes. It's really unbearable, and I don't know how the corners can endure it. Now, wearing a long windbreaker as black as ink, stood quietly on the edge of the mountain. The night wind blew gently, ruffling his slightly messy hair and making it fly wildly. Thinking of Uchiha Obito, Now couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear in the depths of her eyes that was hard to conceal. In addition to improving his own survival ability, one of the important goals of his painstaking practice of medical ninjutsu is to heal Nagato and free Akatsuki from Uchiha Obito's control. To some extent, the life and death crisis that he encountered when he first traveled through time could be attributed to Uchiha Obito. In fact, if he hadn't created the Bloody Mist Village and the Hidden Mist Village to take revenge on the Hidden Mist Village, which led to frequent wars in the Water Country and rebellions of the bloodline families, this kind of thing would not have happened. If Uchiha Obito knew that he had the ability to heal Nagato, then there is no doubt that he would do everything he could to eliminate this potential threat. You know, a Nagato with a healthy body and the Rinnegan is not someone that Uchiha Obito can easily contend with. It is no exaggeration to say that in this era, Nagato is the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. This will inevitably disrupt Uchiha Obito's original plan, and he will definitely find a way to deal with Now. Wearing a conical hat, Now looked at the Rain Village right in front of her and felt as if she was in another world. The changes are quite big. This architectural style is unique in the ninja world. Now adjusted the hat on her head and stepped into the Rain Village. Now felt the raindrops falling on his body, and he keenly sensed the very weak chakra contained in them. After my perception is enhanced, can I sense chakra? Now thought for a moment. Before, his mind and eyes could only sense the dangerous aura, so even though he knew that this was Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique, he could not sense the chakra contained in it. In the Rain Village, Nagato suddenly felt a familiar chakra fluctuation. This chakra aura reminded him of Now, whom Konan had once mentioned. Such a huge amount of chakra is enough to rival that of a formal member. There was a hint of astonishment on Nagato's face. You know, at this age he could possess such powerful chakra, and the only one who could rival him was probably Uchiha Itachi. After pondering for a moment, Nagato decided to manipulate the heaven's path to find Konan, who was in the village. At this moment, Zionin was standing in the village, quietly admiring this vibrant village. After months of hard work and development, the streets of Rain Village have been completely transformed, and a number of metal towers and houses have been built in various places. The drizzle fell gently on Zionin's purple hair. The wet hair adhered tightly to her soft and beautiful cheeks, making her look more charming and attractive. The corners of Konan's mouth slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. "Yahiko, your dream, Nagato, and I will definitely help you realize it." Nagato looked at Konan in the rain through pain, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. A complicated smile appeared on his pale face. The Akatsuki organization, which had once been led by Yahiko and adhered to the concept of mutual understanding, had not changed anything. Instead, they were feared by ambitious people and were slaughtered. Now that he and Konan have seized the Rain Village by force, they have actually changed the Rain Village and fulfilled their childhood dream. It's really ironic that in this cruel world, force is the ultimate factor that determines everything. Nagato sighed slightly. Zionin retracted his attention after noticing Tiendeo's arrival. He turned to look at Tiendeo and asked, "What's wrong?" Tiendeo said in a cold voice without any emotion, "Someone broke into the Rain Village. It should be the Now you mentioned before." Zionin became curious when she heard that. After not seeing her for a long time, she was very curious about what Now had done. "I understand. I'll go meet him." Zionin nodded. "His chakra amount has increased a lot, enough to meet the standard of a formal member. You can try to invite him to officially join the Akatsuki organization. Zabuza happens to have no partner yet. Since he brought the person here, you can team up with him." Konan couldn't believe what she heard. A few months ago, she had personally tested Nao's strength, and she found that Nao had improved so much in just a few months. Although Konan found it a little hard to believe, she believed that Nagato's judgment would not be wrong. Origami condensed into a pair of huge wings, and Conan flew to where Now was. In a quiet little shop, Now sat quietly at the dining table, waiting for something. The table was filled with a variety of exquisite delicacies, all of which were unique flavors from the land of rain. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was gently pushed open and a figure walked in. Conan stood at the door, her eyes immediately falling on Now. She walked straight towards Now, her clothes were soaked by the rain, and water droplets were sliding down her purple hair. Now raised her head and looked at Conan in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a brilliant smile. Long time no see, teacher Zionin, that you are still so beautiful and charming. Hearing Now's words, Conan's cheeks flushed slightly. Over the years, few people have spoken to her like this. Even when her former partner Yahiko was alive, he rarely praised her in this way, let alone the taciturn Nagato. Zionin rolled her eyes at Now shyly and said in a low voice, "You are so disrespectful. After going out for a few months, you have learned to speak sweet words." Even though she was scolding Now, a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. This smile seemed to dispel the strangeness brought about by months of separation, and instantly brought the distance between the two closer. Then Zionin looked at the boy, or rather young man, in front of him with some complexity. In a few months it will be Now's 14th birthday, which is considered a young adult for a ninja. Although she had not been with Now for a long time, Now still left a deep impression on her. Compared with the immaturity a few months ago, Now's face had lost some of its childishness. The aura is also more mature, like a sharp sword. It seems that he has experienced a lot in these days, Zionin thought. Now scratched her head and looked at Zionin a little embarrassedly. Is this true? I dare not exaggerate. Conan looked at Now unhappily. Where have you been these past few months? There's not even any news from you. Shiro often asks about your whereabouts. Now paused. I have completed a lot of missions in the past few months, which helped me hone my skills and learn some medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Who did you learn it from? Conan asked with some confusion. At the same time, Conan's heart moved, and she suddenly thought of Nagato's body that was tortured by illness. Maybe she could let Now try to see if she could cure Nagato, even if it could only relieve his pain a little. I met Tsunade-sama by chance on the way. She had lost all her money gambling. I spent some money. He promised to teach me medical ninjutsu. Now replied with a smile. Hearing this, Conan's mind suddenly flashed back to the time when she and Tsunade first met. At that time, she was just an orphan with no one to rely on, wandering around with Nagato and Yahiko. Tsunade had just been awarded the title of 3 ninjas. I didn't expect that Tsunade would be mentioned in this way again. Looking at Now, who was smiling and talking about her past experiences easily and freely, Conan couldn't help feeling a little distressed in her eyes. You have to know that behind the seemingly calm surface, there are often unknown hardships and difficulties hidden. However, who can truly understand these? Conan began to hesitate whether she should follow Nagato's advice and invite Now to join the Akatsuki organization. After careful consideration, she finally decided to wait a few days before making a decision. After all, this matter was of great importance and required long-term consideration. Now looked at Conan, who was hesitant to speak, and she knew in her heart that the other party had something to say, but she didn't know how to start. He slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and stared at Zionin, as if waiting for her to break the silence. In fact, Now had already vaguely guessed what Conan wanted to express, and this was one of the reasons why he returned this time. Finally, Now decided to take the initiative and said softly, "Teacher Conan, what's the matter?" Zionin's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of hesitation in his words. "Well, nothing special, it's just I missed you very much. You can go to the training ground to find him." After saying that, Now noticed Conan's concerns and understood that she might have something to hide. However, he did not choose to continue asking questions, but respected Zionin's wishes. So he smiled and said goodbye to Zionin, then turned and left the restaurant. Looking at Now's back getting farther and farther away, Zionin couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. In a large and empty training ground, Zabuza leaned quietly against a huge iron pillar, with a shadow covering his upper body. Zabuza's eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something important. His fingers gently stroked the 2 exquisite fox masks in his arms, and he secretly wondered how to start the conversation. Why hasn't that little brat Now come back yet? Zabuza muttered to himself. Before this, Now had some contact with him. A few days ago, he learned that Now was about to return, and he had been planning to wait for him to come back and send the 2 masks together. Just then, a slight sound was heard in the training ground. It turned out that Bai Zhang was concentrating on practicing various ninjutsu. His little face was covered with sweat from hard work, but his eyes were full of determination and concentration. In the past few days, he has been trying to develop some ice-style ninjutsu, and the training ground is filled with tiny ice crystals. Suddenly, Zabuza keenly sensed a familiar breath. He immediately turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the training ground. Sure enough, not long after, Now appeared there. Zabuza is proficient in silent killing techniques and has a keen sense of murderous intent. He could clearly feel a faint murderous aura emanating from Now. The corners of his mouth, which were tightly wrapped in bandages, slightly raised, outlining an imperceptible arc. It seems that this kid has gained a lot from this outing. As Now gradually approached, a hint of admiration flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Now looked at Zabuza leaning against the iron pillar and Haku in the training ground, and whispered, "Haku, Mr. Zabuza, I'm back." Bai was surprised when he heard his brother's voice and flew into Nao's arms. "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Bai looked at Nao, whose temperament had changed, with some excitement. Nao caught Bai and patted his head lovingly. Okay, I'm back now. Look at the gift I bought for you." Nao pulled out a box from her bosom. Bai took the box and opened it slowly. Inside was a blue and white flower patterned hairpin with fine workmanship. Bai looked at the gift in the box, a blush appeared on her face, and she whispered thank you. Nao looked at the shy Shiro and smiled. Then he turned his gaze to Zabuza, who was standing beside him. "Mr. Zabuza has one too." Nao throws a scroll at Zabuza. Zabuza's face froze when he heard this. He had never received a gift before. Growing up in the cruel policy of the Blood Mist village, he thought that he would never receive a gift from others in his life. Zabuza took the scroll and silenced. He was silent for a while. "I don't need gifts. They are too childish." Then, as if to throw the scroll back, Nao looked at Zabuza, who was speaking insincerely, and said helplessly, "Open it and have a look, Mr. Zabuza. This is something I prepared specially for you." Zabuza didn't say anything when he heard this, but his body honestly opened the scroll. As the white smoke dissipated, Zabuza felt the heavy and cold chakra metal in his hand, revealing a hint of surprise. Chakra metal is extremely rare, and such a piece would cost tens of millions at least. "I don't need chakra metal, a beheading sword is enough." Zabuza was a little confused why Nao chose chakra metal as a gift. After all, he already had a beheading sword. "Mr. Zabuza, don't you think the beheading sword is too weak? What I mean is to add chakra metal to it and let the craftsmen of the land of craftsmen recast it. Isn't that how the first 7 ninja swords came about?" Nao said slowly. Zabuza frowned. The beheading sword that he had worked so hard to obtain was useless. He subconsciously wanted to refute the other party, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. When he teamed up with Kisame before, he also saw Kisame take action with his own eyes. The ability of Samehada is indeed stronger than that of the beheading sword. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a large part of the difference in strength between the two is due to the ninja swords. Zabuza thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he accepted the chakra metal. Zabuza nodded slightly. "You have a point. The beheading sword is indeed a little weak. It does not improve my strength much. This piece of chakra metal cost you a lot of money, right?" Thinking of this, Zabuza suddenly felt emotional. The 2 people he had intentionally taken in had grown to such a level. Nao was slightly relieved when he saw Zabuza accept the chakra metal. After all, Zabuza's strength was indeed a little weak compared to the people in the Akatsuki organization. If Zabuza was not strengthened, he felt that Zabuza would be finished one day. Hearing Zabuza's question, Nao waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's not much money, as long as Mr. Zabuza is satisfied." Zabuza took out the 2 fox masks, which he bought at a temple fair when he passed by River Country a few days ago. He bought the 2 masks without knowing this. He just thought they would look good on Shiro and Nao. Zabuza handed the mask to Shiro and Nao in front of him. Nao took the black fox mask with some surprise. "I didn't expect that Mr. Zabuza is still so childish," Nao thought secretly as Bai took over what was obviously a female half-face fox mask with many bright red patterns painted on it. Bai immediately put the white fox mask on his face. "Mr. Zabuza, does it look good?" Seeing that Bai couldn't wait to put on the mask, Nao reluctantly put on the black mask as well. Zabuza looked at Bai and Nao wearing masks in front of him, and said unnaturally, "It suits you very well." After saying this, Zabuza fled from the training grounds, so fast that only his back was left behind. The scarlet blood moon emitted an eerie red light, covering the entire earth. Uchiha Obito looked at the weird blood moon and smiled slightly behind the mask. "Nagato has picked a good time. The blood moon is in the sky, and the Akatsuki organization will gather here tonight." Hei on the side looked at the bloody sky in despair and laughed sinisterly. "Madara, the kid next to Zabuza, has also joined the Akatsuki organization." Obito was slightly stunned. "That brat named Nao." "Well, he left the Rain Village for a while, and when he came back, Konan invited him to join the Akatsuki organization." Black Zetsu spoke in a hoarse voice. "It seems that Nagato still doesn't trust you. Do we need to get rid of that brat? That kid has very sharp perceptions," and Bai Zetsu didn't find out any specific information. He only knew that he possessed the ice release bloodline. Obito stroked the pattern on the mask on his face and whispered, "I never thought he would trust me. As long as he believes in the Mooneye project, the result will be the same. As for now, doesn't he have a younger brother? He's just another Uchiha Itachi. Even if he's a genius, he will still be controlled by me." Obito clenched his palms, as if everything was under his control. Black Zetsu nodded as well. "I'm leaving now. Nagato is here." The crimson moonlight was bright and clear, as if dyed with blood, and scattered among the silent mountains and forests. In a hidden cave, a group of figures wearing black windbreakers with red clouds are gathering here. How dare you insult the evil god? I will kill you, you bastard. Feijuan stared at Deidara in front of him with his eyes wide open, anger flashing in his eyes. Deidara responded with contempt, what a bullshit evil god, I don't believe in it, I only believe in my art, if you have the guts, come at me. Some small white spiders appeared in his hands, ready to let Haydn taste his art. The Akatsuki members standing by were watching the confrontation with great interest. Kakuzu shook his head helplessly, feeling a bit troubled by the quarrel between the two guys. Especially that Feijuan, who always keeps asking others whether they believe in evil gods, which is simply asking for trouble. Now, on the other hand, stood in the crowd, observing everything with curiosity. A few days ago, he took the initiative to find Konan and expressed his desire to join the Akatsuki organization. Originally, Konan was a little worried about how to invite Nao to join the Akatsuki organization, so she immediately agreed to Nao's request. At this moment, Nao was wearing the same Akatsuki uniform as everyone else. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the newly joined Nao with some surprise, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi standing aside. I didn't expect that the kid besides Zabuza also joined Akatsuki. Mr. Itachi, it seems he is a lot like you. Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting on the stone in deep thought with some amusement. Uchiha Itachi immediately looked at Nao when he heard this. He had met Nao once when he was recruiting Zabuza. At that time, Nao protected by tightly behind her, which left some impression on him. Being invited to join the Akatsuki organization, it seems that he is quite capable. Uchiha Itachi did not answer Kisame, but just made a faint comment. Kisame looked at Zabuza, who was standing next to Nao with a complicated expression that he felt a little confused at what was the truth he had been looking for. After joining Akatsuki, Kisame suddenly discovered that there were many people like him in the organization. He killed his companions and superiors, Uchiha Itachi wiped out his entire clan, and Zabuza killed all his classmates. 3 people with bloody hands gathered here. In this false world, he felt a lot more real. Nao was keenly aware of Uchiha Itachi's gaze, and he walked up to him without showing any weakness and looked him in the eye. However, after just a moment, the two of them looked away tacitly, as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Itachi, how many cards do you have left? Nao was deeply afraid of Uchiha Itachi. The Tatsuka sword, the Yasakami, the Koda Amatsukami, Uchiha Itachi's methods were endless and no one knew how many cards he had left. Just at this moment, a cool breeze blew into the cave, making everyone present shiver. The originally tense atmosphere in the cave became even more solemn because of the cool breeze, and everyone in the Akatsuki organization turned their eyes to the outside of the cave. At this moment, except for Haydn and Deidara, who were still confronting each other, everyone else was silent. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Kakuzu could no longer suppress his inner irritation and shouted, "That's enough, both of you, stop arguing, the leader is here." As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, although Haydn and Deidara were unwilling, they still reluctantly restrained their hostility. In particular, the curious Faden couldn't wait to look outside the cave. After all, he had already been very interested in the mysterious leader that even Kakuzu was afraid of. Tiendeo and Zionin walked into the dark cave, and everyone immediately turned their eyes to Tiendeo with orange hair. "I am Pain, a god," Tiendeo said coldly. The members of Akatsuki had different expressions. Those who had seen Pain's strength naturally felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. Haydn was a little disappointed. "What, this is the leader, he doesn't look that great." Tendu immediately turned his gaze to the jumping Haydn, and gently raised a hand. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying repulsive force spread outward from the heavenly Deo. Feijuan suddenly felt a strong repulsive force, and his body flew backwards. With a bang, gravel flew everywhere and Feijuan hit the stone wall hard that he coughed up a few drops of blood. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." Feijuan cried miserably, and soon stood up as if nothing had happened. "Now, no one you have doubts, right?" Tiendeo made a cold voice, as if the entire space was frozen. "The members of Akatsuki are all unruly. If they don't show their true strength, I'm afraid these people will not surrender easily." They all had distinct personalities and were difficult to tame, but Nagato knew that only absolute force could make them submit. Tiendeo looked around and confirmed that no one raised any more objections. He then turned his gaze to Zionin beside him and said, "Zionin, let me introduce this new member to everyone." Konan followed Tendu's gaze, then looked at Nao, who was standing nearby. She understood that the so-called newcomer was undoubtedly Nao, a ninja who masters the art of ice escape, and also my apprentice. Konan introduced briefly. However, the Akatsuki members didn't seem to care too much about the arrival of this new member. Their thoughts were still on the powerful strength that Tiendeo had just displayed. They were completely immersed in it, and the introduction of Nao just went in one ear and out the other. For those who are accustomed to speaking with strength, the joining of a new member is not enough to arouse their much interest unless the new member can prove that he or she has sufficient strength and value. After all, Nao doesn't have any famous achievements, so it's normal that no one cares about her. Only Kakuzu was slightly shaken. He said in a deep voice, "Then it seems that the ice release ninja who has been active near the Land of Fire in recent months is you." Nao did some bounty missions in the Land of Fire, and inevitably left some traces. Kakuzu, who has been hanging around in underground gold exchange houses for many years, has naturally heard about this information. Senior Kakuzu is well informed. That person is me. Now nodded, her tone calm, but her eyes revealed a hint of determination and confidence. Now frowned slightly, a trace of doubt in her heart. That gaze seemed to be there and not there. He subconsciously turned his head, trying to find the source of the sight. However, all that came into view was emptiness. So that's it. Is it? Uchiha Obito now whispered to herself. Akatsuki has assembled. Nagato controlled Tendu and announced to everyone in his low and majestic voice. Standing in front of him was a group of S-rank rebel ninjas wearing black robes with red clouds on a black background. They were Konan, Hitake, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zabuza, Nao, and Zetsu. Each one exudes a powerful and unique aura. Everyone has their own situation and their own ambitions, so we gathered here. Tiendeo continued, his eyes sweeping over everyone. These people came from different places, some were once traders of the ninja village, and some were loners abandoned by the world. But they all have extraordinary strength and a secret past. Next we will launch a formal operation, targeting all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. This will be a difficult battle, so it requires the joint efforts of 10 of us. Tiendeo stretched out his hand. No failure allowed. His voice revealed firm determination. After saying that, Tiendeo turned around and led everyone out of the dim cave. On a peaceful and tranquil lake, now stood quietly in the middle of the lake, lowering his head slightly and touching the water with his toes. At this moment, something amazing happened. A biting chill quickly spread out with Now as the center. This cold air was like a surging wave, sweeping across the entire lake in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the originally sparkling lake water actually condensed into extremely hard ice. The fish in the lake, the water plants and all the surrounding creatures are frozen in this cold world, and time seems to have stopped at this moment. But Now still stood steadily on the ice, and the aura emanating from him made people shudder. The sunlight reflected on the ice surface, creating a dazzling glow, making the scene beautiful and mysterious like a dream. Now panted slightly. The consumption of chakra is a bit high. It seems that this move can't be used as a regular method. Now fell into deep thought as she watched the scene in front of her. Her swordsmanship had improved to level 3, but her ice escape technique was still a long way off. Blood succession limit, ice escape LV2, 1780/10,000, skills, sword technique LV3, 46/10,000, features, mind's eye, rhythm of all things, water-based ninjutsu LV2, healing technique LV2, palm technique LV1, killing aura LV3. Skill points, 2,874. Now looked at the system panel somewhat helplessly. He also discovered that the improvement of ice escape was different from ordinary skills. The experience required for LV2 ice escape was almost the same as that for LV3 swordsmanship. After such a long period of exploration, Now roughly understood the basis for the system's level division. LV1 is Genin, LV2 is Elite Chunin, LV3 is Elite Jonin, and the bloodline limit is one level higher than ordinary skills. In order to possess the strength of an Elite Jonin, one only needs to reach level 3 in one skill, but Now relied on the superposition of 2 Elite Jonin level abilities to barely reach the threshold of cage level. As the total amount of chakra increases further, the use of ice escape no longer needs to be as careful as before. So, Now began to plan to build a new combat system. After all, his past fighting style was indeed a bit thin, and he had never been able to successfully achieve the perfect fusion of ice escape and swordsmanship. Just as Now was lost in thought, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, the terrifying signature ninjutsu of the Raikage in the original work, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. This idea made Nao's eyes light up. Maybe I can think deeply in this direction and try to create a unique ninjutsu. He began to think carefully. This kind of ninjutsu does not need to rely on the powerful strengthening effect of the lightning chakra mode on the body, but to find a way to cover the cold air steadily on the surface of the body. As his thoughts gradually became clearer, Now became more determined. However, the development of ninjutsu is not something that can be achieved overnight, and at this moment there are more urgent things waiting for Now to complete. So he turned around and left without hesitation, heading towards a new journey. It turns out that the task of hunting down the organization's traitor Orochimaru fell on Nao's shoulders. This task was originally assigned to Scorpion of the Red Sand. After all, Orochimaru was his former companion and he was more familiar with Orochimaru. Now, the task has been handed over to Nao and Zabuza, and his purpose is naturally to reach a cooperation with Orochimaru. Nao was very interested in both the knowledge of forbidden techniques that Orochimaru possessed and the Hashirama cells in his hands. Orochimaru will go to the water country to take in Kagaya Kimimaro. At this time, the Kagaya clan has not yet rebelled. As long as we go to the water country and wait, we will be able to find Orochimaru's trace. The land of water, the hidden mist village. Her long brown hair fell softly behind her, with 2 strands of bangs hanging down and crossing in front of her chest. The blue mesh dress highlights her proud figure even more charmingly. She is none other than the future Mizukage of the hidden mist village, Mei Terumi. A trace of distress flashed across Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes. In recent days, she had received intelligence that the Kagaya clan was preparing for a rebellion. Seeing the power of the hidden mist village being continuously weakened, Mai Terumi felt a little uncomfortable. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. She had already made some judgments about Yagura's behavior. She boldly speculated that the fourth Mizukage might be controlled by an illusion. Seeing the bloodline families rebelling one after another, Mai Terumi decided not to hesitate any longer and took immediate action to verify her guess. Mai Terumi glanced at Ching beside her and said, "Ching, get ready for action." Ching was a little surprised when he heard this. "Lady Terumi Mai, isn't it too hasty to act now?" Mai Terumi narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. After the Kagaya clan rebels, the protection around the fourth Mizukage will definitely be weakened. Besides, we can't let him go on like that any longer. Now looked at Bai in front of her helplessly, her heart full of contradictions and entanglements. "Bai, this time Mr. Zabuza and I are going to carry out a dangerous mission. It's full of unknown dangers, and it's really not suitable for you to go on an adventure with us," Now explained earnestly. However, Bai was not convinced. He bit his lips tightly, his eyes firm and persistent. "Brother, I know the difficulties you are going to face, but I don't want to just stand there and wait. You are not the only one who is getting stronger. I have to work hard too. I can protect myself." Now listen to Bai's words, and his heart was moved. He understood Bai's determination and growth, but at the same time he was also worried that he would meet with an unexpected event. After all, the target of this operation is Orochimaru, whose strength is unfathomable. Just when Now was about to persuade him, Bai said, "Brother, please believe me, I have made full preparations and will not cause any trouble to you. Besides, I also want to use my power to protect important people." Now seemed to have something else to say, but at this moment, Zabuza suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Let Bai go with us," Zabuza said calmly. "Like Bai just said, you are not the only one who has grown during this period of time. Besides, as long as you and I are here, we shouldn't encounter any danger even in the hidden mist village." After hearing this, Now couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, a rather complicated expression appeared on his face. It turned out that he had long forgotten that Bai's talent was not bad. He had always protected Bai under his wing, so much so that he overlooked the fact that the other party was not a weakling at all. When he looked at Bai at this moment, he saw the latter staring at him with extremely sincere and determined eyes. Now knew very well that she could no longer refuse Bai's request. Finally nodded slightly, agreeing to let the white team go with them. "But before that, you need to go find teacher Zionin first and get her consent before I can take you with me." Bai nodded very obediently, then turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing from sight. After Bai left, Zabuza turned to look at Now. "The Kagaya clan is about to rebel. Kid, how do you know for sure that Orochimaru is in the hidden mist village?" "Orochimaru invented a forbidden technique that can take over other people's bodies, so he has been searching for people with special abilities in the ninja world. I think he might be interested in the corpse bloodline of the Kagaya clan," Now said softly. Zabuza gave a dry laugh and did not ask Now why she knew this information. Everyone has privacy, and he certainly won't dig into the details. After thinking for a while, Now continued, "Mr. Zabuza hasn't been back to the hidden mist village for a long time. Don't you want to go back and take a look? Anyway, it doesn't matter whether I find it or not. In fact, I never wanted to complete this mission." A hint of understanding flashed across Zabuza's face. "I didn't expect that a little brat like you could be so cunning. Did you use this to evade the various missions of the Akatsuki organization?" Then, a trace of reminiscence flashed across Zabuza's face. It had been 2 years since he assassinated the Mizukage and defected. It was time to go back and see what that disgusting place was like. "This is not cunning. Orochimaru's whereabouts are unknown anyway, so isn't it normal that we can't find him?" Now smiled slightly. He didn't want to be a mercenary and kill people everywhere. Although it was impossible to completely avoid the missions of the Akatsuki organization, at least it could reduce some of his workload. Zabuza suddenly looked at the smiling Now with a serious look. "But Orochimaru was not easy to deal with. Before that, let me see how much progress you have made in your strength." Zabuza picked up the beheading sword beside him and walked towards the training ground. He had seen Orochimaru's style in the Third Ninja World War, where Orochimaru easily defeated the Kirigakure coalition. That scene is still firmly engraved in Zabuza's mind. Now followed closely, and the two stood facing each other from a distance. "When sparring with Mr. Zabuza, I should use less swordsmanship. Don't be careful not to break the beheading sword by accident," Now thought. It's no wonder that Now is worried. In the original work, the beheading sword broke many times. Now that Now has reached the level of a great swordsman, she might really be able to cut it off with one sword. Zabuza suddenly stomped his feet hard and rushed towards Now. He exuded an extremely sharp murderous aura, which enveloped Now tightly as if it were a substance. Faced with such a terrifying pressure, Now's movements froze for a moment. "Such a strong murderous aura, I'm afraid it has reached the level of LV4. The name of Demon Man is indeed well deserved." Zabuza swung his beheading sword and slashed at Now. With a deafening bang sound, Zabuza was surprised to find that his arm actually felt slightly numb. It turned out that his sword hit heavily on an indestructible ice wall. Although the ice wall around Now withstood such a violent impact, it was instantly covered with dense, spiderweb-like cracks. However, Now herself remained calm and composed, as if she had expected such a situation to happen. He just swung his arms violently, and countless sharp ice spikes shot towards Zabuza beside him. Zabuza remained calm in the face of danger, and with the broad and thick blade in his hand, he easily blocked the fierce ice spike attacks. Then, he pressed forward and continued to pounce on Now. At this moment, Zabuza shouted in a low voice, "Water style, great waterfall technique." In an instant, a surging, huge torrent of water suddenly appeared, like a tidal wave. In the center of the venue, an overwhelming force swept towards Now. Faced with such a fierce attack, Now just smiled slightly, appearing confident. Immediately afterwards, Zabuza's figure disappeared quickly in the rushing water like a ghost. At the same time, Now slowly opened her hands and whispered, "Ice Age." Before he finished his words, two tiny icicles pierced into the water surface as fast as lightning and began to freeze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the flying water turned into lifelike, crystal-clear ice sculptures, and the temperature in the field dropped rapidly in an instant. However, Zabuza obviously would not sit still and wait for death. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the gradually solidifying ice in front of him, and exuded a sense of determination. Just when the water was about to freeze completely, Zabuza flashed, broke through the ice and came to Now's side. He held the terrifying beheading sword tightly in his hand, and the blade flashed with a cold light, as if announcing its lethality to the world. In the blink of an eye, the sharp blade was already across Now's delicate, snow-white neck. Now looked at Zabuza expressionlessly. At this moment, Zabuza's lower body had been gradually swallowed by the ice, and the biting cold was climbing up his body like a poisonous snake. But he seemed unaware, his eyes still staring coldly and ruthlessly at Now, who was so close to him, with a hint of astonishment flashing across his face. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around them became extremely quiet, with only the breathing and heartbeats of the two people clearly audible. Finally, Zabuza slowly loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword as if he had used up all his strength. The hand that had once been so steady and ruthless was now trembling slightly, as if it had lost all its strength. With a low and hoarse voice, he said with difficulty, "I lost." In fact, the moment the ice climbed up his body like a ghost, the outcome was already decided. Zabuza knew this very well, but there was still a trace of unwillingness in his heart. He tried hard to break the ice covering his body, but the sudden drop in temperature made him shiver involuntarily. Now, who was standing by, looked at the lonely man in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little sorry. In this cold, damp cave filled with mold and moisture, water drops kept dripping from the top of the cave, making a crisp and eerie sound. Hidden deep in the cave is a dim dungeon, as if it were a corner forgotten by time. In a corner of the dungeon, sat a white-haired boy who looked out of place in his surroundings. He was as quiet and motionless as a sculpture, as if he had gotten used to the endless darkness and loneliness. The boy's hair was as white as snow, falling lifelessly on his thin shoulders. Due to being trapped in this dark place for a long time, his skin was abnormally pale. However, what attracted the most attention were the two bright blood-red dots between his eyebrows, like twinkling stars in the night sky. At this moment, a faint light of fire hit Kimimura's face. A ninja with a red dot between his eyebrows suddenly walked into the deserted cave. Kimimaro looked at the man in front of him curiously. The man carefully opened the lock of the dungeon, as if he was opening a precious treasure. As the chains loosened, a stale smell wafted over. An irrepressible smile of excitement flashed across the man's face, and his eyes stared at the dark corner in front of him with a slightly neurotic look. "Kimimaro, come out, it's time for you to play your role," the man called softly, his voice revealing anticipation and eagerness. In the darkness, a figure gradually emerged. Kimimaro slowly stood up and walked out of the cage that imprisoned him. The moment he stepped out of the cave, the bright moonlight shone on him, illuminating his pale face. However, the bright light made Kimimaro frown slightly, as if he felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable with the outside world. The man led Kimimaro through the dense woods and came to the center of the Kagaya clan's territory. Many tribesmen gathered here, forming a circle, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. The chief of the Hyuga clan was standing in the middle of the crowd, giving a passionate speech, and the clan members below were all smiling excitedly. "Tomorrow, we will launch an attack on the hidden mist village, kill everyone there." The clan leader's words were filled with hatred and determination. The hot-tempered and warlike Gaia clan could no longer tolerate the oppression of the hidden mist village and decided to launch a coup. The man took Kimimaro to the clan leader, his voice high and excited. "Our clan's secret weapon is here." Hearing this, everyone's attention was instantly focused on the white-haired young man. "What should I do?" Kimimaro asked calmly. He knew since he was a child that he was the clan's secret weapon, and now it seemed that it was time for him to put it to use. In response to Kimimaro's question, the clan leader laughed out loud. He looked at the gifted young man in front of him with satisfaction and announced confidently, "No need to ask so many questions. Kill all the people from the hidden mist village you see." The tribesmen were extremely excited and cheered one after another. However, in the midst of the noise, Kimimaro stood quietly, lost in thought about his own fate. At dawn the next day, the sun shone on the earth, bringing a ray of light and warmth to the world, but for the Hidden Mist village, it was the moment when a nightmare began. The Kagaya clan poured into the village like a tide. In an instant, the village fell into panic and chaos, terrified screams came one after another, and the sound of fierce fighting resounded everywhere. Kimimaro stood in the center of the chaotic crowd, like an emotionless killing machine, waving the extremely sharp bone blade in his hand expressionlessly. Every swing of the knife was accompanied by blood and death, and he ruthlessly reaped the lives of everyone in front of him. His movements were completely random, as if he was fighting entirely on instinct. He mercilessly killed his enemies, as if their lives were insignificant to him. Blood splattered on his body like a fountain, quickly staining his originally white clothes red. At this moment, Kimimaro was like a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell, exuding a creepy aura that made people afraid to approach him. In a high-rise building not far away, now stood quietly by the window, watching Kimimaro, who was frantically killing the crowd below. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining an imperceptible smile. The bait has finally appeared. Orochimaru. I wonder where you are hiding now. At the same time, Zabuza also noticed Kimimiro's presence. He stared at the young man who was invincible on the battlefield and muttered to himself, "Is this the secret weapon of the Kagaya clan? I never thought it was just a little kid. Perhaps Orochimaru would be interested in him. After all, such a powerful corpse bone vein is rare to come across. If we can't wait for Orochimaru, we can just take him back. It won't be a wasted trip." After saying that, Now took a bite of the apple in her hand and leisurely enjoyed the thrilling farce downstairs. There seemed to be several black lines on Zabuza's forehead. He suddenly recalled that Hashigaki Kisame once mocked him for opening an orphanage. Now it seems that what he said was true. Stop imagining this. The Kagaya clan's bloodline disease is no joke. The stronger the corpse bone vein is, the faster the bloodline disease will occur. I don't think this kid will live past the age of 20. Zabuza paused and explained he didn't want to be ridiculed by that bastard Kisame again. The Hayaga clan are all war-loving lunatics. Zabuza seemed to suddenly remember something and his face looked grim. Now looked at Zabuza with some surprise. It seemed that he had some connection with the Kagaya clan. Soon, the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village reacted as if they had been prepared, and they poured in from all directions like a tide. A large number of ninjas who heard the news rushed to the scene and quickly surrounded the enemy. Over to me as time went by, the fierce battle continued. The corpses on the ground were piled up like a mountain, and the blood dyed the whole land red. The number of Hayaga clan members gradually decreased, although each of them was a natural warrior, warlike by nature, and became more courageous as they fought. They also possessed terrifying bloodline limits, but faced with the endless influx of Mist Village ninjas, they were ultimately outnumbered. This brutal fight did not last long, and the Hayaga clan was wiped out. At this point, the bloodline family of the Hidden Mist Village can be said to have disappeared completely, leaving only the clan to which Mei Terumi belonged. The Hidden Mist Village fell into an unprecedented state of weakness. Only one of the three bloodline families remains. The 7 ninja swordsmen were either dead or defected, and the strength of the Hidden Mist Village is only 1/10 of what it was. In the Mizukage's office, Yagura looked out the window with a dull look. Mei Terumi, along with Ao and several Mist ninjas, hurried towards the Mizukage building. Mei Terumi listened to the sound of fighting not far away, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Ching, who was following beside her, also had a heavy look on his face. The chaos in the Hidden Mist Village would end tonight. At this moment, Kimimaro was chasing after a fleeing ninja. His body was covered in the blood of his enemies, but there was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was just a machine carrying out a mission. Now looked forward expressionlessly, then casually threw the half-eaten apple in her hand to the ground. In a low but firm voice he said, "Let's go, Mr. Zabuza. The bait has appeared, and it's time for us to act." Zabuza stood quietly, staring at the place not far away where the chaos was gradually subsiding. He sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization's strict rule that the tailed beasts must be collected in order from 1 to 9, given his hatred for Blood Mist Village and the 4th Mizukage Yagura, he would probably rush over and kill them without hesitation. At this moment, Zabuza's eyes were filled with complex emotions: anger, unwillingness, and unresolved hatred. Looking at Zabuza with a complicated expression, Now naturally knew what he was thinking, but it was just an illusion after all. The real culprit behind the scenes was naturally Uchiha Obito hiding behind the scenes. But he currently has no way to deal with Uchiha Obito. The Kamui alone is enough to make Now feel very difficult, not to mention the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Their figures gradually walked away and disappeared into the night. Suddenly, Now felt a powerful chakra approaching the center of the Hidden Mist Village. He turned around and looked towards the Hidden Mist Village that was filled with the smell of blood. "Is that Mei Terumi? It looks like everything is about to end." There was silence in the Mizukage building, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ching, hiding behind a thick curtain, carefully opened his unique Byakugan and began to observe intently the flow of chakra in Akiyakura's body. As time passed, Ching's brows gradually furrowed, and his eyes became more serious and heavy. With his keen insight and proficiency in the use of the Byakugan, Ching gradually discovered something unusual. Yagura's chakra flow was obviously different from usual, which undoubtedly proved that the strange behavior of the Mizukage over the years was controlled by others. This astonishing discovery shocked Ching's heart and he couldn't help but gasp. He left the office quietly and silently. When Mei Terumi, who was guarding outside the door, saw Ching come out, a hint of expectation flashed in her eyes, but she did not ask. After Ching and Mei Terumi looked at each other, they nodded slightly, as if conveying some message. Mei Terumi heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. After more than 10 years of hard endurance, the tragedy of the Hidden Mist Village will end in her hands. During the whole process, both of them remained silent, as if they had reached a tacit understanding. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, illuminating the ground in patches. Obito, wearing a black robe, stood quietly in front of Lin's tombstone, his eyes revealing endless longing and sorrow. He gently stretched out his hand and carefully brushed away the dust on the tombstone, as if he was afraid of waking up the sleeping Linear. Then he took out a bright flower from his arms, which he had specially prepared for Linear. He placed the flowers on the tombstone and then gazed at it silently, his eyes full of tenderness and attachment. Time passed by minute, and Obito just stood there motionless, like a sculpture. However, at this moment, his Sharingan, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened wide, with strange light flashing in his pupils, and gradually twisted into a three-wheeled pinwheel shape. There are fluctuations in the same way. Has my illusion been broken? Obito murmured in a low voice, with a hint of surprise and disbelief in his voice. He didn't expect that the people in the Hidden Mist Village could actually detect the illusion trap he set. Obito sneered, but it didn't matter, he had had enough fun after all these years that he had more important things to do next. Lin, I want to create a world where you exist. As the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, Obito quickly disappeared into the vortex of space. Now and Zabuza led by, who had been waiting outside the Hidden Mist Village for a long time, and followed closely behind Kimimaro. Bai's eyes were full of confusion. He looked straight at Now and asked softly, "Brother, why should we follow him? Besides, he looks so pitiful." Now raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and replied softly, "We are waiting for a human trafficker to show up." Zabuza's mouth twitched slightly. Now actually called Orochimaru, one of the 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world, a human trafficker. The sunlight fell on them like a golden veil, casting long shadows. Kimimaro tightly grasped the sharp bone blade in his hand and walked forward silently, seemingly unaware of the faint footsteps behind him. His thin body looked particularly frail in the sunlight as he wandered around aimlessly. Bai couldn't help but look at Kimimiro's receding back again, and a trace of pity arose in his heart. Wasn't he lonely and helpless in the past, but now, he is no longer the boy who wandered alone. He gently stroked the mask in his arms and the detonating tag that teacher Konan gave him before he left, for emergency use, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Because now he has his brother, Mr. Zabuza, teacher Konan, and his friend Hydrangea. They are the light in his life, illuminating his way forward. Kimimaro stopped, squatted down and looked at a flower blooming in the corner. Now could feel Orochimaru's cold chakra from a distance, and he turned his head to look at Zabuza. "Mr. Zabuza, please protect Shirot, I'll deal with Orochimaru." Zabuza frowned. Did he really run into Orochimaru? He wanted to retort, but seeing Nao's serious look, he nodded. "You're in charge, kid. If you can't beat me, I'll help you at any time. Bai doesn't need my protection, don't underestimate him," Zabuza said coldly. Orochimaru, who was standing not far away, had a pair of cold and deep eyes like a snake, staring straight ahead. He felt a strong chakra aura coming from afar. "Didn't you expect that someone else would also target the corpse vein?" This breath made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth gently, outlining a puzzling smile. Orochimaru's unique pair of golden vertical pupils became unusually sharp at this moment, staring at the direction where the breath came from. Gradually, the figures of Nao and Zabuza slowly entered his field of vision. As they got closer and closer, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at the familiar black robe with black background and red clouds in front of him, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. As a former member of Akatsuki, he knew very well that the strength of the 2 opponents should not be underestimated. Facing such an opponent, even he couldn't help but feel a little headache. Orochimaru sighed softly and thought to himself, "It seems that I can't take this excellent container away today." Originally, he planned to bring Kimimaro, a young man with a special bloodline limit, back to his base as a perfect reincarnation vessel. However, now something unexpected has happened and they have encountered 2 powerful enemies from the Akatsuki organization. It is simply a pipe dream to take Kimimaro away smoothly under such circumstances. Orochimaru sighed inwardly, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. He turned his gaze slightly and stared at the 2 people in front of him. Beheading sword, Mamakai Zabuza. There is also a strange boy next to him. Is he a new member of Akatsuki? Interesting. The hoarse and deep voice sounded, "Can you give the child to me? After all, I have been looking for him for a long time." Seeing this, Kimimaro, who was standing by, also stood up quickly. That he held the sharp bone blade tightly in his hand, across his chest, and stared at the two groups of people in front of him with a vigilant look on his face. When he heard that Orochimaru came to find him, Kimimaro couldn't help feeling at a loss. However, now had no intention of wasting time arguing with Orochimaru. In this cruel and ruthless ninja world, strength is the key factor that determines everything. In order to achieve cooperation, both parties must have equal strength. Therefore, he faced Orochimaru without flinching, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. If you want to take him away, it depends on how capable you are. Now kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes turned a little cold, arrogant brat. Cooperation? I don't think you have any bargaining chips that can make me interested. Orochimaru ignored now and quickly rushed towards Kimimaro, who was standing not far away. If you want to take him away, it depends on how capable you are. Now sneered, pushed the ground hard with her feet, and rushed towards Orochimaru like an arrow. At the same time, Zabuza held a big sword in his hand, tightly protecting by behind him, and charged towards Kimimaro together. Faced with the two aggressive men, Kimimaro was obviously overwhelmed and was subdued by Zabuza and Haku in just 2 moves. Hearing the noise coming from behind him, Orochimaru turned around and his eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly showed a hint of coldness. Arrogant brat. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru suddenly stretched out his right palm, and brown pythons emerged from his palm, pouncing towards now with their fangs and claws bared. Now waved her hand and a powerful cold air gushed out. In the blink of an eye, all the pythons were frozen and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. However, this was not the end. The cold air continued to spread along Orochimaru's arms, condensing into hard ice wherever it went. Orochimaru's heart was suddenly shocked, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "It's ice escape?" However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly shrank like a deflated ball. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sticky, wet, unrecognizable mud, and was firmly frozen by the surging cold air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his palms, instantly unleashing countless sharp shurikens that rushed towards now like a swarm of locusts. Facing this overwhelming attack, Now was not afraid at all. He clapped his hands, and a thick and solid ice wall suddenly appeared, easily blocking all the incoming shurikens. At the same time, an ice crystal blade shining with a sharp cold light quietly appeared in Nao's hand. Seeing this, Orochimaru also spat out a sharp kusanagi sword from his mouth. The two of them flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In an instant, the swords collided, emitting a series of dazzling sparks and setting off a violent and fierce gust of wind. The sword's shadows were intertwined in a complex and dazzling manner, and now firmly suppressed Orochimaru. The sharp Tianzan Yun blade smashed the ice blade in Nao's hand, leaving gaps. Now had no choice but to continuously release cold air to strengthen the blade, while a large amount of cold air emanated from the ice blade. Orochimaru's face looked a little ugly, and the biting cold made his movements a little slow. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, so they are afraid of both cold and heat. The extreme cold made the pythons released by Orochimaru a little sluggish and their power was slightly reduced. Damn ice escape, I can't fight this kid in close combat. Before he finished his words, Orochimaru's body suddenly twisted in a strange way, as if he had no bones. Then he opened his mouth and a thick python shot out from his mouth, pouncing towards Nao as fast as lightning. Faced with the sudden attack, Nao did not panic. He leaped back lightly, deftly avoiding the python's pounce. At the same time, he gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand, and his aura suddenly became sharp. With a sudden swing, a dazzling huge blade light came out and flew straight towards Orochimaru. When Orochimaru saw this, he was shocked and quickly retreated. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the huge sword light that was flying towards him in astonishment. With many years of combat experience, Orochimaru could clearly feel that this was not a move that could be performed by ordinary ninjutsu. There wasn't even the slightest chakra fluctuation in it, it was purely a swordsmanship skill. In an instant, a huge blade light swept across the sky, raising clouds of dust wherever it passed, and a bottomless crack was cut on the ground. Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged in the thick smoke. Orochimaru stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. "Is this the extent of your strength, Senior Orochimaru? It's really boring," Nao said sarcastically. "Don't be so arrogant, little brat." Orochimaru cursed angrily. Orochimaru quickly stood up and dusted himself off. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru spewed out countless pythons with sharp swords in their mouths and rushed towards Nao like a tsunami. Nao felt a chill as he looked at the dense group of snakes, and he was almost suffering from claustrophobia. Nao stepped on the ground, and countless azure ice crystals quickly spread out from under his feet. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a world of ice. Orochimaru looked at the scene in front of him and could no longer suppress his excitement. Such a powerful ice escape, it's wonderful. Nao quickly condensed a sky full of ice blades to cover Orochimaru's figure. The sharp ice spikes left Orochimaru's body covered in wounds, and Orochimaru, lying on the ground, seemed to have lost his life. What was strange was that Orochimaru, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his mouth and a hand stretched out from it. First the hands, then the torso. Orochimaru was like a python, opening his bloody mouth. He slowly came out of her mouth, his body covered in disgusting mucus. Only a tattered snake skin was left there. Orochi-style substitution technique is quite effective in saving lives, but it's a little too disgusting. Now complained slightly in her heart upon seeing this. Seeing that it was almost time, now smiled and said, "Can we talk now, Orochimaru-senpai?" After all, now neither of them can do anything to the other. Now cannot kill Orochimaru, who has full survivability, and Orochimaru does not have a strong means of attack that can hurt now. Demonstrating strength can be said to be the best way to communicate. Orochimaru narrowed his golden vertical pupils slightly and put aside some of the contempt in his heart. "I am more interested in you now, kid. Powerful ice escape and strange swordsmanship. What do you want to talk about? I want to take the child away first." Orochimaru chuckled and made his request. Now spread her hands and said helplessly, "Senior Orochimaru is such a joke that you want to get something without paying anything. There is no such good thing in the world." When Orochimaru heard this, a trace of anger flashed across his face. This man was originally his. Orochimaru suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Then what do you want?" "It's not about what I want, but what Orochimaru-senpai has done. I can help you deal with the Akatsuki's pursuit, and what can you give me?" Now said calmly, "The most important thing in negotiation is not to reveal one's true intentions. I am more interested in the forbidden techniques of Konoha village. I believe that the knowledgeable senior Orochimaru must have many forbidden techniques of Konoha village." Now continued. Orochimaru nodded slightly. His dream was to master all the ninjutsu. He had learned most of the ninjutsu in the sealed book of Konoha village. It can be said that in terms of the erudition of ninjutsu, he is the best in the ninja world. If I could get Kimimaro back in exchange for a few forbidden techniques, it wouldn't be a loss. After all, most of these ninjutsu have obvious side effects and imperfections. I can make a list of the forbidden techniques I know, and you can choose one, Orochimaru said after thinking for a while. Now breathed a sigh of relief when she finally achieved one of her goals. "Then I will wait for news from Orochimaru-senpai, and then I will use ninjutsu to exchange people." Orochimaru sneered in his heart, knowing that this kid would not let him go easily. But he was not in a hurry. After seeing Nao's strength, he suddenly wanted to study her cells. The two men each had their own plans, and thus a preliminary deal was reached. Orochimaru threw a small snake to Nao. "I will use it to contact you later." Nao took the snow-white little snake and said, "Then I will wait for good news from Orochimaru-senpai. During this time, I will take good care of the child." Orochimaru laughed dryly a few times. "Then I'll take my leave first. We'll see each other again soon." Nao looked at Orochimaru, who was about to leave, and now showed a kind smile. "Senior Orochimaru, I wish us a happy cooperation." Looking at Nao's brilliant smile, Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and then he also revealed a sinister smile. Nao sat leisurely on the soft and comfortable sofa, holding the forbidden technique atlas sent by Orochimaru in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. "Haha, you are so cunning, Orochimaru-senpai. You are so reluctant to use even a decent ninjutsu," he murmured softly while casually flipping through the scroll in his hand. However, as his sight slowly shifted, Nao sighed softly. In this so-called forbidden technique atlas, there was nothing so powerful as to impress him, not to mention the flying thunder god technique that he needs most. The most eye-catching ones among them are probably the A-level illusion dark walk technique and the multiplying detonating talisman technique. As for the others, most of them are just mediocre, even useless wind-style ninjutsu. Faced with such an answer, Nao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but fortunately he didn't expect Orochimaru to give anything good in the first transaction. "In that case, let's choose the dark walk technique. After all, my illusion technique is too weak, and it's time to make up for this shortcoming." Nao pondered. Nao threw the scroll aside. Since Orochimaru was so perfunctory to him, he had to give Orochimaru a surprise anyway. Kimimoro's bloodline disease was so serious that even Orochimaru was helpless and had no choice but to give up the container. Nao has some ideas about Kimimoro's bloodline disease. He guessed that Kimimoro's corpse bone vein was the genetic manifestation of Kagaya Atsutsuki's co-killing ash bones. After all, every bloodline limit in the ninja world is inseparable from Kagaya Atsutsuki. Maybe I have some connection with Kagaya, Nao thought. As the corpse bone veins continued to grow stronger, the properties of the gray bones that could destroy everything began to show. However, the Hyuga clan only has the corpse bone veins, but lacks the immortal body that can carry this power. Therefore, the cells in the body are constantly destroyed by the corpse bone veins, and people will die suddenly when they reach a certain age. Simply put, the function of the corpse bone vein is too powerful, but the body's hardware cannot keep up. Perhaps this problem can be solved through research on Hashirama cells. Now slowly straightened up, stretched her stiff limbs, and then stood up from the sofa. He thought to himself, anyway, this is just a guess. The most important thing right now is to go and see what Kimimoro's condition is like. Thinking of this, Nao couldn't help but frown and said to herself, Orochimaru is obviously not sincere, but Kimimaro, I can recruit him as my subordinate. After all, if we can successfully cure his blood disease, he will be a good fighter. However, at the age of 16, he was able to assassinate the fourth Kazekage with Orochimaru, which is enough to prove his potential. Thinking of this, Now has made up her mind to regard Kimimaro as an important medium for cooperation with Orochimaru, and to gradually build a relationship between them through him. In this way, he tried to get some Hashirama cells from Orochimaru. Now soon found Kimimaro, who was staring at Shiro. Kimimaro stared at Bai in front of him with a wary look on his face, his eyes flashing with undisguised hostility. "Why did you bring me here? Are you from the Hidden Mist Village?" Facing Kimimaro's question, Bai gently shook his head to express denial. However, when asked why, Bai suddenly became confused and didn't know how to respond. In fact, even he himself had no idea of Nao's true intentions. He stared at Kimimaro silently, and after hesitating for a moment, he murmured to himself, "Why did I don't know, I just feel that we seem to belong to the same kind of people." Hearing this, Kimimaro couldn't help but be slightly startled, obviously confused by what Bai was saying. In his closed and indifferent inner world, there seemed to be only endless killing and deep loneliness. So, he frowned, thought for a moment, and finally asked, "Do you need me too?" His words revealed a desire for the value of his own existence, that he had always been treated as a killing machine by his tribesmen, and after losing his tribesmen, he didn't know who to fight for. He now had no idea what the meaning of his survival was, and the deep feeling of loneliness made him feel suffocated. Now came here, smiled and said, "I don't need you to do anything, I just hope you can survive." A trace of confusion flashed in Kimimaro's eyes, and he lowered his head slightly. "Don't you need it? Then what's the meaning of my life?" Life may not have a meaning, but if you keep living, you may find something meaningful. People live in this world to witness the wonders of the world. There doesn't have to be any bullshit meaning to their existence, Now said in a deep voice. When Kimimaro heard this, his body trembled slightly and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. He nodded slowly, seeming to agree with this point of view. Bai, who was standing aside, stared at his brother quietly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. At this moment, Now came over lightly. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his gentle hand and gently stroked Kimimaro and Bai's little heads. The evening sun shines on the three people, reflecting a warm and beautiful picture. Now sighed slightly in her heart, feeling somewhat apologetic towards Kimimaro, no matter how nicely she said. In fact, he was just using Kimimaro. What's the difference between him and Orochimaru? Now could only secretly promise in her heart that she would find a way to cure Kimimaro. Now used medical ninjutsu to examine Kimimaro's body, and probably because he was still young, she didn't find anything abnormal. In the dim room, Nagato was somewhat confused. He looked at Zionin, who seemed a little embarrassed, and wondered what she wanted to express. After hesitating for a moment, Konan finally mustered up the courage to whisper, "Nagato, maybe now we have found a way to restore your body." Hearing this, Nagato's expression instantly became serious. He stared at Konan and asked in a low voice, "Did you tell anyone about my physical condition?" Zionin quickly waved her hands and explained, "That's not the case, I'm just really worried about your health, so I privately consulted Now to ask how to deal with a situation like yours, and after spending so much time together, I feel that Now is a trustworthy person." After saying this, Konan lowered her head, not daring to look Nagato in the eye, as if she felt a little guilty for going to seek help without Nagato's knowledge. Nagato fell into deep thought. He naturally understood Konan's painstaking efforts, but he still had doubts about whether he should trust Now and the so-called treatment method. After all, he was very clear about his physical condition, except for the leg injury caused by an explosive talisman in his early years. The main reason why he was so weak was the heavy burden brought by the frequent use of the Rinnegan, and this problem was obviously beyond the scope of what ordinary medical ninjutsu could deal with. Nagato sighed softly and slowly asked, "What did he say specifically?" In fact, Nagato didn't have high expectations. However, when Konan saw that Nagato did not directly refuse, her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She took a deep breath and replied, "Now mentioned that Orochimaru might have some method, and maybe we can find a solution from him. Therefore, I gave him the task of chasing Orochimaru." Hearing this, Nagato fell silent again, with Orochimaru's horrific human experiments constantly emerging in his mind. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness surged in Nagato's heart, causing him to deeply doubt the feasibility of this plan. Although his heart was full of doubts and worries, after careful consideration, Nagato finally nodded slightly to show his agreement. He said in a firm tone, "However, everything will have to wait until the Moonai project is successfully completed. During this period, I must not take risks lightly." Then, Nagato smiled helplessly and added, "Next time, please be sure to discuss with me in advance and don't act on your own." Konan nodded silently in response, secretly breathing a sigh of relief that she had finally convinced Nagato. There is a slightly shabby hospital in the village. There was a cold atmosphere in the hospital corridor, and the smell of blood and pungent disinfectant filled the corridor. A burly man wearing a forehead protector was pulling the thin Karen behind him roughly. "Hurry up, your mother alone is not enough," the man urged loudly. Karen's fiery red hair dances like flames, and paired with her pair of black glasses, she looks even more gentle and fragile. However, at this moment, her eyes were full of fear and despair. As Karen was dragged forward, she suddenly saw a dim room. The scene before her made her heart ache. Her mother was lying there quietly, covered with a layer of white cloth. Her body, which should have been full of vitality, was now covered with hideous bite marks and lifeless. "Mom!" Karen cried heartbreakingly, tears pouring out like a flood. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the man's tight grip, but the strength disparity was too great and it was all in vain. Although her mother's face was covered with a white cloth, Karen recognized her at a glance. Those eyes that were once warm and loving are now closed, that familiar face has now become extremely pale. Karen's world collapsed in an instant, and endless sadness surged in her heart. She wanted to rush to the bed, hold her mother's hand tightly, and feel the last bit of warmth. The man felt Karen's struggle and showed a hint of impatience. He ignored Karen's struggle and continued walking forward. Perhaps he thought Karen's struggle was too intense, so he slapped little Karen hard in the face with his backhand. The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the corridor. Karen seemed to accept her fate and slowly stopped her futile struggle. When the man saw this, an imperceptible look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Walking into the ward, the scene that came into view was shocking. A large number of ninjas were lying on the ground, some of them were covering their wounds and groaning. Some were as pale as paper and looked lifeless. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and herbs, which made people feel sick. In recent years, due to the existence of Karen and her son, the strength of the Kusagakur village has grown by leaps and bounds. However, as their strength grew, the ninjas became more brutal in their behavior. When performing their tasks, they completely disregarded their own safety and were fearless, as if they had put life and death aside. The reason is simple. With people like Karen and her daughter who possess special healing abilities guarding the rear, they don't have to worry about not being able to recover after being injured. The moment Karen stepped into the ward, the dying grass ninjas instantly became full of energy. They stared at the poor girl in front of them like a group of hungry wolves ready to devour their prey. Karen, who had just suffered the pain of losing her mother, now had to face this group of greedy grass ninjas. A hint of fear could not help but appear in her originally bright and moving red eyes. At this time, not far from the Kusagakur village, now, Shiro and Kimimaro were resting in the forest. Now sat on a branch nearby, eating the three-colored meatball in her hand bite by bite. Not very good, too sweet. No wonder the red beans turned into red dates later. It would be strange if I didn't get fat if I ate this stuff every day. Now held a bamboo stick in her mouth and watched the battle below with interest. Under the big tree, Kimimaro and Bai launched a fierce attack on Nao's ice clone. Kimimaro suddenly pulled out an extremely sharp bone blade from his body and attacked Nao first. However, facing Kimimiro's fierce attack, Nao showed amazing flexibility. He easily dodged Kimimiro's continuous attacks by moving sideways. Although Kimimaro is very talented, he has too little combat experience, and he is naturally not up to par when facing the battle-hardened Nao. Not only that, at the same moment, it was as if he really had a pair of eyes on the back of his head, and he cleverly dodged the deadly ice cone from Bai. Too slow. A smile appeared on Nao's lips. Kimimaro frowned, and sharp bone blades burst out from his body and stabbed towards Nao in front of him. Nao dodged and stepped back. Secret technique, 1,000 killings water flying. Thousands of ice blades filled the sky and stabbed towards Nao's ice clone. The ice clone suddenly condensed into an ice blade, which swept across. A ray of blade light flew out, and the strong energy it brought up blew away the thousands of ice blades. The two of them could not defeat Nao after a long attack and had no way to deal with Nao's ice clone. Kimimaro and Bai looked at each other, and then Kimimaro continued to entangle the ice clone and hide Bai behind him. Bai began to form seals quickly, and a powerful chakra aura appeared on his body. The amazing cold air condensed a thin layer of ice under Bai's feet. The ice clone watched this scene with great interest. He had no intention of stopping it and kept dodging Kimimiro's attacks. Ice escape, ice dragon technique. A ferocious giant dragon made of ice suddenly rushed towards the ice clone. The huge body of the ice dragon flashed with blue and white cold air. Kimimaro, who was fighting with the ice clone, also retreated quickly. Unfortunately, the speed of the ice dragon was far beyond Kimimiro's imagination, and he had no time to escape from the attack range. Nao looked at this scene in surprise. Ice dragon, that's ridiculous. Okay, let's stop here. Nao interrupted the fight, and with a flash he rescued Kimimaro. The huge impact destroyed a small forest in front of them, smoke filled the air, and Nao's ice clone shattered into ice. Bai was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. The blow drained all the chakra out of his body. Nao looked at Bai seriously. Bai, this is too risky. What if Kimimaro gets hurt? On the other hand, Kimimaro didn't react much. Bai lowered his head and whispered, I'm sorry, Kimimaro. Maru. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Nao held her forehead helplessly, and seeing Bai's regretful look, she couldn't bear to blame him anymore. Nao's purpose was to test the strength of the two, and Bai did not lie. At the age of 11, he now almost possessed the strength of an ordinary jonin. Kimimaro is a little bit inferior, but with his strong fighting talent, he will surely grow up quickly. Nao just paused and explained, I have something to do. You two stay here for a while. I will be back in about half a day. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Bai and the expressionless Kimimaro, now thought for a moment and said, "Do you two want to go? But I have to tell you in advance that this is not a good thing and may be a little dangerous." A smile suddenly appeared on Bai's disappointed face. He didn't like hiding behind Mr. Zabuza and his brother all the time. Kimimaro had a blank expression on his face. He had been thinking about what Nao had said before. He also nodded. Nao's purpose of going out this time is to go to Takikuni to complete the transaction with Orochimaru and take Xiangling with her. Baiye was eager to go along, and Nao had no reason to refuse, so they just treated it as an outing to relax. Nao looked in the direction of the Kusagakur village. I wonder if Xianling's mother is still alive. Maybe I can get a pair of SSRs. Xianling's abilities are still very useful to him, but as for whether the Kusagakur village is willing, that is not up to them to decide. Nao naturally didn't take the Kusagakur village seriously. Things are different now that he can conquer the Kusagakur village by himself. Kusagakur is a small village near the land of fire. It can be said that the name Kusagakur is quite appropriate. It's like a fence sitter, it runs in whichever direction the wind blows. If Konoha is strong, it's an ally of Konoha. If Iwagakur is strong, it's an ally of Iwagakur. It can be said that it has no principles at all. But this is the norm for small countries. They can't afford to offend anyone, so they can only do this. In addition, he is also famous for plagiarizing ninjutsu from other countries. Nao took out a fox mask from the package. It was a gift from Mr. Zabuza. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment. Haku, put on the mask that Mr. Zabuza gave you. It's not convenient to reveal your identity during this operation, Nao said softly and threw her mask to Kimimaro. Kimimaro took the mask with some curiosity. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. He clumsily imitated Bai and put on the mask. In the bright morning, 3 masked, ghostly figures quietly sneaked into the Kusagakur village. The leader among them was Nao, followed closely by Shiraha Kimimaro. Bai looked at Nao curiously. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Nao didn't turn around, but answered in a low voice, "Find 2 people. When we fight later, don't be too far away from me." After saying this, he became fully focused, relying on the powerful perception given by his own mind and eyes to carefully distinguish the chakra aura around him. Fortunately, the Kusagakur village is relatively small, and Nao can easily sense the entire village. 6 Jonin, one of them has much stronger chakra than the other 5. He should be the leader of the Kusagakur village. Nao made a rough judgment based on the amount of chakra she sensed. To be honest, such strength is considered good among the small ninja villages, not to mention that the Kusagakur village was split into 2 factions, and the ones who remained in the village were the conservative faction of the Kusagakur village, the flowers of the grass. Suddenly, a huge chakra wave containing vigorous vitality entered Nao's sensing range. This chakra is extraordinary, full of energy and vitality, just like new sprouts in spring. The strange thing is that the chakra was constantly decreasing. Although the fluctuation was small, Nao still noticed it keenly. "There's only one. It seems I'm a little late." Nao sighed in her heart. "But this chakra aura is really exaggerated. I can only say that it is worthy of the Uzumaki clan." Nao was a little surprised. Before in the Land of Rain, Nao did not dare to rashly sense Nagato's chakra for fear of being noticed by him. Although she had long known that the Uzumaki clan had a huge amount of chakra, this was the first time Nao had experienced it personally. At this moment, 2 ninjas wearing Kusagakur forward protectors suddenly appeared in front of them. Their bodies were covered with dark red blood, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. However, surprisingly, although they looked bruised and battered, they acted as if nothing had happened to them, as if the injuries had no effect on them at all. Seeing this, Nao quickly pulled the 2 of them into the alley next to her. "It hurts so much, I thought I was going to die. But when I think about the generous reward for this mission," one of the short and fat ninjas said greedily, with a hint of fear on his face. Another man standing next to him laughed disdainfully. "With the blood bag from the hospital, we can't die even if we want to. It's a pity that the big one was bitten to death. Otherwise, when the little one grows up, we will have 2 blood bags to use, and we won't have to worry about not getting treatment for injuries anymore. But this ability is really convenient. After biting, it can immediately restore chakra and injuries. It's a pity that I can't use this blood bag casually in the future." The short and fat man suddenly thought of something when he heard this. He smiled obscenely and said, "She should have given birth to a few more blood bags like this. It's a pity that she died. But isn't there still a little one?" The man next to him looked at him with some contempt, but did not say much. He naturally understood what kind of person his teammate was. Suddenly, they both felt a chill on their backs and shivered at the same time. "It's so cold, let's go." After the short and fat man said this, the 2 of them left immediately. In the dark and narrow alley, Nao frowned tightly, and clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white from excessive force. At this moment, a suffocatingly strong murderous intent spread around him like a thick fog. Nao took a deep breath and tried hard to resist the urge to kill the 2 men immediately. Even though he had long known the suffering that Karen had experienced, the despicable acts of those grass ninjas still made him feel extremely disgusted and nauseated. Bai, who was standing by, listened to their conversation silently, and gradually seemed to understand something. He looked at Nao with a worried look on her face, and whispered, "Brother, Kimimaro looked at the two people with different expressions with a blank look on his face. Although he couldn't fully understand it, he could tell from their expressions that this was probably not a good thing. Suddenly, Now broke the silence and ordered in a cold voice, "After we find her, protect her." After saying this, his eyes flashed with a firm and cold light. "Brother, calm down." By Kai advised. This was the first time he saw Now so angry. "I'm calm now, let's go." The Kisashi village hospital was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant, making people feel depressed and dull. Karen stood there blankly, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul. Her body was shaking slightly and she seemed like she might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a doctor in white came quickly, grabbed Karen without any hesitation, and pulled her towards the injured Kyuzagakure ninjas. Karen had no power to resist and could only let the doctor do whatever he wanted. The doctor's actions were very rough. His hands clamped Karen's delicate white arms tightly like iron clamps, completely disregarding her feelings. But the pair of arms that were originally as white and tender as mutton fat jade now looked horrible, with several deep and shallow teeth marks all over them. Some of these tooth marks have become red and swollen, and some are still bloody. They look shocking and make people feel pity. In his eyes, Karen did not seem to be a flesh and blood person, but an emotionless medical machine. Karen was brought to one injured Kusanagi after another. They showed no regard for Karen's feelings and showed no gratitude towards the little girl who saved them. In this cruel world, life becomes so fragile, extremely weak. And Karen herself doesn't know when these days will end. Perhaps she will continue her mother's fate and be bitten to death in this cold village. A cruel and twisted smile appeared on the man's lips, and he bit Karen's skinny arm fiercely with his fangs. Karen was terrified. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Crystal clear tears rolled in her eye sockets like a dam bursting. "Someone can come and save me. It hurts, Mom," Karen cried helplessly in her heart. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the door of the ward seemed to be kicked away by a huge force and flew backwards. It hit the grass ninja wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed squarely. In an instant, a heart-wrenching howl filled the entire small ward. Faced with this sudden change, the man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and subconsciously stopped talking to Karen. Karen looked towards the door hopefully, expecting a miracle to happen. At this moment, Nao's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone like a ghost. At this moment, he had taken off the mask on his face, revealing his gentle face. His face seemed covered with frost, and the coldness in his eyes made people dare not look directly at him. A strong murderous aura swept over the grass ninjas present, causing the temperature to drop significantly. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Kyuzagakure village?" the ninja in a white coat asked angrily. At the same time, he took out a sharp kunao from his hidden hand. The strong murderous aura made his hand holding the kunao tremble slightly. Many patients in the room looked at Nao, who suddenly broke in with fear. They were seriously injured and had no ability to resist her. Nao remained silent. He quickly looked around and his eyes fell on Karen, who looked fragile and helpless. The man noticed someone breaking in, opened his mouth in panic, and bit Karen's arm hard, trying to recover from his injuries first and then escape immediately. When Karen saw this scene, her expression changed slightly and she revealed a deep disgust. She quickly retracted her arm with astonishing agility. At the same time, the gravel under Nao's feet seemed to be stirred up by an invisible force and splashed everywhere. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost. In an instant, a large amount of icy cold frost rushed towards the man and wrapped him tightly in the blink of an eye. The frost quickly condensed into countless sharp and slender ice spikes, piercing the man as densely as raindrops. Tens of thousands of ice spikes mercilessly pierced the man's body, leaving him no time to even let out a scream of pain. The ice crystals seemed to have life, spreading rapidly with the man as the core. In a blink of an eye, the windows and the only door were sealed tightly by a thick layer of ice. The few ninjas who were less injured and planned to escape in the chaos now had expressions of despair on their faces. However, their fear did not last long. The next moment, huge ice spikes suddenly broke out from the ceiling and floor, piercing through everyone's body with fierce momentum and incredible speed. In an instant, the bloody smell filled the entire room, blending with the cold ice. This space seemed to have turned into a horrific hell on earth, and all this happened in just 3 seconds. Karen widened her eyes and stared blankly at everything happening before her eyes, as if she had lost the ability to think. The biting chill emanating from the ice crystals made her shiver uncontrollably, and her body became somewhat stiff. In the ward, sharp and twisted icicles stood abruptly, looking particularly weird and terrifying. Those once lively grass ninjas have now turned into broken corpses, their bodies hanging on the icicles. His face still retained the panic and disbelief expression before death, as if he had encountered something extremely terrible. At this moment, a warm current flowed through her body, and a thick and extremely warm robe fell quietly on Karen's thin shoulders like a soft cloud. She came back to her senses as if awakened from a dream, feeling the endless warmth coming from her clothes, and her eyes involuntarily turned to the young man in front of her. In an instant, tears burst out of my eyes like a flood, blurring my vision and flowing down my cheeks. Karen's little face, which had been reddened by the severe cold, now looked even more delicate and lovely, with a blush that made people feel pity. now half knelt down and slowly extended her hand towards Karen. His eyes were full of tenderness and determination, and he whispered, "Come with me." Karen gazed at the smiling now in front of her, and felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. She never expected that in this desperate situation there would actually be someone willing to lend a helping hand and save her. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Karen nodded vigorously and replied with a slightly trembling voice, "Yes." Then, she held Nao's outstretched hand without hesitation, as if she had grasped the last straw in her life. "Big brother, can you help me take my mother away?" Karen's eyes revealed a hint of loneliness and shyness, and her voice was so soft that it seemed as if only she could hear it. After all, the other party had just saved me, but it was really hard to say why he shamelessly made such a request at this moment. However, Nao didn't seem to care about this. He gently stroked Karen's little head and said softly, "Of course, but we need to wait a moment because there is still one thing that has not been dealt with. Come with me." After saying that, Nao waved her hands and the room that was originally sealed, the huge icicles retreated instantly, opening a passage for them. At this time, Bai and Kimimaro also appeared at the door. Bai was a little tired and reported breathlessly, "Brother, a large number of Kusagakure ninjas have gathered outside. What should we do?" Outside the Kusagakure village hospital, there was a crowd of people, and many Kusagakure ninjas were gathering here quickly like a tide. Their faces were filled with surprise and uncertainty. They stared nervously at the dead silent hospital in front of them. A strong and sickening smell of blood kept wafting out from it. The two ninja teams that were sent in to investigate the situation have not sent back any news yet. Without a doubt, this only proves that the invaders are extremely powerful. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, these grass ninjas all seemed timid and did not dare to step forward to find out what was going on. In fact, the Kusagakure village has always been in a state of chaos and disorder. Since the current leader does not have the absolute power to intimidate the other ninjas, the ninjas in the village act on their own. It was divided into several different departments, each led by a minister. Although the leader of the Kusagakure village controls the largest combat force, he was also elected by everyone. At this critical moment, the leader has yet to show up, so no one dared to take the risk and act rashly. After all, the two teams that entered the hospital to gather information were elite teams led by the famous Jounin in the Kusagakure village. However, even though these two powerful teams were unable to pass back any useful intelligence, some smart and thoughtful guys have already started secretly planning to escape. They moved slowly and calmly toward the back of the crowd, hoping to slip away during the chaos. No one wants to waste their strength here in vain, so everyone pretends to be a dead dog, waiting for the arrival of the leader. Now walked out of the hospital slowly with heavy steps, holding a blood-stained ice blade in her hand. His eyes were cold and firm, as if he had experienced countless life and death battles. Bai and Kimimaro tightly protected Karen in the middle and watched everything around them vigilantly. Facing the Kusagakure ninjas who were acting like enemies, Nao did not hesitate to quicken his pace and rush straight towards the densely packed crowd. He was extremely fast, rushing towards the enemy like a flash of lightning. Karen looked at Nao with some concern. "Can you do it alone, big brother?" Bai smiled slightly and comforted him. "It's okay, brother is very strong." Kimimaro was somewhat excited as he watched Nao fighting alone against many Kusanagi ninjas. His blood was boiling and the warlike genes of the Hyaga clan were activated. Feeling this strange feeling, he seemed to understand what life was. Seeing how ferocious Nao was, the grass ninjas, under the command of the Jounin, worked together in large numbers to perform a powerful joint ninjutsu. Fire style, fire bullet technique. Wind style, gale technique. For a moment, the flames and the strong winds intertwined to form a powerful force. The raging fire rushed towards Nao like a surging wave. However, the danger ahead did not affect Nao's courageous pace at all. Faced with such a thrilling and horrifying attack, Nao showed no fear and did not even retreat a single step. He was holding tightly in his hand the ice blade that was emitting a biting cold light. In an instant, the ice blade emitted a biting chill, raging and howling like a snowstorm in the cold winter. Nao swung the sharp blade in her hand and chopped out a huge blue blade light. This enormous blade light was like a roaring dragon, breaking through the air with wisps of terrifying chill. When the blade light collided with the blazing sea of fire, it immediately sparked a brilliant and dazzling light. The two extremely powerful forces collided with each other, and for a moment it seemed difficult to tell who would win and who would lose, and they were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, the ice melted quickly under the extremely high temperature and turned into wisps of steaming water vapor in the blink of an eye. The rolling heat waves and dense water vapor intertwined together to form a dreamlike and fairyland-like scene. All the Kusanagi ninjas present were staring at what was happening before their eyes in amazement. They couldn't believe that one person alone could actually withstand the attack launched by 100 Kusanagi ninjas. Now rushed out of the hot steam without slowing down, that he rushed into the crowd like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. There was a flash of cold light, followed by large pieces of broken limbs flying everywhere. Those ordinary grass ninjas had no power to fight back under his attacks, and were often killed instantly before they could even take a single blow. Seeing Nao's crazy killing, many grass ninjas were terrified and fled in all directions. No one dared to approach him for close combat. However, just as they were trying to flee the scene, now suddenly jumped high and quickly formed seals with her hands. In an instant, a loud bang was heard, and a huge ice wall as towering as a mountain suddenly rose from the ground, like an indestructible barrier stretching between heaven and earth, blocking the escape of many grass ninjas. Mysterious ice dragon soars. As Nao's cold voice sounded, 3 huge and majestic ice dragons suddenly appeared beside him. These ice dragons are crystal clear all over, flashing with a biting cold light. They are baring their fangs and claws, spewing gusts of freezing wind from their mouths, and the blue-white cold air emanating from their bodies is even more creepy. Faced with such a horrifying scene, the already panicked grass ninjas below all showed despair on their faces. From the beginning to the end, they could not understand why Nao would kill the entire Kyuzagakur village and destroy it. Suddenly, there was another earth-shaking noise, bang. The huge impact force caused gusts of wind and smoke and dust to fill the air. The originally bustling and prosperous Kyuzagakur village instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Looking around, the whole of the village has been covered by a thick layer of ice, and it is wrapped in silver, like a cold and dead world. Only the bloodstains faintly visible under the ice silently tell of the tragic battle that once took place here. It suddenly started to rain heavily in the gloomy sky. Except for the hospital behind Nao, all the buildings in front of them had been razed to the ground. Nao half knelt on the spot. The rapid consumption of chakra made him feel a little weak. Looking at her masterpiece, Nao smiled slightly. I can be considered as destroying a country by myself, although it is the grass country that I destroyed. Nao stood up with great effort, and then began to sense the chakra aura nearby to make sure no one slipped through the net. No, it seems that this move is quite powerful, but it consumes too much energy. It drained half of my chakra in one blow. Outside the Kyuzagakur village, the night was slightly chilly, with thick clouds hanging in the inky black sky. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past, bringing a heavy rain. The thick raindrops hit the ground like beans, splashing water. In this violent rain, 2 figures quietly appeared. They were wearing black raincoats and mysterious cat-faced masks on their faces, and were obviously members of the Umbu from a certain organization. The 2 men were agile and moved quickly in the rain like ghosts. I don't know what happened to cause such a strong chakra fluctuation. One of the Umbu turned his head and said to his companions while hurrying on the road. There was a hint of doubt and vigilance in his voice. Another Umbu shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing either. Well, but looking at the situation, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Maybe it's those Kusanagi who are causing trouble again. When the Kyuzagakur village was mentioned, the Umbu's face showed obvious disgust. Obviously, they didn't have much good feelings towards this village. As they were talking, the 2 of them were already approaching the Kyuzagakur village. At this moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the night sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge, dazzling lightning tore through the sky, instantly illuminating the entire dark world. With this brief and bright light, the 2 Umbu finally saw the scene in front of them clearly. They stood there in shock, their eyes wide open. The Kyuzagakur village, which was supposed to be bustling and noisy, was now in ruins, with half of the village almost razed to the ground. Broken walls and ruins can be seen everywhere, and the houses of the past have now turned into piles of broken bricks and stones. There is only one lonely building still standing there, which looks particularly out of place. The entire Kyuzagakur village fell into deathly silence. There was no light and no sound could be heard. This place seems to have turned into a long-abandoned deserted village, which is creepy. Not far away, there was an extremely huge ice wall rising abruptly from the ground. Countless ice wrapped the earth. A little scarlet could be faintly seen reflected through the ice layer in the eyes of the 2. The Kyuzagakur village has been destroyed. Report to the Hokage immediately. The 2 looked at each other and quickly returned to the border of the land of fire. In Konoha village, the atmosphere in the Hokage building was extremely tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly grasped the information in his hand, stared at it with a heavy face, and muttered to himself. The Kyuzagakur village was actually destroyed by the mysterious ice release ninja. It has been a long time since such a brutal villain appeared in the ninja world. Although the Kyuzagakur village is small, it is now an ally of Konoha after all. Being destroyed in such an inexplicable way was undoubtedly a heavy slap in the face for Konoha. To make matters worse, the Grass Kingdom is located between the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom, and has always served as an important barrier. Now that the ninja village has been destroyed, this barrier is basically useless. The Uegakur village could have sent a large number of ninjas to invade Konoha without any scruples. It has not even been 5 years since the war between Konoha and Uegakur ended, and no one can guarantee whether the Uegakur village will take the opportunity to stir up new trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously took a few deep puffs of his pipe, and smoke enveloped the Hokage's office. He sighed deeply. These are troubled times. It seemed that this sigh could alleviate the depression in my heart a little. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was sighing, there was a slight noise suddenly coming from outside the door. Danzo gently pushed open the door and walked into the brightly lit Hokage's office with his crutches. Hiruzen, what happened that made you call me here so late? Danzo asked slowly, his voice low and serious. In fact, he had already learned the news of the destruction of Kusagakure village, but in order to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from discovering that he had arranged root members among the border ninjas, he pretended to be confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, silently handed the information in his hand to Danzo, with a hint of worry in his eyes. After all, Konoha is now weaker than ever before. With the departure of the three ninjas and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Konoha can be said to have declined to the extreme. No longer as powerful as it was during the Third Ninja World War when it almost fought against the other four nations alone, Konoha could not withstand another war. Danzo took the document and pretended to read it carefully. After a while, he raised his head, frowned and said, The mysterious ice release ninja. It seems to be the remnant of the Snow Clan, and perhaps the hidden mist village is behind it. After hearing Danzo's analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. If this is true, then we must strengthen our border defenses. At the same time, we must also support the Kusagakure ninjas who remain in Kazuna Castle as soon as possible and help them rebuild Kusagakure village to prevent the Hidden Rock village from taking the opportunity to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a firm tone while thinking about how to deal with it. He knew in his heart that the destruction of Kusagakure village would not only be the loss of one village, but would also likely cause turmoil in the surrounding countries. Danzo sneered in his heart, when did Konoha become so weak? The destruction of a small ninja village was nothing. Danzo has always been dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's weak style. In his opinion, Konoha, as the most powerful ninja village, has no need to fear war. Danzo suppressed his emotions and thought of Heite Kakashi. He slowly spoke, Hiruzen, hand Kakashi over to my root. There is a strong darkness lurking in his heart, and he is not fit to stay in Yorumbu. The root is where he belongs. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, slammed his pipe on the table, and rejected Danzo's request without hesitation. Danzo, this is impossible. Kakashi must not be transferred to the root, you will destroy him. Shinmura Danzo said in a cold tone, Hiruzen, you will regret this. After saying this, Danzo turned and left the Hokage's office. Danzo, put away those little thoughts of yours, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned loudly as he watched Danzo leave angrily. Danzo's grip on the cane tightened slightly involuntarily, and his desire to become Hokage grew stronger. A day ago, strong winds mixed with heavy rain hit the hospital glass, and lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. Now walked back to the hospital with heavy and slow steps, dragging her exhausted body. His face revealed an unconcealable weariness, but his eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Seeing this, Hakuwa Kimimaro hurried forward. However, now gently waved her hand and said weakly, It's okay, I just consumed too much chakra and am a little weak. I will recover after a short rest. Karen, who was standing aside, blushed slightly at this moment, her eyes fixed on Now, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She stared quietly at Now in front of her, as if she had found some support and courage in him. Now didn't say much, but walked straight to the wall of the hospital and sat down half leaning against the wall. Bye, Kimimaro, and Karen gathered around him and looked at him with concern, afraid to miss any subtle expression or movement. Facing everyone's concern, Now tried to force a smile and comforted them, Don't worry, I'm really fine, I just need to rest for a while. Then he raised his head and scanned everyone's eyes, finally stopping on Karen. He waved gently at Karen, motioning her to come closer. Karen walked obediently to Now, like a docile little lamb. Now looked down at Karen with a serious expression and slowly said, From now on, there will no longer be any Kusagakure village. Karen was startled at first, but then she suddenly realized what was going on. She finally understood what the important matter that Now had just mentioned was. At this moment, all the emotions surged into her heart like a tide, and she could no longer suppress her inner excitement. Karen rushed forward without hesitation, hugged Now tightly, and tears burst out of her eyes like a flood. Thank you, big brother. Karen choked up as she thanked him, her voice filled with endless gratitude and joy. This girl, who had suffered a lot, felt unprecedented warmth and hope at this moment. Now was the first person who cared about her besides her deceased mother. Now looked at the girl who was hugging her tightly in her arms, a helpless smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. He remained silent, just quietly accompanying the girl, allowing her to vent her inner emotions. Bai, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in his eyes. After the girl calmed down a little, Now turned her gaze to the two of them and asked with concern, Are you two not hurt? Bai quickly gathered his emotions, shook his head slightly and replied, I'm fine. The ninjas in the hospital are very weak and can't hurt Kimimaro and me at all. Kimimaro also nodded to indicate that he was safe and sound. At this time, Karen gradually recovered. Seeing this, Now said softly, Then let's go. Once we take your mother away, we can leave here quickly. In the secret base deep underground in the land of Watertrap, everything is quiet. The laboratory is filled with various cold metal instruments, and many jars filled with organs are neatly placed on the shelves. Orochimaru stood quietly in the center of the laboratory, brows furrowed, deep in thought. There were more than a dozen scrolls placed in a mess in front of him, each of which contained the results of his painstaking research on Hashirama's cells. However, no matter how many experiments were conducted, the test subjects implanted with Hashirama's cells always ended in tragedy. Either they instantly turned into a lifeless tree, or they died miserably on the spot. After so many years, there has not been even a single successful example. In contrast, Danzo was able to barely suppress Hashirama's cells with his huge number of Sharingan. But this special situation cannot be easily replicated, so this experimental project has not made any effective progress. A hint of curiosity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Sharingan can actually restrain Hashirama's cells. It's really interesting. In this dark and eerie laboratory filled with the breath of death, a small snake suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru. The little snake crawled onto Orochimaru's body and slowly spit out a scroll. Orochimaru took the scroll and after reading its contents, he revealed a sinister smile. Orochimaru stretched out his snake-like tongue and licked the corner of his mouth gently. Now Kun, what on earth do you want to do? It's really curious. At this moment, Now was leading the three of them towards Taki Kuniku. Not long after, they arrived at the transaction location designated by Orochimaru. This place is in the middle of a vast forest. Looking around, there seems to be nothing else except densely packed towering trees. However, faced with such a scene, Now remained calm and unperturbed. After all, based on his understanding of Orochimaru, a hidden, dark and humid underground place like this is most suitable for that guy to build an experimental base. As expected, at this moment, the originally flat and seamless ground in front began to slowly crack, revealing a dark and bottomless passage. Karen hid behind Bai in fear, pulling at her dress tightly. Sister Bai, it's so dark. Kimimaro was a little confused. He frowned slightly and looked at Karen with some doubt. Bai is obviously a boy, why should she call him sister? Bai smiled slightly and comforted, it's okay, brother will protect us. Now walked straight in, followed by Bai and others. As they slowly went deeper, the group soon arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru put down the experimental data in his hand and looked at Now and Karen, who was hiding behind Shiro, with interest. The moment Karen stepped into the experimental base, he sensed this huge chakra full of vitality. Red hair, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan? Orochimaru thought so. After all, there is no other family in the ninja world with such huge chakra and distinctive hair color. Senior Orochimaru, long time no see, Now said with a smile. Orochimaru was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Now to be so polite. This was very different from his previous behavior. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time, but Now-kun has done something big recently, Orochimaru said with a hint of meaning. Now said in a relaxed tone, Senior Orochimaru, you are too kind. It's just destroying a small ninja village. The land of Water Trap is adjacent to the land of Grass, so it is not surprising that Orochimaru knows this with his ability. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and looked at Kimimaro behind Now with some desire. Now Kun, have you decided which ninjutsu to choose? Now stared at Orochimaru's experimental equipment curiously, his eyes revealing a sense of déjà vu, as if time had gone back and taken him back to his high school days. Familiar beakers and test tubes appeared before his eyes. However, in addition to these, there were some complex experimental instruments that were unfamiliar and difficult for him to understand. Don't worry about ninjutsu. In comparison, I'm more interested in Orochimaru's research, Now said with excitement. Orochimaru was slightly startled, and a sense of unexpected joy surged in his heart. After all, in this ninja world, there are very few people who are truly interested in experiments, and most ninjas are focused on how to defeat their enemies more effectively. Oh, I didn't expect Now-kun to be interested in these things, Orochimaru responded, but his eyes revealed doubt and confusion. Now said seriously and sincerely, to be honest with you, Senior Orochimaru, I am actually a medical ninja. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned tightly, his heart filled with suspicion and dissatisfaction. In Orochimaru's opinion, this was simply ridiculous. He even began to suspect that this kid was deliberately delaying time and had no intention of completing the transaction. He just wanted to tease him. An unknown fire surged in his heart, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth secretly. Looking at the dissatisfied Orochimaru, Now smiled slightly and continued, yes, I was fortunate enough to learn medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade for a period of time, so I have some knowledge of this. A ball of chakra full of vitality emerged from Nao's hand. Seeing this, Orochimaru dispelled his doubts. After all, this was indeed a genuine medical ninjutsu. Hearing the name Tsunade, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He muttered, Tsunade, I didn't expect she would teach you medical ninjutsu. You know, ever since Tsunade's brother and lover passed away one after another, she became extremely depressed and indulged in gambling and drinking all day long. The anger in Orochimaru's heart gradually subsided, but at the same time he also became more curious about Now in front of him. He wondered to himself, what exactly is Nao's purpose? At this time, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the little guys around Now, and a hint of imperceptible greed flashed in his eyes. In that dark and gloomy laboratory, Now and Orochimaru were talking non-stop. Listening to some novel ideas proposed by Now, Orochimaru's eyes were shining with appreciation. He chuckled in a low, hoarse voice and said, Now Kun, your point of view is really original. it seems that you are better at medical theory than medical ninjutsu. At this moment, there was a hint of fanaticism in Orochimaru's eyes. For a long time, he had mostly done his research on his own. It could be said that he had single-handedly promoted the advancement of science and technology in the entire ninja world. However, what is different is that Orochimaru's research is often based directly on human experiments, bypassing the cumbersome and complex theoretical foundations and directly entering the practical operation stage. In contrast, although Nao, as a time traveler, is short of resources, she never lacks solid and reliable theoretical basis. What is more worth mentioning is that Nao was a science student in her previous life, and her knowledge and understanding of the field of biology is far better than Orochimaru. Coupled with the medical theory she acquired while studying medical ninjutsu, Nao's understanding of the human body is no less than that of Orochimaru. Therefore, when Nao revealed to Orochimaru some knowledge about the basic theory of cells from her previous life, this outstanding scientist benefited greatly and felt like he had found a treasure. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue to suppress the excitement in his heart. Although he was envious of the knowledge that Nao possessed, he still tried to remain calm. After all, the two of them haven't established any basis for cooperation yet, and it's impossible for him to open up to Nao just because of a few words from her. Orochimaru understood that this kid must have his own purpose, and he was just throwing out some insignificant weights. It looks like my collaboration with Nao-kun won't disappoint me. Nao looked at Orochimaru's calm face and knew that this old man was pretending to be deep within. Knowing Orochimaru's character well, he could see Orochimaru's excitement at a glance. He just pretended to be indifferent to avoid raising the price. Knowledge is the most valuable thing. I think Senior Orochimaru also understands this, Nao said casually. Orochimaru was not surprised at all, as he understood everything from the moment Nao showed interest in his experiment. Nao never thought of exchanging Kimimaro for secret techniques. All this was just to find a basis for cooperation. Orochimaru nodded. Of course I know this truth, but I have a question for Nao-kun. What is the purpose of Nao-kun's research? Orochimaru stared at the person in front of him with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts through that expressionless face. For me, research is just a tool, a way. Through continuous exploration and study, I can enhance my own strength and ultimately achieve my goals. Nao's tone was calm, but it contained an unwavering determination. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly to reveal an imperceptible smile, and he suddenly realized that this young man named Nao was so similar to himself, equally knowledgeable and ambitious. Nao-kun, your point of view has indeed given me great inspiration and is of great significance to the progress of my experiment. In this case, you don't have to beat around the bush. Just speak directly. Hearing Orochimaru take the initiative to speak, Nao's eyes flashed with determination. I hope to learn the darkness walking technique and the flying thunder god technique from you, Lord Orochimaru. Oh, it's the flying thunder god technique. Orochimaru was a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party would make other requests, but he never expected that he would be interested in this ninjutsu. Why are you so sure that I have this ninjutsu, Nao? Orochimaru showed a hint of curiosity. He did not include this ninjutsu in the scroll he gave to Nao. The flying thunder god technique is famous in the ninja world. I don't believe that Senior Orochimaru has never tried to learn it. Nao looked at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru did not answer this question. However, it is not easy to master this technique. It requires extremely high spatial talent to learn. Have you thought about it, Nao-kun? You can only know success or failure by trying it. If you don't even have the courage to try, then you are a failure. Seeing Nao's determined eyes, Orochimaru stopped trying to persuade her. I'll teach you the jutsu later. Nao nodded slightly upon seeing this. Then I won't disturb Senior Orochimaru's experiment. After saying that, Nao turned and left the laboratory. As Nao walked further away, Orochimaru was the only one left standing in the laboratory. Under the dim light, the glass bottles filled with green solution reflected a strange green light, which fell on Orochimaru's pale face like a ghost, adding a bit of creepy atmosphere. He stared quietly at Nao's receding back, with a hint of curiosity and exploration in the depths of his eyes. How many unknown secrets are you hiding, Nao-kun? Orochimaru murmured in a low voice as if talking to himself. When Orochimaru thought of the knowledge that the other party possessed, his heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he couldn't help but want to explore. The moment Nao stepped out of the laboratory door, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Finally I got what I wanted, flying thunder god technique. Orochimaru was very excited, and so was Nao, but they both tacitly kept their emotions to themselves, fearing that the other would see through them. After mastering the flying thunder god technique, Nao no longer needs to be timid and can use her skills as she pleases. In this way, whether fighting or retreating, the initiative is in Nao's hands. However, at this moment, a strange color flashed across Nao's eyes. It's like opening a memory, the gate of the past. All the past events he had experienced since he crossed over flashed before his eyes like a movie. The laughter and tears, pain and struggles of the past, like vivid pictures, played out before his eyes one after another. Nao knew very well that ever since he came to this world, he had been working hard for one thing: to survive. Faced with the cruel and ruthless ninja world, the environment full of endless dangers and challenges keeps Nao in a state of high tension. Although he already possesses the powerful strength of a shadow level 1, this cannot completely eliminate the deep feeling of uneasiness in his heart, because he knew clearly that the ninja world was hiding too many unknown crises and hidden dangers, and if he was not careful he could end up in an irretrievable situation. So no matter when and where, now dared not take it lightly and always remained alert and cautious. This strong sense of crisis was like a heavy mountain pressing on his heart, preventing him from truly relaxing and enjoying life. As the bonds grow more and more, Nao's desire for strength becomes stronger. What is about to be obtained is not just a simple ninjutsu, but also the release of some of Nao's restraints. In that dark and gloomy laboratory, Nao and Orochimaru were talking non-stop. Listening to some novel ideas proposed by Nao, Orochimaru's eyes were shining with appreciation. He chuckled in a low, hoarse voice and said, "Nao-kun, your point of view is really original. It seems that you are better at medical theory than medical ninjutsu." At this moment, there was a hint of fanaticism in Orochimaru's eyes. For a long time, he had mostly done his research on his own. It could be said that he had single-handedly promoted the advancement of science and technology in the entire ninja world. However, what is different is that Orochimaru's research is often based directly on human experiments, bypassing the cumbersome and complex theoretical foundations and directly entering the practical operation stage. In contrast, although Nao, as a time traveler, is short of resources, she never lacks solid and reliable theoretical basis. What is more worth mentioning is that Nao was a science student in her previous life, and her knowledge and understanding of the field of biology is far better than Orochimaru. Coupled with the medical theory she acquired while studying medical ninjutsu, Nao's understanding of the human body is no less than that of Orochimaru. Therefore, when Nao revealed to Orochimaru some knowledge about the basic theory of cells from her previous life, this outstanding scientist benefited greatly and felt like he had found a treasure. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue to suppress the excitement in his heart, and although he was envious of the knowledge that Nao possessed, he still tried to remain calm. After all, the two of them haven't established any basis for cooperation yet, and it's impossible for him to open up to Nao just because of a few words from her. Orochimaru understood that this kid must have his own purpose, and he was just throwing out some insignificant weights. "It looks like my collaboration with Nao-kun won't disappoint me." Nao looked at Orochimaru's calm face and knew that this old man was pretending to be deep with him. Knowing Orochimaru's character well, he could see Orochimaru's excitement at a glance. He just pretended to be indifferent to avoid raising the price. "Knowledge is the most valuable thing. I think Senior Orochimaru also understands this," Nao said casually. Orochimaru was not surprised at all, as he understood everything from the moment Nao showed interest in his experiment. Nao never thought of exchanging Kimimaro for secret techniques. All this was just to find a basis for cooperation. Orochimaru nodded. "Of course I know this truth, but I have a question for Nao-kun. What is the purpose of Nao-kun's research?" Orochimaru stared at the person in front of him with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts through that expressionless face. "For me, research is just a tool, a way. Through continuous exploration and study, I can enhance my own strength and ultimately achieve my goals." Nao's tone was calm, but it contained an unwavering determination. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly to reveal an imperceptible smile, and he suddenly realized that this young man named Nao was so similar to himself, equally knowledgeable and ambitious. "Nao-kun, your point of view has indeed given me great inspiration and is of great significance to the progress of my experiment. In this case, you don't have to beat around the bush. Just speak directly." Hearing Orochimaru take the initiative to speak, Nao's eyes flashed with determination. "I hope to learn the darkness walking technique and the flying thunder god technique from you, Lord Orochimaru." "Oh, it's the flying thunder god technique." Orochimaru was a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party would make other requests, but he never expected that he would be interested in this ninjutsu. "Why are you so sure that I have this ninjutsu, Nao?" Orochimaru showed a hint of curiosity. He did not include this ninjutsu in the scroll he gave to Nao. "The flying thunder god technique is famous in the ninja world. I don't believe that Senior Orochimaru has never tried to learn it." Nao looked at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru did not answer this question. "However, it is not easy to master this technique. It requires extremely high spatial talent to learn. Have you thought about it, Nao-kun? You can only know success or failure by trying it. If you don't even have the courage to try, then you are a failure." Seeing Nao's determined eyes, Orochimaru stopped trying to persuade her. "I'll teach you the jutsu later." Nao nodded slightly upon seeing this. "Then I won't disturb Senior Orochimaru's experiment." After saying that, Nao turned and left the laboratory. As Nao walked further away, Orochimaru was the only one left standing in the laboratory. Under the dim light, the glass bottles filled with green solution reflected a strange green light, which fell on Orochimaru's pale face like a ghost, adding a bit of creepy atmosphere. He stared quietly at Nao's receding back, with a hint of curiosity and exploration in the depths of his eyes. "How many unknown secrets are you hiding, Nao-kun?" Orochimaru murmured in a low voice as if talking to himself. When Orochimaru thought of the knowledge that the other party possessed, his heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he couldn't help but want to explore. The moment Nao stepped out of the laboratory door, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Finally I got what I wanted, Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru was very excited, and so was Now, but they both tacitly kept their emotions to themselves, fearing that the other would see through them. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Now no longer needs to be timid and can use her skills as she pleases. In this way, whether fighting or retreating, the initiative is in Nao's hands. However, at this moment, a strange color flashed across Nao's eyes. It's like opening a memory, the gate of the past. All the past events he had experienced since he crossed over flashed before his eyes like a movie. The laughter and tears, pain and struggles of the past, like vivid pictures, played out before his eyes one after another. Nao knew very well that ever since he came to this world, he had been working hard for one thing: to survive. Faced with the cruel and ruthless ninja world, the environment full of endless dangers and challenges keeps Nao in a state of high tension. Although he already possesses the powerful strength of a Shadow Level 1, this cannot completely eliminate the deep feeling of uneasiness in his heart, because he knew clearly that the ninja world was hiding too many unknown crises and hidden dangers, and if he was not careful he could end up in an irretrievable situation. So no matter when and where, Nao dared not take it lightly and always remained alert and cautious. In that dark and gloomy laboratory, Nao and Orochimaru were talking non-stop. Listening to some novel ideas proposed by Nao, Orochimaru's eyes were shining with appreciation. He chuckled in a low, hoarse voice and said, "Nao-kun, your point of view is really original. It seems that you are better at medical theory than medical ninjutsu." At this moment, there was a hint of fanaticism in Orochimaru's eyes. For a long time, he had mostly done his research on his own. It could be said that he had single-handedly promoted the advancement of science and technology in the entire ninja world. However, what is different is that Orochimaru's research is often based directly on human experiments, bypassing the cumbersome and complex theoretical foundations and directly entering the practical operation stage. In contrast, although Nao, as a time traveler, is short of resources, she never lacks solid and reliable theoretical basis. What is more worth mentioning is that Nao was a science student in her previous life, and her knowledge and understanding of the field of biology is far better than Orochimaru. Coupled with the medical theory she acquired while studying medical ninjutsu, Nao's understanding of the human body is no less than that of Orochimaru. Therefore, when Nao revealed to Orochimaru some knowledge about the basic theory of cells from her previous life, this outstanding scientist benefited greatly and felt like he had found a treasure. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue to suppress the excitement in his heart. Although he was envious of the knowledge that Nao possessed, he still tried to remain calm. After all, the two of them haven't established any basis for cooperation yet, and it's impossible for him to open up to Nao just because of a few words from her. Orochimaru understood that this kid must have his own purpose, and he was just throwing out some insignificant weights. "It looks like my collaboration with Nao-kun won't disappoint me." Nao looked at Orochimaru's calm face and knew that this old man was pretending to be deep within. Knowing Orochimaru's character well, he could see Orochimaru's excitement at a glance. He just pretended to be indifferent to avoid raising the price. "Knowledge is the most valuable thing. I think Senior Orochimaru also understands this," Nao said casually. Orochimaru was not surprised at all, as he understood everything from the moment Nao showed interest in his experiment. Nao never thought of exchanging Kimimaro for secret techniques. All this was just to find a basis for cooperation. Orochimaru nodded. "Of course I know this truth, but I have a question for Nao-kun. What is the purpose of Nao-kun's research?" Orochimaru stared at the person in front of him with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts through that expressionless face. "For me, research is just a tool, a way. Through continuous exploration and study, I can enhance my own strength and ultimately achieve my goals." Nao's tone was calm, but it contained an unwavering determination. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly to reveal an imperceptible smile, and he suddenly realized that this young man named Nao was so similar to himself, equally knowledgeable and ambitious. "Nao-kun, your point of view has indeed given me great inspiration and is of great significance to the progress of my experiment. In this case, you don't have to beat around the bush. Just speak directly." Hearing Orochimaru take the initiative to speak, Nao's eyes flashed with determination. "I hope to learn the darkness walking technique and the Flying Thunder God technique from you, Lord Orochimaru." "Oh, it's the Flying Thunder God technique." Orochimaru was a little surprised. He originally thought that the other party would make other requests, but he never expected that he would be interested in this ninjutsu. "Why are you so sure that I have this ninjutsu, Nao?" Orochimaru showed a hint of curiosity. He did not include this ninjutsu in the scroll he gave to Nao. "The Flying Thunder God technique is famous in the ninja world. I don't believe that Senior Orochimaru has never tried to learn it." Nao looked at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru did not answer this question. "However, it is not easy to master this technique. It requires extremely high spatial talent to learn. Have you thought about it, Nao-kun? You can only know success or failure by trying it. If you don't even have the courage to try, then you are a failure." Seeing Nao's determined eyes, Orochimaru stopped trying to persuade her. "I'll teach you the jutsu later." Nao nodded slightly upon seeing this. "Then I won't disturb Senior Orochimaru's experiment." After saying that, Nao turned and left the laboratory. As Nao walked further away, Orikimura was the only one left standing in the laboratory. Under the dim light, the glass bottles filled with green solution reflected a strange green light, which fell on Orikimura's pale face like a ghost, adding a bit of creepy atmosphere. He stared quietly at Nao's receding back, with a hint of curiosity and exploration in the depths of his eyes. "How many unknown secrets are you hiding, Nao-kun?" Orikimura murmured in a low voice as if talking to himself. When Orikimura thought of the knowledge that the other party possessed, his heart was filled with turbulent waves, and he couldn't help but want to explore. The moment Nao stepped out of the laboratory door, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose slightly. "Finally I got what I wanted, Flying Thunder God technique." Orikimura was very excited, and so was Nao, but they both tacitly kept their emotions to themselves, fearing that the other would see through them. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Nao no longer needs to be timid and can use her skills as she pleases. In this way, whether fighting or retreating, the initiative is in Nao's hands. However, at this moment, a strange color flashed across Nao's eyes. It's like opening a memory, the gate of the past. All the past events he had experienced since he crossed over flashed before his eyes like a movie. The laughter and tears, pain and struggles of the past, like vivid pictures, played out before his eyes one after another. Nao knew very well that ever since he came to this world, he had been working hard for one thing: to survive. Faced with the cruel and ruthless ninja world, the environment full of endless dangers and challenges keeps Nao in a state of high tension. Although he already possesses the powerful strength of a Shadow Level 1, this cannot completely eliminate the deep feeling of uneasiness in his heart, because he knew clearly that the ninja world was hiding too many unknown crises and hidden dangers, and if he was not careful he could end up in an irretrievable situation. So no matter when and where, Nao dared not take it lightly and always remained alert and cautious. Nao sat quietly in the slightly dark and damp cave, staring at the ring in her hand that was emitting faint fluctuations with curiosity. He raised his lips slightly and whispered softly, "The slide body technique is really convenient. I can hold a video conference anytime and anywhere." The Rinnegan has many abilities, and many of them were displayed in Nagato's hands, which can be said to have greatly enhanced the status of the Akatsuki organization. It was the first time for Nao to attend an online meeting of the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of Zabuza, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, she wondered if he had found King Ming's body. Nao casually froze the entrance of the cave to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Nao looked at the scene and smiled slightly. Why did he feel a little familiar? Nao slowly formed a strange seal in his hand, and as his chakra was slightly consumed, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Nao had already appeared in a closed cave, and he was standing on the finger of the outer path golem. The phantoms of Akatsuki members also appeared in the cave one after another, and Zabuza's phantom gradually appeared beside Nao. As soon as Zabuza's phantom appeared, Nao looked at him, and Zabuza nodded slowly. Nao immediately realized that King Ming's body was in her hands and didn't say anything more. Nao felt Kisame's gaze staring at him, and he turned his head to look at him. When Kisame saw that his peeping was discovered, he slowly opened his mouth full of shark teeth and smiled slightly. Nao frowned slightly, not knowing what this guy meant. Haydn loudly vented his dissatisfaction. "Why are we having a meeting at this time? I haven't completed the ceremony yet." By now, Kakuzu had gradually become accustomed to Haydn's noise and did not show the slightest sign of impatience. After all, he has spent such a long time with Faden, and it seems that he has no choice but to accept this chattering guy helplessly. After all, they were a perfect match, both were immortal. Pain glanced at Faden indifferently, and Faden instantly recalled the spicy taste he had experienced last time, and his endless scolding came to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, Deidara couldn't help but laugh. What a coward. Feijuan changed his mind and felt that he was just an illusion now, so what was there to be afraid of? Just as he was about to greet Deidara cordially, he heard Pain say solemnly, "Everyone is here, the meeting begins." Feijuan had no choice but to swallow back his anger, because he knew very well that if trouble happened again at this time, Pain would definitely not let him go easily. Now couldn't help but feel a little funny when seeing the two people who started fighting as soon as they met. Faden always gave him a sense of déjà vu of a husky. Pain looked at the people who had finally quieted down in front of him. He spoke slowly with a blank expression. "The Akatsuki organization is currently in a dormant stage. We need to keep a low profile and avoid anything that might attract attention from the outside world. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Destroying the Kyuzagakure village doesn't matter, as long as no one sees it, it's not a problem." But now left behind a large piece of ice in a very high-profile manner, and everyone knew at a glance that it was the masterpiece of the ice release bloodline. Although Pain did not point it out directly, those well-informed members of the Akatsuki organization immediately understood the deeper meaning of his words. They all turned their gazes in the direction of Nao, with curiosity glittering in their eyes. Some other members who were still unaware of the situation also turned their attention to Nao after seeing the actions of the people around them. At this moment, Nao naturally understood that Nagato said this to save face for her. He felt the burning gazes from everyone and said angrily, "This was indeed an accident. Something like this will never happen again. Besides, all the people present at the time have been killed. There is no one left alive as a witness." Pain didn't say anything else. Akatsuki has received a lot of new missions recently. Zionin, you can assign them. Konan nodded and said, the war mission from Uegakur will be given to the Attack team, and the mission to assassinate the daimyo of a small country will be given to the Scorpion team. The specific information will be given to you later. After completing the task assignment, Pain and Konan used the illusion body technique and left. Most of the remaining people did not leave immediately. After seeing their leader leave, Faden no longer suppressed his emotions and started to confront Deidara directly. Scorpion looked at Now with some curiosity. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind: it would be great if I could make this kid into a human puppet. However, he could only think about these ideas in his heart. The other party was able to destroy an entire ninja village alone, so his strength must be as strong as his. Kakuza didn't care who destroyed the Kusagakur village. He only knew that there was chaos around the Kusagakur village and that there would definitely be a large number of mission demands. He had already smelled the scent of money from it. Thinking of the opportunity to earn a lot of money, Kakuzu's eyes almost turned into money. He stopped Haydn, who was still having a friendly conversation with Deidara. Haydn, let's go. Faden looked unhappy. I haven't scolded this yellow-haired mop enough. Deidara was furious when he heard this. What did you say, bastard? Do you understand art? Kakuza said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about this, or I'm going to go out there and sew your head to your ass. Faden cursed loudly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only the angry Deidara was left there. He was so angry that he jumped up and down. Next time I see that bastard, I will definitely blow him to death. Soon the undead duo and the artistic duo dispelled the illusion. Kisame said with some emotion, he said, I never thought that the little kid who followed Zabuza would grow up to be a notorious villain. Zabuza also sighed when he heard this. After all, Now had never told him about this, which made him a little confused. Now ignored Kisame. He nodded to Zabuza and disappeared on the spot. Now opened her eyes and found herself back in the dark cave. Now looked at her 10 fingers covered with nail polish and was speechless. What good organization would require people to paint their nails? Konan said that this was a mandatory requirement of the Akatsuki organization, and now had no choice but to reluctantly paint her nails with light blue polish. It's not that I don't want to choose other colors, it's because I can't choose duplicate colors. Black has already been chosen by Deidara, so there aren't many colors left for now. Now sat quietly in the slightly dark and damp cave, staring at the ring in her hand that was emitting faint fluctuations with curiosity. He raised his lips slightly and whispered softly, the slide body technique is really convenient. I can hold a video conference anytime and anywhere. The Rinnegan has many abilities, and many of them were displayed in Nagato's hands, which can be said to have greatly enhanced the status of the Akatsuki organization. It was the first time for Now to attend an online meeting of the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of Zabuza, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, she wondered if he had found Kingming's body. Now casually froze the entrance of the cave to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Now looked at the scene and smiled slightly. Why did he feel a little familiar? Now slowly formed a strange seal in his hand, and as his chakra was slightly consumed, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Now had already appeared in a closed cave, and he was standing on the finger of the outer path golem. The phantoms of Akatsuki members also appeared in the cave one after another, and Zabuza's phantom gradually appeared beside Now. As soon as Zabuza's phantom appeared, Now looked at him, and Zabuza nodded slowly. Now immediately realized that Kingming's body was in her hands and didn't say anything more. Now felt Kisame's gaze staring at him, and he turned his head to look at him. When Kisame saw that his peeping was discovered, he slowly opened his mouth full of shark teeth and smiled slightly. Now frowned slightly, not knowing what this guy meant. Haydn loudly vented his dissatisfaction. Why are we having a meeting at this time? I haven't completed the ceremony yet. By now, Kakuzu had gradually become accustomed to Haydn's noise and did not show the slightest sign of impatience. After all, he has spent such a long time with Faden, and it seems that he has no choice but to accept this chattering guy helplessly. After all, they were a perfect match, both were immortal. Pain glanced at Faden indifferently, and Faden instantly recalled the spicy taste he had experienced last time, and his endless scolding came to an abrupt halt. Seeing this, Deidara couldn't help but laugh. What a coward. Feijuan changed his mind and felt that he was just an illusion now, so what was there to be afraid of? Just as he was about to greet Deidara cordially, he heard Pain say solemnly, everyone is here, the meeting begins. Feijuan had no choice but to swallow back his anger, because he knew very well that if trouble happened again at this time, Pain would definitely not let him go easily. Now couldn't help but feel a little funny when seeing the two people who started fighting as soon as they met. Faden always gave him a sense of deja vu of a husky. Pain looked at the people who had finally quieted down in front of him. He spoke slowly with a blank expression. The Akatsuki organization is currently in a dormant stage. That we need to keep a low profile and avoid anything that might attract attention from the outside world. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Destroying the Kusagakur village doesn't matter, as long as no one sees it, it's not a problem. But now left behind a large piece of ice in a very high profile manner, and everyone knew at a glance that it was the masterpiece of the ice release bloodline. Although Pain did not point it out directly, those well-informed members of the Akatsuki organization present immediately understood the deeper meaning of his words. They all turned their gazes in the direction of Now, with curiosity glittering in their eyes. Some other members who were still unaware of the situation also turned their attention to Now after seeing the actions of the people around them. At this moment, Now naturally understood that Nagato said this to save face for her. He felt the burning gazes from everyone and said angrily, "This was indeed an accident. Something like this will never happen again. Besides, all the people present at the time have been killed. There is no one left alive as a witness." Pain didn't say anything else. Akatsuki has received a lot of new missions recently. Zionin, you can assign them. Konan nodded and said, "The war mission from Uegakur will be given to the Atake team, and the mission to assassinate the daimyo of a small country will be given to the Scorpion team. The specific information will be given to you later." After completing the task assignment, Pain and Konan used the illusion body technique and left. Most of the remaining people did not leave immediately. After seeing their leader leave, Faden no longer suppressed his emotions and started to confront Deidara directly. Scorpion looked at Now with some curiosity. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind: it would be great if I could make this kid into a human puppet. However, he could only think about these ideas in his heart. The other party was able to destroy an entire ninja village alone, so his strength must be as strong as his. Kakuza didn't care who destroyed the Kusagakur village. He only knew that there was chaos around the Kusagakur village and that there would definitely be a large number of mission demands. He had already smelled the scent of money from it. Thinking of the opportunity to earn a lot of money, Kakuzu's eyes almost turned into money. He stopped Haydn, who was still having a friendly conversation with Deidara. "Haydn, let's go." Faden looked unhappy. I haven't scolded this yellow-haired mop enough." Deidara was furious when he heard this. "What did you say, bastard? Do you understand art?" Kakuza said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about this, or I'm going to go out there and sew your head to your ass." Faden cursed loudly and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Only the angry Deidara was left there. He was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Next time I see that bastard, I will definitely blow him to death." Soon the undead duo and the artistic duo dispelled the illusion. Kisame said with some emotion, he said, "I never thought that the little kid who followed Zabuza would grow up to be a notorious villain." Zabuza also sighed when he heard this. After all, Now had never told him about this, which made him a little confused. Now ignored Kisame. He nodded to Zabuza and disappeared on the spot. Now opened her eyes and found herself back in the dark cave. Now looked at her 10 fingers covered with nail polish and was speechless. What good organization would require people to paint their nails? Konan said that this was a mandatory requirement of the Akatsuki organization, and Now had no choice but to reluctantly paint her nails with light blue polish. "It's not that I don't want to choose other colors, it's because I can't choose duplicate colors. Black has already been chosen by Deidara, so there aren't many colors left for Now. I don't know how a bunch of tough guys in Akatsuki can tolerate such a request. It's really weird." Now sighed slightly and walked out of the dim cave. In the Hidden Mist village, in the office on the top floor of the Mizukage building, an old man with a hunched back and holding a strange cane stood quietly by the window, gazing into the distance and letting out a sigh. Behind him stood a group of ninjas wearing jonin vests, staring at the old man solemnly. Mei Terumi, who was standing at the head of the team, took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Master Yuanchi, the Yandame has been controlled by a mysterious person for many years. Although the illusion he suffered has now been lifted by Qingyi Baigan, the Mizukage who was once controlled by others is obviously no longer suitable to continue to handle village affairs. Therefore, I kindly request that you temporarily take over the position of Mizukage in order to restore peace and order to the Hidden Mist village." Hearing this, Yuanchi slowly turned around, his face full of worry. "It's all my fault. I allowed the dignified Mizukage to be manipulated like this without him realizing it. I should have noticed Yagura's strange behavior over the years." His voice was full of self-blame and regret. "Alas, time really is merciless. Now my old bones are useless and it is really difficult for me to control the overall situation. Fortunately, there are still outstanding talents like you in our village. As the great contributor to the successful end of the Blood Mist village, I think you should be the acting Mizukage. As for me, I can still do some auxiliary work." At this moment, everyone's eyes were cast on Mei Terumi. "You know, she is a strong person who possesses 2 powerful bloodline limits, and her reputation is known to everyone in the village. Although Mei Terumi has relatively little experience, she is fully qualified to ascend to the throne of Mizukage given her great contribution to the Blood Mist village incident. However, considering that the fact that Yagura was manipulated cannot be made public, he is still the rightful Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village both morally and emotionally. After all, once this matter is exposed, it will surely cause a huge storm in the outside world and in the village, which will not only destroy the reputation of the Hidden Mist village, but may even lead to serious consequences. The change of Mizukage is a major event that concerns the fate of the entire village and must be approved by the daimyo. Therefore, for now, we have no choice but to let Mei Terumi suffer and temporarily serve as the acting Mizukage." A barely perceptible look of satisfaction flashed across the depths of Mei Terumi's lake green eyes, but she still politely declined, Master Yuanshi. However, the master simply waved his hand to interrupt her, and said with a smile, except for you, no one else can take on the position of acting Mizukage. Do you want me, an old man, to go into battle again? Hearing this, Mei Terumi was stunned. She gazed at the venerable old man in front of her, as well as the many jonin around her who were looking at her with admiration and affirmation, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. At this moment, Xingye quickly echoed, Master Terumi Mei, please stop shirking your responsibilities, this position really belongs to you. He advised sincerely, his eyes full of trust and admiration for Miming's abilities. After saying that, the master stepped back from the position of Mizukage. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Terumi Mei no longer refused and stepped forward to stand in the place symbolizing the position of Mizukage. Thank you all for your trust. I will definitely redevelop the Hidden Mist Village. Mei Terumi looked at everyone with a determined gaze. In this dark and dimly lit courtyard, Yagura's face was as pale as paper, staring at his hands with pain and despair on his face. The palm that should have been pure and flawless, as white as snow, now seemed to be dyed red with blood in his eyes. What on earth have I done? Yagura muttered to himself, his voice full of regret and self-blame. He felt as if he was in a dream, and time had gone back to the days when he had just become the Mizukage. After the death of Nohara Rin, who was temporarily used as a container for the three-tail became wild. Yagura took the initiative to step forward and became the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. After a period of training, he became a perfect Jinchuriki and later served as the fourth Mizukage. All these experiences also proved Yagura's love for the village. Seeing the village he loved so much fall into such a miserable state at his hands, Yagura felt as if he was being cut into pieces. He covered his head with his hands in a daze, trying to get rid of the fear and confusion that kept rising up in his heart. Could it be that he was really the cruel person who gave the order to massacre without mercy? Yagura smiled bitterly and shook his head, his heart full of bitterness. As the leader of a village and a powerful Three-Tails Jinchuriki, he could be easily controlled by others using illusions. This is simply an absurd farce. And who is that man wearing a mysterious mask? Yagura couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This powerful illusion that could manipulate the Jinchuriki was definitely not a skill that could be possessed casually. Thinking of this, Yagura became more and more curious about the identity of the mysterious masked man, but at the same time he also felt a deep sense of uneasiness. Yagura could feel that although the illusion on his body had been lifted, the three tails in his body still looked dazed and was still under the control of the mysterious masked man. Yagura was a little afraid of being controlled by the masked man again. After all, the most important thing to control the Jinchuriki is to control the tailed beasts and their bodies first. The illusion of Sanwei Isabu has not been lifted yet, which means that Yagura may be controlled again. Recalling the crimes he had committed in the past few years, Yagura could no longer suppress the guilt surging in his heart. Thinking of Mei Terumi who helped him to remove the illusion, Yagura's eyes flashed with gratitude and relief. With you here, the Hidden Mist Village will not fall. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and slowly grabbed the extremely sharp kunao in front of him. Fog, the Hidden Village doesn't need me anymore, Isabu, I'm sorry. Yagura sighed slightly and said sorry to Isabu. When the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die. Although it takes 3 years for the tailed beast to be resurrected, it is better than being under the control of others all the time. The kunao flashed with cold light, gradually approaching his fragile neck. In the Mizukage's office, Ching handed a piece of information to Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi frowned as she looked at the information in her hand. The mysterious ice release ninja destroyed the Kuzagakur village? Ching nodded. This might make other people think it was the work of the Hidden Mist Village. Mei Terumi rubbed her eyebrows. The Hidden Mist Village was now extremely declining and a complete mess. Only a few days after taking over the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village, Mei Terumi felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The policies of Blood Mist Village caused a gap in the new generation, resulting in too few available people in the village. Sometimes, Mei Terumi, as the acting Mizukage, had to go into battle herself. The Snow Clan has disappeared for more than 10 years, and yet such a powerful ninja appears. This is a very bad thing for the village, Ching said solemnly. No matter what, the Snow Clan was destroyed at the hands of the Hidden Mist Village, so there is no guarantee that this ice release ninja will not harbor resentment because of this. Mei Terumi was a little overwhelmed. She had it really hard. She was silent for a while. Look up the relevant information about the bloodline family of the Hidden Mist Village. If you can find the orphan, try to bring him back. Ching nodded and continued, I understand, but I do have some guesses about that ice release ninja. Mei Terumi nodded and motioned for him to continue. There was once a mission that involved some information about ice release, and Zabuza took on the mission. But after Zabuza defected, the mission was left unfinished. There are ice escape awakeners who killed many villagers. Maybe this is related. Mei Terumi was slightly thoughtful after hearing what she said. She knew Zabuza. Zabuza can be said to be an important figure in the rebellion against the Blood Mist Village. Whether he single-handedly changed the exam rules that led to mutual killing or assassinated the fourth Mizukage, it was an admirable feat. Zabuza has a great reputation in the village, but unfortunately he is still too impulsive. In fact, May Terumi admires Zabuza a little. The fact that he could stand up and resist was already better than most people. It's possible, but there's no need to worry too much. The hidden mist village has not yet fallen to the level of a small country's ninja village, Terumi May said in a deep voice. In the divine power space, cold stones are scattered in this cold space. Obito sat quietly on the stone alone, recalling the information that White Zetsu gave him some time ago, his brows furrowed slightly. Now is such a dishonest guy, and Nagato just let him go so easily. Obito couldn't help but start to feel a little afraid of this brat. Since he couldn't monitor Now closely, Obito couldn't grasp Now's specific actions. The fact that he could detect White Zetsu was enough for Obito to take him seriously. White Zetsu's Mayfly technique was a technique that even a cage-level character could not detect. When Qingming saw Now and others appear in front of him, he knew in his heart that things had developed beyond his expectations and the original plan had completely failed. He had wanted to be reborn in the most perfect condition, but now feeling his lifeless body, he had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. As the ancestor of the country of craftsmen, Qingming is indeed worthy of his reputation. This new method of resurrection he created is truly amazing. It's a pity that despite possessing such unique abilities, his own strength is still slightly insufficient. Even after finally gathering all 4 ninja tools and gaining the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, he still couldn't defeat Gaara. Just as Qingming was about to ask these people what their purpose was, Now took out the coffin containing Qingming's mummy without hesitation. Qingming's pupils suddenly contracted. When he witnessed with his own eyes the corpse he had carefully hidden being exposed, the only trace of hope left in his heart disappeared in an instant. The fact that the other party was able to find his body meant that his plan had been completely exposed. Although Qingming didn't know how the person in front of him resurrected him, as long as he was still alive, it was enough. It was his attachment to life that made him leave a way for resurrection. Now watched Qingming's changing expressions with interest. After he accepted this fact, Now slowly said, "It seems that you have understood. I need you to help me make a weapon." Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "No problem. I wonder what kind of weapon you want to make. Come with me." Now turned and walked towards another more open place. Qingming followed Now into the room, and his eyes were immediately attracted by several ninja swords placed in the center. Those were clearly the 4 matching ninja tools that he had carefully forged during his lifetime. However, in addition to this there was also a big knife that seemed somewhat familiar to him. Use this beheading sword as the main body to reforge a brand new ninja sword. As for the rest, you can smelt it according to your own ideas, but try to give this new sword more unique abilities. Now's voice came coldly, without any emotion. Qingming nodded silently and agreed, indicating that he was willing to follow the arrangements. After all, whether he can be successfully resurrected now depends entirely on whether Now is satisfied with the results of this mission. So even if you know that the other party is just writing you blank checks and making promises, you have no choice but to accept the reality. If you need anything, you can ask that snake-like man just now, he will give it to you. Qingming said thoughtfully, "Who uses this weapon? If possible, I need his knife-using habits and some information." Half a month later, an empty area was bathed in warm sunshine. Zabuza and Now stood in the open space, their eyes full of anticipation fixed on the mysterious box carried by Qingming. Qingming slowly walked up to the two of them, then carefully took the box off his back and placed it on the ground. He took a deep breath and gently opened the lid of the box. As the lid opened, a bloody and fierce smell emanated from the box. Inside the box, a ferocious-looking sword lay there quietly, as if it had been sleeping for a long time and waiting to be awakened. This recast beheading sword is covered with blood-colored lines all over. These lines are intertwined like veins, giving people a weird and mysterious feeling. They seem to have vitality, and under the light, they flow slowly like blood, making the whole knife look more lively and vivid. At the junction of the handle and the blade, there is a ferocious blood-red dragon head, as if it wants to devour everything. The blade was like a ferocious fire dragon, gushing out from the dragon's mouth, bringing with it endless power that made people shudder. Compared with the original beheading sword, this sword is now slightly smaller. The blade, which was originally 2.5 meters long, has now been shortened to 2 meters and its width has also become narrower, but this change has not weakened its momentum, but has made it more flexible and aggressive. Qingming stared at the big knife in front of him, and couldn't help but reveal a bit of pride on his face. As an outstanding craftsman, he is naturally very satisfied with the works he has created with his own hands. Being able to forge such a peerless weapon that terrorizes the ninja world is undoubtedly the highest affirmation of his skills and the glory he has pursued throughout his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. For a craftsman, what could be more exciting than creating such an amazing weapon? In addition to Qingming's superb skills, the materials used in this weapon are extremely luxurious. The entire body is carefully cast with rare chakra metal. There is no doubt that this knife represents the highest level of Qingming's knife-making craftsmanship and can be said to be his masterpiece that resulted from his painstaking efforts. In order to satisfy Now, Qingming took great pains to carve and polish this work. He rubbed his palms and asked expectantly, "Lord Now, when will you let me be reborn?" At this moment, Now was staring at the brand new beheading sword in front of her. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call it a beheading sword, because compared to the original one, the two are completely different and there is no similarity at all. "Do you have to use the tailed beast's chakra to resurrect?" Now frowned, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Qingming was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised by this question. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, "Well, that I'm not really sure. When I first conceived it, I expected that it would require an extremely large amount of chakra. Maybe only the powerful chakra of the tailed beasts can do it. Only endless chakra can meet this demanding requirement." Qingming was just a craftsman, so he naturally didn't know that there were ninjas in this world who had more chakra than the tailed beasts. Now nodded thoughtfully, but the doubt in her eyes had not completely disappeared. He squatted down, moved closer to the new beheading sword, and looked at it carefully. The blade flashed with cold light, as if it contained endless potential. Now turned her gaze to Zabuza, who was standing nearby. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zabuza, why don't you try out your new weapon? Let's see if it's as powerful as we hoped." After saying that, Now took out the new beheading sword from its sheath and handed it to Zabuza. Zabuza took the heavy sword and a familiar feeling came over him. However, when he actually grasped the hilt of the knife, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The weight of this new beheading sword was almost the same as the one he used before, and the center of gravity was not much different either. He secretly admired this delicate sense of balance, which also meant that it didn't take him too much time to become proficient in using this new weapon. Qingming looked at the changes in Zabuza's expression and knew that he had noticed the mystery. So, he went on to explain, "This sword can not only absorb the enemy's chakra and store it within the blade, but the holder can also inject his own chakra. As the chakra continues to accumulate, the weapon will become sharper and sharper. In addition, it has another unique feature, which is that it can devour the enemy's blood. Once it is integrated with chakra, it can stimulate blood-colored dragon-shaped sword energy with amazing power." When Zabuza heard this, he couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity in his heart. He stared at the broadsword in his hand and without hesitation, poured the chakra in his body into it. As the chakra flowed, the originally ordinary blade began to emit waves, which quickly condensed into extremely sharp chakra blades on the blade, similar to the change in the properties of wind-style chakra. Zabuza murmured softly as he looked at the chakra wrapped around the blade. However, when Zabuza looked up, he unexpectedly found that Now was also staring at him intently. Their eyes met, and Zabuza couldn't help but look embarrassed. He quickly turned his head away, trying to hide his inner panic, but the corners of his mouth still slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Thank you, kid," Zabuza stammered, with a hint of unnaturalness in his voice. Now looked at Zabuza's awkward appearance, shook her head helplessly, and sighed in her heart. Of course he knew why Zabuza was like this. After all, he had always been a cold and taciturn person. As for how weird Zabuza is, perhaps only Now and Shiro knew it best. They were grateful in their hearts, but they pretended to be indifferent. They wanted to express more emotions, but they couldn't open their mouths because of their personalities. Qingming turned his head and pretended not to see it. "Master Zabuza, please give this sword a name." Now nodded as well. Now slowly put down the kunao that she was holding tightly in her hand. A faint and distorted black light flashed on the kunao. A closer look revealed that it was a black spell with a strange shape and a little distortion. Ever since he taught the Flying Thunder God technique to Bai, the two of them began to study the Flying Thunder God technique together and devoted quite a long time to it. During this period, Now and Shiro were immersed in the exploration of the Flying Thunder God technique. Bai gave Now a lot of inspiration, and after more than half a month of study, she finally got the hang of it. Blood succession limit, ice escape LV2, 2655/10,000, skills sword technique LV3, 400/10,000, water style ninjutsu LV2, water dragon bullet technique, medical ninjutsu LV2, palm fairy technique, killing aura LV3, darkness technique LV0, flying thunder god technique LV0, 0/300. Skill points, 5,946. Now breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Flying Thunder God technique finally appear on the panel, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The skill points that may be consumed to upgrade skills on the system panel are also related to Now's talent for the skill. I don't know if it's because Now's talent for swordsmanship is good or the spatial attribute of Flying Thunder God is too noble, but the skill points upgraded to LV1 are 3 times that of swordsmanship. Now was a little hesitant about whether to upgrade Flying Thunder God to LV2. If she chose to upgrade Flying Thunder God, the speed of improving ice release would inevitably slow down. What's more, there will be many places where skill points will be used in the future, so Now decided that upgrading to LV1 would be enough for him for the time being. Focus your mind on the plus sign after the Flying Thunder God technique, and your skill points will decrease rapidly. The experience of using Flying Thunder God came to her mind like a tide, and Now took out a brand new kunao without hesitation. I saw a black cloud-shaped technique gradually emerging from the kunao. The flying thunder god technique also took on different shapes depending on the user. Of course, Now chose to use the pattern representing the identity of the Akatsuki organization as his unique symbol, and then he threw the kunao out with force. There was a dull thud and the kunao was firmly nailed to the wall. About 5 or 6 seconds later, Nao's figure disappeared like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye she had arrived at the place where suffering was not to be found. It's still too slow. Nao muttered to herself, sure enough, it's just as I thought. The LV1 Flying Thunder God technique is not suitable for use in real battles at all. After saying that, he reached out and pulled out the kunao stuck in the wall. To successfully perform the Flying Thunder God technique, 3 prerequisites must be met: marking, accurate sensing, and finally completing the transmission. For Nao, who possessed super perception, the first 2 items were not a problem, but the last step of teleportation was really a headache because it took too long. Nao sighed slightly, her leisure time was over. Since he joined Akatsuki, he has only completed a few missions relying on Conan's relationship. After a long time, it is inevitable that other members will have opinions. It's time to go back. The basic goals have been achieved, we got the Flying Thunder God and recast the beheading sword. The next step is to develop ourselves, Nao said in a general way. At this time, Nao's 14th birthday is approaching, and there are less than 3 years left before the story begins. Nao gently pushed open the door and walked lightly in the direction of Orochimaru. He walked through the corridor, around several bends, and finally came to a spacious platform. Orochimaru stood quietly on a high place, gazing with interest at a group of children who were fighting fiercely below. These children were full of vigor and energy, and they were fully focused on the battle. Nao slowly walked to Orochimaru's side, then lazily leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The breeze ruffled his hair, bringing a slight cool feeling. Orochimaru turned his head and his eyes fell on Nao. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he asked softly, Nao-kun, what do you think of these children? Nao glanced around, but didn't see many familiar faces. Just casually said, nothing special. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Of course it's nothing special in the eyes of a genius like Nao-kun, but small people have their own role. Senior Orochimaru, I'm here to say goodbye. I've been here for quite some time, it's time to go back. After saying that, Nao handed a kunao to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the kunao with some doubts. He looked closely and saw an auspicious cloud-shaped mark on the kunao. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that Nao actually mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru tried hard to suppress the greed in his eyes, because as Nao showed increasingly powerful strength in front of him, he became more and more curious. I really didn't expect it. In such a short time, Nao-kun has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru said with a slightly complicated expression. Nao naturally noticed Orochimaru's greedy gaze, but he pretended not to see it. After all, Orochimaru couldn't do anything to him before, let alone after he mastered Flying Thunder God. Nao revealed that she had information about Flying Thunder God in order to show her potential. Then, he responded calmly, Senior Orochimaru, please let me know when you have thought it through. Once I receive the news, I will rush over immediately using the Flying Thunder God technique. Facing Orochimaru's praise, Nao's expression remained calm, without any sense of pride or complacency. At this time, Orochimaru took out an exquisite wooden box from his arms and handed it to Nao. He said doubtfully, this is what you need. I just didn't expect that Nao-kun would be interested in it. Nao carefully took the wooden box and put it in her pocket, then said goodbye to Orochimaru. Well, see you next time, Orochimaru-senpai. After saying this, he turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. The promise Nao made to Orochimaru actually had her own purpose. She wanted to get involved in Konoha's collapse plan. After careful consideration, Nao speculated that Orochimaru would most likely ask her to join forces with him to assassinate the 4th Kazekage Raza. You must know that Orochimaru has now lost his right-hand man Kimimaro, and if he wants to ensure that he can successfully get rid of the 4th Kazekage Raza, he may have to rely on Nao's power. This gave Nao a perfect opportunity to implement her plan. The evening breeze blew gently, and the bright flames reflected on Nao's face. Nao quietly looked at the people in front of her, her eyes falling on Zabuza. Zabuza was seen concentrating on wiping the blood shadow in his hand. Every movement he made seemed extremely cautious, as if he was treating a rare treasure. From his focused expression, it can be seen that he can't let go of this knife. Next to Nao, Shiro and Karen sat opposite each other, chatting happily and laughing from time to time. They seemed to have endless topics to talk about, and they shared with each other the little interesting things in life. Kimimaro on the side would occasionally join in the conversation and express some unique insights, attracting everyone's attention. Nao looked at the chattering Shiro and Karen and suddenly felt unable to look at them. In the Akatsuki base, Nao and Zabuza slowly walked into the base. The Akatsuki members are out on missions most of the time, so there are usually not many people in the base, but today it is a bit lively. Uchiha Itake and Hashigaki Kisame also stayed in the base today. Zabuza took the initiative to contact Kisame, so they met here. Zabuza had fought against Hoshigaki Kisame when he was in the Umbu. At that time, neither of them were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The young and energetic Zabuza took the initiative to challenge Hoshigaki Kisame, but naturally ended up being defeated. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame is much older than Zabuza, and is more mature than Zabuza at the time in terms of combat experience and other aspects. The gap between the two is actually not that big. After obtaining Blood Shadow, Zabuza was eager to find someone to test his current strength. Zabuza naturally turned his attention to this former senior. Recalling the past, Zabuza's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. Since the two had some interactions in the Hidden Mist village, their relationship was pretty good after they joined the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame stared curiously at the blood-red sword behind Zabuza. Compared with the previous beheading sword, this sword was obviously more arrogant and eye-catching. Anyone seeing it for the first time will find it hard to ignore. Hoshigaki Kisame asked without hiding anything, "Zabuza, I didn't expect you to change your weapon. Are you planning to give up your identity as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Hearing this, Zabuza said in a deep voice, "From now on, there will only be the 6 ninja swordsmen." Hoshigaki Kisame was slightly startled, then he understood. So, this is the new beheading sword. However, Zabuza's sharp hawk-like eyes locked onto Hoshigaki Kisame, his eyes flashing with sparks of provocation and fighting spirit. He said coldly, "Fight with me." Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned for a moment, and then a creepy smile appeared on his light blue, shark-like face. He slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the same hata beside him. Same hata seemed to sense the fighting spirit of its master and trembled slightly with excitement. "Is this the reason why you came here on purpose?" Hoshigaki Kisame's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a kind of heart-pounding deterrent power. "Humph, it seems that this knife has indeed given you a lot of confidence, but it is not a good thing to look down on me as your senior." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been leaning quietly on the sofa, also shifted his gaze to the two people who were confronting each other in front of him. Hoshigaki Kisame noticed the look from Uchiha Itachi, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and asked teasingly, "Mr. Itachi, are you planning to come and watch this battle?" Uchiha Itachi's eyes wavered slightly, but soon returned to calm. He said in a cold voice, "The organization does not allow attacks on companions." Hoshigaki Kisame smiled slightly, "It's just a sparring match, Mr. Itachi, there's no need to take it so seriously." Seeing this, Nao said, "Don't worry, I know a lot of medical ninjutsu." After a moment's silence, Uchiha Itachi finally stood up from the sofa and followed the other 3 out of the base. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, "Maybe I can use this to learn some information about Zabuza." Nao thought with anticipation, who will win this battle? Nao knew very well that there was a perfect understanding between Hoshigaki Kisame and Same Hata, and it could almost be said that Same Hata was born for him. However, the Blood Shadow, which was tailor-made for Zabuza, was equally impressive. The most powerful aspect of Same Hata is its ability to absorb chakra, but this has no effect on Zabuza because Blood Shadow also has this ability. Not only that, both of them are proficient in water-style ninjutsu. Although Zabuza's endurance is slightly inferior due to the difference in chakra levels, the key to determining victory or defeat still depends on the physical skills and tactical application of both sides. Zabuza at this moment is no longer the same as before. He no longer works hard all day long as a bounty hunter just to earn money like in the original work, nor does he need to teach by painstakingly. Now, he devotes almost all his energy to improving his own strength. Nao also often studied swordsmanship with Zabuza and learned from each other. However, when it came to actual combat drills, Zabuza chose not to fight Nao to test his own strength. The reason is that the two are too familiar with each other and it is difficult for them to exert their full strength. On the empty land, Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame stood opposite each other. Hoshigaki Kisame held the Same Hata sword tightly, and he felt the unusual movement of Same Hata. "It seems that I can let you absorb enough today." Hoshigaki Kisame smiled slightly. The opponents he usually met were too weak, and Same Hata had not absorbed a large amount of chakra for a long time. Upon hearing this, Same Hata trembled excitedly a few times as if responding to his master's words. Nao and Uchiha Itachi stood quietly by, observing the fierce battle on the battlefield from a distance. Nao turned to look at Uchiha Itachi beside her, with a relaxed smile on her face, and asked softly, "Itachi, who do you think will win this battle?" Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Nao to take the initiative to talk to him. They didn't have much interaction with each other and were just strangers to each other. However, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself that perhaps this was an opportunity to understand the other party. Uchiha Itachi was also very curious about this powerful and talented young man. From the fact that he easily destroyed the Kusagakure village, it can be seen that the gentle-faced boy in front of him is also an out-and-out villain, and no one knows the true purpose hidden in his heart. Although Uchiha Itachi has always played the role of an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization, he does have a special feeling for Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame respected him very much, and both have experienced many of the same hardships and struggles. Moreover, the two have been working together for such a long time that Itachi has a clear understanding of Kisame's strength. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his mouth and answered in a calm and firm tone, Kisame. In the Akatsuki base, now, and Zabuza slowly walked into the base. The Akatsuki members are out on missions most of the time, so there are usually not many people in the base, but today it is a bit lively. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame also stayed in the base today. Zabuza took the initiative to contact Kisame, so they met here. Zabuza had fought against Hoshigaki Kisame when he was in the Umbu. At that time, neither of them were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The young and energetic Zabuza took the initiative to challenge Hoshigaki Kisame, but naturally ended up being defeated. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame is much older than Zabuza, and is more mature than Zabuza at the time in terms of combat experience and other aspects. The gap between the two is actually not that big. After obtaining Blood Shadow, Zabuza was eager to find someone to test his current strength. Zabuza naturally turned his attention to this former senior. Recalling the past, Zabuza's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. Since the two had some interactions in the Hidden Mist village, their relationship was pretty good after they joined the Akatsuki organization. Hoshigaki Kisame stared curiously at the blood-red sword behind Zabuza. Compared with the previous beheading sword, this sword was obviously more arrogant and eye-catching. Anyone seeing it for the first time will find it hard to ignore. Hoshigaki Kisame asked without hiding anything, Zabuza, I didn't expect you to change your weapon. Are you planning to give up your identity as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hearing this, Zabuza said in a deep voice, from now on, there will only be the 6 ninja swordsmen. Hoshigaki Kisame was slightly startled, then he understood, so, this is the new beheading sword. However, Zabuza's sharp hawk-like eyes locked onto Hoshigaki Kisame, his eyes flashing with sparks of provocation and fighting spirit. He said coldly, fight with me. Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned for a moment, and then a creepy smile appeared on his light blue, shark-like face. He slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the same hata beside him. Same hata seemed to sense the fighting spirit of its master and trembled slightly with excitement. Is this the reason why you came here on purpose? Hoshigaki Kisame's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a kind of heart-pounding deterrent power. Humph, it seems that this knife has indeed given you a lot of confidence, but it is not a good thing to look down on me as your senior. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been leaning quietly on the sofa, also shifted his gaze to the two people who were confronting each other in front of him. Hoshigaki Kisame noticed the look from Uchiha Itachi, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and asked teasingly, Mr. Itachi, are you planning to come and watch this battle? Uchiha Itachi's eyes wavered slightly, but soon returned to calm. He said in a cold voice, the organization does not allow attacks on companions. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled slightly, it's just a sparring match, Mr. Itachi, there's no need to take it so seriously. Seeing this, Now said, don't worry, I know a lot of medical ninjutsu. After a moment's silence, Uchiha Itachi finally stood up from the sofa and followed the other 3 out of the base. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, maybe I can use this to learn some information about Zabuza. Now thought with anticipation, who will win this battle? Now knew very well that there was a perfect understanding between Hoshigaki Kisame and Same Hata, and it could almost be said that Same Hata was born for him. However, the Blood Shadow, which was tailor-made for Zabuza, was equally impressive. The most powerful aspect of Same Hata is its ability to absorb chakra, but this has no effect on Zabuza because Blood Shadow also has this ability. Not only that, both of them are proficient in water-style ninjutsu. Although Zabuza's endurance is slightly inferior due to the difference in chakra levels, the key to determining victory or defeat still depends on the physical skills and tactical application of both sides. Zabuza at this moment is no longer the same as before, he no longer works hard all day long as a bounty hunter just to earn money like in the original work, nor does he need to teach by painstakingly. Now, he devotes almost all his energy to improving his own strength. Now also often studied swordsmanship with Zabuza and learned from each other. However, when it came to actual combat drills, Zabuza chose not to fight now to test his own strength. The reason is that the two are too familiar with each other and it is difficult for them to exert their full strength. On the empty land, Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame stood opposite each other. Hoshigaki Kisame held the Same Hata sword tightly, and he felt the unusual movement of Same Hata. It seems that I can let you absorb enough today. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled slightly. The opponents he usually met were too weak, and Same Hata had not absorbed a large amount of chakra for a long time. Upon hearing this, Same Hata trembled excitedly a few times as if responding to his master's words. Now an Uchiha Itachi stood quietly by, observing the fierce battle on the battlefield from a distance. Now turned to look at Uchiha Itachi beside her, with a relaxed smile on her face, and asked softly, Itachi, who do you think will win this battle? Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting now to take the initiative to talk to him. They didn't have much interaction with each other and were just strangers to each other. However, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself that perhaps this was an opportunity to understand the other party. Uchiha Itachi was also very curious about this powerful and talented young man. From the fact that he easily destroyed the Kusagakure village, it can be seen that the gentle-faced boy in front of him is also an out-and-out villain, and no one knows the true purpose hidden in his heart. Although Uchiha Itachi has always played the role of an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization, he does have a special feeling for Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame respected him very much, and both have experienced many of the same hardships and struggles. Moreover, the two have been working together for such a long time that Itachi has a clear understanding of Kisame's strength. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his mouth and answered in a calm and firm tone, "Kisame." Just 2 words, but they reveal his trust in his partner. Now was not surprised, he seemed to have already expected Uchiha Itachi's answer. He smiled and responded, "It seems that Itachi is quite confident in his companions. In fact, I also believe that Mr. Zabuza will win." Zabuza widened his eyes and stared at Hoshigaki Kisame in front of him, his chest heaving violently, as if he wanted to spit out all the resentment and anger in his heart. Ever since the failed assassination attempt on the Mizu cage, he had come to realize the weakness of his own strength. Every time I recall the scenes of fighting with powerful enemies, they all ended in a miserable defeat, defeated by Yagura, now, and the Hoshigaki Kisame in front of me. An unspeakable feeling of humiliation surged in my heart. However, at this moment Zabuza was not swallowed by the shadow of the past. On the contrary, he tightly grasped the blood shadow in his hand. With the injection of a large amount of chakra, a layer of blood-colored blade light appeared on the blade, and Zabuza exuded a resolute aura. With a low roar, Zabuza suddenly exerted his strength, stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards Hoshigaki Kisame like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast, like a whirlwind, raising up dust all around him. Facing the aggressive Zabuza, Hoshigaki Kisame appeared unusually calm. He stood there quietly, seemingly not taking his opponents seriously at all. When Zabuza approached, Hoshigaki Kisame slowly raised the bandaged samehata and held it horizontally in front of him. "Zabuza, it's been several years since our last fight, right? Let me see what's so special about your new weapon." Hoshigaki Kisame's tone revealed a strong confidence. Looking at Zabuza concentrating chakra on the sword, a hint of doubt flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza should know that samehata can absorb the enemy's chakra. What is the purpose of doing this? Once the swords come into contact, the chakra will be absorbed by samehata, so it should be futile. There was no time to think about it. I saw a blood-red shadow rushing towards me like lightning, and colliding with the huge shark muscle with a loud bang. In an instant, a powerful airflow swept around, causing waves like huge storms. At the moment the two touched, the bandage wrapped around the shark muscle suddenly broke, and the shark muscle suddenly began to twist strangely, as if suffering unbearable pain. It twisted its body desperately, as if trying to break free from Kisame's control. Kisame was startled and felt samehata's unusual behavior, secretly surprised. This is the first time that it has experienced such a condition since it obtained samehata. It can actually cause samehata so much pain that it seems that the sharpness of this knife is far beyond my imagination. Hoshigaki Kisame looked horrified, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He hurriedly grabbed samehata tightly, trying to stabilize the situation, but samehata continued to struggle. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kisame made a quick decision and quickly retreated, dragging samehata who was still struggling in pain. However, how could Zabuza let go of this opportunity so easily? He took advantage of the situation and swung the blood shadow in his hand with all his strength. There was a flash of cold light, and the extremely sharp blade quickly slashed across Kisame's lower abdomen, immediately bringing out a string of scarlet, glaring blood. As blood gushed out, Kisame couldn't help but groan and staggered. The big knife in Zabuza's hand seemed to have suction power, and the wound that was originally not bleeding much suddenly spurted out a large amount of blood. The blood was slowly absorbed by the blade, and the bloody patterns on the blade emitted a strange dark red light. Only now did Kisame understand why Zabuza had the confidence to challenge him. This ninja sword was as fierce as its appearance. Feeling the blood gushing out of his abdomen and the loss of some chakra, Kisame's eyes were filled with bloodshot. Fortunately, samehata had barely calmed down at this time. Hoshigaki Kisame controlled samehata to open it and smashed it forward suddenly, splashing a lot of dirt and stones. When Zabuza saw this, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged the surging attack by turning sideways. At the same time, a sneer appeared on Hoshigaki Kisame's lips. He clapped his hands and then shouted in a low voice, "Water style, exploding water wave." In an instant, a huge stream of water gushed out of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth, rushing towards Zabuza with unparalleled power like a huge tsunami. Now, who was standing by and watching the battle, witnessed this horrific scene that was like a natural disaster, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What an amazing momentum, it's worthy of being the legendary tailless beast. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were fixed on the two people on the battlefield, and the 3-Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets was slowly rotating. Uchiha Itachi was very surprised that Zabuza was able to inflict damage to Kisame in their first encounter. He thought to himself, could it be because of that strange knife? Hoshigaki Kisame stood above the turbulent water with a gloomy face. The samehata he was clenching in his hand was still trembling slightly. Kisame reached out his hand and gently patted samehata a few times, as if trying to soothe this sharp blade that had been with him for many years. I was careless that I didn't expect the knife to be so sharp that I must not fight him in close combat. Same had drilled into Kisame's body to help him repair the wounds on his body. Since it did not absorb chakra, Same had only barely healed the wound slightly and stopped the bleeding. Zabuza, who was soaked all over, stood on the water, looking coldly at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was standing high up. Hoshigaki Kisame's face was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he showed no sign of weakness and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water style, 5 eating sharks. As his low shout rang out, 5 huge chakra sharks appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Zabuza at an astonishing speed along the water flow. Zabuza raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and at the same time began to form seals quickly with his hands. Water style, water dragon continuous bullet technique. As he finished speaking, an extremely huge water dragon suddenly took shape and pounced towards the 5 sharks with a roar. In an instant, the shark collided with the huge water dragon, causing countless splashes and huge waves. The strong shock wave made the surrounding air seem to solidify. At this moment, Zabuza shouted softly, "Mist hiding technique." In an instant, the sky was filled with thick fog that surged in like billowing smoke, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire world. Zabuza felt very heavy and nervous in his heart, because he knew very well that there was a certain gap in strength between him and Hoshigaki Kisame. In the first confrontation, he relied on the intelligence he had acquired in advance and his advantage in weapons to successfully injure the opponent. However, although that attack was extremely fierce, it consumed a lot of his chakra. In order to make the blood shadow sharp enough, he had to inject 1/5 of his own chakra. On the surface, Zabuza seems to be in an absolute upper hand, but in fact this is just a false display of strength. If Hoshigaki Kisame used his huge chakra reserves to engage in a protracted battle with him, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, endurance is not Zabuza's strong point. That's why he has to pursue the victory and not give the opponent any chance to breathe. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame's heart was shocked, and he immediately used various ninjutsu to try to disperse the thick fog around him. Unfortunately, it is too late and these efforts cannot change the current situation at all. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling deeply regretful for the defeat in this battle. Due to the lack of sufficient intelligence support, he did not anticipate Samehada's abnormal behavior at all. It was this accident that put him in a passive situation in this fierce battle. Looking at the thick fog around him, Kisame realized that Zabuza had seen through his delaying tactics. He no longer hesitated and let Samehada absorb a large amount of his chakra, and then let Samehada speed up the repair of the wound on his abdomen. Zabuza suddenly emerged from the thick fog and slashed towards Kisame's back with the blood shadow sword in his hand. Kisame quickly turned sideways and used Samehada to block. Although Samehada was very scared, he still pushed forward with his fish skin. The two swords collided violently, and this time Samehada showed no abnormality. A glimmer of understanding suddenly flashed in Kisame's eyes. It seemed that the other party was able to break Samehada's defense with the help of chakra. Samehada blocked Blood Shadow's attack, and Kisame took the opportunity to counterattack. He waved Samehada and pounced towards Zabuza. The wound on Kisame's abdomen was constantly torn, and Zabuza did not give him time to completely repair the wound. The two men engaged in a simple physical confrontation, with the broadsword constantly creating gusts of strong wind. Seeing this, Zabuza's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly took a step back, while tightly gripping the hilt of the sword with both hands. Astonishing murderous aura and bloodiness emanated from him, and he swung forward with all his strength. In an instant, a shocking dragon-shaped blood-red sword energy shot out like lightning, and with an incomparable momentum it went straight towards Kisame. Faced with this sudden change, Kisame's heart was shocked and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he was a veteran after all and reacted very quickly. He put his palms together without hesitation and shouted, "Water style, great shark bullet technique." As his words fell, a vast and powerful chakra gushed out of his body and quickly gathered into an incomparably huge shark. The shark opened its bloody mouth wide enough to swallow everything, roared and pounced towards the blood dragon. A dazzling white light flashed by, and the huge impact brought by the collision between the two swept away the surrounding fog. Now and Uchiha Itaki, who were watching the battle outside, finally saw the specific situation on the field. That although they could sense the chakra fluctuations, they could not see the specific scene under the cover of thick fog. Zabuza's body was shaking, and he half knelt on the water in a somewhat awkward manner. One of his arms hung limply, as if he had lost all strength. He felt sharp pain in his arm, but he couldn't suppress the joy welling up in his heart and he actually laughed out loud. Kisame, who was hiding behind the huge Samehada, suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell weakly on the water, splashing water. Hearing Zabuza's laughter, Kisame angrily cursed, "You little brat without eyebrows, just wait and see." Zabuza coughed a few times, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and responded, "Shark-faced bastard, no matter how many times this battle is repeated, I will definitely defeat you." Deep in a lush forest, a simple yet chic wooden house stands quietly. Next to the wooden house is a wide and flat training ground, surrounded by various somewhat simple training equipment. At this moment, Zabuza was standing on the sidelines, staring at Nao and Haku who were practicing ninjutsu hard in front of him. Zabuza observed quietly for a while, then gently waved his right hand to signal the two to stop training. Nao and Shiro came to Zabuza. Your progress is remarkable, but it is far from enough to just master these to become a qualified ninja, Zabuza said in a serious tone. Now I have taught you all the basic knowledge about ninjas. After all, ninjas are all about missions and killing. So this mission will be completed by the two of you alone. Nao and Shiro were slightly startled when they heard this, but they quickly regained their composure and gladly accepted this difficult mission. Zabuza handed a mission scroll to the two of them, and continued, the goal of this mission is to assassinate a wealthy businessman named Takahashi Yuta. Pay attention to the defensive forces around him. Generally, such wealthy businessmen will hire a lot of wandering ninjas and lower-level samurai. Nao was excited when she heard that she could finally end this boring ninja training. It's not that she hates this kind of ninja training, but Nao has a system panel, and finding ways to gain skill points is the best way to become stronger quickly. Besides, although it is said that the two of them are allowed to complete the mission alone, in fact Zabuza will definitely protect them secretly, so with someone backing them up, there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. Bai Zayuki frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Bai is essentially a very gentle person, even though he has a tragic life. He would never do such a thing as taking someone else's life at will, but he naturally understood that this was something he could not avoid. Just as Zabuza said, this might be the fate of a ninja. Zabuza looked at the two people with different reactions with a calm expression. Although they were brothers, their personalities were very different. In a city in the land of water, Nao and Shiro arrived at the area where the mission target was located. His white eyes revealed a hint of confusion. He stared at Nao quietly and asked softly, brother, what should we do next? Nao looked around and confirmed that no one was around. Then she lowered her voice and answered, let's try to get some information about the target person first. When night falls, we will go to his mansion to check the security situation there. According to common sense, since he is just an ordinary wealthy businessman, the security forces around him should not be too strong. However, since Zabuza had specifically chosen this mission, he was well aware of the strengths of the two. I guess they wouldn't arrange a simple mission that can be easily completed by just rushing around. For safety's sake, we must act carefully. Thinking of this, Nao thought to herself. It's not Nao's fault that she has become confused. Although her safety is guaranteed with Zabuza protecting her, injuries are inevitable. Nao himself didn't care. After all, if he wanted to gain skill points, he had to commit suicide. He was just worried that Bai would get hurt. Recalling the information about Takahashi Yuta, Nao's expression became increasingly heavy. This wealthy businessman is a tycoon who dominates the area, and the city can basically be said to be in his hands. I heard that this person's family has some relationship with the daimyo of the water country. In terms of Nao's current strength, she is at most at the Chunin level, while Haku is slightly inferior. As a result, this mission was actually slightly beyond their capabilities. It seems that I will have to use my brain to think of some solution when the time comes. Nao muttered to herself, stroking her chin subconsciously, and fell into deep thought. Inside the hotel, Nao looked very unhappy. Bai sat quietly by the side and looked at Nao without daring to say anything. The two used transformation techniques to disguise themselves and went to places like pubs and casinos to inquire about some information. What is unexpected is that Yuta Takahashi actually has a special liking for the twin sisters and is extremely greedy for beauty. In fact, not much useful information was obtained about the specific guarding situation. I just heard that there seemed to be a wandering ninja serving as the captain of the guard under him, and he was responsible for handling and resolving many matters. It can be seen from various aspects that Yuta Takahashi attaches great importance to safety. Any normal person would have thought that they could disguise themselves as women and sneak in, and Nao and Bai naturally thought of that as well. When they heard the news, they looked at each other at the same time. The moment they looked at each other, Nao immediately retracted his gaze. He didn't want to do this, it was too embarrassing. Nao was in a dilemma at this time. How could a man of his stature sneak in dressed as a woman? What's more, isn't there a saying that there are only 0 times and countless times to wear women's clothes? Nao is afraid that she will become a little girl. Shiro naturally knew how resistant his brother was to this matter, and he didn't dare to say anything for fear of making Nao angry. Nao kept clenching his fist and then lowering it. He even suspected that Zabuza had specially selected such a task just to see Nao embarrassed. After all, judging from the original work, Zabuza might really like little boys? Forget it. Instead of dwelling on this issue, it is better to find out the security situation of Takahashi Yuta first. Nao stood up slowly. He still didn't give up. Disguising as a woman and sneaking in was his last resort. Bye, I'll go check on the guards. Nao quickly performed the transformation technique to hide her figure. Brother, let's go together. It's too dangerous to go alone, Bai said with a worried look on his face. Nao raised her lips slightly. Don't worry, I am much stronger than you. You will affect my actions. Nao looked at Bai with a serious and earnest expression, and Bai had no choice but to give up trying to persuade her. Taking advantage of the nightfall, Nao arrived quietly at the door of Takahashi Yuta's residence. At this moment, the house was brightly lit, and maids busy at work and guards responsible for ensuring safety could be seen everywhere. Now carefully sneaked into the mansion and followed the route taken by the servants, eventually successfully arriving at the door of a room in the center. Hiding behind a tree, now looked inside. I saw Yuta Takahashi sitting there, and not far behind him sat a man in samurai costume and a one-eyed man. In addition, there were several officials sitting sideways, talking and laughing happily. Seeing this scene, now couldn't help but feel a headache coming over her. This guy's safety protection measures were impeccable. If you want to successfully assassinate the other party, you must first get rid of the samurai next to him. In terms of close combat, samurai are far stronger than ninjas of the same level. Although Now is not afraid of the opponent, it is impossible for her to bypass the opponent. Now continued to wait for a while. He didn't believe that he wouldn't find an opportunity for assassination. In the hotel, Now returned here again. His expression was very lonely. He had been waiting for half the night but still couldn't find an opportunity. The samurai provided close protection, while the wandering ninjas on the periphery took turns guarding. Now even suspected that Takahashi Yuta had paranoia. Could he have done it so perfectly? But it's no wonder that the other party is so afraid of death. It's really because the overall environment in the water country is not good. There are rebellious ninjas everywhere in the Hidden Mist village, and there is never a shortage of desperate criminals who want to get rich. Now sat on the bedside with a gloomy expression and let out a long and heavy sigh. His voice was now hoarse and deep. Follow Plan B. In reality, there is no such thing as a Plan A or a Plan B. The choices before them are to launch the assassination directly, or to disguise themselves as women and then carry out the assassination. However, Now did not say this out loud. In a busy casino, the excited shouts of gamblers continued to echo. A middle-aged man looked at the playing cards in front of him nervously. As the cards were slowly turned over, the man suddenly stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. The winner took away all the remaining chips in front of him, and the man collapsed weakly on the seat. A waiter passing by saw the man's appearance and knew that he had lost all his chips. He stepped forward eagerly and asked, "Sir, our casino also provides loan services." The man immediately became interested when he heard this. Seeing that the man had taken the bait, the waiter took the man to a room. The casino owner was wearing a black suit and he looked at the photo in his hand with great interest. Opposite him was a middle-aged man, who was sitting on a chair, looking somewhat at a loss. The casino owner threw the photo in his hand onto the table and asked, "Are you sure the photos are of your two daughters?" The photo shows Now and Shiro. This casino is owned by the Takahashi family, and the man is also from the Takahashi family. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Yes, how dare I cheat a big shot like you. How much money can you lend me?" The casino owner's eyes flashed with disgust and disdain, and he slowly said, "If you can't pay off your debts, your two daughters will belong to our casino. Have you thought it through?" The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, the casino owner waved his hand and asked his men outside the door to bring in a box. The box was placed on the table. When the man was about to take it, the casino owner held down the box. The middle-aged man looked at the other party in confusion. The casino owner looked at him coldly and said, "Bring the person here first." The middle-aged man is actually Now. He disguised himself as a gambler who had lost all his money and wanted to sell his daughter. The purpose is naturally to be able to successfully sneak into Takahashi Yuta's residence and take the opportunity to assassinate him. Yuta Takahashi has been ordering people to collect beautiful twins or sisters so that he can get close to them. The middle-aged man quickly brought Now and by, but at this time he had turned into a clone. The casino owner opened his eyes wide, staring at the two pure and sweet girls in front of him, his eyes revealing undisguised amazement. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile of excitement. At this moment, the casino owner had already been immersed in beautiful fantasies. As long as he offered these two beautiful girls to him, he would definitely get a very considerable reward. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, and couldn't wait to hand the box in his hand to the man. The middle-aged man's face was full of joy as he took the box proudly and walked out of the room happily. Now was wearing a long dress as white as snow, the hem of the skirt fluttering gently in the wind, like a blooming lily. He has smooth shoulder-length hair that falls naturally behind his back, making him look fresh, refined, gentle and charming. However, at this moment, Now was desperately trying to control her emotions and keep her face calm. "This is so embarrassing, I want to cry but I can't," Now complained in her heart. His hands clenched involuntarily, and sweat oozed out of his palms. This extremely embarrassing situation made him feel very uncomfortable. After investigation, Now helplessly discovered that there seemed to be no good way except to sneak in by disguising as a woman. The casino owner had Now and Shiro taken away, and he told his men beside him, "Have the dealer do something for a while, understand?" The subordinate nodded, "Understood, congratulations, sir." The casino owner smiled and said, "That's not certain, I'll have someone check to see if the two people are male or female to make sure nothing goes wrong." The subordinate paused when he heard this, nodded slowly, and then walked out of the room. The sturdy man who had been standing by the window said with a lewd look on his face, "Brother, is it necessary? how can someone so pretty be a man? Besides, even if it's a man, so what? I heard that those big shots all have fun. Aren't men better? The casino owner glared at him and said, idiot, you can't make up stories like that. If you make a mistake, neither you nor I will be in trouble. After scolding the strong man, the casino owner sighed and said, I wonder how long these two can last. On the other side, Nao and Shiro finally entered the Takahashi family after going through numerous inspections. Nao sat quietly in the chair, letting the maids busy themselves with dressing him up. He stared at himself in the mirror and felt a strange feeling in his heart. It turns out I would be so beautiful in women's clothes, Nao thought secretly. However, an inexplicable chill soon came over him, and he couldn't help but comfort himself in his heart. It's all for the purpose of completing the mission. After careful dressing up, Nao wore a black mini-skirt, and her slender legs were wrapped in white stockings, making her look particularly charming. The maid beside her looked at Nao in front of her, and a trace of pity flashed across her face, but this subtle expression was still keenly noticed by Nao. In an instant, he seemed to understand why Takahashi Yuta spared no effort to send his men to collect the twin girls. Nao frowned slightly. If the facts were really as he thought, then Takahashi Yuta's death was what he deserved. He exchanged a glance with Bai, who was dressed similarly, and saw that Nao had a serious expression on her face. She nodded slightly, indicating that he would be the one to take action next. Bai immediately understood what she meant, and the two of them quickly walked out of the room under the guidance of the maid. In the corridor, a one-eyed man leaned against the wall, his eye fixed on Nao and Bai, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Just as the maid was passing by him with Nao and Bai, he suddenly attacked, and the cold kunao shot towards Nao and Bai. Nao suddenly felt I was shocked. Was I discovered? This doesn't seem right. Logically speaking, Bai and I should have lifted the transformation technique when we stepped out of the room. Could it be that this is just a simple active test? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Nao's mind. So, he made a quick decision and made a gesture to Bai beside him. Bai, who was originally a little panicked because he was worried about whether his identity had been exposed, immediately regained his composure after seeing this. Just as the kunao was about to hit both of them, the one-eyed man suddenly pulled the metal wire in his hand hard. The next moment, the two kunao that were flying towards the two of them turned around and returned to the man's hands. This was indeed just a test. Nao and Bai pretended to be terrified and looked with fear at the one-eyed man who was standing not far away. The maid seemed accustomed to this and was not surprised at all. The one-eyed man took back the kunao, waved his hand, and the maid took the two of them away. Nao slowly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Killing a wealthy businessman requires such caution. Nao suddenly felt a little frustrated. After all, she was too weak. If Nao had powerful strength, she would have chosen to become an unparalleled assassin directly without having to hesitate like this. A black-robed warrior was guarding the door. He opened the wooden door and Nao and Shiro entered. On the tatami, a somewhat gloomy man was sitting there drinking. The strange thing was that there were traces of blood on the tatami. When the man saw the two people come in, he looked at their appearance and attire and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He waved his hand to signal them to come over. Then he lowered his head and continued to sip his sake. Nao looked at the man's expression, and he had a hint of disgust on his face. Bai Zi retreated to the door, a trace of cold air emanated from his body, freezing the door and the surroundings in an instant. Nao quickly stepped forward, and an ice knife instantly appeared in her hand. The man sensed something was wrong the moment he looked up. The ice knife scratched the man's neck, and an oval object flew up instantly, and the spurting blood splashed on the wall beside him. The samurai outside the door felt a slight chill and immediately drew his samurai sword and wanted to rush in. A wall of ice suddenly blocked his steps, and he hurriedly shouted, "Catch the assassin." At the same time, he chopped the ice wall in front of him with two swords. When he entered the room, the only thing left in the room was Takahashi Yuta's headless body, lying weakly on the tatami. Nao and Bai quickly changed their shapes and rushed out of the mansion. The guards they met on the way could only watch them disappear from their sight. On a tall building not far away, Zabuza looked quietly in the direction of Takahashi Yuta's residence with a hint of inexplicable color in his eyes. Nao and Shiro quickly returned to the hotel where they were hiding, both breathing heavily. The two of them had released their transformation techniques at this point. Bai looked at Nao in a black short skirt with a smile in his eyes. "Brother, you look great in this outfit." Nao's face turned red when he heard that. He glared at Bai and rushed towards Bai, who had a smirk on his face. Bai was caught off guard and thrown onto the bed by Nao. With a slap, Nao slapped Bai hard on the butt. "If you dare to laugh at me again, no one else can know about this. Do you understand?" Bai immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong." Just as the two were making a fuss, Zabuza suddenly appeared in the room. He looked at the outfits of the two people in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Nao's movements paused slightly. He turned his head and looked back, only to see Zabuza looking at him with amusement. Nao's face fell instantly and she managed a forced smile. "Why is Mr. Zabuza here?" Zabuza did not answer Nao's question. He coughed lightly and turned to look at the window beside him, as if he saw nothing. A faint laughter was heard. Nao quickly walked towards Zabuza, who was half kneeling on the water, and reached out to help him up. But Zabuza stubbornly swayed himself and stood up straight. as if he was using this method to show now the victory he had just won. Looking at Zabuza's happy expression, now didn't know what to say for a moment. Despite the fact that the outcome of this battle was actually based on information asymmetry between the two sides, it still allowed Zabuza to prove his strength. Now quickly performed the palm fairy technique and healed Zabuza's injured arm in no time. Zabuza gently turned his fully recovered arm and was extremely shocked by such a powerful medical ninjutsu. You know, medical ninjutsu can basically be said to be the unique expertise of Konoha village. Most ninjas from other countries have almost no chance to enjoy this high-level medical treatment. Generally speaking, when you encounter an injury or illness, the most you can do is simply disinfect and bandage the wound, and then go home to recuperate. But this time, it was the first time in Zabuza's life that he personally felt Nao's magical palm technique. After all, they had only sparred with each other before and had not caused much harm, so naturally they had no chance to witness the actual effectiveness of this legendary medical ninjutsu. Zabuza carried Blood Shadow behind him again, and he and Nao walked in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame was lying in the water, and Uchiha Atake continuously injected chakra into Samehada, and Samehada then repaired Kisame's injuries. Seeing the two approaching, Hoshigaki Kisame said calmly, "Zabuza, what is the name of this sword?" Zabuza slowly uttered two words, Blood Shadow. Hearing this name, the corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile. He responded softly, Blood Shadow. Is indeed quite appropriate. But next time, I will definitely not be as careless as this time. Now slowly squatted down, stretched out his hands and placed them on the injured part of Kisame. A soft green light emanated from his hands and enveloped Kisame's wound. At this moment, a breeze blew, and Zionin danced with his huge white wings, flying to where the four people were like an angel descending. The base of Akatsuki is not far from Rain Village. The powerful chakra fluctuations generated by the fierce confrontation between Hoshigaki Kisame and Zabuza quickly aroused Nagato's vigilance. After learning about the situation, Zionin looked solemn and immediately rushed over to find out what was going on. Zionin stood on the water, staring at everything in front of her with cold eyes. She asked in a cold tone, "What happened?" At this moment, Nao was concentrating on treating Kisame's injuries and had no time to respond to Konan's questions. Uchiha Itaki, who was standing by, noticed Konan's arrival. He knew that he couldn't let the atmosphere continue to be tense, so he quickly explained, "It's just that Zabuza and Kisame had a sparring match. It's nothing serious." After hearing Uchiha Itaka's explanation, Konan's expression relaxed a little, but the worry in her eyes did not completely disappear. After all, the land in front of us has become dilapidated, with traces of fighting everywhere. It is hard to believe that such a scene was just a simple competition. Zionin stared at all this quietly, thinking to herself, is this really just an ordinary competition? She couldn't help but fall into silence. Now exhaled softly and slowly stood up. The wounds on Kisame's body had mostly healed, but some blood was still oozing out, and a slight tremor flashed across his bloodshot eyes. Then he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Thank you, little ghost." Now just shrugged indifferently and didn't say much. These guys are more awkward than the other. They are obviously deeply moved inside, but their mouths are as hard as rocks and they just refuse to admit defeat easily. Zionin stood aside and watched Nao deal with the matter, then asked, "Now, is the situation really as you said?" Nao nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, Mr. Konan, that's the truth, but the noise in the process might have been a little too loud." After hearing what Nao said, Konan's doubts were somewhat dispelled, but her brows were still slightly furrowed, showing her worry and dissatisfaction about what had just happened. Konan looked at Nao helplessly, "Come to Rain Village to meet me later. Don't fight near Rain Village next time." After giving a few simple warnings, Zionin turned and left. The Rain Village was filled with tranquility. The drizzle hitting the windows seemed to be telling endless thoughts. Zionin stood in front of the window, staring quietly at the scene outside, thinking about something in his heart. At this time, a light sound of footsteps was heard, and Nao slowly climbed up the tower. Zionin turned around, his eyes fell on him, and asked softly, "Is there any solution?" Nao nodded slightly, indicating that there were already some clues, but also pointed out that the risks involved in these clues were extremely high and needed further improvement and research. Hearing this, Zionin's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She patted Nao's shoulder gently, with a hint of relief in her eyes. "You've worked so hard during this period. Now that you're back, you should have a good rest in Rain Village for a while." Then, Zionin took the initiative to suggest that if the research work required financial support, she could allocate part of the funds from the organization to Nao. Nao was stunned when he heard this. He was originally planning to make this request to Konan, but he didn't expect that the other party would say it first. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Konan was indeed worthy of being the richest woman in the ninja world. It should be said that it is not done to you feel bad about your own money. If everyone knows about it, I'm afraid they will cry and faint in the exchange office. Nao nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mr. Konan." With Zionin's support, he became more confident about his future research. However, at this moment, Konan suddenly remembered the two children that Nao brought back. One of the children had the same bright red hair as Nagato, which made her curious. maybe this child is from the same clan as Nagato? With this thought in mind, Zionin looked at Now carefully and asked casually, Now, what happened to those two children you brought back? Now recounted their experiences, and Conan's brows furrowed slightly, and she sighed slightly. Tragedy is happening everywhere in the ninja world, and this is inevitable. Conan said a little embarrassedly, so this is your reason for destroying the Kyuzagakur village. In the Akatsuki base, Obito, disguised as a Fi, looked at Deidara with admiration on his face. He shouted excitedly, Deidara-senpai is so amazing, he is so handsome. Hearing such praise, Deidara coughed lightly, but he couldn't hide the slight smug look on his face. He said confidently, that's nothing. I have higher level art, when the time is right, I will let you enjoy it. At this time, a Fi was dancing with excitement like a child, and his admiration for Deidara was beyond words. However, Now on the side was quietly watching the seemingly crazy Obito, and a sense of curiosity arose in her heart. He pondered to himself, is the Fi in front of me the real you, or is the legendary Uchiha Madara the real you, Uchiha Obito? Today's Akatsuki organization is unusually lively. Except for the immortal duo who are out on missions to earn money, almost all other members have gathered together. Obito frowned slightly behind his mask, and he also noticed Nao's sharp gaze. Has my identity been discovered? What's going on with this guy's perception? The corners of Obito's mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. But it doesn't matter. It's time to meet this kid. Uchiha Itachi also noticed Nao's gaze, and he pondered, does he also know about Uchiha Madara? The Akatsuki organization has actually now been divided into several factions, including the neutral immortal duo and the art duo, Uchiha Obito and his subordinates Kisame and Zetsu, the spy Uchiha Itachi, and the rest is the faction of Nagato Nao and others. Before Nao and Zabuza joined, Uchiha Obito could be said to have basically controlled the Akatsuki organization and remotely controlled its actions behind the scenes. Ah-Face suddenly looked at Nao and acted shy. Why are you staring at me, Nao-senpai? Nao laughed dryly at this. Nothing, it's just the first time I see you, I'm just a little curious. I will go to meet you if I have the chance, Ah-Face said respectfully. Nao's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement when she heard this. You're welcome any time. Zabuza looked at Nao in surprise. This was not Nao's style. Was there something special about this in turn from Akatsuki? After the Akatsuki meeting ended, everyone left the base one after another. Large gatherings like today's don't happen often and can't happen often. Normally, a meeting would be filled with a lot of noise and chatter. If the Akatsuki organization had to act as a group, they would have disbanded long ago. Nao said to Zabuza beside her, Mr. Zabuza, please go back first. I have something else to do. Zabuza looked at Nao deeply, knowing that this kid had another bad idea. He just reminded him, be careful and be careful. Nao nodded, and Zabuza quickly left with blood shadow on his back. Nao walked to a secluded place, and he knew it was time to show off his acting skills again. Nao seemed to be talking to herself, why don't you show up now? Obito, who was hiding in the Kamui space, narrowed his pupils when he heard this. Has he really been discovered? Obito was not willing to reveal his identity easily. After all, he was just an imposter, and the more times he showed up, the easier it would be for him to reveal his flaws. After some probing, Obito was basically certain that Nao had discovered his presence, so he decided to take the initiative. Obito slowly emerged from the space vortex, his tone no longer frivolous and funny as before. He stood on a high place and looked down at Nao, and said in a heavy voice, I didn't expect you to find out that you have a very sharp perception, kid. The two movie stars met here. Nao's eyes were cold, and she asked sternly, it seems that the person who has been spying on us is you. Who are you? Obito revealed his mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan and laughed contemptuously, ha 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 ha. I am Uchiha Madara. This is not peeping, that's raining. Hearing this name, Nao pretended to be very surprised and said, Uchiha Madara, how could that person from the Warring States period still be alive today? Uchiha Obito responded in his deep and majestic voice, this kind of thing is not what you should focus on. However, Conan and Pain did not tell you my true identity. It can be seen that they don't seem to trust you that much. After saying this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of sarcasm full of disdain and contempt. Seeing this, Nao felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he did not lose his mind. He just snorted coldly, pushed his feet hard, and rushed out like an arrow. At the same time, he waved his hands, and in an instant, countless huge and sharp ice cones emerged from all directions, sweeping towards Uchiha Obito like a storm. These ice cones were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, and instantly completely enveloped Obito's figure. With a loud crash, the ice cone collided with the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. The smoke and dust rolled and spread, as if forming a thick barrier, blocking Nao's sight. However, in the midst of this chaos, the corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth behind his mask curled up slightly. It turned out that his words and actions just now were intentional, with the purpose of angering Nao and making him attack him actively. I have to say that Shinwei's ability to become virtual is really intimidating, and it really tops the list. Obito has one trick that makes him successful. I wonder how many talented people in the ninja world he has deceived with this ability. Obito said calmly, what's wrong? why don't you continue to attack? Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose? Now asked coldly. Asked. Nao's face became solemn when she saw that her attack was ineffective. Uchiha Obito looked at Nao's expression with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. My goal is naturally to create a peaceful world without war, and Akatsuki's actions are the first step. Seeing that Nao had begun to believe in his identity, Obito immediately began to explain his theory to her. Nao pretended to listen attentively, but in fact she listened to Obito's boasting and nonsense without any emotion. He knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him to have the slightest feeling of identification with Obito. After all, his real intention was to gain some benefits from Obito. I didn't even bother to pay attention to Obito's ridiculous stories like, it's hard to hide the tears of Kamui. Taking advantage of the pause in Obito's speech, Nao quickly interrupted and asked Lord Madara, I'm actually more curious about how you have survived to this day. Comparatively speaking, I am more concerned about this issue. Hearing Nao suddenly ask such a question, Obito's face instantly became stiff, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. It turned out that he had been talking for quite some time, but the other party didn't even listen to a single word he said. This was simply a huge insult to him. After hearing these words, a hint of astonishment flashed in Obito's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, Nao has frequent contact with Orochimaru. If he really got some Hashirama cells from that guy, this is not surprising. In this way, I can finally put my doubts to rest a little. However, on the surface, Obito still responded with an indifference as cold as ice. What do you mean by that? At this moment, Nao seemed to no longer want to hide her true intentions, so she said bluntly, I am very interested in the secret of Lord Madara's immortality. Faced with Nao's straightforward request, Obito couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He thought to himself, another foolish person who wants to achieve immortality. Hashirama cells don't have such an effect at all, but it doesn't matter, I can take this opportunity to use this kid to do things for me. Thinking of this, Obito's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. That depends on your performance. After saying that, Obito slowly disappeared into the vortex of space. In the Akatsuki base, Obito, disguised as a Fi, looked at Deidara with admiration on his face. He shouted excitedly, Deidara-senpai is so amazing, he is so handsome. Hearing such praise, Deidara coughed lightly, but he couldn't hide the slight smug look on his face. He said confidently, that's nothing. I have higher level art. When the time is right, I will let you enjoy it. At this time, a Fi was dancing with excitement like a child, and his admiration for Deidara was beyond words. However, Nao on the side was quietly watching the seemingly crazy Obito, and a sense of curiosity arose in her heart. He pondered to himself, is the Fi in front of me the real you, or is the legendary Uchiha Madara the real you, Uchiha Obito? Today's Akatsuki organization is unusually lively. Except for the immortal duo who are out on missions to earn money, almost all other members have gathered together. Obito frowned slightly behind his mask, and he also noticed Nao's sharp gaze. Has my identity been discovered? What's going on with this guy's perception? The corners of Obito's mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. But it doesn't matter. It's time to meet this kid. Uchiha Itachi also noticed Nao's gaze, and he pondered, does he also know about Uchiha Madara? The Akatsuki organization has actually now been divided into several factions, including the neutral immortal duo and the art duo, Uchiha Obito and his subordinates Kisame Zetsu, the spy Uchiha Itachi, and the rest is the faction of Nagato Nao and others. Before Nao and Zabuza joined, Uchiha Obito could be said to have basically controlled the Akatsuki organization and remotely controlled its actions behind the scenes. Ah-Face suddenly looked at Nao and acted shy. Why are you staring at me, Nao-senpai? Nao laughed dryly at this. Nothing, it's just the first time I see you, I'm just a little curious. I will go to meet you if I have the chance, Ah-Face said respectfully. Nao's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement when she heard this, you're welcome any time. Zabuza looked at Nao in surprise. This was not Nao's style. Was there something special about this in turn from Akatsuki? After the Akatsuki meeting ended, everyone left the base one after another. Large gatherings like today's don't happen often and can't happen often. Normally, a meeting would be filled with a lot of noise and chatter. If the Akatsuki organization had to act as a group, they would have disbanded long ago. Nao said to Zabuza beside her, Mr. Zabuza, please go back first, I have something else to do. Zabuza looked at Nao deeply, knowing that this kid had another bad idea. He just reminded him, be careful and be careful. Nao nodded, and Zabuza quickly left with blood shadow on his back. Nao walked to a secluded place, and he knew it was time to show off his acting skills again. Nao seemed to be talking to herself, why don't you show up now? Obito, who was hiding in the Kamui space, narrowed his pupils when he heard this. Has he really been discovered? Obito was not willing to reveal his identity easily. After all, he was just an imposter, and the more times he showed up, the easier it would be for him to reveal his flaws. After some probing, Obito was basically certain that Nao had discovered his presence, so he decided to take the initiative. Obito slowly emerged from the space vortex, his tone no longer frivolous and funny as before. He stood on a high place and looked down at Nao, and said in a heavy voice, "I didn't expect you to find out that you have a very sharp perception, kid." The two movie stars met here. Nao's eyes were cold, and she asked sternly, "It seems that the person who has been spying on us is you. Who are you?" Obito revealed his mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan and laughed contemptuously, "Ha ha 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 ha. I am Uchiha Madara. This is not peeping, that's raining." Hearing this name, Nao pretended to be very surprised and said, "Uchiha Madara? How could that person from the Warring States period still be alive today?" Uchiha Obito responded in his deep and majestic voice, "This kind of thing is not what you should focus on. However, Konan and Pain did not tell you my true identity. It can be seen that they don't seem to trust you that much." After saying this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of sarcasm full of disdain and contempt. Seeing this, Nao felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he did not lose his mind. He just snorted coldly, pushed his feet hard, and rushed out like an arrow. At the same time, he waved his hands, and in an instant, countless huge and sharp ice cones emerged from all directions, sweeping towards Uchiha Obito like a storm. These ice cones were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, and instantly completely enveloped Obito's figure. With a loud crash, the ice cone collided with the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. The smoke and dust rolled and spread, as if forming a thick barrier, blocking Nao's sight. However, in the midst of this chaos, the corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth behind his mask curled up slightly. It turned out that his words and actions just now were intentional, with the purpose of angering Nao and making him attack him actively. I have to say that Shinwei's ability to become virtual is really intimidating, and it really tops the list. Obito has one trick that makes him successful. I wonder how many talented people in the ninja world he has deceived with this ability. Obito said calmly, "What's wrong? Why don't you continue to attack?" "Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose?" Nao asked coldly. Nao's face became solemn when she saw that her attack was ineffective. Uchiha Obito looked at Nao's expression with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. "My goal is naturally to create a peaceful world without war, and Akatsuki's actions are the first step." Seeing that Nao had begun to believe in his identity, Obito immediately began to explain his theory to her. Nao pretended to listen attentively, but in fact she listened to Obito's boasting and nonsense without any emotion. He knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him to have the slightest feeling of identification with Obito. After all, his real intention was to gain some benefits from Obito. I didn't even bother to pay attention to Obito's ridiculous stories like, "It's hard to hide the tears of Kamui." Taking advantage of the pause in Obito's speech, Nao quickly interrupted and asked, "Lord Madara, I'm actually more curious about how you have survived to this day. Comparatively speaking, I am more concerned about this issue." Hearing Nao suddenly ask such a question, Obito's face instantly became stiff, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. It turned out that he had been talking for quite some time, but the other party didn't even listen to a single word he said. This was simply a huge insult to him. After hearing these words, a hint of astonishment flashed in Obito's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, Nao has frequent contact with Orochimaru. If he really got some Hashirama cells from that guy, this is not surprising. In this way, I can finally put my doubts to rest a little. However, on the surface, Obito still responded with an indifference as cold as ice. "What do you mean by that?" At this moment, Nao seemed to no longer want to hide her true intentions, so she said bluntly, "I am very interested in the secret of Lord Madara's immortality." Faced with Nao's straightforward request, Obito couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He thought to himself, another foolish person who wants to achieve immortality. Hashirama cells don't have such an effect at all, but it doesn't matter, I can take this opportunity to use this kid to do things for me. Thinking of this, Obito's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. Nao stood quietly on the top of the building, overlooking the bustling streets below and the majestic Hokage building in the distance. An indescribable feeling welled up in my heart. Konoha is indeed as prosperous as the rumors say. This village seemed familiar to him, yet somewhat strange. Nao had witnessed such scenes countless times in anime. But when he stood here in person and witnessed the prosperity of Konoha village with his own eyes, he deeply understood why other villages would try their best to fight for an inch of land in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is undoubtedly the most suitable place for humans to live in the ninja world. Its unique natural environment and abundant resources are beyond the reach of other countries, and even beyond imagination. This place seems like a paradise, attracting countless people to pursue their dreams and a peaceful life. Orochimaru, who was standing by, smiled at Nao, who was full of emotion. "Nao-kun, this is your first time in Konoha, right? How is it?" Nao nodded. "Amazing. It's worthy of being the leader of the 5 great ninja villages." If Nao hadn't come to find Orochimaru, and Orochimaru happened to be meeting Danzo, Nao probably wouldn't have had the chance to come to Konoha village. The perception barrier of Konoha village alone is a difficult problem. If Nao dares to come in, she will probably be invited for tea immediately. Fortunately, as one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru is very familiar with the barrier of Konoha village. What's more, he has many subordinates in Konoha village, so Orochimaru can come and go freely in Konoha village. Orochimaru looked at the Hokage building in the distance with a trace of disdain and disgust. No matter how bright and beautiful the appearance is, Konoha has begun to rot. This rotten smell is disgusting. Now naturally understood what Orochimaru meant, but he still asked, why did Orochimaru-senpai say that? Seeing this, Orochimaru explained, Naokun, you should know that the current Hokage is my teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the death of the fourth Hokage, my teacher actually took on the position of Hokage again. It seems that his greed for power has not diminished at all. The upper echelons are all old guys. Isn't Konoha, which lacks new forces, constantly decaying. When people get old, they become weak at heart. Even the once powerful ninjas cannot escape this fate. Orochimaru said softly, I still have some trivial matters to take care of. Naokun may as well take a tour on your own. Before he finished speaking, he turned and left. The moment he turned around, Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. He thought to himself, Naokun, will you be the strong wind that makes this windmill turn? The thought flashed through his mind, but left a deep impression. Now stood quietly, gazing at the Konoha village in front of her, her eyes full of emotion. Orochimaru reminded now of a character in a novel from her previous life. Now had a deep admiration for the breadth of Orochimaru's thinking, a feeling that only grew stronger the more time she spent with him. Now was amazed by Orochimaru's complexity and foresight. Orochimaru's personal charm was truly admirable, as he could make so many people willing to sacrifice their lives for him. He has long surpassed the limitations of an ordinary ninja and has his own pursuits and goals. He is no longer bound by the so-called will of the village, nor will he passively devote his life to it. Killing and experimentation are just one of the means for Orochimaru to achieve his goal. He has broken free from the shackles of traditional moral and ethical concepts, and everything he does is only to advance his plan. The reasons why Orochimaru wanted to destroy Konoha village were many and complex, and it was by no means as simple as revenge. I'm afraid only he himself knows the deep meaning and motives contained therein. Behind this seemingly crazy behavior, there may be more profound considerations and plans. Just as the third Hokage commented on Orochimaru in the original work, he would never act rashly because of hatred or other emotional factors. In my previous life, I lived in a peaceful era, and no matter what people thought in their hearts, they still appeared gentle and polite on the surface. After arriving in the ninja world, the ugliness and complexity of human nature were vividly displayed before now. Now sighed slightly, a trace of melancholy welling up in her heart, and her eyes were cast towards the distant sky. 4 years have passed. Since I came to this world. Even though she has many ties and family in this world, this is not Nao's hometown after all, and the longing for her hometown has never been extinguished in Nao's heart. This is also the reason why Nao wants to do everything he can to obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps one day he will be able to return to his hometown because of this. The reason why Nao wants to get involved in the Konoha collapse plan is because it overlaps with his own plan to a certain extent. They all have a common goal, which is to muddy the dead waters of the ninja world. How could someone as proud and independent as Orochimaru easily bow to others? The so-called cooperation between him and Nao is nothing more than based on the exchange of interests and mutual use. Thinking of this, Nao couldn't help but stretch out her arms and yawn loudly, as if she wanted to put all her troubles behind her. I have to say that Orochimaru is truly a famous philosopher and scientist in the ninja world. Every time she talked with him, Nao would have an illusion as if she was listening to a profound philosophical lecture. Over time, Nao herself also became a little sentimental. Let's go try Ichiraku ramen and see it's Satsuki Ichiraku's cooking skills. Thinking of this, Nao couldn't help but smile. Then, he stepped into the Leaf Village. In the noisy crowd. Nao actually didn't know the exact location of Ichiraku ramen, but this didn't affect his leisurely mood at all. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well take this opportunity to walk around and experience the unique customs and culture of Konoha village. Walking on the bustling streets of Konoha village, Nao secretly sighed in her heart. Compared with other places in the ninja world, this place is really much more prosperous. It might be more appropriate to call it a vibrant city. Nao was a little dazed as she watched the familiar faces flash before her eyes. Before she knew it, Nao had arrived near the Konoha ninja school. From a distance, a little guy with blonde hair sitting quietly on the swing alone was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, the ninja school had already finished school, and the other children had either gone home or gone out to play with their friends. Nao looked at the boy with some surprise, thinking to herself, I actually met Uzumaki Naruto here. Nao looked at him with some surprise. He was just strolling around and didn't expect to meet Uzumaki Naruto. Quickly looking away, Nao had no intention of contacting him now. There are many Umbu around Naruto, and although Nao has done some cover-up, her powerful chakra cannot escape detection by those who are interested. Naruto noticed Nao's gaze, and he looked in Nao's direction with some surprise. Although he was young, his childhood experiences had taught him how to distinguish other people's gazes. Naruto could feel that there was no malice in Nao's gaze. When he stared at Nao, all he saw was that graceful and gentle profile. Naruto couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, thinking that even if the other party had no ill intentions, no one would be willing to talk to him. After some inquiries, Nao finally found the legendary Ichiraku ramen restaurant as she wished. He gently lifted a corner of the door curtain and slowly stepped into the store. It was not the peak dining time, so there were not many customers in the store. Bored Ayam was sitting in a daze behind the counter, but when she heard someone entering the store, she looked up and saw Now walking in. Icarus couldn't help but be slightly stunned, so handsome. Boss Ichiraku was quite helpless when he saw his daughter being so crazy, but he quickly turned around and greeted Now warmly. Welcome. What would you like to eat, my guest? Now sat on the chair. Boss, do you have any recommendations? Ichiraku smiled slightly when he saw this. He had run a shop in Konoha for decades and he had met most of the people in Konoha. He could tell at a glance that Now was not from Konoha village. Guests can try our signature miso shasha ramen. Now nodded and said, I've heard a lot about Ichiraku ramen. Ichiraku laughed when he heard this, didn't expect that the fame of Ichiraku ramen has spread beyond the village. After hearing the voice, Ayam came back to her senses as if awakened from a dream, and quickly withdrew her gaze that had been fixed on Now. After all, she has seen countless men, whether it is the sunny and handsome Minato, or the cold and aloof Kakashi, they have all entered her eyes. But it is the first time she has met someone as beautiful as Now, who is difficult to tell whether she is androgynous. Judging from his clothes and hairstyle, maybe he should be a boy. Icarus speculated secretly in her heart while continuing to look at the person in front of her thoughtfully. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto was walking alone on the bustling street. He lowered his head slightly, as if intentionally avoiding the strange looks from the people around him. When passing by Ichiraku ramen, Naruto couldn't help but glance into the store, and a little restless rose in his heart. You know, Uncle Ichiraku would often generously treat him to delicious ramen, and Naruto was very grateful for this friendship, but at the same time, he was also embarrassed to always bother Uncle Ichiraku. Just as Naruto was thinking about how to cleverly bypass the door of Ichiraku ramen restaurant to avoid being forcibly dragged into the store by the hospitable Uncle Ichiraku again, he listened to the slurping sound of the noodles. Naruto looked at the man, and a familiar profile came into his sight. The big brother at that time. He walked into the store with some curiosity. Now put down his chopsticks, feeling a little unsatisfied, and placed a 10,000 tael note on the table. The ramen is delicious. The extra ones can be used to treat the little ones outside. After saying that, Nao's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Icarus and Ichiraku looked at this scene in surprise. They always felt that this scene looked a little familiar. Naruto also lifted the curtain and walked in, but the curtain blocked his view and he did not see this scene. Ichiraku realized what Nao meant when he saw Naruto walk into the store, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Naruto was slightly stunned when he saw that the store was empty. He clearly saw the other person just now. Naruto thought of something and his expectant look disappeared instantly. It seems that having no ill will towards him doesn't mean that the other party is willing to have any interaction with him. Maybe the other party is deliberately avoiding him, Naruto thought a little disappointedly. Seeing this, Ichiraku quickly said, Naruto, come eat ramen. Just as Naruto was about to refuse, he saw Uncle Ichiraku pointing at the money on the table and continuing, the guest just now treated you. Naruto froze in place when he heard that. His nose felt slightly sore and he sat down on the chair. He asked with a choked voice, Uncle Ichiraku, do you know him? Why did he treat me to ramen? Ichiraku shook him. He looked at Naruto, who was in a bad mood but didn't say much. He just went to prepare ramen. A kunao flashing with cold light was lonely and slanted on the dilapidated wall of the Uchiha clan's territory, as if telling people about the tragic battle that had taken place here. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air, and then a figure appeared on the spot as quickly as a ghost. This figure was none other than Nao. The moment she noticed Naruto's arrival, Nao had no choice but to run away. Once he has some interaction with Naruto, he will probably be checked by the Umbu in the next second. The Uchiha clan's land is located on the edge of Konoha village's barrier. It should have been a bustling place, but now it has become unusually deserted and desolate. Ever since the soul-stirring civil war that year, the Uchiha clan was brutally wiped out, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke living alone in the huge clan territory. Because the location of the Uchiha clan's land was too remote, and it nominally belonged to Uchiha Sasuke personally, Konoha village did not take back the land. Standing at the entrance of the clan's territory, Nao stroked her chin gently, thinking to herself, why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like Orochimaru? I've become a human trafficker in the ninja world, thinking of ways to kidnap children all day long. Looking at the Uchiha clan's land that was overgrown with weeds and in a dilapidated state, Nao sighed. The two major families that founded Konoha village disappeared, the Uchiha clan was massacred, and the Senju clan integrated into the civilian population. Nao put away the kunao and walked towards the house that was obviously occupied. When he gently pushed open the door, his sharp eyes immediately noticed a detail. There was a very thin hair stuck between the door and the wall. Well, it seems that the other party is quite cautious, but isn't he too naive? Nao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He gently put the hair back into place and then stood there quietly, waiting patiently for Sasuke to return. On the other side, Sasuke, who had just finished hard training, was dragging his heavy and tired body slowly towards the territory of the Uchiha clan. For him, that place may no longer be called a real home, but just a place to rest. Because the Uchiha clan was located in a remote area, it took Suzuki quite a long time to finally return home. Like a puppet without a soul, Suzuki woodenly pushed open the slightly old door in front of him. Although his body was extremely tired, he still turned his gaze towards the hair he had deliberately left behind when he left, as if by reflex. When he saw the familiar hair still lying there quietly, Suzuki felt a little relieved and walked into the house with heavy steps. Every time he stepped into this room, the tragic scenes that had happened in the past would flood into his mind like a tide, making him unable to help but recall the terrible night of genocide. And the instigator of all this, Uchiha Itachi, made Suzuki's hatred even deeper. At this moment, a dark shadow quietly appeared in the dark corner. Now leaned quietly against the wall, staring at Uchiha Suzuki with cold eyes. Suzuki was acutely aware of the abnormality and immediately became nervous. He tightly grasped the kunao in his hand, and with a hint of fear and hostility in his voice, he sternly asked, "Who are you?" However, in the face of Suzuki's questioning, Nao did not respond. In an instant, an extremely powerful and fierce murderous aura swept towards Suzuki like a storm. Suzuki's pupils contracted sharply, his body trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. At this moment, he seemed to see himself being beheaded in an instant. The shadow of death enveloped him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Suzuki struggled desperately to break free from this horrible murderous aura, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. The murderous aura was like a heavy burden pressing down on him, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Now withdrew her murderous aura, and Suzuki stood there gasping for breath, his frightened eyes proving that he still hadn't recovered. Now said slowly with some disappointment, "Itaka's brother is only this capable. It's really disappointing." When Suzuki heard Itaka's name, endless anger surged in his heart, and this anger instantly drowned the fear deep in his heart. His eyes gradually turned red, bloodshot, and seemed to be dripping with blood. At the same time, a scarlet light emerged from his pupils, and a Megatama Sharingan slowly rotated in his eye sockets. Suzuki's voice trembled with excitement. "You actually know Itaki, tell me, where is he?" At this moment, he could no longer suppress his hatred and murderous intent towards Uchiha Itaki, and he wished he could find him immediately and tear him into pieces. However, in the face of Suzuki's questioning, Nao just sneered coldly, "With your current situation, what can you do to Uchiha Itaki? Do you want to kneel in front of him and beg for mercy like a pitiful insect?" Suzuki clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms and even bled, but he was powerless to refute Nao's words. His heart was filled with resentment and anger, but reason told him that he was indeed powerless at this moment. In the ninja school, Suzuki studied hard and trained desperately, but found that he had hardly learned any truly useful skills. Those simple tasks and courses were simply a waste of time for him. However, the third Hokage firmly disagreed to let him graduate early, which made Suzuki feel extremely frustrated and lost, as if he was trapped in an insurmountable cage. Faced with the reality of the predicament, Suzuki had no choice but to silently endure the days of humiliation. He knew very well that as an avenger, time was very precious to him, and every moment of delay could allow his enemy to go unpunished. However, being in the environment of the ninja school made him feel like he was just playing house, which was far from his deepest desire. However, Suzuki was vaguely aware that the man in front of him did not come here specifically to take his life, and he must have other ulterior motives. While Suzuki was thinking, Nao suddenly said in a low voice, "I can help you get revenge." Hearing this, Suzuki's eyes flashed with an excitement that was difficult to conceal. However, he was also clear-headed and understood that there is no free lunch in the world and Nao would never lend a helping hand for no reason. However, driven by strong hatred, he didn't care at all, even if the price was his own life. Nao looked at the excited Nijiru and said slowly, "In the next period of time, I will teach you how to fight. Are you ready to die?" In the sunny Konoha village, a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere permeates the entire village. In the classroom of the ninja school, teacher Amino Irika was standing on the podium and teaching seriously, but his eyes kept falling on Uchiha Suzuki who was sleeping soundly on the table. Irika frowned tightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion on his face. No student has ever slept so openly in his class. Sakura, who was sitting next to Suzuki, noticed Irika-sensei's dissatisfied look and looked very worried. She gently pushed Suzuki a few times, trying to wake him up, but Suzuki didn't respond and was still immersed in a sweet dream. Irika thought to himself, with Suzuki's usual attitude toward study, even if he was not interested in the course, he would not fall asleep. Could there be some other reason behind this? It turned out that Suzuki had been severely trained by now for the entire night, and his body was already exhausted. Although he tried hard to hold on, he was ultimately unable to resist the invasion of fatigue and fell asleep in class. Irika noticed that Sakura's calls had no effect, and Suzuki seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Thinking that Suzuki might actually need a break, Irika decided not to pursue his actions for now, choosing to turn a blind eye. At this moment, Naruto saw Irika's tolerant attitude towards Suzuki and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Since the teacher didn't blame Suzuki, why don't I follow suit? So, Naruto lay down on the table without hesitation and began to rest with his eyes closed. After all, Naruto was really confused and bewildered by the knowledge taught by Irika. The reason why I didn't dare to sleep before was simply because I was afraid of Irika's majesty. When Irika saw Naruto imitating him, he felt something was wrong, so he picked up a piece of chalk and threw it directly at Naruto. The chalk head drew a graceful arc and hit Naruto's head, and at the same time Irika shouted loudly, "Naruto, no sleeping." There was a burst of laughter in the classroom. Naruto said unconvincedly, "Sasuke is sleeping too, why doesn't Irika-sensei care about him?" Seeing this, Irika explained Sasuke may be sleeping because he was too tired from training yesterday. This is the first time, I will talk to him about this later. As for you, you were full of energy just now. Don't tell me you were too tired from training yesterday. Seeing this, Naruto had no choice but to continue listening to the class obediently. He looked at Sasuke with gritted teeth. Sasuke turned over as if nothing had happened and continued to sleep. As the sun sets, the afterglow falls on Nao's body, as if covering him with a layer of golden gauze. Orochimaru, on the other hand, leaned lazily against the wall next to him, staring at Nao. Orochimaru asked softly, "Do you want me to walk with Nao-kun?" Nao's eyes swept across the street below, and saw people's faces filled with smiles, presenting a harmonious and warm scene. He shook his head slightly and replied, "It looks like Senior Orochimaru's business has been dealt with, right?" Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and gently licked the corner of his mouth, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. He noticed that Nao seemed to have something to say, but was hesitant. So he asked, "Nao-kun, what's the matter?" Nao's face showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopping, which made Orochimaru find it even more interesting. There was a hint of teasing in Orochimaru's eyes, as if he was waiting for Nao to tell the secret in her heart. However, Nao did not do as he wished. He pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing special. In this case, I should leave. See you next time, Orochimaru-senpai." As soon as the words fell, a tiny ripple appeared in the air, and Nao's figure disappeared without a trace in an instant like a phantom. Orochimaru stood quietly there, his arms folded across his chest, staring at where Nao was originally, lost in thought. A childish brat who values family and friends? Orochimaru thought of something and the smile on his lips deepened. Under the orange twilight, shadows appear from time to time. The sun sets slowly and darkness slowly erodes the world. Orochimaru took a deep look at the Hokage rock in the distance, then slowly disappeared into the shadows. In the Uchiha clan's territory, in a large and quiet training ground, Sasuke stared ahead with wide eyes, concentrating. His one Magadama Sharingan that was flashing scarlet light was spinning rapidly, but even so, he still couldn't capture the trajectory of Nao's movement. In an instant, Sasuke felt his wrist shake, and the ninja sword in his hand was thrown out without any warning. At the same time, a heart-pounding cold light flashed before his eyes like lightning. Sasuke's heart suddenly shook, a chill instantly spread throughout his body, and his body involuntarily retreated. However, that cold light followed him closely like a ghost, sticking tightly to his throat. Sasuke's eyes widened and his heart beat rapidly. He could feel that the ice blade emitting a biting cold was giving off a creepy threat. Just when Sasuke thought that the cold and ruthless blade was about to cut his neck mercilessly, the ice blade actually stopped steadily just a millimeter away from his skin. The bone-chilling chill was transmitted along the blade continuously, and Sasuke felt a layer of fine goosebumps all over his body, as if he was frozen in place. Sasuke's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he secretly rejoiced that he seemed to have escaped. However, just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, the ice blade moved forward a few centimeters. This slight movement was almost imperceptible, but for Sasuke, it was the beginning of a nightmare. Beginning. Without any hindrance, the ice blade easily cut through Sasuke's fragile neck, and large amounts of blood gushed out like a flood. Sasuke's eyes were filled with astonishment and despair. He tried to cover the wound with his hands, but it was too late. Sasuke fell to the ground with a thud, his heart filled with unwillingness and shock. Nao waved her fingers lightly, dissipating the ice blade into nothingness, then she stretched and yawned loudly. During this period of time, not only did Sasuke have poor sleep quality, but Nao herself was also deeply troubled by it. In order not to affect his plan, he had to use the Flying Thunder God technique frequently and travel back and forth between the Rain Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. Every morning, Nao would rush back to the Land of Rain and immerse herself in research in the laboratory, occasionally taking time out to spend time with Bai and others. In addition, he also needs to develop Ice Escape bloodline and practice swordsmanship. After nightfall, he rushed to the Land of Fire without stopping and came back to teach Nijiru Uci. The continuous high-intensity running made Nao feel exhausted, as if her body had exceeded its limit. Nao couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I'm really exhausted." However, it is gratifying that in such a difficult environment, Nao's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more proficient, and his proficiency has shown a straight upward trend. Sasuke could clearly feel the blood flowing out and his body gradually became cold. The desire for life constantly urged him to say something, but because his throat was cut, he could only make weak sounds. Nao crouched down slightly, a strong green light emanated from her hands, and Sasuke's wounds slowly began to heal. The wound on the neck was not very deep to begin with, and thanks to Nao's prompt treatment, the wound healed completely in less than 2 minutes, as if it had never existed. Sasuke, I told you a long time ago that doing this could cost your life. Nao looked at Sasuke with a playful expression, a cunning light in her eyes. Sasuke covered his wound, which had already healed, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Even on that horrific night of genocide, he had never felt such fear as he did today. At that moment just now, he really thought he was going to die. Only by personally experiencing the gradual disappearance of vitality can one deeply understand the preciousness and fragility of life. At this moment, Sasuke finally understood that Nao was not joking with him, death was so real and so close. Just now, the communication snake sent by Orochimaru spit out this mysterious scroll. Nao carefully unfolded the scroll slowly, and suddenly a white smoke flashed, and a Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. This sword is exactly the one that Sasuke used in the original work. It has a black scabbard and a white blade, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Nao slowly pulled out the sharp blade, and her brown-black eyes were reflected on the mirror-smooth blade. In addition, there was a small scroll with the words "Happy Birthday, Nao-kun" written in delicate handwriting. Seeing this, Nao couldn't help but feel moved. Orochimaru was so thoughtful that he even remembered his birthday clearly and specially sent him such a gift. His method of winning people's hearts was truly brilliant. How did Orochimaru know Nao's birthday? Let's start from the beginning. Earlier, when Nao was still in Orochimaru's base, he deliberately had Haku reveal the news of his birthday to Kabuto. As expected, Kabuto Yakushi quickly passed the news to Orochimaru. And before in Konoha village, Nao's hesitant look was actually done specifically for Orochimaru to see, with the purpose of attracting his attention and curiosity. Now it seems that everything is going smoothly according to plan. Orochimaru thought he had completely seen through Nao's personality traits, and he certainly would not miss this excellent opportunity to cultivate feelings between him and Nao. After all, judging from Nao's various behaviors, he seems to be the kind of person who appears cold and wise on the surface, but cares very much about his family and friends in his heart. For Orochimaru, he used the Kusanagi sword, which he could never use, to win over Nao's heart. It was a sure-win deal, at least in his own eyes. Isn't there a saying that goes, overestimate your enemies as much as possible, and let your enemies underestimate you as much as possible? Nao knew very well that she had neither an extremely smart IQ nor the life experience accumulated through decades of hard work like Orochimaru. If he wants to gain an advantageous position in his cooperation with Orochimaru, he must take advantage of this information asymmetry. To make Orochimaru overestimate Nao's friendship for him, this was just a spare piece that Nao casually laid out. What's more, you can get a weapon for free from Orochimaru, so why not do it? Nao put the Kusanagi sword on his waist, with a cunning look on his face. I feel a little embarrassed to take advantage of Orochimaru every day. There was a hint of excitement in Nao's eyes that after such a long time, she finally accumulated a lot of skill points. Bloodline Limit Ice Release LV2, 4521/10,000, Secret Technique, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal LV1, Skills Sword Technique LV3, 1245/10,000, Water Style Ninjutsu LV2, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Medical Ninjutsu LV2, Palm Fairy Technique, Killing Aura LV3, Darkness Technique LV1, Flying Thunder God Technique LV1. Skill points 5,914. Now took a deep breath and put all her skill points into Ice Escape without hesitation. As the skill level increases, Ice Release LV2. Ice Release LV3. He clearly felt a wonderful feeling rising in his heart, as if he had turned into a piece of ice that had been deposited over thousands of years. The difference from last time was that this time the power in Nao's body did not leak out at all. He was quietly immersed in the changes inside his body. He slowly stretched out a hand, which emitted bursts of biting coldness, and then turned into a ball of ice and fell to the ground. However, when Nao thought about it, his arm quickly returned to its original state. Nao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Elementalization. Why does it feel like the style of painting is getting more and more off track? He couldn't help but stroke his forehead gently, sighing in his heart that he seemed to have become like Aokiji next door. This panel is definitely from the Next Door One Piece. Nao thought secretly. There were 2 fat rabbits on the campfire, and the tempting aroma kept emanating from them. Nao turned the rabbit over from time to time and brushed it with some cooking oil. Bottles and jars of seasonings were placed messily on the side. Sasuke sat quietly beside the campfire. His face was very gloomy, and there were some faint dark red bloodstains on his clothes. After Nao took Sasuke out of Konoha village, she threw him into a den of bandits. One can imagine what happened as a result. Sasuke calmed down a little. He knew that this was something he had to face, but it just happened a little earlier. Sasuke ignored the sizzling rabbit and said hesitantly, "Do you know about Itachi?" Nao said expressionlessly, "I know, the famous Itachi who destroyed the clan. What's wrong?" Sasuke frowned. "Where is he now?" Nao smiled slightly. "Even if I tell you, what can you do now?" Sasuke was silent for a moment after hearing this. "I really can't do anything right now. I just want to ask you who is stronger between you and Itachi." Nao's busy movements paused slightly. "I haven't fought before, so who knows? Sasuke was a little disappointed when he heard that. Now continued, but if we really fight, I might be able to wear him down. This is just nice pretending to be the best. After all, it's better to lose the game than the battle. Who knows if you haven't played before? Uchiha Itachi was seriously ill, and the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were so severe that every use would speed up his death. Now scratched her head and suddenly felt like she had turned into Orochimaru. A life-saving skill energy, flying thunder god, magic mirror ice crystal, and elementalization all give him super survivability. At present, Nao's only weakness is illusion. Fortunately, there are not many masters of illusion in the ninja world, but unfortunately Uchiha Itachi is one of them. Now suddenly remembered a sentence from the game in her previous life. What to do if you can't beat Uchiha Itachi? Don't worry about him, he will die on his own. Sasuke was thoughtful after hearing this. What was that jutsu you used to take me out of the village? Now had a headache. She didn't know who Nezuchi learned this bad attitude towards the teacher from. No matter what, Nao didn't want to teach a big father like Orochimaru in the original work, so Nao ignored Sasuke's question. Sasuke saw that Nao ignored him, and after thinking about it for a while, he understood what Nao meant. Sasuke took a deep breath and said reluctantly, "Teacher Nao, what exactly is that ninjutsu you used to take me out of the village?" Nao smiled slightly and replied calmly, "That ninjutsu has nothing to do with you, you should practice your sword first." Sasuke felt disappointed when he heard this. He tightly grasped the ninja sword in his hand, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a slightly low voice, "How can you kill Uchiha Itachi with just physical skills?" Nao gave him a cold look, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He whispered, "I know you are eager for revenge, but this is the first time and the last time." After saying that, Nao casually condensed an ice blade. He waved his arm lightly, and the sharp and huge blade light slashed towards Sasuke like lightning. Nao stared at the scroll in her hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Just now, the communication snake sent by Orochimaru spit out this mysterious scroll. Nao carefully unfolded the scroll slowly, and suddenly a white smoke flashed, and a Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand. This sword is exactly the one that Sasuke used in the original work. It has a black scabbard and a white blade, exuding a heart-pounding aura. Nao slowly pulled out the sharp blade, and her brown-black eyes were reflected on the mirror-smooth blade. In addition, there was a small scroll with the words "Happy Birthday, Nao-kun" written in delicate handwriting. Seeing this, Nao couldn't help but feel moved. Orochimaru was so thoughtful that he even remembered his birthday clearly and specially sent him such a gift. His method of winning people's hearts was truly brilliant. How did Orochimaru know Nao's birthday? Let's start from the beginning. Earlier, when Nao was still in Orochimaru's base, he deliberately had Haku reveal the news of his birthday to Kabuto. As expected, Kabuto Yakushi quickly passed the news to Orochimaru. And before in Konoha village, Nao's hesitant look was actually done specifically for Orochimaru to see, with the purpose of attracting his attention and curiosity. Now it seems that everything is going smoothly according to plan. Orochimaru thought he had completely seen through Nao's personality traits, and he certainly would not miss this excellent opportunity to cultivate feelings between him and Nao. After all, judging from Nao's various behaviors, he seems to be the kind of person who appears cold and wise on the surface, but cares very much about his family and friends in his heart. For Orochimaru, he used the Kusanagi sword, which he could never use, to win over Nao's heart. It was a sure-win deal, at least in his own eyes. Isn't there a saying that goes, overestimate your enemies as much as possible, and let your enemies underestimate you as much as possible? Nao knew very well that she had neither an extremely smart IQ nor the life experience accumulated through decades of hard work like Orochimaru. If he wants to gain an advantageous position in his cooperation with Orochimaru, he must take advantage of this information asymmetry. To make Orochimaru overestimate Nao's friendship for him, this was just a spare piece that Nao casually laid out. What's more, you can get a weapon for free from Orochimaru, so why not do it? Nao put the Kusanagi sword on his waist, with a cunning look on his face. I feel a little embarrassed to take advantage of Orochimaru every day. There was a hint of excitement in Nao's eyes that after such a long time, she finally accumulated a lot of skill points. Bloodline limit, ice release LV2, 4521/10,000, secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal LV1, skills sword technique LV3, 1245/10,000, water style ninjutsu LV2, water dragon bullet technique, medical ninjutsu LV2, palm fairy technique, killing aura LV3, darkness technique LV1, flying thunder god technique LV1. Skill points 5,914. Now took a deep breath and put all her skill points into ice escape without hesitation. As the skill level increases, ice release LV2. Ice release LV3. He clearly felt a wonderful feeling rising in his heart, as if he had turned into a piece of ice that had been deposited over thousands of years. The difference from last time was that this time the power in Nao's body did not leak out at all. He was quietly immersed in the changes inside his body. He slowly stretched out a hand, which emitted bursts of biting coldness, and then turned into a ball of ice and fell to the ground. However, when Nao thought about it, his arm quickly returned to its original state. Now's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Elementalization. Why does it feel like the style of painting is getting more and more off track? He couldn't help but stroke his forehead gently, sighing in his heart that he seemed to have become like Aokiji next door. This panel is definitely from the next door One Piece, now thought secretly. There were 2 fat rabbits on the campfire, and the tempting aroma kept emanating from them. Now turned the rabbit over from time to time and brushed it with some cooking oil. Bottles and jars of seasonings were placed messily on the side. Sasuke sat quietly beside the campfire, his face was very gloomy, and there were some faint dark red bloodstains on his clothes. After Now took Sasuke out of Konoha village, she threw him into a den of bandits. One can imagine what happened as a result. Sasuke calmed down a little. He knew that this was something he had to face, but it just happened a little earlier. Sasuke ignored the sizzling rabbit and said hesitantly, "Do you know about Itachi?" Now said expressionlessly, "I know, the famous Itachi who destroyed the clan. What's wrong?" Sasuke frowned. "Where is he now?" Now smiled slightly. "Even if I tell you, what can you do now?" Sasuke was silent for a moment after hearing this. "I really can't do anything right now. I just want to ask you who is stronger between you and Itachi?" Now's busy movements paused slightly. "I haven't fought before, so who knows?" Sasuke was a little disappointed when he heard that. Now continued, "But if we really fight, I might be able to wear him down. This is just nice pretending to be the best. After all, it's better to lose the game than the battle. Who knows if you haven't played before?" Uchiha Itachi was seriously ill, and the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were so severe that every use would speed up his death. Now scratched her head and suddenly felt like she had turned into Orochimaru. A life-saving skill energy, flying thunder god, magic mirror ice crystal, and elementalization all give him super survivability. At present, Now's only weakness is illusion. Fortunately, there are not many masters of illusion in the ninja world, but unfortunately Uchiha Itachi is one of them. Now suddenly remembered a sentence from the game in her previous life. What to do if you can't beat Uchiha Itachi? Don't worry about him, he will die on his own. Sasuke was thoughtful after hearing this. What was that jutsu you used to take me out of the village? Now had a headache. She didn't know who Nezuchi learned this bad attitude towards the teacher from. No matter what, Now didn't want to teach a big father like Orochimaru in the original work, so Now ignored Sasuke's question. Sasuke saw that Now ignored him, and after thinking about it for a while, he understood what Now meant. Sasuke took a deep breath and said reluctantly, "Teacher Now, what exactly is that ninjutsu you used to take me out of the village?" Now smiled slightly and replied calmly, "That ninjutsu has nothing to do with you, you should practice your sword first." Sasuke felt disappointed when he heard this. He tightly grasped the ninja sword in his hand, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a slightly low voice, "How can you kill Uchiha Itachi with just physical skills?" Now gave him a cold look, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He whispered, "I know you are eager for revenge, but this is the first time and the last time." After saying that, Now casually condensed an ice blade. He waved his arm lightly, and the sharp and huge blade light slashed towards Sasuke like lightning. However, surprisingly, this powerful sword light accurately avoided Sasuke's body, as if it had its own consciousness. "Time flies. I didn't expect so many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Now chuckled with a slight sigh, because today was his 16th birthday. "Everything I experienced when I first came to this world is still vivid in my memory, as if it happened yesterday." Now slowly stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. His slender figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the long corridor. In another room, Shiro and Karen were wearing aprons and were busy working. At this moment, Bai's cheeks were covered with some white flour, while Karen had her eyes wide open and was struggling to put the final decoration on the cake. At this moment, the door was pushed open without warning, and Kimimaro and Zabuza walked in carrying a large bag. Kimimaro carefully placed the big bag in his hand on the ground. Zabuza slumped down on the sofa next to him and muttered unhappily, "What a trouble, you little brats." Hearing Zabuza's words, Bai, who was fiddling with the egg beater, stopped what he was doing, gave him a grateful smile and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zabuza." Zabuza was not sure what he was thinking, he just sat on the sofa as if he heard nothing. God knows how much effort he put into getting this thing. Kimimaro stood there quietly. He said seriously, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Bai looked at the contents of the bag and nodded in satisfaction. After a brief thought, he said, "Kimimaro-kun, please help cut some fruit." Kimimaro looked at the fruits on the table with a heavy expression on his face. He slowly pulled out a bone knife from his body and was about to take action. Bai and Karen looked at him with dark faces, obviously speechless. Karen said with a headache, "Kimimaro-san, use a fruit knife to cut it." Kimimaro was slightly stunned, then silently put down the bone blade and picked up the fruit knife beside him. This was his first time cutting fruit, he had only cut people before. In the Akatsuki base, Deidara looked at Scorpion who was making a puppet nearby. "Scorpion Dana, do you want to come with me, see the art that I have carefully crafted?" Scorpion's deep and hoarse voice sounded, "Is Zabuza looking for you for that?" Deidara nodded with some amusement. "It's not out of character with my usual style, but since he admires my art so much, I can only help him out reluctantly. Scorpion shook his head. I'm not interested in that, go by yourself. Deidara uttered a disappointed sigh. Well, then, Scorpion. In the Rain Village. Konan smiled as she looked at the invitation in her hand. Nagato, do you want to go take a look? Nagato nodded silently. Let Pain go and take a look. I will see your good disciple through his eyes. Konan looked at Tendo beside him thoughtfully. Nagato now told me that his research has made some progress. I think you will recover soon. Nagato said calmly, I hope so. Now walked leisurely in the experimental base. His extraordinary perception ability allowed him to easily notice that Bai and others were gathering together. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, now smiled lightly, surprised. In fact, Now had not paid much attention to the actions of Bai and others in recent days, but with his keen insight and judgment, he had already guessed about 70% of it. Just as Now was strolling around leisurely, Bai suddenly appeared. With a mysterious smile on his face, he grabbed Nao's hand tightly and pulled him forward without hesitation. Now very tacitly did not ask any questions, but just silently followed Bai to a room. When they came to the door, Bai put his hands behind his back, stared at Now quietly, and said softly, Brother, come in. Now smiled slightly, revealing a hint of doting, and gently reached out and pushed open the door. However, at this moment, a loud bang was heard, and Karen and Kimimaro, who were hiding behind the door, quickly lit the salutes in their hands. Suddenly, colorful ribbons and sparkling sequins fluttered down on Nao's face. Now looked surprised, even though he had already noticed that Karen and Kimimaro were hiding behind the door. Bai then followed into the room and shouted happily, Happy birthday, brother. Now smiled, and he stepped forward and patted the three of them on the head. Thank you. Feeling the warmth from Nao's hand, Karen said happily, Now NII, come and try the cake we made together. Hearing this, Now looked at the 3-layer cake on the table, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Zabuza watched this scene quietly, his eyes revealing a hint of emotion. He had always believed that ninjas were tools for killing and had no need for emotions. Perhaps even he himself didn't know whether he adopted the two for profit or because he was unwilling to give up the tenderness in his heart. Zabuza thought about it and felt that his whole life seemed to be a failure. That he failed in his rebellion against the Blood Mist Village and failed in his assassination of the 4th Mizukage. After meeting Nao and Haku, Zabuza suddenly felt that he had finally made the right choice. Zabuza reached out and removed the bandage on his face, which he had always used to hide his true emotions. No one could detect his emotions under the cover of the bandage. Now it seems that there is no need for it to exist. If he fails even in facing this relationship, his life would be too sad. Now, Shiro and others also noticed Zabuza's actions. Zabuza showed a mouthful of shark teeth, and a somewhat awkward smile appeared on his face. Happy birthday, kid. But don't expect me to prepare any presents for you. Now said in a low voice, this is the most what a great gift. Nao's feelings towards Zabuza are equally complicated. When Nao was at his weakest, Zabuza gave him and Haku shelter and taught them ninjutsu. It was this seemingly cold-blooded man who gave Nao her initial sense of security. Perhaps Nao and Shiro could survive without him, but they would live in fear and uncertainty. Bai looked at Zabuza blankly. This was the first time that Zabuza showed his true face. Bai blushed and smiled slightly. Mr. Zabuza is very handsome. Zabuza's face turned red when he heard this, and without the bandage covering his expression everyone could see it clearly. Kimimaro and Karen looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up. Deidara placed a strange-looking object on an empty space not far away. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he smiled and said, Let me show you my art. Now looked at Bai in surprise. Bai, are you sure it's fireworks and not a bomb? Bai nodded hesitantly. Mr. Zabuza brought it back, so there shouldn't be any problem. Konan and Pain looked at each other, obviously skeptical about these so-called fireworks. After all, they had seen Deidara's enthusiasm for explosions. Deidara placed the fireworks not far away and then stepped back. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, he had no desire to explain. As a blasting expert, he naturally knew other blasting methods, and making small fireworks with gunpowder was certainly no problem for him. Art is explosion. Dazzling light rose, and gorgeous fireworks instantly appeared in the sky. Just as everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful fireworks, a wave of hot air quickly spread out. Under the beautiful fireworks, Now looked at the spreading heat wave and smiled helplessly. Is this the final surprise? It is indeed a surprise. Nao's eyes were fixed on the bottle of emerald green medicine in front of him, and his face showed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. The research on the type 1 gene medicine has finally been successful. It's no wonder that Nao is so excited. After all, he has spent so much effort on this. After so many years of hard work day and night, the moment of harvest has finally arrived. This incomparable sense of satisfaction and accomplishment is irreplaceable by anything. Now carefully held up the bottle of extremely precious potion, as if she was holding the whole world in her hands. Now gently placed the medicine into the low-temperature preservation box. The box was designed very delicately, with only 4 slots in it, and 2 of them were empty. Looking at the 2 empty seats, Now couldn't help but feel a surge of regret in her heart. To ensure that everything goes well, Now first found a test subject to conduct experiments to ensure the safety of the drug. Although great breakthroughs have been made in the research and development of drugs, the funds spent on it are also astronomical. A smile appeared on Nao's lips, but he now had a better source of funds. Even though Conan has been making every effort to allocate funds from the income of the Rain Village to support Nao's research, it is still far from enough to fill this huge funding gap. Nao felt that the way the centenarian Kakuzu looked at her was becoming more and more strange. After all, this kid's mission was not to get a pure vampire. As the Minister of Finance of Akatsuki, Kakuzu has always been in charge of the financial power of Akatsuki. Unfortunately, he is just a passing god of wealth, and the money eventually falls into the hands of Nao. When I really started to do the experiment, I realized that this project would require a huge investment of money. Thousands and thousands of taels of silver were thrown in as easily as skipping stones, as if these riches were just an illusory number with no practical significance. However, Nao's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a barely noticeable smile. Because he already had a more reliable and sufficient source of funds in mind, Nao stroked her chin gently, lost in thought. Type 1 gene medicine needs to be injected in 2 injections, with each injection about 2 weeks apart. The next injection can only be given after the body has fully absorbed and adapted to the effects of the previous injection. This genetic medicine can give the user a simplified version of the immortal physique, but its effect is limited to increasing the user's chakra amount and cell activity, while accelerating the body's self-repair speed. Still, the results are astonishing, given that they come with almost no noticeable side effects. The only drawback is that it is very expensive, with one injection costing almost 0.8 Asuma. At this moment, Bai and Kimimaro slowly stepped into the laboratory, and Karen followed closely behind them. Kimimaro's face was as pale as paper and he looked sick. His haggard face makes people feel pity. Bai, on the other hand, looked at Nao eagerly with full expectation. "Brother, did you succeed?" Bai asked softly, with a hint of nervousness and desire in his tone. Nao slowly turned around, a faint smile on her face, and replied, "Yes, it worked." Upon hearing the news, a faint glimmer of hope gradually emerged on Kimimaro's originally expressionless face. He never forgot what Nao had said to him. Even though time passed and his physical condition deteriorated, he always believed in Nao's ability. However, sometimes Kimimaro would wonder to himself whether he was too greedy. After all, Lady Nao had already saved him once, so was it a bit too much for him to be so persistent now? These thoughts intertwined in Kimimaro's mind, making him feel conflicted. But no matter what, his trust in Nao and the care of Bai and others prompted him to live. However, now, having lost the opportunity to fight, he seemed to have lost the foundation for his survival, and became confused and hesitant. He often wondered what the meaning of his fighting was. Apart from the brief pleasure he gained from fighting, he seemed to have no other answer. But fighting is only a part of life after all, not the norm, and this kind of pleasure is difficult to last. So, Kimimaro fell into deep self-doubt, and he began to constantly ask himself, "Why should I fight?" Once, Kimimaro also asked Nao this question. At that time, Nao turned her back to him and shook her head gently, saying firmly, "You are not fighting for anyone. The main body of a person's life is always himself. A true warrior will always listen to the voice of his heart." Nao turned around and looked at the confused Kimimaro. "I can't tell you the exact answer to this question because I don't know it myself. Everyone needs to find their own meaning of existence, rather than relying on others to give them a so-called meaning. That is not your true choice." At this moment, Kimimaro came to his senses. He lay quietly on the cold laboratory table, his body covered by countless tubes connected to instruments that monitored vital signs. His eyes fell on Karen and Shiro, who were staring at him with concern. At the same time, although Nao was not looking at him directly, the way he stared at the testing equipment fully demonstrated his concern for Kimimaro. A teardrop sparkling with crystal light slid down the corner of Kimimaro's eye, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. It seemed that at this moment, he truly understood the meaning of his fight. This was not to satisfy anyone's ambitions or expectations, but was the answer given by the deepest voice in his heart. Along with the genetic medicine was slowly injected into his body. Kimimaro felt his body temperature rising sharply and the chakra in his body increasing continuously. A warm feeling surged over his body like a tide, filling every corner. Nao stared closely at the data on the detection instrument. As time passed, no abnormal fluctuations appeared. Shiro and Karen both stared at Kimimaro nervously, not daring to relax at all. Karen was lying beside the experimental table, her eyes revealing great determination, as if she was ready to rescue Kimimaro at any time. She knew that this experiment was of vital importance to Kimimaro, and if anything went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. Finally, Kimimaro slowly stood up. His originally pale face gradually became healthy and fair, as if he had regained vitality. He felt the surging power in his body and the chakra that almost doubled, and an expression of incredible surprise appeared on his face. This feeling was so wonderful, he had never thought that he could have such powerful strength. Nao, who was standing by, looked at Kimimaro, who had been reborn, her lips slightly raised, revealing a relieved smile. He knew that his efforts were not in vain. Not only was Kimimura's bloodline disease cured, but he also gained even more powerful power. Shiro and Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Karen happily ran to Now and said, "Now NII is the best." Orikimura stared at the incredible data on the instrument screen in front of him, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes, as if he had seen a rare treasure in the world. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue, lick the corner of his mouth gently, and mutter to himself, "Perfect genetic modification?" Orikimura certainly knew what kind of research Now had been doing. After all, Now had taken a lot of experimental subjects from him. The Hashirama cells that Orikimura provided to Now became the key to his research. In addition, Now once asked Orikimura for some research data on Hashirama's cells. Orikimura originally gave Hashirama's cells only for the purpose of trial, and he had long since given up research in this area. The research on reincarnation of the living corpse and impure world reincarnation has already taken up most of his time and money, and he has no intention of investing his precious time into this bottomless pit. Moreover, if Now really researches something, Orikimura, as a partner, can exchange it from Now. This is actually a sure-win deal. In fact, Orikimura hadn't seen Now for a long time. However, today Now quietly gave him a huge surprise. On the experimental table next to it, a young man was lying quietly. At this moment, he was lying there with a calm expression. Before being handed over to Now, this man was just an ordinary experimental subject whose abilities were at most at the level of a Chunin. After Now sent him back, Orikimura was surprised to find that the chakra in the man's body had increased almost 1.5 times, and the activity of the cells had also been greatly enhanced. Since the man did not have the blood of the Atsutsuki clan, Now injected him with a genetic medicine made from Hashirama's cells with extremely low activity, so the effect was naturally not that strong. Orikimura opened the scroll that Now and the man had brought to him. Emerald green light entered Orikimura's eyes, and an exquisite reagent appeared in Orikimura's hand. Orikimura put the reagent aside and read the contents of the scroll carefully. Does it require the user's cells to tailor the medicine? It takes 2 cells to completely complete the fusion. It seems that Now-kun really gave me a big surprise. Seeing this, Orikimura turned his gaze to the man lying on the experimental table. The man could have such a huge improvement just by fusing one potion. You have to know that this is a weakened version of a Type I gene potion. That potion is tailor-made for men and cannot be used by others. Thinking of this, Orikimura revealed a greedy look without any concealment. He knew too well the value of this potion. Orikimura sighed slightly. It was basically impossible to exchange this technology from Now. Just like Now never asked Orikimura about the living corpse reincarnation technique and the impure world reincarnation technique, these are Orikimura's core techniques and it is impossible for him to teach Now. The same is true in reverse. Orikimura would naturally not ask such an embarrassing question. The man half knelt in front of Orikimura, his eyes showing a hint of fanaticism. "Lord Orikimura, now I am qualified to be your vessel." Seeing this, Orikimura smiled slightly. "Don't rush, you can still be more perfect." Orikimura handed the potion beside him to the man, and the man looked excited as if he had received a great honor. Seeing Orikimura's curious eyes, he injected the potion into his body without hesitation. On a vast and empty land, Zabuza folded his arms across his chest, staring quietly at the fierce battle scene between Now and Kimimaro not far away. His face showed an expression of disbelief and horror, which then turned into relief. Blood Shadow stood aside. Zabuza reached out and gently picked it up. The blood-red lines on the blade flickered as if excited by the touch of its owner. At this moment, Kimimaro has completely achieved the perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells. Compared with the curse seal with Orikimura, this method seems to be more gentle and has no side effects. Now was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know how far Kimimaro could go without the trouble of bloodline disease. Judging from the scenes in the original work where he fought against Gaara and Rock Lee, Kimimura's fighting power did not seem that exaggerated, but you have to know that he was already terminally ill and not far from death at that time. Kimimura's peak combat power should be when he assassinated the 4th Kazekage Raza. This was the time when Orikimura admired him so much. Kimimaro must have had the strength of at least an elite jonin at that time. In the center of the battlefield where Now and Kimimaro were, dense icicles and sharp-boned spears intertwined together to form a huge blue and white maze, covering the area tightly. In this maze of ice and bones, Now's and Kimimura's figures kept flashing between the ice pillars and bone spears. They held sharp ice blades and bone blades, and every clash sparked a dazzling spark, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The attack speed of both sides was as fast as lightning, dazzling and overwhelming. The cold blade in Now's hand flashed with cold light, like an indestructible shield, blocking all of Kimimura's attacks. The blade carried a sharp momentum with every swing, and made a crisp collision sound when it collided with Kimimura's weapon. The sharp blade easily cut through Kimimura's long hair, and a few white strands fell in the air like broken strings, as if telling of the fierceness of the battle. Kimimaro felt Now's powerful strength and did not dare to slack off at all. He pushed his feet hard and quickly retreated backwards, trying to distance himself from Now. However, Now is extremely fast, following closely behind him like a shadow, not giving Kimimaro any chance to breathe. As Kimimaro retreated, the biting coldness in the surroundings surged into his heart like a tide. The chill seemed to penetrate his bones, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. His rapid breathing was particularly clear in the silent space, and every breath was accompanied by a white steam rising slowly. Although Kimimaro's chakra was improved to a certain extent, the chakra consumed by the early Warabi dance was too huge. He felt that his strength was rapidly draining away, while his opponent was still able to handle it with ease. 10 fingers pierced the bullet. Kimimaro waved his hands, and his 10 fingers suddenly became extremely sharp, and the finger bones shot out from the fingertips like sharp arrows. These finger bones flew towards Now with amazing speed and power, forming a dense barrage of bullets. They cut through the air, making a whistling sound, as if they were going to tear everything apart. What Kimimaro didn't notice was that the icicle behind him suddenly became extremely smooth, reflecting Nao's figure like a mirror. With a bang, I saw the ice wall blocking the finger bone, with the finger bone deeply embedded in it, and large cracks appeared on the ice wall. Kimimaro's eyes were like nails, fixed on Nao's position. Suddenly, a trace of doubt came to his mind. With Nao's speed and reaction ability, she should have easily avoided this attack, so why did she choose to defend with an ice wall? This move was really confusing. Kimimaro frowned slightly, and with his keen intuition, he realized that things might not be simple. At this moment, Kimimaro became alert and turned around suddenly to look back. I saw bone spurs drill out of his body and quickly gathered into a hard bone skeleton. However, it was too late. 2 cold blades had quietly appeared on both sides of his neck, emitting a biting chill. Kimimaro stared at the 2 naos behind him, feeling a little surprised, but then he regained his composure and slowly put down the weapon in his hand. Now smiled slightly. It seems that you have fully adapted. Next to the dim campfire, Now kept turning the roasted rabbit. Nao's eyes occasionally fell on Suzuki, who was distracted beside him. Finally, he spoke casually. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. It's not as simple as it seems. Itaki Uchiha would never do such a thing just because of personal feelings. Hearing the voice, Suzuki suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring at Nao. However, when he heard these words, Suzuki forced himself to suppress the rage burning in his heart. After all, no matter how you look at it, this sentence seems to be an excuse for Uchiha Itaki. His voice became hoarse with anger. No matter what his reason is, I must kill Uchiha Itaki. As these hateful words came out, Suzuki clenched his fists tightly. So, what is the real reason? Why is he like this? Suzuki's tone was filled with uncontrollable anger and confusion. Now looked at Suzuki calmly, who was trying his best to control his emotions, and said slowly, would you easily believe the so-called truth from other people's mouths? Suzuki was slightly startled, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to argue a few words. Now didn't give him a chance and continued, the truth is often hidden in the depths of darkness. That you need to find it yourself. And I can only provide you with some clues at best. In the ninja school, Suzuki came back to his senses and looked at Naruto, who was chattering non-stop with a complicated expression. Naruto is actually the son of the 4th Hokage. Suzuki was secretly shocked as he recalled some of the unfair treatment Naruto had suffered in the past. He naturally did not doubt the truth of this matter, and there was no need for Nao to deceive him about this matter. That night Nao told Suzuki a lot of information about the Uchiha clan and some unknown information. Suzuki stood there, thinking quietly. His mind was like a movie playing, and he kept recalling what had happened to the Uchiha clan before. At the same time, he savored every word Nao said and compared them with the past events in his memory one by one. As he thought more deeply, Suzuki became more and more shocked. He found that the mysteries that had troubled him in the past seemed to be gradually being solved. The things that once confused and puzzled him now began to become clear. However, this relief did not make Suzuki feel at ease, but made him feel even heavier. The next match is between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki. Iruka stood on the stage and announced loudly in a loud voice. Suzuki had an expressionless face and cold eyes. He walked step by step to the center of the training ground. Every step seemed to step on everyone's heart, exuding an invisible pressure. The little fangirls around him all had starry eyes and cheered for Suzuki loudly. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Suzuki closely. He had been keeping an eye on Suzuki, so naturally he was keenly aware of Suzuki's changes. After the two of them made opposing signs with each other, the atmosphere on the training ground suddenly became tense. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards each other as fast as an arrow. The short sword in Suzuki's hand, with a sharp gust of wind, collided with Naruto's kunao. Since the ninja school used wooden weapons in battle, only a crisp sound was heard. However, the seemingly minor collision caused Naruto's heart to tremble. He felt that Suzuki's strength seemed to have suddenly increased a lot, and the hand holding the kunao was slightly numb. Naruto was secretly shocked, but he did not back down. On the contrary, a gleam of determination and unwillingness to admit defeat flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his posture, ready for Suzuki's next attack. However, before Naruto could react, Suzuki flashed by and the short sword was already on his neck. Naruto suddenly looked incredulous. Could it be that he couldn't even take on Sasuke's attack? He lowered his head in disappointment, his eyes filled with reluctance. Sasuke had already left with his hands in his pockets, without even making the seal of reconciliation. Cheers continued to ring out, and the fangirl group led by Sakura and Ino suddenly cheered. Sasuke-kun is amazing, he is worthy of being a genius. The entire battle was over in less than half a minute, and Irika was slightly stunned. Sasuke's strength has changed a lot compared to before. That not only has his weapon changed, but his fighting style has also become more fierce. He doesn't look like a student of a ninja school at all. Tansho Street is brightly lit and bustling. At a place called Izakaya, the lights are dim and the atmosphere is quiet. The wine rippled gently in the glass, reflecting the figure of a man. Jiraiya. That he had a heavy face, as if he was thinking about something important. Sitting next to him were two scantily dressed women. Seeing this, one of them leaned on Jiraiya's shoulder and asked softly, "Master Jiraiya, what are you thinking about?" Her voice was like a breeze, gently brushing past Jiraiya's ears. Another woman playfully joked, "Master Jiraiya must be thinking of a new plot, otherwise, why would he be so engrossed?" Jiraiya heard their words, smiled slightly, then picked up the wineglass and drank the sake in it. The cool feeling flowing down his throat made him feel a little more relaxed. However, he did not sit for long, but stood up resolutely. Although the two women tried to persuade him to stay, he turned around and left the place without hesitation. The streets outside were still bustling with activity, but Jiraiya's heart was unusually calm. He walked in silence, his thoughts surging like the tide. But those two young ladies just now were really amazing. Jiraiya sighed in his heart, and a perverted look appeared on his face. Passers-by looked at him with contempt when they saw this. Jiraiya coughed lightly and put those things behind him. Thinking of what the great toad sage said to him, Jiraiya's face became a little heavy. A few days ago he went to Mayaboku Mountain, one of the 3 holy places. There, the most senior toad immortal possesses the ability to predict the future. Jiraiya believed in the prediction of the great toad sage even more. That he had been looking for the person who could change the fate of the ninja world, the child of destiny predicted by the great toad sage. However, just a few days ago, Shinseku Immortal urgently informed him that the great toad immortal had a new prophecy. When Jiraiya arrived, he saw the great toad sage looking at him seriously and said slowly, "Little Jiraiya, I dreamed that the ninja world was covered by countless ice and the whole world would fall into chaos." Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this, and suddenly an ice-style ninja whom he had once tracked down appeared in his mind. Could it really be him? This thought would not go away from Jiraiya's mind. That he had once visited the ruins of Kusagakur village. The sky was filled with ice and covered the Kusagakur village, which was completely consistent with what the great toad sage said. If he really caused this disaster, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the fact that the other party was able to massacre the Kusagakur village so brutally is enough to show how terrifying the other party is. The more Jiraiya thought about it, the more serious the matter seemed, so he decided to investigate immediately. He needs to find out the true identity and purpose of this ice release ninja, and how to deal with the upcoming crisis. Jiraiya knew very well that he had no ability to change the ninja world, and he had never thought about it. Kimimaro has been staying in the laboratory these days. After all, it has not been fully integrated yet. During this period, now has been collecting relevant data to further improve the Type 1 experimental potion. In the past 2 years, the ninja world has seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. Ever since the destruction of Kusagakur village, the border area of the Land of Fire has become less peaceful, and various conflicts and disputes have continued to emerge. At the same time, the demise of the Uchiha clan also made other ninja villages realize the fragile nature of Konoha village. At this moment, the Uegakur village and the Kumagakur village began to stir, and they all turned their attention to the Konoha village. After years of development and growth, the Uegakur village and the Kumagakur village are no longer what they used to be. In particular, the Hidden Cloud village is growing increasingly powerful and is ambitiously trying to challenge the dominance of the Hidden Leaf village. As a result, many ninjas from the Uegakur village easily sneaked into the border of the Fire Country and provoked a series of local small-scale wars. At the same time, the Hidden Cloud village was not to be outdone and sent a small number of ninjas to try to find out the true strength of the Hidden Leaf village. Faced with provocations and threats from all sides, Konoha village did not retreat or surrender. Although their own strength has declined in recent years, they still decisively launched a counterattack. After paying a certain price, the war subsided again. As for the Sand Village and the Mist Village, they are naturally licking their wounds and recuperating. 2 years passed in a flash, and during this period Akatsuki continued to accept various war commissions, and its reputation in the underground world became more and more famous. Kuni, a quiet and peaceful town, is located at the foot of the mountain. This place is famous for its natural hot springs, attracting countless tourists to relax and unwind. In a hidden hot spring, Nao was lying comfortably in the warm spring water, enjoying this rare leisure time. He closed his eyes gently, feeling the warmth of the spring water and the peaceful atmosphere around him. Occasionally, he would reach out and pick up the iced juice on the side and take a sip. The cool taste formed a sharp contrast with the warmth of the hot spring, which was refreshing. Karen was wrapped in a white bath towel and sat quietly beside the hot spring. Her glasses were covered with a thin layer of mist, making it difficult to see her true thoughts. From time to time, she would secretly glance at Nao's muscles, which were as clear-cut and powerful as if they were carved by a knife or an axe, and a strange feeling would surge in her heart. A blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, and she couldn't tell whether it was because the surrounding environment was too hot or because of the shyness deep in her heart. At this moment, her heartbeat began to accelerate, as if a deer was beating wildly in her chest. However, suddenly, Nao sighed deeply, revealing a hint of melancholy. At the same time, Bai was diligently scrubbing Zabuza's back. Hearing Nao's sigh, they turned their heads at the same time. A trace of doubt appeared on Bai's face, and he asked softly, "Brother, why are you sighing? Is there something bothering you?" Nao opened her eyes slightly and replied calmly, "I will be busy again. This may be my last leisure time. Orochimaru invited me to visit him a few days ago. I guess he's going to do something big. In that case, I can't be absent." Nao chuckled. Bai showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes when he saw this. He still enjoyed this quiet and peaceful life very much. Zabuza smiled slightly, twisted his neck and made a series of crisp sounds, and said with some emotion, "Well, if I don't move around, my bones will soon rust." Kimimaro looked at Nao and said seriously, "Nao-sama, please take me with you. I can help you." Nao took the towel off her face and glanced at Kimimaro. "Okay, let's go together." Nao looked at Karen, who was hesitant to speak, and said, "Karen, you should go with Mr. Zabuza and Shiro." There was a hint of disappointment on Karen's face, and she just hummed softly. Nao continued to think about her next move. In the Kazekige's office in the Sand Village, Raza, wearing the 4th Kazekige's divine robe, stood there quietly, staring at the wind and sand outside the window. He sighed deeply, as if he had endless worries in his heart. He slowly put down the scroll in his hand. It was an invitation letter from Konoha Village, inviting the Sand Village to participate in the upcoming joint shinin exam. The Sand Village is located in a vast desert, and the living environment is extremely harsh. Since the death of the 3rd Kazekage, the village has gradually declined. As a result, the daimyo cut financial support to the Sand Village, and the Sand Village had no choice but to implement an elitist ninja policy. Although Luosha's gold-making technique can earn some funds, it is not a long-term solution. If no changes are made, I am afraid that this once glorious village will disappear from the ranks of the 5 major ninja villages. In order to make the village rise again, Luosha did not hesitate to seal the one-tailed Shikaku into the body of his young son. However, the level of sealing techniques of the Sand Village is not satisfactory, which causes Gaara to frequently fall into a rampage state. Luosha often fell into self-doubt, questioning whether he had made the right decision to create such an uncontrollable monster. A thoughtful look appeared on his face as he pondered whether or not he should join forces with Orochimaru. This thought kept lingering in his mind, but it also brought more doubts and worries. Cooperating with Orochimaru means facing unknown risks, but it may also be a glimmer of hope for saving the Sand Village. In this turbulent era, Luosha must weigh various options and find a way to lead the Sand Village to prosperity. He knows that every decision is related to the future of the village, and he shoulders the responsibility of protecting and developing the Sand Village. Luosha had always dreamed of becoming the Kazekage, but only when he actually sat on this seat did he understand what it meant. Just at this moment, a slight knock on the door suddenly came, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the room. Luosha frowned slightly and said softly, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and Maki's serious face appeared at the door. He hurried to Luosha, lowered his head and reported in a low voice, "Lord Kazekage, it's bad. Gaara has gone berserk again." Upon hearing the news, Luosha's brows furrowed, and a trace of worry and helplessness flashed in his eyes. After a moment's silence, Luosha took a deep breath, as if he was making some kind of decision. He understood that a decisive decision had to be made at this moment. Konoha Village is currently in its most vulnerable period, which undoubtedly provides them with an excellent opportunity. Moreover, Orochimaru has an extraordinary understanding of Konoha Village, which makes Raza full of confidence in the success of the Konoha collapse plan. Luosha nodded slightly, indicating that he was aware of the situation, and then added, "Yes, I understand. Also, send someone to notify Orochimaru and tell him that he can start the action." Maki showed a hint of shock in his eyes when he heard this. As Luosha's right-hand man, he knew about this. On top of the high tower of Rain Village, Konan stood outside a room, her lips tightly pursed, her eyes revealing anxiety and nervousness. She stood there quietly, as if waiting for some important moment to come. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was disgusting. Accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding noises, Nagato was sitting on the bed, and the thick black rods behind him were carefully pulled out by now. Now felt the weight of the black stick in her hand and was secretly surprised. He couldn't imagine how Nagato had endured all this pain for so many years. Dozens of black sticks were neatly arranged on the side, with blood dripping from them continuously, forming a shocking pool of blood. Karen, wearing rubber gloves, was busy assisting now, handing him various medical supplies from time to time. Her gaze fell on the empty wounds on Nagato's body, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. After learning that this fellow from his own tribe had arrived, Nagato often went to Nao's side with Konan. After spending some time together, Nagato finally revealed his true identity. There was no need for Karen to say much when she saw Nagato for the first time. Just his iconic red hair was enough to prove that Nagato was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. After learning this, Karen offered to help treat Nagato without hesitation. She hoped to use her own strength to help this seriously injured tribesman. Since Nagato's back was filled with black rods and he couldn't lie down, the entire operation was actually performed while he was sitting on the bed. Nagato sat there expressionlessly, as if he felt no pain at all. Over the years he has become accustomed to this pain, and it reminds him all the time. After being treated with a type I genetic drug, Nagato's chakra did not increase much. After all, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan was not weaker than that of the sage body. Although the improvement was not that amazing, Nagato's health had recovered a little. He was no longer as skinny as before, and now just looked a little thin. After resting for a while, Nao underwent another surgery to remove the extra black rods in Nagato's body. Nagato doesn't actually need that many black rods to control the 6 paths of pain. When he summoned the outer path demon statue for the first time, it extracted a large amount of his chakra and vitality through the black rods, and since then those black rods have remained in his body. As the last black stick was taken out, Nao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was Nao's first time to perform such a major operation. She had to constantly heal the wound and prevent heavy bleeding while constantly pulling out the black stick, which was quite difficult. As Nao continued to perform medical ninjutsu, Nagato's wounds began to heal slowly. I don't know if it's due to years of coexistence with the black stick or some other reason, but even though Nao keeps using the palm fairy technique, the wound still heals very slowly. Karen saw the situation and without hesitation stretched out her arm and placed it near Nagato's mouth. Nagato was slightly startled, his unique samsara eye trembling slightly, and he whispered in a hoarse voice, "Karen." Karen smiled slightly, with a determined light in her eyes. "I also hope to be able to help brother Nagato. As members of the same clan, we should of course support each other." Nagato stared at Karen and after a moment's silence, he said softly, "I'm sorry." Then, Nagato carefully bit Karen's arm, as if afraid of hurting her. As a large amount of vitality continued to flow into Nagato's body, the wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Now on the side silently took off the rubber gloves on her hands and stared at Nagato, who had recovered intact. Nagato slowly stood up. His legs that had been injured by the explosive talisman had now fully recovered. He took a difficult step forward. After being trapped in the machine that controlled pain's 6 paths for so many years, he had almost forgotten how to walk. When his feet touched the ground again, the real touch made him involuntarily smile and feel nostalgic. Nagato looked up at the two slightly tired people, and his deep and sincere voice echoed in the air, "Now, Karen, thank you." The door was pushed open gently, making a creaking sound. Zionin anxiously stuck his head into the house and looked inside eagerly. Suddenly, a red-haired man who looked slightly thin and moved slowly walked out of the room. Zionin's eyes widened, her face full of shock. She covered her mouth in disbelief, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. However, at that moment, she was filled with endless joy and relief, and a bright smile spread across her face. Nagato. Nagato silently watched Konan crying with joy in front of him, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Although the corners of his mouth were only slightly raised in an almost imperceptible arc, the next moment, the two of them hugged each other tightly as if attracted by an invisible force. Nagato looked at Konan somewhat at a loss, his two hands hanging stiffly in the air, as if he had lost control and he had no idea where to put them. He, who had always been calm and composed, revealed an unprecedented look of embarrassment at this moment. He could only helplessly let Zionin hug him tightly. Karen, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but raise a sly smile. She quietly took out a small and exquisite camera from her arms and carefully pointed the lens at the two people hugging each other. At the moment the shutter was pressed, the flash suddenly lit up, breaking the silence around. Karen's face suddenly turned panic-stricken. "Oh, no, I forgot to turn off the flash." While secretly groaning, she quickly turned around and hid behind Nao. When Nagato and Konan heard the sound of the flashlights, they turned their heads at the same time to look at Karen, who was fleeing at a rapid speed. A helpless smile appeared on both of their faces at the same time, as if they were accustomed to Karen's behavior. Konan stood up and slowly walked towards Nao and Karen. Her eyes were full of concern and pity as they fell on Nao's bloodshot and slightly tired face. "Nao, thank you so much," Konan said softly, with sincere gratitude in her tone. Nao smiled and responded gently, "Teacher Konan, you are so polite. It's just a small favor, don't take it to heart." Konan squatted down and looked at Karen, who seemed to be feeling a little guilty. Behind Nao. She touched Karen's little head. "Thank you, Karen, too." 2 days later, Nagato stood on the top of the tower and quietly watched the drizzle outside the window. He had been staying in the dim room, secretly controlling the 6 paths of pain, and had never seen the rain village from this perspective. There is a big difference between seeing through a puppet's perspective and seeing it with your own eyes. In the dim laboratory, the green potion emitted a faint light, like a pearl in the darkness. As the medicine was slowly injected, Kabuto Yakushi's body began to tremble slightly. He felt the increasing chakra in his body and couldn't help showing a bit of joy. Kabuto Yakushi has a very high talent for medical ninjutsu and a strong learning ability, which makes him stand out among many ninjas. However, as a civilian ninja, he still faces an unavoidable problem: insufficient chakra. This problem has been bothering him and limiting his performance in combat. At this moment, Orikimura stuck out his tongue and gently licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a kind of anticipation. He looked at the pharmacist Kabuto in front of him and said slowly, "How do you feel, Kabuto?" Hearing Orikimaru's voice, Kabuto Yakushi quickly straightened up, his face filled with gratitude. He took a deep breath, then replied respectfully, "Thank you for your training, Lord Orikimaru. This feeling is truly amazing. I feel that my strength has been greatly enhanced." Orikimaru smiled softly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "You deserve this, Kabuto. Your hard work and talent deserve this kind of reward. Thank you for your hard work during this period. However, there are more important things waiting for us now. The guests have arrived. Come with me to greet them." Pharmacist Kabuto nodded, and the two of them left the laboratory one after the other. A kunao made of ice, emitting bursts of cold air, lay quietly in a dim room. There were some strange patterns on the ice kunao. Orikimaru and Kabuto Yakushi arrived here, and saw that the ice kunao began to expand instantly and quickly turned into a smooth ice mirror. In the ice mirror, the figures of Nao and Kimimaro emerged. Orikimaru and Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but marvel at this unique way of appearance. Nao looked at Orikimaru in front of her and smiled slightly. "Long time no see, Orikimaru-senpai." Kimimaro also nodded and greeted Orikimaru and the other man. After all, he had spent some time with Kabuto Yakushi, and they had some kind of friendship with each other. When Yakushi Kabuto saw Kimimaro, he was also stunned. Kimimaro's complexion had changed drastically compared to before. Orikimaru chuckled and said with interest, "It seems that Nao-kun has mastered the space ninjutsu more and more proficiently. This can no longer be simply called Flying Thunder God. Senior Orikimaru, you're too kind. These are just some flashy little tricks. In terms of practicality, they are not as good as Flying Thunder God." Nao responded softly. In fact, he was not pretending to be humble, but he simply changed the transmission path from Flying Thunder God technique to Ice Mirror. Orikimaru did not continue to delve into this topic, but changed the subject. "I wonder if Nao-kun is interested in the Konoha collapse plan." The two men looked at each other from a distance, and they both saw the ambitious desire in each other's eyes. Nao said firmly, "I still owed Orikimaru-senpai a promise, so it's a good opportunity to understand it now." Orikimaru looked at Nao, who looked nonchalant, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Nao-kun is not curious at all about what we are going to do next. It seems that you are very confident in yourself." Nao shrugged slightly. After 2.5 years of growth and training, his strength is much stronger than before, so he naturally has such confidence. Orikimaru turned to look at Kabuto Yakushi, who was standing beside him, and said, "Kabuto, take Kimimaro out for a walk." Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and waved to Kimimaro. "Kimimaro-kun, please follow me and let me show you around." After saying that, Yakushi Kabuto slowly walked to the door and gently closed it. As the sound of the door closing was heard, Orikimaru and Nao were the only ones left in the room. Konoha will hold a joint Chunin exam soon, and then the Sound Village and the Sand Village will jointly attack Konoha. Rosa is on his way. I would like to ask Nao-kun to kill him with me. Nao stroked her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. "With Orikimaru-senpai's strength, he shouldn't need my help to kill him." Orikimaru smiled slightly. "It seems that Nao-kun has confidence in me, but it is not that easy to kill a cage silently." Nao nodded. "No problem, the Chunin exam. It just so happens that the Hidden Rain Village has also received an invitation. I am also very interested in such a wonderful performance." Upon hearing this, Orikimaru looked at Nao deeply. He naturally would not believe this statement. Nao must have her own purpose. It is really not in line with Nao's usual style to agree to his conditions so easily. Noticing Orikimaru's meaningful gaze, Nao opened her lips slightly and slowly stated her purpose. When Orikimaru heard this, a hint of amusement flashed in his golden snake eyes. "It seems that Nao-kun and I have similar ideas. In the land of waves, what comes into view are broken walls, shattered streets, people who are like zombies, and children huddled and shivering in the street corners. These scenes all tell of the country's poverty and backwardness." Zabuza was full of doubts. He really couldn't understand why Nao asked him to lead Haku and Karen to such a place just to complete a task for a so-called wealthy businessman. However, he always maintained unconditional trust in Nao. After all, this guy has been cunning since he was a child. Maybe there is something here that he is looking for. Looking at the decayed scene before him, Zabuza's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the land of water. Since Yagura committed suicide out of fear of crime, Kirigakure has been under great pressure. Under Mei Ming's careful management, it is full of vitality and presents a prosperous scene. In the desolate desert, a gust of yellow sand blew past, and the flying sand swirled in the air, bringing waves of annoying heat to the face. Deep in this vast desert, there is a hidden cave. At this moment, two groups of people wearing bamboo hats were confronting each other tensely here. On one side, Raza, wearing the Kazekage divine robe and leading four capable subordinates, stood opposite Orochimaru and others with a serious expression. Now, who was standing behind Orochimaru, narrowed her eyes slightly and looked carefully at the man opposite her who was called the Extra Wind Shadow Raza, the legendary gold miner, the man who single-handedly supports the finances of the Sand Village. However, at this moment, now suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of confidence in her heart. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Facing him and Orochimaru, now couldn't even figure out how Raza could get out of here alive. After all, their lineup is too powerful. Not only does it have Orochimaru and now, two cage-level powerhouses. In addition, Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi, who were strengthened by Type I genetic medicine, made the entire team even more powerful. Facing the legendary three ninjas Orochimaru, Raza's eyes remained firm, but he was also aware of the difficulties he was facing. Cooperating with Orochimaru would undoubtedly be courting disaster, but he had no other choice. However, as the Kazekage, he must take responsibility. He looked at Orochimaru opposite him, nodded and said, "In that case, let's proceed according to the plan. I will be present in person at the Chunin exam." Orochimaru nodded slightly and licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. "I do have one more thing I want to ask Lord Kazekage." Luosha frowned slightly, his puzzled expression made people see the confusion and doubt in his heart at a glance. "What's the matter?" There was an elusive hint of amusement in Orochimaru's eyes, and he seemed to be secretly planning something in his heart. Then, he whispered, "I can help you revive Karura." These words were like a bolt of thunder, striking Luosha's heart hard. His breathing suddenly stopped, and the arms around his chest unconsciously tightened slightly. Karula, the name of the woman he once loved deeply, was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing the softest corner of his heart. Memories flooded into Luosha's mind like a tide, and he couldn't help but be dazed. The happy times the family once spent together kept playing before his eyes like scenes from a movie. He seemed to see Karula's gentle smile and hear the children's cheerful laughter. However, the reality was so cruel that he knew that what he had done was irreversible. If Karula knew what he was doing now, she would probably hate him to death. Luosha thought silently, but he did not have much regret in his heart that this was his duty as the Kazekage. Just as he was lost in thought, a sound so soft that it was almost imperceptible broke his thoughts. Nao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then, a crisp and loud snapping sound suddenly rang out, as if breaking the silence of the entire space and time. This sudden sound brought Luosha back to his senses. He quickly looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. However, there was nothing unusual around him. Only the sound of the snapping fingers echoed in the air for a long time. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, everything became still, only Nao's figure rushing forward like an arrow was frozen in the picture. Everyone's thoughts were frozen, and Orochimaru keenly felt a deadly chill rising in his heart. When Luosha came to his senses, Nao had appeared in front of him like a ghost, less than a meter away. His eyes were full of astonishment and fear. He obviously did not expect that the other party could approach him so quickly and without any warning. The guards around sensed the danger and tried to stand in front of Luosha, but their movements were slow and weak. At this moment, it's too late. Luosha was extremely anxious. He tried desperately to use his ability to control the gold sand, hoping to use it to repel Nao who was so close to him. However, his efforts were ultimately in vain. Suddenly, a suffocating cold air emanated from Nao's hand, and the icy breath instantly wrapped Luosha tightly. In the blink of an eye, Luosha was frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to move at all. Nao stood there calmly without launching an attack. He didn't want to smash Raza's body into pieces. It would still be useful if he kept it. Otherwise, he could just kick it into pieces of sand and ice. Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi followed closely and attacked the Kazekage guards on the side. The tacit coordination of their actions was obviously premeditated. Kimimaro drew out the bone blade, and Kabuto Yakushi condensed a chakra scalpel, and the two of them fought with the panicked Kazekage guards respectively. There was a lingering look of astonishment in Orochimaru's eyes. Nao's figure suddenly appeared beside Raza without any warning, as if time and space had stopped at this moment. He was extremely certain in his heart that this was definitely not something that the Flying Thunder God technique could do. Thinking of this, a deep fear flashed in the depths of Orochimaru's eyes. The ice slowly broke apart, and at the critical moment, Luosha used sand gold to forge a layer of solid armor on his body, and thus narrowly escaped the disaster. Seeing this, Orochimaru spit out the sword Ain no Murasakibara without hesitation and rushed towards Raza, who broke through the ice like a gust of wind. Facing a strong man like Raza who is good at ninjutsu, close combat is undoubtedly his most feared nightmare, because in close combat, he cannot fully exert the powerful power of gold sand. At the same time, now quickly drew out the Kusanagi sword and snake pills joined forces to attack Luosha. Raza's face became extremely gloomy as he looked at Orochimaru and now who were rushing towards him. Although he escaped the disaster because of the gold sand armor, the biting cold made his limbs numb and his body swollen and red. How could he not understand by now that Orochimaru's last words were just to divert his attention? This was a premeditated hunting operation. He endured the discomfort in his body and quickly controlled the gold dust to surround himself, forming a tight defensive posture. But how could this mere gold dust compete with two famous artifacts? The two Kusanagi swords stabbed at Luosha like lightning, passing through the defense of the gold sand without any hindrance and piercing through the ribs on both sides of Luosha. The slender swords were stained with traces of bright red blood. Luosha groaned and looked at the two in disbelief. Just like that, the dignified fourth Kazekage left the beautiful ninja world quietly. Congratulations to our fourth Kazekage Raza for achieving the feat of being stabbed in the back by his partner. His death was very peaceful. He was almost unconscious due to frostbite from the cold, so he left without any pain. Kimimaro put down the bone blade in his hand, and the two Kazekage guards lay on the ground with holes all over them. The Sand Village is really short of talent, and the few guards they bring are just ordinary jonin. Facing the strength and healthy Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi, they naturally can't last more than a few moves. Orochimaru slowly pulled out the sword of Ain Murakumo and swung it gently to shake off the blood on it. His eyes fell on the Kusanagi sword in Nao's hand, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. How is it, Nao-kun? Is this sword easy to use? Nao looked down at the Kusanagi sword in her hand, confused. This sword has a blade on only one side, and it looks more like a knife no matter how you look at it. But he didn't care too much about it. After all, in the world of Naruto, swords and knives were often used interchangeably, just like that little day. Thank you for the gift, Senior Orochimaru. It is indeed very suitable for me, Nao said slowly. This knife really suits his taste. Regardless of whether it is sharp or not, its handsome appearance alone is enough to make people love it. Orochimaru slowly squatted down and carefully removed Raza's face skin. He planned to make this piece of facial skin into a realistic human skin mask so that he could disguise himself as Luosha in the future. Nao saw this scene, smiled slightly, and teased, "Is Orochimaru-senpai interested in Raza's body?" Orochimaru was a little surprised. Thinking of his former teammate, he laughed dryly and said, "Are you planning to give Nao-kun to Scorpion to make into a human puppet?" Nao nodded. After all, as a member of Akatsuki, it is only natural for me to strengthen the members of the organization. Nao suddenly shook her head and added jokingly, "But this doesn't seem to be a good idea. If the fourth Kazekage is declared a missing person, it will cause trouble if the fourth Ninja World War is triggered." When the others present heard this, they were stunned at first, but then they all laughed when they thought of the reason why the third Ninja World War broke out. However, the current Sand Village does not have this ability. There is no next person in the Sand Village who has the cage level strength like Raza and can immediately sit on the position of Kazekage. Kimimaro looked at the happy crowd in a daze. He didn't understand this hellish joke. After all, Kimimaro had no interest in the history of the ninja world. However, seeing this scene, he quickly forced a smile and blended in with everyone so as not to spoil Lady Nao's fun. In the dim room, Nao lay quietly on a sofa, the scroll jumping up and down in his hands. Nao looked thoughtful. The scroll contained the body of the fourth Kazekage Raza. It would just rot if left there anyway, so it might as well be given to Scorpion to make some use of it. It can be said that Scorpion also had a conflict with the Sand Village. He personally killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a human puppet. In the original work, he helped Deidara kill the fifth Kazekage Gaara once again. In the final battle against Sakura and Granicho, it can be said that he released a Pacific Ocean of water, and in the end it was equivalent to suicide. After making the fourth Kazekage into a human puppet, Scorpion's combat power will be greatly enhanced, and he will truly become a master of collecting Kazekage. The Kazekage has never had any status at all. I think if Luosha knew that he could fight side by side with his mentor, the third Kazekage, again, he would be very pleased. There was a sudden cold light in Nao's eyes. He was secretly planning his next plan in his mind, to find a way to get rid of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. If that didn't work, he would reveal Obito's true identity and expel him from the Akatsuki organization. As long as these two people are dealt with, the Akatsuki organization will be completely under the control of himself and Nagato. It's quite interesting to talk about this. Uchiha Itachi is obviously a spy lurking in the Akatsuki organization, but he is as hardworking as Deidara and never shirks the tasks assigned by the organization. Not a single bit of information was revealed to Konoha, but instead it provided a lot of help to the development of Akatsuki. In addition, the honest man Kisame has provided Nao with a lot of funds needed for experiments in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, Nao's expression became a little complicated. Uchiha Itachi was an unpredictable person. Let's say he loves Konoha. He can threaten Danzo that if he dares to hurt Suzuki, he will reveal Konoha's information to the enemy country. He says he loves his brother, but he can come up with such a heaven-defying plan as using Koto Amatsukami to control Suzuki's mind. Fortunately, Nao doesn't need to deal with him personally. Nao only needs to concentrate on dealing with Uchiha Obito. Nao concentrated and opened the system panel. Bloodline limit, ice release LV3, 4565/50,000, features, elementalization, secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal LV2, absolute zero LV1, freeze time and space, sage body LV1, residual. The blood limit is quite special, adding 1 to the basic level, and ice release LV3 is equivalent to ordinary skill LV4, skills, sword technique LV3, 6745/10,000, water style ninjutsu LV3, water dragon bullet technique, medical ninjutsu LV3, palm fairy technique, killing aura LV4, illusion technique, LV3, darkness technique, flying thunder god technique LV2. The appearance of this feature is related to the protagonist's talent for the skill, and usually appears at level 3, skill points, 1224 features, mind's eye, seal water control, intimidating chakra attributes, wind, water, fire. Yang now looked at the dazzling array of panels and smiled slightly. After such a long period of development, his strength can be said to have changed tremendously, and his only shortcoming, illusion, has also been made up. Through studying Hashirama's cells over the years, he obtained an incomplete version of the sage's body. With the support of multiple skills, Nao's strength has surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjas, and is not far from the super shadow level. Nao is now in the transition stage between above cage and below super cage, and perhaps there is still a big gap between her and super cage level powerhouses like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Nao sighed slightly that he was still far from the point of acting recklessly. After all, there is an old man named Six Paths Sage who is selling cheats in the underground. This old guy is not a good person, and even though he has been dead for many years, he can still give Naruto and Sasuke the power of the Six Paths. Now rubbed her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but sigh that the ninja world is really a world like Russian nesting dolls, Nagato, Obito, Madara, Black Zetsu, Kagaya, and the Six Paths Sage. It's endless. Now remembered the absolute zero he used to kill Razad. He consumed a large amount of chakra and barely froze time and space for less than 0.5 seconds. Now couldn't help but sigh again. He was not too surprised by this result. After all, this is a trick involving the field of time. Moreover, this move is actually not invulnerable, it requires certain prerequisites. In fact, this move is a new move that Nao has just developed, and it still needs to be continuously perfected and improved. The Country of Waves. On top of a big tree, Zabuza squatted on a branch and kept stroking the blood shadow in his hand. As Zabuza frequently used blood shadow, the compatibility between him and Zabuza became higher and higher, which steadily improved Zabuza's strength. Karen sat on the branch with a bored look on her face, swinging her long, fair legs, and muttered to herself, "This is so boring. What on earth does Nao and I want to do?" The land of waves is extremely poor, and entertainment facilities are extremely scarce. There are only a few gambling houses and pubs here because of Cardo and his men, but they are not suitable for girls no matter how you look at it. Bai smiled slightly, picked up an exquisite ice flower and handed it to Karen, and said softly, "Brother must have his own reasons for doing this, please wait patiently for a while, Karen." Karen took the ice flower and examined it carefully, with a shy smile on her face. "That's not what I meant, I just think this country is too miserable. I heard from the villagers that it was caused by Cardo. So why should we work for that big bad guy?" Zabuza glanced at Siang Phosphorus, said jokingly, "Haha, it's just a title. If you're not happy with him, you can just kill him yourself. I happen to be short of money recently. He calls me Naoniang every day. I wonder if Naoniang's little brat would be afraid to kill someone." Hearing Zabuza say this, Bai's face showed a bit of helplessness. He gently pulled Zabuza's clothes and whispered, "Mr. Zabuza is going too far, Karen is still a child." Karen hid behind Shiro and stuck out her tongue at Zabuza, made a face, then hugged Shiro's waist and said coquettishly, "That's right, Zabuza-san is too mean, Shiro still loves me." Zabuza rolled his eyes slightly upon seeing this, but said nothing more. He had no interest in arguing with these two brats. This is definitely not because he is unable to deal with Bai and Karen's rebuttals. Zabuza no longer paid any attention to the two quarreling guys. Even though Nao did not elaborate on the specific situation, he already had some guesses. After all, the land of waves is adjacent to the land of fire, and the most likely people to come are the ninjas from Konoha. It is impossible that Cardo was just an ordinary wealthy businessman or gang leader for him to occupy a country so arrogantly. Zabuza would never believe it if he said there was no instruction from other daimyos behind him. The reason why Cardo monopolized the Kingdom of Waves was simply to squeeze out huge profits from it, and he was just a pawn manipulated by others. Just as Zabuza was lost in thought, Nao's figure suddenly appeared on the tree branch like a ghost. The other people present were not surprised at all. After all, over the years, they had long been accustomed to Nao's elusive appearances. When Bai saw Nao coming, his eyes were filled with undisguised joy, and he looked at Nao silently with a smile on his face. Nao was still a little worried after all, because the plot had undergone many changes because of her existence. Nao looked thoughtful. The scroll contained the body of the fourth Kaze Cage Razad, and it would just rot if left there anyway, so it might as well be given to Scorpion to make some use of it. It can be said that Scorpion also had a conflict with the Sand Village. He personally killed the third Kaze Cage and turned him into a human puppet. In the original work, he helped Deidara kill the fifth Kaze Cage Gaara once again. In the final battle against Sakura and Granny Cho, it can be said that he released a Pacific Ocean of water, and in the end it was equivalent to suicide. After making the fourth Kaze cage into a human puppet, Scorpion's combat power will be greatly enhanced, and he will truly become a master of collecting Kaze cage. The Kaze cage has never had any status at all, that I think if Luo Shen knew that he could fight side by side with his mentor, the third Kaze cage, again, he would be very pleased. There was a sudden cold light in Nao's eyes. He was secretly planning his next plan in his mind, to find a way to get rid of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. If that didn't work, he would reveal Obito's true identity and expel him from the Akatsuki organization. As long as these two people are dealt with, the Akatsuki organization will be completely under the control of himself and Nagato. It's quite interesting to talk about this. Uchiha Itachi is obviously a spy lurking in the Akatsuki organization, but he is as hardworking as Deidara and never shirks the tasks assigned by the organization. Not a single bit of information was revealed to Konoha, but instead it provided a lot of help to the development of Akatsuki. In addition, the honest man Kisame has provided Nao with a lot of funds needed for experiments in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, Nao's expression became a little complicated. Uchiha Itachi was an unpredictable person. Let's say he loves Konoha. He can threaten Danzo that if he dares to hurt Suzuki, he will reveal Konoha's information to the enemy country. He says he loves his brother, but he can come up with such a heaven-defying plan as using Koto Amatsukami to control Suzuki's mind. Fortunately, Nao doesn't need to deal with him personally. Nao only needs to concentrate on dealing with Uchiha Obito. Nao concentrated and opened the system panel. Bloodline limit, ice release LV3, 4565/50,000, features, elementalization, secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal LV2, absolute zero LV1, freeze time and space, sage body LV1, residual. The blood limit is quite special, adding 1 to the basic level, and ice release LV3 is equivalent to ordinary skill LV4, skills, sword technique LV3, 6745/10,000, water style ninjutsu LV3, water dragon bullet technique, medical ninjutsu LV3, palm fairy technique, killing aura LV4, illusion technique, LV3, darkness technique, flying thunder god technique LV2. The appearance of this feature is related to the protagonist's talent for the skill, and usually appears at level 3, skill points, 1224 features, mind's eye, seal water control, intimidating chakra attributes, wind, water, fire. Yang now looked at the dazzling array of panels and smiled slightly. After such a long period of development, his strength can be said to have changed tremendously, and his only shortcoming, illusion, has also been made up. Through studying Hashirama's cells over the years, he obtained an incomplete version of the sage's body. With the support of multiple skills, Nao's strength has surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjas, and is not far from the super shadow level. Nao is now in the transition stage between above cage and below super cage, and perhaps there is still a big gap between her and super cage level powerhouses like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Nao sighed slightly that he was still far from the point of acting recklessly. After all, there is an old man named Six Paths Sage who is selling cheats in the underground. This old guy is not a good person, and even though he has been dead for many years, he can still give Naruto and Suzuki the power of the Six Paths. Now rubbed her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but sigh that the ninja world is really a world like Russian nesting dolls, Nagato, Obito, Madara, Black Zetsu, Kagaya, and the Six Paths Sage. It's endless. Now remembered the absolute zero he used to kill Razad. He consumed a large amount of chakra and barely froze time and space for less than 0.5 seconds. Now couldn't help but sigh again. He was not too surprised by this result. After all, this is a trick involving the field of time. Moreover, this move is actually not invulnerable, it requires certain prerequisites. In fact, this move is a new move that Nao has just developed, and it still needs to be continuously perfected and improved. The Country of Waves. On top of a big tree, Zabuza squatted on a branch and kept stroking the blood shadow in his hand. As Zabuza frequently used blood shadow, the compatibility between him and Zabuza became higher and higher, which steadily improved Zabuza's strength. Karen sat on the branch with a bored look on her face, swinging her long, fair legs, and muttered to herself, "This is so boring. What on earth does Nao and I want to do?" The land of waves is extremely poor, and entertainment facilities are extremely scarce. There are only a few gambling houses and pubs here because of Cardo and his men, but they are not suitable for girls no matter how you look at it. Bai smiled slightly, picked up an exquisite ice flower and handed it to Karen, and said softly, "Brother must have his own reasons for doing this, please wait patiently for a while, Karen." Karen took the ice flower and examined it carefully, with a shy smile on her face. "That's not what I meant, I just think this country is too miserable. I heard from the villagers that it was caused by Cardo. So why should we work for that big bad guy?" Zabuza glanced at Siang Phosphorus, said jokingly, "Haha, it's just a title. If you're not happy with him, you can just kill him yourself. I happen to be short of money recently. He calls me Naoniang every day. I wonder if Naoniang's little brat would be afraid to kill someone." Hearing Zabuza say this, Bai's face showed a bit of helplessness. He gently pulled Zabuza's clothes and whispered, "Mr. Zabuza is going too far, Karen is still a child." Karen hid behind Shiro and stuck out her tongue at Zabuza, made a face, then hugged Shiro's waist and said coquettishly, "That's right, Zabuza-san is too mean, Shiro still loves me." Zabuza rolled his eyes slightly upon seeing this, but said nothing more. He had no interest in arguing with these two brats. This is definitely not because he is unable to deal with Bai and Karen's rebuttals. Zabuza no longer paid any attention to the two quarreling guys. Even though Now did not elaborate on the specific situation, he already had some guesses. After all, the Land of Waves is adjacent to the Land of Fire, and the most likely people to come are the ninjas from Konoha. It is impossible that Kato was just an ordinary wealthy businessman or gang leader for him to occupy a country so arrogantly. Zabuza would never believe it if he said there was no instruction from other daimyos behind him. The reason why Kato monopolized the Kingdom of Waves was simply to squeeze out huge profits from it, and he was just a pawn manipulated by others. Just as Zabuza was lost in thought, Nao's figure suddenly appeared on the tree branch like a ghost. The other people present were not surprised at all. After all, over the years, they had long been accustomed to Nao's elusive appearances. When Bai saw Nao coming, his eyes were filled with undisguised joy and he looked at Nao silently with a smile on his face. In Konoha village, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office and the Hokage building was a bit heavy. Kakashi stood there with a solemn expression, and said to the person in front of him in a firm tone, "Hokage-sama, I think the superb swordsmanship displayed by Suzuki was most likely taught to him by Orochimaru. That kind of swordsmanship cannot be mastered by one person alone. Every strike and every move is extremely precise and hits the vital points directly." Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the divine robe that symbolized his status as Hokage, was sitting at the table, smoking a pipe leisurely. When he heard again about his former beloved disciple whom he was so proud of, a hint of melancholy and sadness could not help but appear on the wrinkled face of this experienced old man. After all, it was he who personally let Orochimaru go, but even after so many years, he still had no answer in his heart as to whether this decision was correct. The decades-long friendship between master and apprentice has always been difficult for him to give up. He did not have too many doubts about Kakashi's judgment. After all, considering all the conditions, Orochimaru was indeed the most suspicious. He took a deep puff of his pipe, then slowly exhaled the smoke and sighed softly, "I see. In that case, let's immediately inform Jiraiya to return to the village as soon as possible. I don't know what conspiracy Orochimaru is planning. The Chunin exam is about to be held. We cannot allow any mistakes to happen. Also, Kakashi, keep an eye on Suzuki. The Sharingan cannot be lost." Kakashi nodded, and then asked doubtfully, "Third Sama, what about the Land of Waves?" There was a hint of worry in his voice, and he clearly took the issue very seriously. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while. The mission of Wave Country was very important. This was specially instructed by the daimyo, and it was directly related to the interests between the two countries. If we only send an ordinary jonin, it seems that we cannot ensure the successful completion of the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly put down the pipe in his hand and looked out the window, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he said, "Then let the 3rd and 7th squads jointly carry out this mission." Kakashi was slightly stunned when he heard this decision. He naturally understood the purpose of this arrangement, but at the same time he also felt a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Kai's strength is indeed unquestionable, however. Thinking of this, Kakashi showed a bitter smile on his face. There's no problem with Kai's strength, but the road may not be so easy. Kakashi muttered to himself. A man wearing green tights and shouting about youth all day long suddenly appeared in his mind. He knew Akai's character very well and was afraid that he would not be peaceful along the way. But now that things have come to this, Kakashi can only accept this reality. Kakashi took a deep breath, calmed himself, then saluted to the 3rd Hokage, indicating that he would do his best to complete the task. After saying that, Kakashi walked out of the office, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked at Suzuki's ninja number and the picture on the table and sighed deeply. In a training ground. "Xiao Li, this is a rare joint mission, let's burn our youth." Might Guy smiled slightly, revealing a very greasy smile. Xiao Li nodded excitedly, "Yes, Teacher Kai." Suzuki stood aside with his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on Niji, who was also standing aside with an expressionless face. Suzuki's deep eyes seemed to contain endless peace and power, making people dare not look into his eyes easily. Niji, on the other hand, had a stern look on his face, his eyes were as cold as the stars, revealing a kind of determination and decisiveness. There seemed to be an invisible tacit understanding between the two of them, and their eyes met at the same time, as if they were having a silent conversation. Niji looked at Suzuki's calm face and felt a little surprised. He had met Suzuki before. Although they were not in the same class, they had crossed paths several times in ninja school. At that time, Suzuki always had a gloomy face and exuded a strong Avenger's aura. Niji was all too familiar with this emotion, as he himself had experienced similar pain. Neither the death of his father nor his humble status as a member of a branch family could bring him down. After understanding the irreconcilable contradictions between the main family and the branch family behind the truth, Niji suddenly found that his hatred seemed to be useless. As long as the curse of the caged bird is activated, no matter how talented you are, you can only curl up on the ground like a dog and wail for mercy. Hiding the hatred in his heart, Niji also realized that he could not get revenge with his own strength, that he could only continue to wait for the opportunity in the dark. Rather than saying that Niji is a genius in terms of strength, it is better to say that he is a genius in terms of thinking. He is far from being as naive as his peers and has seen through the ugliness of the ninja world. But now Sasuke is no longer blinded by hatred. Under Nao's guidance, he came into contact with many things and vaguely perceived the truth of the ninja world. Gradually, I saw the hidden truths behind many things and no longer acted like a bitter and vengeful avenger all day long. The same experience, the same aura of genius, and the possession of powerful eye techniques, the Sharingan and the Byakugan, all of this created a special connection between Sasuke and Niji. They are all young people who grew up in hardship, and they all have an indomitable spirit and talents beyond ordinary people. Compared to their childish peers, they smelled a sense of the same kind in each other. Kakashi was an hour late as usual. He walked slowly, scratching his head, as if there was not much apology for being late. When he saw Kai and others who had been waiting for a long time, he just made up a lame excuse and brushed it off lightly. However, Kai didn't care about it. He stepped forward, hugged Kakashi's shoulders tightly, and said with a warm smile on his face, "Hey, Kakashi, it's been a long time since we have carried out a mission together." Kakashi did not break away from Kai's embrace, he just looked at him helplessly, and then replied seriously, "To be precise, we have never carried out a mission together." Kai didn't seem to be affected by Kakashi's rebuttal, he still maintained an optimistic attitude. Kai gave a thumbs up, showing an invincible youthful smile, and said, "It doesn't matter, let's make this mission our first time. I believe that we will cooperate perfectly and complete this difficult task." Kakashi looked at Kai's confident look and couldn't help feeling helpless. Naruto cheered, "Great, the first mission is a high-level B-rank mission, haha, this is really exciting, let's get going." Sasuke sneered and said, "Idiot, this is your first time to carry out such a high-level mission, no matter how you think about it, it's not a good thing, at least for a loser like you." Sakura nodded in approval after hearing what Sasuke said. She slowly said, "After all, this is a mission that only Chunin can take on. Sasuke-kun is right." Naruto was furious when he heard this. His eyes widened and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Just when Kakashi was about to refute Sasuke, he suddenly said, "Sasuke is right. But you don't have to worry too much. This mission shouldn't be too dangerous. It's just because it involves matters between countries, so it's defined as a B-level mission." Kai smiled brightly upon hearing this. "It's okay, Kakashi and I are here to protect your safety." At the main gate of Konoha, Dasna looked at Team 7 and Team 3 in front of him with a look of surprise, muttering to himself, "I just entrusted a C-rank mission, why are there so many ninjas here all of a sudden?" As he thought about it, he picked up the bottle of wine in his hand and took a big gulp. At this moment, his face turned red and he looked like a drunkard, but as the saying goes, old people become wise, so Dasna did not ask too much about this matter. Seeing this, Kakashi said slowly, "We will take over this mission." Then, he pointed to the third team beside him and added, "They are just passing through with us. They will leave after reaching Wave Country." Dasna nodded after hearing this and thought to himself, no matter what, it's always safer with more people. Thus, the group of people set out on their journey. Along the way, Kakashi took the opportunity to teach the students some basic knowledge needed to carry out the mission. Kai would express his opinions from time to time. His carefree attitude made Dasna doubt, is this guy really a ninja? During this process, Xiaoli fell in love with his goddess Sakura at first sight. Seeing this, Naruto naturally felt a sense of crisis. The two of them were arguing all the way, and the ninja mission was almost turning into an outing. Although Niji and Sasuke wanted to approach each other, neither of them was talkative, so they didn't speak along the way. On a big tree not far away, Nao looked at the scene with a headache. Nao squatted on the branch and scratched her head in annoyance. "Damn, I guessed it right." At this moment, Nao was not afraid of anyone in Konoha village. Even if Jiraiya came in person, he would not show any weakness. However, when he met Kai, who almost kicked the opponent to the finale, he felt a little helpless. After all, Kai's power is even enough to distort space, so it is difficult to determine whether Flying Thunder God is effective. Nao sighed softly and thought to herself. In fact, with his sword skills, he still had a considerable restraining effect on Might Guy. However, this advantage is only limited to before the Death Gate is opened. Of course, Nao, who is familiar with the information about the 8 gates, would not be foolish enough to wait for Might Guy to open the Death Gate. However, Zabuza and others are here, which makes him somewhat worried. At the same time, Nao secretly thanked God that she came here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. If it was Zabuza facing Kai who had already opened the Jingmen, his chances of winning would probably be very limited. At most, there is only about 40% chance of success. After all, Zabuza and Kisame can be considered as the same type of ninja. Although they all possess powerful strength, they still find it difficult to resist the power of forbidden techniques such as the 8 gates ninjutsu. Zabuza and Kisame have a great advantage when facing ninjutsu-type ninjas and Jinchuriki thanks to their ninja sword's ability to absorb chakra, but facing Might Guy, who has scarce chakra, he cannot use his blood shadow and same Hata's ability to absorb chakra at all. But there is nothing much to say. After all, in the original work, the water-style Great Samedan technique released by Kisame at the end directly led to his failure. He thought he could win by relying on the ability of the Great Samedan Jutsu to absorb the chakra of the opponent's ninjutsu. After all, no one could imagine that an attack of that magnitude could be unleashed with physical skills alone. After a brief observation, Nao's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, his figure appeared in a room. Zabuza looked at Nao, who looked a little gloomy, and asked, "What's the situation?" Nao frowned and replied in a serious tone, "The situation is quite serious. The enemy is coming in full force. There are 2 ninja teams in total. The leading jonin are Heite Kakashi and Might Guy. As for the other minor characters, there is no need to pay too much attention to them." Hearing this, Zabuza was slightly stunned. He always felt that the name Might Guy seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was for a moment. However, he did not dwell on it too much, but said confidently, "Copy Ninja Kakashi, not to be afraid of. Let me deal with him. You know, back then Might Guy single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen and turned them into the 3 lucky treasures, leaving only Zigwashin and Pufferfish Ghost alive by chance. Naturally, they would not publicize this matter everywhere. After all, it was not a glorious experience for the 7 ninja swordsmen to be almost wiped out by a single genin." Zabuza looked at the solemn Nao with interest, with a hint of joking on his face. "Kid, they are just 2 ordinary jonin, what are you afraid of?" Seeing this, Nao had no choice but to recount the glorious deeds of Might Guy. After hearing this, Zabuza's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and said nonchalantly, "If he doesn't open the death gate of the 8 gates, then there shouldn't be anything to be afraid of. After all, he's bringing a bunch of little ghosts with him, so how could they fight to the death right away?" Nao nodded in agreement, and then turned to look at Kimimaro, Haku, and Karen standing beside them, and asked, "The Hidden Rain Village has also received an invitation to the Chunin exams. Which of you 3 would like to participate? Then I can take you to visit Konoha Village." As soon as she finished speaking, Karen became excited like a lit firecracker. She couldn't wait to raise her hands and shake them vigorously. At the same time, he shouted excitedly, "I want to go, I want to go." His eyes were flashing with uncontrollable joy and anticipation. Kimimaro looked at the lively Karen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He stood up slowly, staring at Nao with a firm and focused look, and said seriously, "Lord Nao, let me deal with that guy called Might Guy." When everyone present heard this, they all turned their eyes to Kimimaro, with expressions of surprise on their faces. They obviously did not expect that Kimimaro would take the initiative to volunteer to challenge such a powerful opponent. After all, I just learned from Nao that the other party is actually a powerful jonin who has mastered super powerful forbidden techniques. Nao stared at Kimimaro quietly, his eyes were calm and deep, and he slowly asked, "Tell me why you did this." Kimimaro seemed to have expected Nao to ask this question. He answered without hesitation, "I long for a real battle. Only in this way can I break through my limits. Now Sama and Zabuza-san are indeed extremely powerful, but as partners fighting side by side, you cannot really fight me with the determination to kill me." At this point, a hint of irrepressible excitement flashed in Kimimoro's eyes. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Besides, with Lady Nao by my side, I believe my life will not be in danger." Nao smiled slightly when she heard this. He understood that Kimimoro's request was reasonable, and based on his assessment of the situation, even if Might Guy used the 8 gates ninjutsu, he would only be able to open the 6th gate at most. After all, the side effects of opening the Jingmen are too great. Being in a foreign country, such an act of completely depriving oneself of combat effectiveness is too reckless. Team 3 and Team 7 protected Dazna in the middle of the team, and Dazna explained the current situation of the wave country to everyone from time to time. Suddenly Naruto frowned slightly, squinted his eyes and said, "Why do I feel a little strange?" "That feeling is very strange, as if there is a pair of eyes staring at us in the dark." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him curiously. However, since Naruto has always been the last in the class, not many people really take his words seriously. After all, Naruto was always noisy along the way, and a similar scene had happened once before. However, Might Guy did not dismiss Naruto's feelings as easily as the others. Kakashi was also watching the slightest movement around him intently. He looked at Niji seriously and said in a deep voice, "Ninji, please open your Byakugan and observe the surrounding situation." Niji nodded. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he also knew that this matter was of great importance. After all, in this situation where the enemy is hidden and we are in the light, any negligence may bring fatal danger. What's more, he is the only person present with the ability to perceive, and is responsible for ensuring everyone's safety. So, Niji closed his eyes, concentrated, and activated his Byakugan. In an instant, his vision became extremely clear and he could see everything that was happening within a radius of several hundred meters around him. He searched every corner carefully, not missing any abnormality. After a moment, Ninkai shook his head and said, "I haven't noticed anything unusual around me yet. Maybe it's Naruto's illusion." Despite this, Might Guy decided to remain vigilant. He urged everyone to keep moving forward, but to always pay attention to their surroundings. Naruto, on the other hand, looked depressed. Feeling everyone's strange looks, he began to doubt whether he was really hallucinating. Neji simply kept his Byakugan open. Anyway, according to Dasna, they were almost at their destination. A slight voice was heard, and suddenly 3 balls of chakra, huge beyond ordinary people's imagination, appeared in Niji's sight. This was the most terrifying chakra Niji had ever seen since he was born. Niji's hands seemed to have lost control, shaking violently, and every shake seemed to tear his body apart. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down his forehead, like pearls that had broken off a string, dripping onto the ground with a crisp sound. Guy and Kakashi also noticed Niji's abnormality, but before they could react, 3 figures suddenly appeared not far in front of the crowd like ghosts. Among them, Zabuza with a blood-red sword on his back and Kimimaro holding a white bone blade stood on both sides. Their eyes were cold and sharp, exuding a heart-pounding aura. The man standing in the middle was particularly eye-catching. He was tall and wore an expressionless mask that completely hid his face. His arms were crossed over his chest, revealing an extremely confident and arrogant attitude. Then, an undisguised aura of tyranny that was almost solidified into substance came like a surging torrent, sweeping towards everyone. This breath carried endless murderous intent and a bloody smell, stirring up gusts of wind that raged through the entire space like a raging tide. Dasna's eyes rolled back due to the impact of this powerful aura, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, Kakashi quickly reached out to cover his face, trying his best to resist this terrifying aura. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was filled with shock and confusion. He secretly exclaimed, "This momentum is really too exaggerated. How could this be the momentum that a human being can possess?" Under such a strong pressure, even Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little fear towards the enemy in front of him. Might Guy's expression became very serious, and he put all his energy into preparing to deal with the powerful enemy in front of him. Kakashi himself was not a good person. He had killed countless people with his own hands, but even he was shocked by the terrifying aura emanating from the enemy in front of him. Even the pressure brought to him by Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, had never been so strong. The horrifying aura caused Sakura, Tenten and Naruto to collapse to the ground. Their pupils involuntarily dilated rapidly and their whole bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Sasuke directly opened his double Megatama Sharingan and easily resisted the impact, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Niji felt the same way, but with his Byakugan activated, he was able to keenly notice a hint of surprise in Sasuke's eyes, as if he knew him. Xiaoli gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the fear in his heart with his strong willpower. Naruto's pupils began to transform into beasts, the whiskers on both sides of his cheeks began to expand, and the scarlet Nine-Tails chakra continuously overflowed and wrapped around his body. With the help of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto stood up from the ground with difficulty. The chakra filled with hatred rushed forward frantically, constantly fighting against Nao's momentum. Everyone present was numbed. They were already feeling very uncomfortable, and now they were attacked from both sides. Nao, who was wearing a mask, nodded with satisfaction as he watched the scene. After enduring for so many years, it was finally his turn to show off. The corners of Nao's mouth hidden behind the mask curled up slightly, and she couldn't help but feel that the sense of déjà vu was too strong. This is the first time he has actively used the ability of intimidation. From this point of view, it is indeed the domineering haki. The mind's eye is the observation haki, and it is also elemental. Now suddenly feels that she is becoming more and more like a pirate. You can seamlessly integrate into the world of pirates by changing your outfit. Zabuza feels Nezu's momentum couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and his expression was a little complicated. Thinking that Zabuza, a great demon who has been dominating the ninja world for many years, is not as imposing as such a little demon, he couldn't help but sigh that the gap between people is really too big. Kakashi stared at the powerful enemy in front of him with suspicion. The faces of these 3 people looked extremely unfamiliar, and he could not find any information about them in his mind. However, the man with the big knife on his back gave him a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a moment. At this moment, Zabuza had no bandages on his face and no forehead protector on his head, making his true identity difficult to identify. The guys from the Kagaya clan. The guys with the big swords on their backs are unknown. Initial speculation is that they may be 2 ninjas who are proficient in taijutsu. The guy in the middle with the mask is hard to tell, and he seems to be the leader among the 3. The battle was about to break out. Kakashi and Kai were concentrating on dealing with the enemy in front of them, while nervously looking at Nao, who was wearing a mask. Judging from the other party's posture and the aura he exuded, they knew that this mysterious figure must be a powerful ninja. If this person attacks, the battle will be unwinnable because no one can compete with him. Kakashi cautiously asked, "Who are you? If you are here for a mission, we can give you the target." Compared to such a trivial task, the village's precious assets, the Nine-Tails and the Sharingan, as well as the lives of these 2 elite jonin, were obviously more important, even though this was an important task that the daimyo had specifically instructed. Kai stared at the other party nervously, thinking in his heart that if the situation was critical, he would have no choice but to activate the 8 gates to cover the retreat of Kakashi and others. "Dad, now it's my turn to protect the future of the village." Might Guy's mind suddenly flashed with the hearty smile of his father before his death. At this moment, his father's figure overlapped with his own, as if giving him endless strength and courage. Now is the time for youth to burn. Kai clenched his fists and said to himself. His eyes were firm and persistent, full of desire and belief in victory. However, just as Kai was about to take action, Now stood there quietly, not moving at all. Now's expression beneath the mask was somewhat solemn. Although he seemed as steady as an old dog, he was actually sweating profusely and was always paying attention to Might Guy's movements. I think I was being a little too arrogant just now, but I hope I won't just fight to the death. Seeing this, Now quickly created a clone and attacked the few young genin who were still on the field. When Kakashi saw the scene, his eyes narrowed and he quickly shook his head gently at Kai. He knew very well that although the current situation was not favorable to them, the enemy did not choose to directly use their superior numbers to bully the weak, which meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Kakashi couldn't help but think of what the Hokage said to him before he left, and an inexplicable confidence surged in his heart. When Kai saw Kakashi's gesture, he was slightly stunned, and then nodded seriously, indicating that he had understood the other party's intention. However, Zabuza, who was standing by, saw everything the two were doing. He laughed grimly. Humph, you two guys actually still have the energy to flirt with each other here. Instead of worrying about these unimportant things, why not take care of your own lives first? Before he finished his words, the blood blade in Zabuza's hand drew a semicircular scarlet trajectory in the air, and with a fierce momentum, it slashed straight towards the direction where Kakashi was. Kakashi stared at the rapidly approaching blood shadow with sharp eyes, feeling the cold light flashing from the blade and the whistling sound of the wind. He made a prompt decision and gave up his original plan to use Kunao to resist. Because he always had a hunch in his heart that if he used a Kunao to block this ferocious sword, it would most likely be cut off by one blow. So Kakashi leaned down slightly and narrowly avoided the attack. The broadsword swept through the air with astonishing power, making a sharp whistling sound. The originally scarlet Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes suddenly shrank, and at the same time, Zabuza's movements also paused briefly. Kakashi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and launched a fierce attack without hesitation. The Kunao in his hand pierced towards Zabuza's throat as fast as lightning. However, regrettably, what flowed out was not deadly blood, but a trickle of water. Water clone? When was it used? Kakashi was shocked. At this moment, a bright and blood-red blade light swept towards Kakashi like a storm, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Kakashi did not dare to delay at all. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and then slapped his palms downwards with force. Earth-style, earth-flowing wall technique. In an instant, a huge earth wall that towered into the sky and was carved with 4 dog heads rose from the ground at lightning speed, just enough to block the fatal blow. Countless clouds of dust were stirred up, covering the sky and the sun. Kakashi took this opportunity to concentrate on analyzing his opponent's intelligence and capabilities. At the same time, he continued to form seals without stopping, and in a blink of an eye, 2 identical clones appeared beside him. Proficient in swordsmanship, suspected to be good at water-style jutsu, and possesses an extremely powerful ninja sword. Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the typical characteristic of the 7 ninja swordsmen? But Kakashi racked his brains and could not find any information about this ninja sword. Finally, a bandaged figure appeared in his mind. Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi then said, "It seems that you are Zabuza Mamakai, the rebel ninja of the Hidden Mist Village." As the words fell, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Zabuza's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, revealing a cruel smile, and sneered, "It seems that your eyes are not blind, copy ninja Kakashi." The two of them had unknowingly moved far away from where they were just now, but the sounds of fierce fighting not far away continued to reach their ears. Kakashi's expression looked somewhat solemn, and he could only pray silently in his heart. However, Zabuza did not stop taunting. He continued with a sneer, "No matter how many clones you create, they are useless." Faced with Zabuza's provocation, Kakashi's expression became even more serious. He took a deep breath and shouted in a low voice, lightning-style, rakery. A ball of dazzling lightning suddenly appeared and instantly wrapped one of Kakashi's palms tightly. The raging thunder and lightning seemed it transformed into an extremely ferocious thunderbird, emitting bursts of heart-pounding electric sounds. With the activation of lightning chakra, Kakashi's speed suddenly increased, and he rushed towards Zabuza as fast as lightning. His movements were swift and fierce, with unparalleled power, which made people marvel at him. The 2 clones followed closely, and Zabuza continuously injected the chakra in his body into the blood shadow. The blood shadow blade expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was endowed with endless power. Facing the speeding Kakashi, Zabuza showed no fear and went forward resolutely. The lightning and the bloody sword met in the air, making a sharp roar. The blue electric current and the blood-red light intertwined together, forming a shocking picture. At this moment, a barely perceptible smile flashed in Zabuza's eyes. Because he was well aware of Blood Shadow's special ability, the ability to absorb the chakra from the opponent's ninjutsu. So in his eyes, Kakashi's action was extremely stupid. However, despite this, he still remained highly alert and secretly took some defensive measures. At this moment, the lightning from Kakashi's Reikiri dimmed a lot when it came into contact with the big sword. Kakashi twisted his body and the Reikiri in his hand pierced Zabuza's cheek like lightning. Zabuza reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side, but at the same time, the blood shadow in his hand was swung out and instantly crossed Kakashi's chest. Kakashi's figure was like a flash of lightning, quickly turning into a dazzling ball of lightning, sweeping towards Zabuza. Zabuza let out a dull snort and his body suddenly became a little stiff. It turned out that the strong electric current had penetrated his body, making him feel an unprecedented sense of numbness. This is just a clone of Kakashi. By using Reikiri, Zabuza mistakenly believes that this is the real person. In fact, Kakashi is hiding among the two clones in the back. A smile appeared on Kakashi's lips. The winner is decided. Thunder escape, Thunder legend. I saw a ball of lightning appear in the hands of the two Kakashis who were rushing forward at the same time, and then the two balls of lightning seemed to be attracted by something and quickly connected to form a chain of lightning. The chains attacked Zabuza, who was paralyzed by lightning, with infinite power, as if to cut off all obstacles along the way. Kakashi's figure passed over where Zabuza was, and Zabuza's body was instantly cut into two pieces by the sharp lightning. Kakashi released his shadow clone while panting a little. After using so many ninjutsu in such a short time, his chakra was almost exhausted. Kakashi quickly looked towards the place where Zabuza was just now, and saw that Zabuza's figure quickly turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated on the spot, leaving only the blood shadow sword left there alone. Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no, he clearly felt the physical presence of lightning when it struck Zabuza. How could it be a clone? The water clone technique cannot leave the caster too far away, so Kakashi subconsciously ruled out the fact that Zabuza in front of him was a clone. As Zabuza continued to use and develop the Blood Shadow Blade, it gained many new abilities. One of them was that it could use the blood and murderous aura accumulated in the sword to condense a clone that was so lifelike that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Zabuza knew very well that the copy ninja in front of him should not be underestimated, and he never underestimated the other party from beginning to end. Although he could easily win the battle with his own hard power, he didn't mind playing some tactics with Kakashi. He suddenly burst out from the ground behind Kakashi. Kakashi looked back in disbelief that he had no time to react and could only try his best to retreat to the side, but it was too late. Zabuza was seen holding a short sword and rushing towards Kakashi like a ghost, with a flash of sharp sword light. A large amount of blood splattered out, but fortunately Kakashi turned his body slightly at the last moment, and the dagger only made a cut on his chest, and the wound was not very deep. Zabuza kicked Kakashi, and Kakashi's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. With a loud bang, Kakashi's body hit a big tree heavily, and then he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Due to the depletion of chakra and the serious injuries, his head tilted and he fell into a coma. Just when Zabuza was about to take advantage of the victory to kill Kakashi, now suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. Seeing this, Zabuza put down the dagger in his hand, stretched out his hand slightly, and the blood shadow stuck on the ground beside him flew back into his hand. Carrying Blood Shadow on his back, Zabuza slowly walked to Nao's side. He looked at Nao with some doubt. What on earth does this guy Kakashi have that is worth all the trouble? Nao smiled slightly. Remember the guy I told you about before who was behind the fourth Mizu cage? Zabuza nodded grimly upon hearing this. That bastard must be killed. One-eyed? What do you mean? Nao stretched out his white and slender hand and carefully took out the Sharingan from Kakashi's eye socket. At this moment, the unconscious Kakashi suddenly cried out in pain, as if he felt an unbearable pain. Nao gently placed the precious Sharingan into the special container that had been prepared. I got the Kamui. Nao couldn't help but show some joy. His eyes were full of confidence and determination, as if he had found the key clue. Nao said firmly, I can now confirm the true identity of that guy. He is Uchiha Obito. With this Sharingan, he can no longer escape our control. It won't last for a few days. Hearing Nao's words, Zabuza also showed a satisfied smile on his face. He stared at the unconscious Kakashi and asked softly, so, should we just kill him? Nao shook her head slightly, thought for a moment and replied, for now, let's keep him. He still has some use. If Uchiha Obito knew about this, it might have an adverse effect on our plan. Although Obito said that he didn't care, he actually still cared about his former best friend. If he knew about this, he would definitely make trouble for Nao. Although Nao's ultimate goal is to deal with Uchiha Kenji, it is not now. Nao took out an exquisite wooden box from her arms and gently opened the lid. Inside lay another 3 Magatama Sharingan shining with mysterious light. This is the Sharingan that Nao had previously exchanged from Orochimaru. Nao casually put the Sharingan back into Kakashi's eye socket, and then a faint green light emanated from her hands. With his operation, the eye transplant surgery was completed quickly and smoothly. Nao touched her chin. Kakashi would definitely notice something strange about the Sharingan she had acquired later, but it didn't matter. He couldn't have any impact on the situation anyway. Nao slowly stood up and looked into the distance, as if observing the movements around her. Let's go and see what's going on over there with Kimimaro, he said softly, his voice calm and firm. Nao's clone slowly walked towards Sasuke and the others who were still standing on the battlefield. In fact, these people are not weak. Sasuke, whose strength has been greatly improved after Nao's careful training, Rock Lee, who can open the 8 gates ninjutsu, Niji, a genius boy with the Byakugan, and our external male protagonist Naruto. Sasuke looked at Niji, who was ready for his soft fist, and then looked at Lee, who looked like a physical ninja, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. All three of them are physical skills ninjas. How can they cooperate effectively? Sasuke has already recognized that the masked man in front of him is now. Sasuke, who has been educated by Nao with love for almost 2 years, will never forget this guy even if he dies. Xiao Li stared at Nao with a heavy expression, and he slowly unloaded the weight on his body. Niji and Sasuke both looked at this scene with some confusion. As the loads were removed, the cracked ground and flying dust fully proved the weight of the loads. A smile appeared on Xiao Li's face. Niji, Sasuke, then I'll trouble you to take good care of Tenten and Sakura. Although Sasuke didn't understand Nao's purpose, he knew that his life would not be in any danger. Based on his understanding of Nao's target is definitely not these genin. Sasuke said slowly, don't joke, this is just a clone. The other party's target is definitely not us. This is just to prevent us from interfering with the battle of the Jonin. Just as everyone was discussing countermeasures, the stimulated Naruto gradually let out a low growl like a beast. He got on all fours and rushed towards Nao's clone like a wild beast with the violent nine-tails chakra. Niji looked at the runaway Naruto thoughtfully, and Sasuke looked at this scene and cursed inwardly, stupid Naruto. Sasuke looked at the two people in front of him and said with a firm look in his eyes, there is no time to hesitate, let's go together. After saying that, he tightly gripped the ninja sword in his hand and followed without hesitation. After exchanging a glance, Rock Lee and Niji also rushed towards the direction where Nao was. Nao stared at the rampaging Naruto in front of her, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Is this the nine-tails chakra? It is indeed very powerful. Just a little leakage can produce such a terrible power. His movements were light and graceful, as if he was strolling through the courtyard, and he easily avoided Naruto's attacks. Naruto became more and more anxious when he saw that he couldn't even touch the corner of Nao's clothes. His nails grew wildly and he looked like an angry little fox. On the other side, Tian tried his best to control his trembling body. Fortunately, after Nao and the others left, the suffocating atmosphere dissipated. After all, Tenten has been a genin for a year. Compared to the fledgling Sakura, she quickly adjusted her mentality and successfully overcame her inner fear. However, Sakura was the complete opposite. She still sat there, trembling all over like a frightened quail, as if she had lost all her courage and strength. Daz was even worse, he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground, obviously unable to bear such pressure and fear. Tenten quickly walked over, helped Sakura up, and gently comforted her. Sakura-chan, it's okay, get up. Sakura slowly stood up with Tenten's help, but her eyes were still full of confusion and worry. She murmured, can Sasuke-kun and the others really do this? Tenten looked at Sakura with a strange gleam in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She knew that the most important thing now was to help Sakura cheer up again. Ninji-kun and the others will be fine. Sakura, take care of Uncle Datst, I'll go help them. Tenten said firmly, then stood up and walked towards the battlefield without hesitation. Sakura looked at Tenten's departing back, thinking something in her heart. She bit her lip helplessly, as if thinking about something. Despite her inner uneasiness, Sakura decided to trust Tenten's words. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, then turned back to tending to Dasna. In the office of the Hokage building in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly in front of the window, overlooking the bustling Konoha village below. He held a pipe in his hand and took a puff from time to time. The smoke rose slowly, blurring his figure. His face looked a little worried, as if he was troubled by something. Just then, a slight knock on the door broke the silence. An ordinary-looking jonin gently pushed open the door, walked into the room, and gave a standard bow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then he reported in a serious tone, Hokage, the Sand Village, the Rain Village, the Sound Village, and the recently rebuilt Kusagakur Village have all agreed to send representatives to participate in the upcoming joint Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, indicating that he knew the news. He was well aware of the importance of this Chunin exam and could not be careless at all. Then, he said to the jonin, everyone has been very hard-working during this period, but this exam concerns the future of the village, and you still need to remain vigilant. Hearing this, the jonin nodded and said, this is what we should do, Hokage, don't worry, but you have to take care of yourself, the village cannot do without your leadership. After saying these words, he slowly raised his head, with a hint of concern and awe in his eyes. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, he was very satisfied. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. He gently patted the other person's shoulder to comfort him and told him not to worry too much. Men in after reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he quietly left the room. However, the moment he closed the door, a strange smile appeared on his face. This smile seems to hide some unspeakable secret. In the underground base of the route, the man who was in the Hokage's office just now was half kneeling, facing a one-eyed old man, whispering something. The one-eyed old man was none other than Danzo. He listened to the man's report and nodded from time to time to show his agreement. At this moment, a hint of complacency flashed in Danzo's gloomy single eye. He fantasized that he would be able to ascend the coveted Hokage throne in the near future, and an irrepressible excitement surged in his heart. It's no wonder Danzo thought so. In his opinion, Jiraiya had no intention of becoming Hokage, Orochimaru was forced to become a traitor, and Tsunade had been away from the village for many years and had not returned. After the death of his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed that he was the only one qualified to succeed the position of Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, he would naturally take over as Hokage. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. To become Hokage, he also needs to follow the mass line. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. With Might Guy's angry roar, he rushed towards Kimimaro, who was holding the bone blade like an arrow. His speed was so fast that the air around him seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Kimimaro was not at all panicked in the face of such a fierce attack. He just turned his body slightly and easily avoided Might Guy's kick. However, Might Guy's strength is extraordinary after all. The powerful force contained in his kick caused the ground to be unable to withstand the pressure and torn apart wildly. In an instant, there was a loud bang and the entire ground began to shake violently. Countless soil and rubble were blown into the air, forming a dust cloud that covered the sky. Kimimaro stood quietly in the dust, with no expression on his stern face, but his eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. The man in front of him brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was the first time he encountered an outlier like Might Guy, and he had to re-examine his judgment of the enemy. After a brief silence, Kimimaro decided to take the initiative. He gripped the bone blade tightly in his hand, then suddenly swung it forward with force. The pale bone blade drew a sharp arc in the air, making a sharp hissing sound as it broke through the air. The extremely sharp blade, with astonishing momentum, slashed towards Might Guy's body like lightning. Might Guy did not dare to be careless at all. He bent down swiftly and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation and kicked Kimimaro hard in the abdomen. Kimimaro reacted extremely quickly. He immediately raised the hand that was not holding the knife. 5 sharp finger bones instantly popped out from his fingertips and stabbed at Might Guy like a row of sharp swords. Seeing that the situation was not good, Might Guy quickly gave up the attack, kicked his feet hard, and flew backwards quickly. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and the finger bones shot out by Kimimaro caught up at an astonishing speed. Might Guy thought to himself that something was wrong. He tried his best to move sideways and finally managed to avoid this wave of attacks. This boy is very strong, Might Guy exclaimed inwardly. A layer of fine sweat beads had already seeped out of his forehead and his breathing became a little rapid. After the fight just now, he deeply realized how powerful the opponent in front of him was and he should not be underestimated. We can't delay any longer. We must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. Might Guy gritted his teeth and made up his mind secretly. Might Guy crossed his arms in front of his chest. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 5th gate, Duman, open. Along with his roar, a surging, incomparable green chakra suddenly emerged from around his body, as if to dye the entire space green. At the same time, veins popped up on Kai's face and his face turned red, as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. The place where he stood was trembling slightly because of this extremely powerful chakra, as if telling of the horror of this power. However, in the face of all this, Kimimaro watched calmly. He already knew that Might Guy had the ability to change his form, and he smiled slightly. Green steam, it looks like he can still fight. He always kept Nao's instructions in mind. His eyes were fixed on Might Guy like a hawk, not daring to relax even for a moment. In the next moment, Might Guy's green figure disappeared in an instant like lightning. Kimimaro could only catch a glimpse of a blurry green afterimage, rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. So fast, there's no way to dodge it. Kimimaro thought to himself that something was wrong, but his reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, a sharp and piercing sonic boom sounded all around, and Might Guy's figure appeared in front of Kimimaro in the blink of an eye. He kicked Kimimaro's side with a speed as fast as the wind and a force as powerful as thunder. Crack, crack. A series of crisp and loud bone-breaking sounds suddenly rang out. In the blink of an eye, a huge shield made of hard bones appeared out of thin air beside Kimimaro. The shield is thick and solid, like an indestructible fortress. But in the face of Might Guy's powerful blow, it began to shatter layer by layer, and fine cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The surging airflow was like a violent storm, making Kimimaro's robe rustle. He was startled and quickly retreated. However, just as he made a move, Kai's attacks came at him continuously like a tide. Faced with Might Guy's sudden increase in speed, Kimimaro was unable to adapt for a moment and could only rely on the special ability of the corpse bone vein to passively resist these waves of fierce attacks. Might Guy moved as fast as lightning. After breaking through Kimimaro's bone escape defense, he kicked Kimimaro in the chest. Kimimaro hurriedly raised his arms to try to block it, but he was still a beat too late. With a dull bang, Might Guy's foot hit Kimimaro's chest hard. At the same time, a trace of pain appeared on his face. It turned out that the sharp bone spur instantly scratched his calf, and blood immediately gushed out, soaking his clothes. Immediately afterwards, a series of teeth-grinding bone-breaking sounds were heard, and Kimimura's chest caved in slightly in a strange posture. Then, the whole person flew backwards at a rapid speed as if he had been hit by a cannonball. After sliding for dozens of meters, Kimimaro slowly stopped. At this moment, he was holding his chest, gasping violently, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, surprisingly, his sunken chest began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bone injuries were insignificant to Kimimaro, and Hashirama's cells were also extremely. The earth enhanced his healing abilities. After Kimimaro spat out the blood in his mouth, powerful chakra aura erupted like a volcano. Although he may not be as good as the experienced Might Guy in terms of physical skills, he is definitely not just a simple physical skills ninja. In the next moment, countless huge bone spurs broke out from the ground, instantly turning the entire area into a dense bone forest, tightly blocking the battlefield. Kimimaro's figure quietly hid in the bone forest, making it difficult to detect his whereabouts. Might Guy's face turned very ugly. He stared at the scene in front of him and thought to himself, even if the fifth door is opened, it is still not enough? Feeling unwilling, he shouted resolutely, 8 gates of ninjutsu, 6th gate of Jing, open. As the words fell, Might Guy's momentum surged again, like a surging torrent. The powerful force emanating from his body instantly shattered all the bone spurs that were attacking from all around. The bone spurs all over the sky stabbed towards Might Guy like a rainstorm, and each one flashed a heart-pounding cold light. Might Guy exuded an astonishing aura, his eyes were firm and resolute, as if he wanted to completely tear the enemy in front of him to pieces. His body accelerated again like a rocket, shuttling between the bone spurs at a speed unimaginable for ordinary people. Kimimaro relied on his powerful strength and strange ninjutsu to control a large range of bone spurs to launch attacks, constantly draining Might Guy's physical strength. At the same time, he would suddenly emerge from the bone forest from time to time, forming a huge bone blade, and constantly attack Might Guy like a ghost. At this moment, Might Guy shouted, towards Peacock. His fists began to dance wildly, at a speed that was dizzying. Each punch carried unparalleled power, and the violent friction with the air produced bursts of blazing flames. These flames swept in like a fire dragon, burning everything around them to ashes. However, Kimimaro was able to move freely in the bone forest and was not greatly affected by Might Guy's move. He knew very well that Might Guy's current condition could not last long. After all, such a high-intensity battle would consume a lot of physical strength, and he possesses a huge amount of chakra, which gives him an absolute advantage in protracted battles. Flames and pale bone spurs intertwined and collided on the battlefield, and the entire space was filled with the breath of heat and death. The figures of the two people are looming in it, unfolding a thrilling life-and-death battle. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. But as time went on, Might Guy gradually noticed something strange. The fierce fighting sounds in the distance had subsided at some point, and the crackling sound of the electric current also disappeared quickly in an instant, and the entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. An ominous premonition came to his mind, and Might Guy thought to himself, did something happen to Kakashi? Impossible. Kakashi. Might Guy rushed towards Kakashi anxiously, then he yelled, but got no response. Might Guy's face became increasingly gloomy. He clenched his teeth and kept trying to break through the dense bone forest in front of him and go to support Kakashi. However, at this moment, Kimimaro's figure rushed out from the bone spurs like a ghost. His eyes revealed determination and stubbornness, and he muttered to himself, the battle is not over yet, I can't lose. His right hand had turned into a huge bone spear, flashing a heart-pounding cold light, and attacked Might Guy with a fierce offensive. Faced with the sudden attack, Might Guy frowned. He was fully aware of the critical situation at the moment, and regardless of the physical burden and side effects of opening the door, he decided to go all out. 8 gates of the ninjutsu, Grandma Lee, knock on the door, open it. The next moment, a powerful blue vapor suddenly emerged from his body, like a ferocious beast, exuding endless pressure. He elbowed Kimimaro directly, and in the blink of an eye, Kimimaro was knocked away by this powerful force. Kai rushed to where Kakashi was anxiously, following the traces left by the battle. Finally, Kakashi was found leaning against a big tree, already unconscious. Might Guy looked at Kakashi cautiously. After observing him carefully for a while, he found that Kakashi had no other obvious scars except a knife wound on the chest, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Might Guy frowned, and he threw a punch fiercely. The powerful wind instantly blew away the grass next to him, and Jireya's figure appeared. Jiraiya looked a little embarrassed. He was about to walk out of the bushes to say hello, but he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Jiraiya was greatly shocked by such amazing chakra and power. This was the first time he witnessed Kai opening the 8 gates. Although I have heard of the great reputation of the forbidden technique of 8 gates ninjutsu, the shock I felt when I actually faced it was still impossible to ignore. Might Guy was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to meet Jiraiya here. He then asked with some confusion, Lord Jiraiya, why are you here? His voice revealed respect and curiosity for this legendary ninja. Jiraiya brushed the weeds off his face for a moment, then said with a serious expression, I sense a strong chakra aura, so I came to check on you too. Are you two okay? Who attacked you? Jiraiya continued to ask. In his opinion, it was impossible for Orochimaru to do such a thing. This is not in line with Orochimaru's style. If he intended to abduct Sasuke, he would not have to use such a laborious method. When Jiraiya received the letter from the third Hokage, his first reaction was that this was not done by Orochimaru, and there might be an unknown conspiracy behind it. Kai nodded and said solemnly, I'm fine, nothing serious, but Kakashi was injured. Fortunately, the injury is not serious and not life-threatening. There were 3 guys who attacked us. One of them was carrying a big knife, and there was a boy who used bones as weapons to attack. In addition, there was a mysterious man wearing a mask and his identity is unknown. When Jiraiya heard this, his expression changed slightly and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Kai then said, Master Jiraiya, please take care of Kakashi. I'm going to go check on Lee and the others. However, Jiraiya did not respond to Guy's request immediately. Instead, he bit his finger without hesitation, quickly formed a seal and performed the ninja technique, summoning technique. In an instant, a huge toad covered with red skin suddenly appeared on the spot. It holds a sharp steel fork and a sturdy shield, giving people a sense of calm and reliability. Just as the summoned beast named Gameiken was about to speak, Jiraiya took the lead, pointed at Kakashi next to him, and urgently ordered Gameiken, please take good care of Kakashi. Gameiken looked in the direction Jiraiya pointed, and after seeing the injured Kakashi, he nodded seriously, indicating that he understood his mission. Although I'm useless, I will protect him, Toad Jian said slowly. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya and Might Guy ran in a certain direction like a gust of wind, and their figures quickly disappeared in the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, the scene fell into chaos. Now teased those genin like a cat playing with mouse. The clone he separated had half of the chakra of the original body and could easily defeat those little guys. Sasuke was breathing heavily and holding the short sword tightly in his hand, while Neji and Rock Lee were also sweating profusely. In contrast, Naruto's vision was much clearer at this moment that he had gradually adapted to this state and regained his sanity. At the beginning, there was not much cooperation between them, but as time went by, their cooperation became more and more tacit. Just when everyone saw the dawn of victory, now told them with the cruel reality that it was just a game from beginning to end. Now seemed to notice something and glanced into the distance, then waved to the panting people. Then he said with some evil humor, the game is over, Ghana, I hope you can keep working hard next time. After saying that, Nao's figure disappeared without leaving any trace. Jiraiya and Kai arrived here not long after. When he saw that everyone was safe and sound, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Might Guy exuded a powerful aura, attracting the attention of everyone present. Xiaoli was full of admiration, and shouted excitedly, Teacher Kai, is this the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Jingmen? Kai smiled slightly, his face beaming with pride, and gave a thumbs up in response, right. However, Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that now was not the time to discuss this. He shook his head helplessly, and then said, Kai, let's disarm the 8 gates first, and then I will escort everyone back to the village. Kai understood what he meant, nodded, and began to dispel the 8 gates. After all, opening the last few gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu puts a heavy burden on the body. Even Kai, who has been through many battles and has excellent physical skills, finds it difficult to withstand such pressure. At that moment, Kai seemed to have lost all his strength, his body was shaking, and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Jiraiya was well aware of the power of the 8 gates and the severity of its side effects, and he quickly supported him. At this moment, Kai's face was distorted, and he kept shouting, it hurts. Pain. He seemed to be in great pain. Xiaoli quickly stepped forward to help Kai up instead of Jiraiya, and at the same time looked at his teacher with concern. Teacher Kai. Might Guy looked at Xiaoli and forced a bright smile, it's okay, Xiaoli. Xiaoli was immediately touched, this is youth. As now left, Naruto gradually recovered from his previous state. He blinked and looked at the people around him in confusion. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya and asked in confusion, Uncle, who are you? Jiraiya was slightly stunned, and looking at the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. He looked Naruto up and down. The face that was extremely similar to the 4th Hokage felt very familiar to him, but Naruto's confused eyes told him that the other party did not know him. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, I wonder how this kid is doing after being out and about for so many years. He should be living well with a teacher taking care of him, Jiraiya thought. Kai at the side answered the question on behalf of Jiraiya. He is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the famous Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama. Everyone was a little surprised that they didn't expect to see the legendary 3 ninjas. Jiraiya was stroking his chin and thinking about what the enemy's purpose was. The opponent's actions made him very confused. He neither took away the Jinchuriki nor targeted the Sharingan. He could not figure out the enemy's thoughts for a while. Jiraiya sighed slightly and thought to himself, the ninja world is getting more and more chaotic. He couldn't help but think of a series of events that had happened recently. First it was the Akatsuki organization, and then it was the mysterious ice-style ninja, whose powerful strength and ruthless methods made people shudder. And now, there is another group of people of unknown origin, which makes Jiraiya very worried. Where do these people come from? What is their purpose? Jiraiya muttered to himself. Jiraiya quickly left here with 2 teams of genin. As for whether or not to complete the mission, they would talk about it later. Suddenly, a pale figure slowly emerged from the ground, like a ghost crawling out from the depths of hell. White Zetsu scratched his head in confusion, thinking to himself, what on earth is this guy doing? It's really confusing. But it doesn't matter, anyway, I just need to report the situation here to Lord Madara, and let him rack his brains to figure it out. Although Baiju was afraid of Nao and did not dare to get too close, it still had some confidence in one of Nao's clones. Nao and Zabuza brought the injured Kimimaro back to the Wave Country base, where Karen and Shiro were sitting in the room. Bai's eyes were dull and he held his chin with one hand, wondering what he was thinking. Karen was lying on the sofa, reading a small book with great interest. Her ruby-like eyes gleamed from time to time and she chuckled from time to time, obviously very satisfied with the contents of the book. Suddenly, there was a slight spatial fluctuation, and then Nao, Zabuza and the injured Kimimaro appeared in the room. Nao naturally sensed White Zetsu's spying, but this was limited to the clone. White Zetsu couldn't observe him closely at all. As for the clone, Nao did it on purpose. Bai suddenly came to his senses and was about to stand up to greet him when Karen also reacted. A look of panic appeared on her face and she frantically tried to stuff the book into her clothes. Unfortunately, because she was too nervous, Karen's hand slipped and the book fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Bai quickly bent down and picked up the book. He glanced at the cover of the book, opened his lips slightly, and was about to read the name of the book. Karen's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly whispered, "Sister Bai, give it back to me." Now couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the flustered Karen. He said directly, "Shiro, let me see." Bai subconsciously handed the book to Nao. After all, he would try his best to meet his brother's requests. Karen was instantly struck by a bolt from the blue. She no longer cared about anything else. She pushed the ground hard with her feet and rushed towards Bai like an arrow. However, just when Karen was about to reach the book, a hand grabbed the back of her collar like an iron clamp and lifted her up. It turned out that it was Zabuza who took action. At this time, he was also full of curiosity about the book. He had not forgotten that the hateful little brat Karen and Haku had challenged him before. Karen looked at Zabuza angrily, her eyes were so cold that they seemed capable of killing. But Zabuza ignored her. He just raised his eyebrows slightly and whistled as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring Karen's murderous gaze. Finally, under Karen's desperate gaze, Nao slowly took the book and carefully held it in her hands to examine it carefully. Looking at the familiar green cover, Nao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he slowly said the name of the book, Intimate Paradise. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cast strange looks at Karen. Even people who didn't read novels had more or less heard of the famous name of Intimate Paradise from passers-by. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and Kimimaro looked at everyone in confusion. He asked dully, "What is Make-Out Heaven?" Zabuza rarely took the initiative to answer, so he naturally intended to add fuel to the fire. He said jokingly, "To put it simply, it's an 18-plus novel that sultry young people love to read. I didn't expect Karen would be interested in this kind of novel." Seeing this, Kimimaro nodded in understanding, and then looked at Karen. Seeing this, Karen became more furious. Her body began to emit a fiery aura. Her long fiery red hair fluttered strangely, and her entire body turned red as blood. "Now Niang, you're such a bad guy." With a roar, Karen went completely berserk. Seeing this, Zabuza showed a mischievous smile on his face. He let go of Karen without hesitation, as if expecting something interesting to happen next. Karen instantly rushed towards Nao at an astonishing speed like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Seeing that the situation was not good, Nao knew that this joke had gone too far. Originally he just wanted to tease Karen, but he never expected that with the instigation of Zabuza and Kimimaro, Karen would directly go into rampage mode. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he did not really intend to escape. After all, with his ability, he only needed to perform the Flying Thunder God technique once to disappear without a trace in an instant. However, he knew very well that if he did this, Karen would not let him go easily. After all, seeing this kind of thing being widely publicized is equivalent to social death, especially for a 12-year-old girl. Helplessly, Nao could only smile bitterly and prepare for the upcoming judgment. In a flash, Nao turned around and prepared to escape. In an instant, countless chains flashing with cold light suddenly rushed out from behind Karen like snakes emerging from a cave. This sudden scene happened so fast that it was hard to keep up. In the blink of an eye, Nao was tightly tied up by these dense chains and dragged back to Karen like a dumpling. Karen didn't give Nao any chance to explain or beg for mercy. Without saying a word, she jumped up and sat steadily on Nao's head. Then, she started an almost crazy attack, her little hands constantly scratching Nao's hair, without mercy. Poor Nao, her originally smooth hair suddenly became messy and horrible, just like a chicken coop. I'm wrong, Karen, please forgive me." Nao begged for mercy quickly, hoping to calm Karen's anger. Looking at Nao's miserable appearance, Haku and Zabuza couldn't help but laugh. Although Kaimimura's face remained calm, the curve of his mouth and the smile in his eyes betrayed him. Zabuza's undisguised laughter echoed throughout the room. After all, it was so rare to see now make a fool of himself. I covered his mouth and laughed for a while, but finally I just couldn't bear to see now suffer like this. So, he tried to suppress his smile and walked forward, and gently advised Karen, all right, my brother knows he's wrong, just let him go. Karen was riding on Nao's head and suddenly found that this feeling was quite good. She punched Nao hard with her pink little hand. Nao cried out in pain, and Karen nodded in satisfaction and got off Nao. Seeing that Karen had calmed down a little, Nao advised, but girls should read less of this kind of book. After all, it was written by a greasy, single old man. Karen pursed her lips reluctantly. I understand. Nao looked at Bai, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and said unhappily, Bai. The sounds of laughter and playfulness came one after another, echoing continuously in the room. After Karen let Nao go, she walked up to Zabuza angrily and glared at him fiercely. Zabuza raised the corner of his mouth slightly, curling his lips in disdain. Ha, little brat, what do you want to do? I won't pamper you like others do. Karen did not answer, but raised her foot and kicked Zabuza's leg hard. The sudden severe pain in his leg made Zabuza's face instantly turn gloomy. How can this kid be so strong? It hurts. Just when Zabuza was about to lose his temper, the door was suddenly kicked open and the short Cardo swaggered in with a few of his men. Cardo yelled with an unhappy look on his face, what are you making so much noise for? I didn't hire you to flirt with each other here every day. Everyone present frowned, feeling secretly unhappy. Zabuza's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he was so happy. Damn it, I was so angry that I had no place to vent it, but I didn't expect this idiot to come to me. Zabuza unreservedly released his powerful murderous aura, sweeping over like a whirlwind. Then, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, as if the fire of hell was burning. Cardo and his men were so frightened that they pissed their pants and collapsed to the ground. They felt an unprecedented fear, as if they were in the Avasai hell. 2 minutes later, the blade of the blood shadow in Zabuza's hand continued to flash with scarlet light, and sticky blood continued to seep into the blade. Blood mist wrapped around the blade, making Blood Shadow look like a beast devouring blood, exuding a suffocating breath. Behind Zabuza were several corpses lying in a mess with tragic looks of death, and among them was the short and petite figure of Cardo. His body was covered with knife wounds, there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body, and it was a bloody mess, as if he had been tortured to death. Strangely, there was still a faint breath in his eyes, and he stared quietly at the blood shadow in front of him, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. Zabuza's body was as clean as new without a trace of blood. In a ward, Kakashi lay quietly on the bed. After Jiraiya led everyone back to Konoha village, he stayed here to rest. Regarding the mission in Wave Country, since Cardo was killed by the enemy, everyone lost the reason to stay. After all, the biggest obstacle to Dasna's bridge construction is the Cardo group. Now that Cardo is dead, the mission is naturally completed successfully. As to why the enemy accepted Cardo's commission and wanted to kill the employer, it is unknown. This ward is a double room, and Might Guy is also lying on another bed. The strong side effects caused by opening the Jingmen in the 8 gates of ninjutsu required him to spend time to recover. At this moment, Kai's legs were wrapped in bandages. During non-combat periods, there was no need to use medical ninjutsu. Resting slowly would be more conducive to the body's recovery. Despite his serious injuries, Might Guy was still restless and did push-ups while standing upside down. Kakashi's eyelids trembled slightly, and slowly, he opened his eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was the white ceiling, followed by Kai's rapid breathing. Kakashi slowly sat up and rubbed his eyes, feeling that something was not right. Although he usually used a forehead protector to cover his Sharingan, he had become accustomed to the feeling after so many years. However, this time, the sight seemed a little different. The chakra consumption seems to have decreased a lot. Why is that? Kakashi wondered in his heart. Even though the Sharingan was still there, he felt like something was wrong. Before he had time to think it over, Kai, who had been concentrating on training, also noticed Kakashi's awakening. Kai pushed himself up with both hands and quickly returned to the bed, a look of joy on his face. Kakashi, you finally woke up. Kakashi looked at the energetic Kai in front of him, feeling a little relieved, and asked softly, well, is everyone safe? How long have I been unconscious? Kai smiled and replied, everyone is fine, just rest assured. Then he added, you have been in a coma for about 2 days. How do you feel now? Kakashi shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine, just a little weak. Kakashi's eyes fell on Kai, noticing that he was also wearing a hospital gown and his feet were bandaged. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, what happened later? Did Master Jiraiya repel the enemy? Kai recounted what happened afterwards, and Kakashi's expression became a little solemn after hearing it. It was impossible for the enemy to attack them without reason. He touched his left eye and a guess emerged in his mind. Perhaps the enemy is after his Sharingan, but what puzzles Kakashi is that his Sharingan is just an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan and there is nothing special about it. And it doesn't make sense that the enemy would take away the Sharingan that Obito left for him and then give him a replacement Sharingan. After the demise of the Uchiha clan, it is not easy to obtain a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Now, there are only a few people who have the Sharingan. Kakashi didn't quite believe that he had put so much effort into this. So Kakashi could only bury this incredible guess deep in his heart, because this idea was too ridiculous. However, just as he was lost in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Jiraiya and the third Hokage stepped into the room together. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling them not to be so reserved. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. Kakashi, can you describe in detail the characteristics of the enemy you fought? Kakashi nodded and responded, I have confirmed the true identity of the enemy. He is the traitor of the Hidden Mist Village, Mamakai Zabuza. Hearing this name, the third Hokage and Jiraiya looked at each other, and each of them noticed a heavy look in each other's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, then slowly spoke, the Corpse Blade Clan, the 7 ninja swordsmen. These are all inextricably linked to the Hidden Mist Village. Although the Hidden Mist Village refused to participate in this Chunin exam, it at least means that they can still communicate. Perhaps we can try to ask them for information about these two people. Jiraiya then added, while tracking Orochimaru, I discovered a mysterious organization called Akatsuki. They are widely recruiting rebel ninjas from various countries. Maybe this matter has some connection with the Akatsuki organization. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression slightly changed. He was of course aware of the existence of this organization. Long before Uchiha Itachi defected, he had revealed some information about this organization to him. Uchiha Itachi was also a spy within the organization. However, he did not mention this past to Jiraiya because it involved part of the truth about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly, reminding the two to rest, and then led Jiraiya out of the ward. In the silent and deserted corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly with his hands behind his back, a thick shadow covering his figure. Jiraiya, don't leave now that you're back. The village needs your strength. Jiraiya looked at his teacher with a complicated expression as he looked at his hunchback teacher. Unknowingly, the great ninja who once dominated the ninja world had grown old. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the hospital, giving the entire room a light golden hue. Jiraiya's voice was a little low, and he said slowly, I will stay until the Chunin exam is over, and then I will leave. After all, I still need to go out to find creative inspiration and materials. After saying this, he stopped and stared quietly at the third Hokage in front of him. It has been 2 days since Jiraiya returned to the village, and during this time, he has also learned some things about Naruto. At this time, he was full of doubts and dissatisfaction, and couldn't help asking the third Hokage, what's going on with Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally understood what Jiraiya meant, but now that things had come to this, he could no longer defend himself. He continued to walk forward silently, and his old but firm voice echoed in the air, all this is for the future of the village. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back as he walked away, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, after the Chunin exam, I will take Naruto away from the village. From now on, I will take care of him. His tone was firm and resolute, as if he had made an important decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond to Jiraiya's words, and his figure gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. Jiraiya stood there, looking in that direction with mixed feelings, and secretly made up his mind to protect Naruto and let him live a normal life. Jiraiya turned around and walked out of Konoha Hospital from the other side. Konoha Hospital was very familiar to him. Back then, he was almost beaten to death by Tsunade for peeping into the women's bathhouse, and he had stayed here many times. At this moment, the setting sun cast its afterglow, stretching their figures longer and longer. When he was about to leave the hospital, Jiraiya met a young man wearing medical ninja clothes and glasses. In the Land of Fire, Now was leading a team of genin consisting of Haku, Karen, and Hydrangea, marching towards Konoha village with firm steps. Hydrangea would occasionally glance at Now, muttering to herself, Shiro's brother is so handsome. He would be super cute if he wore women's clothes. Karen pushed up her glasses, a look of suspicion and vigilance appearing on her face. She always felt that the guy named Hydrangea was staring at Now GE with ill intentions. Bai looked at the dazed Hydrangea and immediately guessed what she was thinking. He quickly reached out and tugged at the corner of Hydrangea's clothes. After all, Bai knew very well how much his brother resisted this kind of thing. It would be terrible if Hydrangea accidentally said something rash and made her brother unhappy. Hydrangea was slightly startled when she saw the worried look on Bai's face, but then she understood. She gave Bai a reassuring smile, indicating that she was not a fool, so how could she possibly say what was in her mind? However, Now didn't pay attention to the eye contact between the little guys. He just complained in his heart that guy Jiraiya is such a hassle. It seems that he is full of helplessness towards a certain lustful immortal. He had sensed Jiraiya's arrival when he was in Wave Country before, and after a little thought, Now understood what was going on. The most likely scenario is that his teaching Suzuki was discovered, and the other party might have mistakenly thought it was Orochimaru's doing, so Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Jiraiya in advance. What gives Now a headache is that Jiraiya is quite powerful. After entering the Sage mode, even Now will have to work hard to defeat him. But if they really want to fight, Now will not give him so much time. Now can be said to have memorized Jiraiya's information by heart. The main reason is that this person is difficult to kill because there are too many people related to him. Konan, Nagato, Tsunade, or Akimaru, these people all have connections with Now, and killing them would have a very bad impact. Now open the system panel with a sudden thought. Bloodline limit, ice release LV3, 5111/50,000, features, elementalization, secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal LV2, absolute zero LV1, freeze time and space, sage body LV2, Mangekyo Sharinan LV4, cannot be upgraded. The blood limit is quite special, adding 1 to the basic level, and ice release LV3 is equivalent to ordinary skill LV4, skills, sword technique LV3, 7426/10,000, water style ninjutsu LV3, water dragon bullet technique, medical ninjutsu LV3, palm fairy technique, killing aura LV4, illusion technique LV3, darkness technique, flying thunder god technique LV2. The appearance of this feature is related to the protagonist's talent for the skill, and usually appears at level 3, skill points 14 features, mind's eye, seal-free water control, intimidating chakra attributes, wind, water, fire, yang, yin. After upgrading the sage to LV2, the Sharinan can be opened and closed normally, which is a big gain. After transplanting the Mangekyo Sharinan, Now also added a new attribute, yin. Konoha village, in a forest. Sasuke slowly put down the ninja sword in his hand and gently wiped the sweat that was pouring down his face. He dragged his exhausted body slowly to the side and sat down, looking quietly into the distance. The 3 Magatama Sharinan that Kakashi had displayed before appeared in his mind, and a strong sense of curiosity and doubt surged in his heart. Sasuke recalled the survival training at that time. The illusion he had performed with all his strength was easily bounced back in an instant, catching him off guard. Now that I think about it, if the other party had a more advanced and powerful 3 Magatama Sharinan, then doing this would be a piece of cake. Sasuke is well aware of the power of the Sharinan. This unique bloodline limit can give the user extraordinary insight and illusion abilities. Possessing the Sharinan is like mastering a mysterious and powerful power that allows you to see through your enemy's movements and intentions, and even perform amazing illusion techniques. The 3 Magatama Sharinan represents a higher level of power, and the potential and power it contains are far beyond the 2 Magatama Sharinan. Sasuke pondered to himself, feeling a strong desire rising in his heart. However, when Sasuke thought of the Mangekyo Sharinan that Uchiha Itachi had displayed that night, his brows furrowed tightly. The 3 Magatama, which is just one level higher than the 2 Magatama Sharinan, is already so powerful, so the horror of the Mangekyo Sharinan is simply unimaginable. In order to defeat the powerful enemy Uchiha Itachi, opening the Mangekyo Sharinan seems to be a necessary condition. However, when Sasuke thought about how to open the Mangekyo Sharinan, he couldn't help but feel helpless and confused again. You know, the condition for unlocking this powerful pupil technique is to kill your closest friend with your own hands. This was simply unimaginable for Sasuke. Ever since he lost everything that night, he has become a lonely person. How could he find such a friend? No one could truly understand the pain deep in his heart. The figure of a yellow-haired boy suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind. Sasuke's heart was full of conflicts and struggles, and he punched the tree beside him. This punch contained endless power, instantly causing a dent in the bark. With the huge impact force, the leaves fluttered down. The severely damaged tree was swaying in the wind and seemed like it would fall down at any time. The birds perched on the trees were startled by the sudden change. Frightened and panic-stricken, they flapped their wings and flew away in all directions, making bursts of terrified cries. For a moment, the sounds of birds and falling leaves intertwined together to form a strange symphony. At this moment, a familiar voice came from afar. Sasuke, Sasuke, where are you? Naruto put his hands to his mouth and shouted Sasuke's name loudly. When he and Sakura saw the movement in the distance, they felt uneasy and immediately ran in that direction without hesitation. Sasuke slowly stood up, trying his best to suppress the surging emotions in his heart and not let his emotions show on his face. He silently put his red hands behind his back, not wanting anyone to notice. When Naruto and Sakura arrived at where Sasuke was training, Sasuke asked indifferently, "What do you want from me?" Naruto looked at Sasuke and felt that something was wrong with his mood. He put his hands behind his head and smiled brightly. "Kakashi-sensei is awake, let's go see him together." Sakura looked at the tree behind Sasuke that was about to fall and immediately understood where the noise came from. She looked at Sasuke worriedly. "Sasuke-kun, are you okay?" Sasuke shook his head. "Nothing, just training." Sasuke looked at the carefree Naruto, his heart full of doubts. After knowing Naruto's true identity, he could better understand the pain Naruto was going through. "You are the descendant of a hero, but you have to endure such treatment. How can you still laugh, Naruto?" Sasuke thought of what happened to Naruto and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thinking of the gap between Konoha and Uchiha, and the Hokage's attitude towards the descendants of heroes, Sasuke was somewhat disdainful of the so-called Will of Fire. Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him, and his expression softened unconsciously. He just wanted to ask where Kakashi got the Sharingan, so he didn't refuse. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets and slowly walked over to the two of them, saying calmly, "Okay, let's go." Naruto couldn't help but feel a little surprised to see Sasuke agree so readily. You know, Sasuke is not someone who compromises so easily. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to convince Sasuke to act together. Seeing Sasuke being so decisive at this moment, Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the three were about to turn around and leave, they heard a dull sound behind them. They looked back and saw that the huge tree could no longer bear its own weight and began to slowly tilt backwards. With a loud boom, the big tree fell down completely, raising a cloud of dust. And under the shade of a tree not far away, a black figure quietly appeared. He stood there quietly, staring at Sasuke and the others who were walking away, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. In the Kamui space, countless huge cold stones of various shapes were placed in disorder, and Obito was sitting alone on the cold stones. A particularly lively white Zetsu was also in this mysterious space. He stopped dancing and looked at Obito and said, "Obito." Now and his men attacked Kakashi and others who were on a mission in Wave Country. Afei had lived with Obito for a long time, so he was the only one who dared to call Obito directly like that. Obito didn't bother to argue with Afei about the name, so he was slightly stunned when he heard this familiar name. After a moment's silence, he said in a low voice, "What happened next? What did he do?" Afei smiled slightly at Obito, who didn't react. He was looking forward to Obito's reaction. After all, when Obito heard that Kakashi and Rin might be in danger, he looked anxious. Zabuza and the bone-using brat under now had a fight with Kakashi and the others and then left. No one died. If there is anything noteworthy, it is that the brat now killed a wealthy businessman and robbed him of his money. I don't know what he is doing, Afei said slowly in a frivolous tone. Hearing this, Obito slowly breathed a sigh of relief that he was not worried about Kakashi's safety at all. Ever since he saw through this false world, he no longer cared about the so-called bond. He was just afraid that now, that little brat, would come up with some conspiracy again. In fact, Obito has always been wary of Now. Ever since the last time he communicated with her, Obito felt that there seemed to be some unknown secrets hidden behind Now. Ever since he discovered that Nagato's body had recovered somewhat, Obito felt that the plan seemed to be a little off track. This time, when he heard that Now had killed a wealthy businessman and robbed his money, Obito felt that something was wrong. It seems we need to keep a close eye on Nao's movements, Obito muttered to himself, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew very well that people like Nao would often not do meaningless things, and every one of his actions might hide a deeper meaning. Thinking of this, Obito decided to investigate the matter himself. He wants to find out Nao's true intentions and whether he will affect his plans. There is a peaceful nuclear peace in the Akatsuki base. However, two special characters appeared here today: Kakuzu and Haiden. These two people are very busy people on weekdays, running around for various bounty missions all day long and rarely have free time to stay in the base. At first, Haiden was very dissatisfied with Kakuzu's frequent acceptance of missions, but when he realized that these mission targets could be used as sacrifices to the evil god, he was no longer so opposed. Kakuzu's unique emerald eyes sparkled with shrewdness, and in front of him were neatly placed a dozen boxes full of money. He patiently opened each box one by one and carefully counted the banknotes inside. Kakuzu's unchanging face finally revealed a hint of joy, and he whispered to himself, "Now finally did something good." Faden looked at Kakuzu, who looked like he was obsessed with money, with a hint of disdain. He was not interested in money. Feijuan looked at a large black and white wolf-like dog that was squatting nearby and gnawing on a bone. This big dog has smooth and silky hair, a huge and mighty body, and exudes a powerful aura. It was the ninja dog given to him by Now. Haiden originally didn't care about this dog and even looked down on it. However, surprisingly, the dog gets along very well with Haiden. It seemed to be able to understand Faden's thoughts and always jumped happily beside him, bringing Faden endless joy. Under Faden's careful care, the dog gradually grew and became stronger. Haiden had been trying to come up with a suitable name for the dog, but he had no idea. Kakuzu was very disgusted with the fact that Haiden kept a dog, that he felt that Haiden alone was already enough of a headache, and now there was another dog, which was going to torture the centenarian to death. However, with Nao's patient persuasion, and the dog's unique name Wonkei, Kakuzu finally reluctantly accepted this fact. At this time, Feijuan was winking at Wonkei, and there was a glimmer of intelligence in Wonkei's blue eyes, as if he could understand Feijuan's intention. It actually raised its paw and made a gesture to show that it understood. Faden smiled when he saw this. It was a wonderful thing to have a dog who understood you. Just then, Kakuzu's thoughts began to wander and he recalled the origin of the money. Suddenly, a burst of rapid wolf howls broke the quiet atmosphere. Kakuzu's face was as dark as ink. He glared at Haiden next to him fiercely and cursed in his heart. This guy always makes trouble at the critical moment. Looking at Kakuzu's ferocious and murderous eyes, Wonkei suddenly rushed behind Haiden as fast as lightning, his body still shaking uncontrollably, as if he was very scared. However, surprisingly, there was no trace of fear on Wonkei's face. Instead, he had a disgusting and mean expression. It stretched out two sharp claws and placed them on Feijuan's shoulders. Due to its huge size, Feijuan was unable to completely protect it behind him. Haiden gently stroked Wonkei's furry paws and said nonchalantly, "Hey, Kakuzu, what do you want to do? Are you planning to count all those boxes of banknotes? I don't have that much free time." Kakuzu's face turned extremely ugly, and when he was about to get angry, Wonkei raised his paw and gently stroked Feijuan's head. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, they couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. At this moment, Feijuan felt a strange feeling coming from above his head. In addition, seeing Kakuzu's strange reaction, his face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He slapped Wonkei back angrily, trying to teach him a lesson. However, Wonkei dodged the attack very flexibly. His blue eyes seemed to be saying, "You can touch me, why can't I touch you?" Seeing Wonkei's refusal to admit defeat, Feijuan's anger grew stronger, and he immediately cursed, "Aw, you beast, are you kidding me? How dare you touch my head?" Feijuan immediately rushed towards Wonkei, and the man and the dog immediately fell into a fierce melee. In the Kamui space, countless huge cold stones of various shapes were placed in disorder, and Obito was sitting alone on the cold stones. A particularly lively white Zetsu was also in this mysterious space. He stopped dancing and looked at Obito and said, "Obito, now," and his men attacked Kakashi and others who were on a mission in Wave Country. Afei had lived with Obito for a long time, so he was the only one who dared to call Obito directly like that. Obito didn't bother to argue with Afei about the name, so he was slightly stunned when he heard this familiar name. After a moment's silence, he said in a low voice, "What happened next? What did he do?" Afei smiled slightly at Obito, who didn't react. He was looking forward to Obito's reaction. After all, when Obito heard that Kakashi and Rin might be in danger, he looked anxious. Zabuza and the bone-using brat under now had a fight with Kakashi and the others and then left. No one died. If there is anything noteworthy, it is that the brat now killed a wealthy businessman and robbed him of his money. I don't know what he is doing, Afei said slowly in a frivolous tone. Hearing this, Obito slowly breathed a sigh of relief that he was not worried about Kakashi's safety at all. Ever since he saw through this false world, he no longer cared about the so-called bond. He was just afraid that now, that little brat, would come up with some conspiracy again. In fact, Obito has always been wary of Now. Ever since the last time he communicated with her, Obito felt that there seemed to be some unknown secrets hidden behind Now. Ever since he discovered that Nagato's body had recovered somewhat, Obito felt that the plan seemed to be a little off track. This time, when he heard that Now had killed a wealthy businessman and robbed his money, Obito felt that something was wrong. It seems we need to keep a close eye on Nao's movements, Obito muttered to himself, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew very well that people like Nao would often not do meaningless things, and every one of his actions might hide a deeper meaning. Thinking of this, Obito decided to investigate the matter himself. He wants to find out Nao's true intentions and whether he will affect his plans. There is a peaceful nuclear peace in the Akatsuki base. However, two special characters appeared here today: Kakuzu and Haiden. These two people are very busy people on weekdays, running around for various bounty missions all day long and rarely have free time to stay in the base. At first, Haiden was very dissatisfied with Kakuzu's frequent acceptance of missions, but when he realized that these mission targets could be used as sacrifices to the evil god, he was no longer so opposed. Kakuzu's unique emerald eyes sparkled with shrewdness, and in front of him were neatly placed a dozen boxes full of money. He patiently opened each box one by one and carefully counted the banknotes inside. Kakuzu's unchanging face finally revealed a hint of joy, and he whispered to himself, "Now finally did something good." Faden looked at Kakuzu, who looked like he was obsessed with money, with a hint of disdain. He was not interested in money. Feijuan looked at a large black and white wolf-like dog that was squatting nearby and gnawing on a bone. This big dog has smooth and silky hair, a huge and mighty body, and exudes a powerful aura. It was the ninja dog given to him by Now. Haiden originally didn't care about this dog and even looked down on it. However, surprisingly, the dog gets along very well with Haiden. It seemed to be able to understand Faden's thoughts and always jumped happily beside him, bringing Faden endless joy. Under Faden's careful care, the dog gradually grew and became stronger. Haiden had been trying to come up with a suitable name for the dog, but he had no idea. Kakuzu was very disgusted with the fact that Haiden kept a dog, that he felt that Haiden alone was already enough of a headache, and now there was another dog, which was going to torture the centenarian to death. However, with Nao's patient persuasion, and the dog's unique name Wonkei, Kakuzu finally reluctantly accepted this fact. At this time, Feijuan was winking at Wonkei, and there was a glimmer of intelligence in Wonkei's blue eyes, as if he could understand Feijuan's intention. It actually raised its paw and made a gesture to show that it understood. Faden smiled when he saw this. It was a wonderful thing to have a dog who understood you. Just then, Kakuzu's thoughts began to wander and he recalled the origin of the money. Suddenly, a burst of rapid wolf howls broke the quiet atmosphere. Kakuzu's face was as dark as ink. He glared at Haiden next to him fiercely and cursed in his heart. This guy always makes trouble at the critical moment. Looking at Kakuzu's ferocious and murderous eyes, Wonkei suddenly rushed behind Haiden as fast as lightning, his body still shaking uncontrollably, as if he was very scared. However, surprisingly, there was no trace of fear on Wonkei's face. Instead, he had a disgusting and mean expression. It stretched out two sharp claws and placed them on Feijuan's shoulders. Due to its huge size, Feijuan was unable to completely protect it behind him. Haiden gently stroked Wonkei's furry paws and said nonchalantly, "Hey, Kakuzu, what do you want to do? Are you planning to count all those boxes of banknotes? I don't have that much free time." Kakuzu's face turned extremely ugly, and when he was about to get angry, Wonkei raised his paw and gently stroked Feijuan's head. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, they couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. At this moment, Feijuan felt a strange feeling coming from above his head. In addition, seeing Kakuzu's strange reaction, his face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. In Konoha village, the busy and noisy streets were bustling with people. Because of the upcoming joint Chunin exam, ninjas from other ninja villages can be seen shuttling between them from time to time. Now led Shiro and the others to stroll along the bustling streets. Karen's hands were filled with various snacks unique to Konoha village. The three of them looked around curiously, admiring the unique scenery of Konoha village. Hydrangea pouted slightly, revealing a slightly contemptuous expression. "Konoha village is just so-so, it doesn't feel as advanced as our village, but the weather here is pretty good." Hydrangea has experienced the chaos of Rain Village since childhood, so she is very hostile towards the 5 major countries. Compared to the darker and humid environment of the Rain Village, Bai prefers the warm and pleasant atmosphere of Konoha. At this moment, now suddenly stopped, turned around and whispered to Bai, "Take Karen and Hydrangea for a walk, and when the time is almost up, go back to the hotel. I still have some things to take care of." Now seemed to have remembered something interesting, and with a barely perceptible smile on her lips, she added, "If there is any reckless guy who causes trouble for you, don't show mercy." Hearing this, Bai smiled and nodded and responded, "Don't worry, brother, I will take good care of them both." However, Karen on the side was not happy. She looked at Now with dissatisfaction, pouted and said, "Now Niang is lying. You clearly said you would take me out to play, but now you want to sneak away alone." Now scratched her head, a trace of embarrassment and ashamedness flashed across her face. He suddenly felt that this scene was familiar, as if a similar situation had happened before. Then, a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing an unpredictable cunningness. Now looked at Karen solemnly, then reached out her hand and gently touched Karen's forehead with her finger. Then, his voice became low and magnetic, with an irresistible majesty, and he said, "Forgive me, Karen. This is really the last time." Karen covered her forehead, which had just been poked by Now, looking puffy like a cute little pufferfish. She opened her mouth and was about to say something. Bai was very envious of this scene, but his personality destined him to not act like a spoiled brat with Now like Karen did. No matter what Now did, he would silently support her. Now naturally noticed Bai's little emotion that he touched Bai's little head and said with a gentle look, "I'll leave it to you, Bai." After she finished speaking, Now disappeared without a trace like a gust of wind in the next second, leaving only a faint shadow. Seeing this situation, Hydrangea felt a little relieved. After all, she and Now didn't have much contact, and she always felt a little restrained when Now was around. After Now left, Hydrangea finally breathed a sigh of relief. She very naturally took Bai's left arm and behaved in an extremely intimate manner. "Bai, your brother is as handsome and charming as you, but he always gives people a sense of bad taste. They are brothers but have completely different personalities." Bai glanced at Hydrangea awkwardly and said helplessly, "And Hydrangea, could you please stop being like this? It's really inappropriate." At this time, Karen was watching all this and felt even more indignant. She was already furious at being teased by Now, and now seeing this sinister woman trying to snatch Sister Bai away, how could she let it go? Then, Karen hugged Shiro's right arm tightly without showing any weakness and glared at Hydrangea fiercely. Then, she shook Bai's arm coquettishly and said in a sweet voice, "Sister Bai, let's go buy some delicious food together." Hydrangea gave a disdainful smile to the hostile Karen, then turned to Bai and said, "Bai, accompany me to go to Konoha's clothing store to see if there are any good treasures." Bai looked at the two people who were arguing with each other in a dilemma, with a helpless bitter smile on his face. Faced with this situation, Bai felt very troubled. On one side was Hydrangea's enthusiastic invitation, and on the other side was Karen's eager anticipation. He really couldn't make a decision. He knew very well that if he was not careful and handled the situation improperly, it might lead to greater conflicts. However, deep down, Shiro didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. On the other side, after Team 7 completed the mission, Suzuki prepared to go back to continue training. The task of catching cats and playing with dogs every day really bored him, so he would rather spend his time on training. Just as Suzuki was walking through an alley with his hands in his pockets, a provocative voice suddenly came. "Suzuki, is the life of a ninja still interesting?" Suzuki turned his head at the sound and saw a man leaning against the wall in the shadows. Suzuki stared at the forehead protector on Nao's arm, slightly startled, and then responded, "It's so boring, but why is the teacher here?" Nao smiled slightly and said softly, "This is not a good place to talk, let's meet at the old place." As soon as she finished her words, Nao disappeared into the shadows like a ghost. Seeing this, Suzuki suppressed his doubts and quickly left the narrow alley. In the vast training ground, Suzuki's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, and he turned his gaze to Now. Although he was curious and wanted to know his real purpose in Wave Country, Suzuki knew in his heart that Now would never tell him, so he wisely chose to remain silent and did not ask any further questions. After Now and Suzuki looked at each other, the corners of their mouths slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. Don't worry, you won't be bored soon. When the Chunin exam comes, everything will become very different. Very interesting. However, Suzuki didn't care about this sentence, his eyes revealed eager anticipation. He stared straight at Now and asked anxiously, so when will you take me away? I can't make any progress if I stay here. During this time, Suzuki felt a feeling unlike anything he had experienced in years, but as an Avenger, he knew he couldn't stop there. If he continued to stay, he was worried that he would gradually become addicted to this peaceful life and forget the hatred deep in his heart. Faced with Suzuki's question, Now couldn't help but hold her forehead slightly, feeling a little helpless. In fact, what he could teach Suzuki was quite limited. To make a breakthrough in swordsmanship, it requires a long period of accumulation and constant training, and Suzuki does not have a system like him that can improve his strength like cheating. If he wanted to become stronger quickly, he had no other choice but to give Suzuki an injection, but he didn't want to train Suzuki as devotedly as Orikimura did. Now looked at Suzuki expressionlessly, her eyes cold and firm. If you want to leave here, then go by yourself, I won't take you away with me. His voice was calm without any ripples. I have nothing more to teach you. The rest needs to be figured out by yourself. Kakashi is very good at lightning release ninjutsu, and he also possesses the Sharingan, so he is the most suitable instructor. That you need to walk the rest of the way by yourself. As Suzuki listened to Nao's words, he couldn't help but feel helpless. He was slightly stunned, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. For 2 years, Nao has been his mentor and guide. Even though Suzuki is always reluctant to call him teacher, deep down in his heart, he still relies on Nao to some extent. Now, Suzuki suddenly felt confused when he heard that Nao no longer taught him. He knew clearly that Nao in front of him was very powerful, and even he was afraid of Uchiha Itaki. And in the past 2 years, every time Suzuki competed with Nao, he failed to gain the upper hand. Every time he thought he was strong enough, Nao would give him a blow, making him realize how weak and shallow he was. Suzuki took a deep breath, trying to calm his restless heart. He really couldn't figure out what Nao was up to, but the guidance and care she had given him over the years were real and not fake. So, Suzuki lowered his head slightly and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Thank you." Although the whisper was as light as the flapping of a mosquito's wings, it could not escape Nao's keen ears. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. It seems that all my efforts have not been in vain. Although she did have ulterior motives when she initially approached Suzuki, after such a long time and spending time with him day after day, Nao inevitably developed some sympathy for the unfortunate kid Suzuki. Suzuki's life seems to be a tragedy. He is like a puppet at the mercy of others, being entangled and controlled by various forces. First, he was played around by his own brother Uchiha Itaki, and became obsessed with revenge. After finally completing the so-called revenge, he learned the cruel truth. It turned out that his brother, who killed the entire clan without leaving a single survivor, did everything to protect himself. The successive blows would probably cause a mental breakdown even for a sane person. Now thought for a moment and said, I can't teach you anything about strength. If you need anything, you can contact me through this. Inject chakra into it and you can use it. Now threw a special mirror to Suzuki. The surface of the mirror was made of ice, and there were strange runes outlined nearby. This can be regarded as a further application of spacetime ninjutsu. Now resurrected Qingming a year ago. After all, she had promised him before. Qingming is a technical talent after all, so now naturally kept her promise and resurrected him. In a narrow alley in Konoha village, a young boy with purple paint on his face and wearing a sand village forehead protector was tightly clutching a child's scarf. The child struggled desperately but was unable to break free from the boy's grasp. When Naruto saw this scene, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He rushed forward without hesitation, determined to rescue Konohamaru. The tense atmosphere was like a taut bowstring, ready to explode at any moment. At this moment, a voice reached everyone's ears. Bullying children is not a glorious thing. When Kankuro heard the sound, he immediately looked around, but did not see any figure. Just as he was looking around for an opponent, he suddenly felt his hands loosen and a breeze brushed across his cheek. In an instant, a figure appeared like a ghost and successfully rescued Konohamaru from the predicament. Kankuro's pupils suddenly contracted, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't even catch the afterimage of his opponent. Naruto paused for a moment as he charged forward, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Shiro was seen holding Konohamaru's scarf and appeared next to Sakura, Mogi and other companions. Sakura was slightly stunned when she saw the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in front of her, and a feeling of inferiority surged in her heart. But she quickly came to her senses and said in a grateful tone, "Thank you." Tamari, who originally had a lazy look on her face, now had a hint of surprise on her face. The astonishing speed made her subconsciously think that Akana's Jonin had appeared, and she secretly thought to herself that something was wrong. After all, it is really embarrassing to be caught bullying someone in someone else's village. However, when she looked closely and found that the other person was wearing a forehead protector from the rain village on his arm, she was slightly relieved. However, when she saw the person's face clearly, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. The other person looked to be about the same age as me, but he was so fast, it was really unbelievable. At this moment, suddenly, a ball of quicksand quickly gathered like a whirlwind into a tall figure, and this figure was Gaara. He appeared between the two confronting people at astonishing speed, as if he had fallen from the sky. Gaara's unique panda eyes revealed an extremely intense curiosity. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he asked without any emotion, "You are very strong, but who are you?" There was an irresistible majesty and coldness in his voice. Tamari, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and said softly, "This guy might be from the rain village." However, Gaara gave Tamari a silent look that seemed to say, "Did I ask you that?" Tamari stood there with an embarrassed look on her face. Even as an older sister, she didn't dare to offend Gaara easily. Bai smiled slightly and replied calmly, "My name is Bai, but before asking others' names, should I introduce myself first?" Kankuro showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face, and when he was about to open his mouth to refute, Gaara's eyes suddenly revealed an extremely cold murderous intent. He shouted in a cold voice, "Shut up, Kankuro." After saying this, Gaara turned around and left without looking back. His steps were firm and powerful, and at the same time his voice came slowly, "Remember, I am Gaara of Sandfalls." Naruto frowned and said, "What a weird bunch." He turned to look at Bai and said, "Thank you so much, big sister, you are so awesome, but you are not from Konoha village." Bai nodded, "I am a ninja from the rain village. I came to Konoha with my companions to take part in the Chunin exam." Karen and Hydrangea also slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Sakura showed a hint of understanding. She just noticed that Bai and the guy opposite were both wearing forehead protectors from other countries. Naruto immediately became interested when he saw this. "In that case, to thank you for your help, let me take you around Konoha village. There are many fun things in Konoha village." Sakura looked at Bai and the others with some confusion. Generally speaking, a ninja team would not be all male or all female, but she did not ask. After all, this might involve some things. Karen looked at Naruto curiously. In her perception, among the people in front of her, only this yellow-haired boy was worthy of attention. She stared at Naruto's yellow hair, a little surprised. "Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is this guy really from the Uzumaki clan?" Karen had heard now mention her fellow tribesmen in Konoha village before. In her imagination, Naruto should have fiery red hair. After noticing Karen's curious look, Naruto gave her a bright smile in return and introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will definitely become Hokage in the future." When Sakura heard this, she held her forehead helplessly. Karen looked at Naruto's innocent and silly look and couldn't help but smile. She suddenly remembered a word now once said, "Is it called a hot-blooded idiot?" Naruto quickly and enthusiastically invited everyone to go and see the beautiful scenery of Konoha village. But to be honest, Naruto's own understanding of Konoha village is actually limited. After all, since he was a child, he has been acting alone most of the time and likes to go to places where few people go. Although he was familiar with the overall environment of Konoha village, Naruto actually knew very little when it came to Konoha's food and specialties. In his mind, Ichiraku ramen is the most delicious thing. Every time he passed by Ichiraku ramen, the rich aroma always made him stop and stay. Naruto touched the bulging toad wallet in his pocket and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Since becoming a ninja, he has earned a lot of money by completing various tasks. At this moment, he decided to treat his friends around him well. Naruto, he smiled and said loudly, "I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Ichiraku ramen is very famous in Konoha." Bai looked at the enthusiastic Naruto in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. He nodded slightly in agreement. Naruto couldn't help but blush on his face, muttering to himself, "Big sister is so beautiful, even cuter and gentler than Sakura-chan." He couldn't help but secretly turn his head and glance at Bai's profile, but he felt as if an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. So, led by Naruto, the group headed towards Ichiraku ramen. Along the way, Naruto excitedly introduced every detail of Konoha village to everyone, while Bai listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Naruto brought Bai and others to Ichiraku ramen restaurant, where Jiraiya was eating Ichiraku ramen. Naruto was very surprised to see Jiraiya. "Why are you here, lecherous sage?" Jiraiya was slightly stunned when he saw Bai wearing the Rain Village forward protector behind Naruto. He pointed at Naruto with his chopsticks and said, "What lecherous sage? I am the Toad Sage. Besides, is it strange for me to come here to eat a bowl of noodles?" Uncle Ichiraku saw that it was Naruto and immediately called out, "Naruto is here, are these your friends?" Naruto sat down in his seat and nodded happily. Jiraiya continued to eat ramen, unconsciously thinking of the 3 disciples he accepted in the Land of Rain. Besides slightly, he once thought that Nagato was the child of destiny who could bring peace to the ninja world. He didn't expect to receive the news of their death many years after leaving them. If Nagato, Yahiko and Konan were still there, perhaps there would be new changes in the Land of Rain. The steaming ramen was quickly served, and Bai savored the delicious food. In the hazy heat, Naruto looked at Bai's profile and suddenly remembered a day many years ago. Naruto's eyes flashed with hope, and he asked Xiang Bai softly, "Sister Bai, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Do you have a brother or sister?" Bai's movements froze when he heard this. He looked at Naruto, who couldn't suppress his expectation. "Maybe you have seen my brother. My brother and I look quite similar. What's wrong?" Sasuke looked at the tree beside him warily. He tightly grasped the ninja sword in his hand and asked in a low voice, "Who?" As Sasuke finished his words, a figure slowly walked out from behind the tree. The person who came was Niji. In fact, he had noticed that Sasuke felt familiar with the masked man as early as when they were in the Land of Waves. This alone doesn't mean much, but in the subsequent battle with the masked man, Sasuke showed that he was quite familiar with the opponent's attack pattern, as if they had fought countless times before. Every time he thought Sasuke was going to be injured by the other party, Sasuke would always react incredibly. All these things showed that the other party definitely had a close relationship with Sasuke. And from beginning to end, that person never seemed to have really hurt them. Even in the battle at the Jonin level, he never killed anyone. Ninji remembered that Teacher Guy once mentioned that when he found Kakashi, the latter had already fallen into a coma, but even so, the other party still did not kill him. Perhaps, this mysterious figure is not hostile. Niji has always been eager to change the existing system of the Hyuga family, but he gradually realized that it is almost impossible to achieve it by relying solely on the people in the village. Because everyone feels that there is nothing wrong with the current system and there is no need to make any changes. Every time he mentioned this, he was either ridiculed or accused of being greedy and unsatisfied. As a genius with white eyes, he still wanted more. When he was at his wit's end, Niji noticed Sasuke's unusual behavior and decided to try to contact the mysterious person to see if he could find some clues or a turning point. There will probably be more topics to talk about between the Avengers. Seeing this, Sasuke asked, "Ninji, what do you want from me?" Niji looked at Sasuke calmly and said slowly, "Sasuke, you know the masked man who attacked us before." Sasuke was secretly shocked, but after all, he was too young. He did not inherit Nao's Oscar-winning acting skills, and could not control his facial expressions as perfectly as Nao. For a moment, a hint of surprise appeared on Sasuke's face. What on earth does this guy want to do? Sasuke thought secretly in his heart. He had never expected that Niji could observe his facial expressions so carefully in such a chaotic environment. Sasuke reached into his trouser pocket and injected chakra into the ice mirror that Nao handed him before she left. Sasuke tried hard to calm himself down, but he knew that his behavior just now had aroused Nishi's suspicion. Niji stared at Sasuke's face closely, as if he wanted to see his innermost thoughts through his eyes. There was a firmness and confidence in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. He spoke again, "My Byakugan has seen through everything." Sasuke, tell me, who is that masked man? Sasuke felt the pressure in Niji's eyes and realized that he could no longer escape. So, Sasuke took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. However, just as he was about to answer, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps, I can use this opportunity to test Niji's true thoughts. Sasuke wondered, the reason why Niji chose to come and investigate the matter in person instead of telling Might Guy about his doubts. Did it mean that he was also dissatisfied with Konoha village? Sasuke is not like Naruto. He has heard a lot about the Hyuga clan from his father. You know, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are both Ijutsu families in Konoha village, so it is inevitable that there will be some overlap between the two. For a long time, the debate about which is stronger, the Sharingan or the Byakugan, has never stopped. He was also clear about the conflicts between the branch family and the main family. Sasuke opened his double Megatama Sharingan, staring at Hyuga Niji with his scarlet eyes. He said coldly, "Are you questioning me?" Seeing this, Niji also opened his Byakugan, and the two of them continued to confront each other. Sasuke was also very curious about the power of the Byakugan. In his opinion, the Sharingan was the most powerful eye technique. Without further ado, he raised the ninja sword in his hand and rushed towards Niji. "If you want to know, beat me first. Weaklings have no right to make conditions." After seeing Sasuke's action, Ninkai's mouth slightly raised and revealed a smile. He thought to himself, "Sasuke, I have wanted to fight with you for a long time." Then, Niji spread out his hands and assumed the starting position of the gentle fist. I saw chakra surging in his body and a powerful aura emanating from his body, as if the entire space was controlled by him. Following Niji's movement, a huge Bagua formation with him as the center instantly appeared. Niji stared at Sasuke with a determined look, ready to attack at any moment. Soft fist technique 8 trigrams 128 palms. As soon as Niji came up, he used the strongest soft fist and palm technique he had mastered. 8 trigrams palm. Niji gathered the chakra in his hands and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke swung the ninja sword in his hand as fast as lightning, easily blocking all the opponent's attacks. Then he suddenly turned his wrist and swung his sword at Niji. Niji turned his body slightly and cleverly avoided the attack. With his Byakugan's 360-degree panoramic vision, his observation ability is unparalleled in the world, and no movement of Sasuke can escape his sight. Suzuki's swordsmanship was extremely sharp. Each of his swords was aimed at Niji's vital parts with incredible precision. His attack was continuous like a storm. However, Niji's palm technique became more and more swift and powerful. His palms flew around, seeming to transform into countless phantoms, dazzling the eyes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were entangled like two whirlwinds, their figures flickering and intertwining. Indistinguishable from each other. Looking at Niji's palm technique that was getting faster and more fierce, Suzuki couldn't help but feel heavy in his heart. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the chakra in his body was instantly activated, flowing continuously. As the lightning chakra surged, Suzuki's body seemed to be injected with powerful energy, and his speed increased steadily. Although now himself is not good at lightning release, he still has many ideas about developing it, so now also became the king of talking. Suzuki borrowed some ideas provided by Now, and after his own hard study, he finally mastered the method of using lightning chakra to stimulate his own potential. However, since the use of this technique is not yet proficient, the body will experience a brief feeling of numbness after each use. Therefore, Suzuki usually does not use this trick easily unless he has to. Niji had been keeping a close eye on Suzuki, and when Suzuki's chakra showed unusual movements, he immediately became alert. Suzuki was as fast as lightning and rushed in front of Niji in the blink of an eye. The ninja sword in his hand slashed towards Niji's face as fast as the wind. However, Niji was prepared. Just as Suzuki's attack was about to hit, Niji's whole body burst out with powerful chakra, and he shouted in a low voice, "Bagwazang Hushin." As he finished speaking, Niji's body began to spin at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a powerful chakra surged out of his body, forming a huge round sphere that was about to wrap Suzuki inside. Suzuki secretly thought that things were not good and was about to be dragged into it. He gritted his teeth and continued to use lightning chakra to revitalize his body, retreating madly. After retreating to the edge, Suzuki was still knocked out. Suzuki flipped in the air, and with the cushioning force of the ninja sword inserted into the ground, he quickly stabilized his body. A hint of solemnity flashed across his scarlet eyes, and it was obvious that he had a new understanding of Niji's strength. Now took out a cell phone from her pocket and took a look. There were only 3 contacts on it, one was Optimus Prime, one was Einstein Snake, and the other was Lao Zhan. When Now was making this ninja tool, he actually borrowed from the slide body technique to a certain extent. Since we can hold online video conferences, there should be no problem for him to develop an ultra-long distance walkie-talkie. The area on the ice mirror that represented Optimus Prime lit up slightly. "It's Suzuki. I just gave him the phone and he started using it so quickly. I don't know what this guy is doing." Now shook his head helplessly. He was too busy with all kinds of things to deal with every day. "Oh, never mind. Let's go and take a look." A breeze blew by, and the atmosphere in the field seemed a little tense and anxious. Suzuki held a long sword, with the tip of the sword just an inch away from Niji's neck. "You lose," Suzuki said calmly, as if he had expected all this. There was no ripple on his face, and even a hint of contempt and confidence that was barely noticeable. Niji's expression turned very ugly, his eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness and disbelief. The corners of Suzuki's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint smile, but this smile made people feel endless chill. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Niji like a ghost. Along with a slight laugh, a slightly teasing voice sounded in Niji's ears. "Why, are you looking for me?" A hand suddenly rested on Niji's shoulder, and Niji was startled. He quickly turned his head and looked to the side. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. A strange faceless mask suddenly came into his eyes. The mask seemed to exude a mysterious and terrifying aura, which made people shudder. Suzuki slowly put down the ninja sword in his hand. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was already turbulent. Under the strong stimulation of the lightning chakra, his body was suffering great pain, but he gritted his teeth and tried hard to endure it, not letting the pain show. He knew that he must not lose again. Losing to Kakashi was fine, but if he couldn't even beat this guy who was 1 year older than him, then he would be a complete loser. Niji was very hesitant at this moment. He just wanted to find out the identity of the masked man before making any plans. He didn't expect that he would appear here in an instant. Niji was about to say something but stopped himself, thinking about the members of the branch family who usually bowed down to the main family, and the fact that anyone with the slightest murderous intention would be cruelly punished by the caged bird curse. He clenched his teeth tightly and said firmly, "I beg you to help me change the fate of the Hyuga clan. From now on, no matter what you need, I will do it even at the cost of my life." Now stared at Niji in front of him, and a trace of emotion welled up in his heart. In fact, he had always admired Niji very much. This was Niji before being persuaded by Naruto. Rather than saying that Nisi was convinced by Naruto, now thought that it was Nisi who convinced himself. He was deceiving himself, and had been sinking in darkness, so he could only grasp this tiny bit of hope. Perhaps it can be said that he has seen everything clearly. Even if they are geniuses, what does it matter? In front of the wall, they can easily surpass themselves. Faced with these hanging walls, the so-called talent seems so powerless. Now slowly leaned down, stared at Niji, and slowly said, "I have no interest in your life. As for changing the fate of the Hyuga clan, what do you want me to do? If I want to untie the bird in the cage, I can't do it. I can't break the sealing technique unique to the Hyuga clan. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Niji's eyes. He lowered his head, frowned tightly, and stared at the ground, as if he wanted to see through the soil and go deep into the underground to find the answer. He was absorbed in his own thoughts, trying to think of other ways to solve the current dilemma. However, just as he was thinking hard, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up in astonishment and his eyes met Nao's. There was an all-seeing look in Nao's eyes, as if he could read his deepest thoughts. Then, there is only one way: kill all the members of the main family. Without the main family members, the bird in the cage will become a simple protection tool, and there will be no more oppression. Nao's voice was low and cold, echoing in his ears like the whisper of a devil. Those words were like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, causing Niji's body to tremble violently. He realized that this was exactly the thought that had just passed through his mind, but hearing Nao put it so bluntly still made him feel a chill run down his spine. Niji's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. His mind was in chaos, and his heart was full of contradictions and struggles. On the one hand, he knew that the method now mentioned might be the only way out. On the other hand, he felt fear and uneasy about such extreme measures. Niji clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to change this fate. But when he thought of Hinata, he really couldn't bear to do it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her, and she was also suffering. No matter how much he hated the main family, he did not transfer this hatred to Hinata. He disdained to do such a thing. Now turned her gaze to Suzuki beside her and noticed that his expression turned very ugly. After all, this scene sounded a little too familiar. Suzuki couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi. Now stood up, took a few steps forward with firm steps, and then turned around. Facing Suzuki. His voice was filled with an unwavering determination, as if he was declaring his beliefs to the whole world. Suzuki, you have always been curious about why I chose to teach you. In fact, it is very simple. I am extremely tired of the stagnant ninja world. Those ninjas with powerful powers are bound by various rules and traditions and become tools at the mercy of others. This is simply a farce. Now opened his hands, releasing his endless ambition. There was a fiery light flashing in his eyes, as if a raging fire was burning that would never go out. What I pursue is to completely overthrow this corrupt system. I want to trigger a shocking revolution and let those powerful people with great power dominate this world. Nao's words exploded through the air like a thunderbolt, shaking Suzuki and Niji to their core. The fate of the Hyuga clan, this is not a special case. The branch family protects the main family, but isn't the entire Hyuga clan also a branch family of Konoha? Are you naive enough to think that you can gain true freedom just by breaking this cage? Nao stared at Niji, who had a conflicted look on his face, and asked mercilessly. In this world, strength is the supreme truth. The strong control everything, while the weak can only be enslaved. This is the cruel reality, Nao said in a firm tone. Then, he resolutely took off the mask on his face, revealing his true appearance without reservation. He stared closely at Niji and Suzuki, who were both filled with astonishment, and asked solemnly, so, from the perspective of a ninja, anyone who is willing to become a tool in the hands of others is simply an incurable fool. Now, tell me, what is your answer? Now looked at the hesitant Nisi and sighed slightly. He knew that Nisi still lacked the last straw that broke the camel's back, but he was not in a hurry. The matter of the Hyuga clan was the result of his sudden impulse. Now didn't really care about it. This matter would not affect the overall plan and was just the icing on the cake. Now Niji was very conflicted. The words had already been said, and if he refused again he might anger the other party and lose this last way of retreat. Just when he was hesitating, Now looked at him calmly and said slowly, don't rush to give an answer. Come to me any time when you figure it out. Niji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then left with a complicated expression. As Niji left, Suzuki stopped pretending and sat down on the ground, his muscles shaking uncontrollably. Suzuki can still pretend when there are outsiders around, but he doesn't need to pretend in front of Nao. Niji frowned as he looked at the Hyuga clan in front of him. He didn't want to go back to this rigid and depressing place at all. Since becoming a ninja, he really didn't come back here often. Niji's favorite thing was to carry out various time-consuming escort missions. That would mean that he could leave the village and the Hyuga clan and have some freedom for a while. Ever since his father died, all he had been brought here was pain. As the son of the former branch family head and a highly regarded genius boy in the family, Niji can still feel some warmth and kindness in the branch family. However, this was limited to the branch family. When facing the main family, all the so-called genius brilliance instantly disappeared. The moment he stepped into the main family's territory, Niji witnessed that the elders who were usually kind and amiable had become fawning and servile. This huge contrast made his disgust even stronger. He dragged his heavy feet, moving towards the clan's territory step by step, as if every step required all his strength. Niji kept his eyes fixed forward as he slowly walked towards his residence. At this moment, the words that Nao had said came to his mind like a tide, echoing in his ears. These words were like sharp needles, piercing his heart deeply and making him unable to let go. Every word in every sentence was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly cutting open the wound deep in his heart. Just as Niji was walking forward absent-mindedly, a faint voice suddenly came into his ears. "Niji brother, are you okay?" Niji came back to his senses and saw Hinata looking at him with a worried look on her face. Her eyes revealed genuine concern, which caused ripples in Niji's heart, but he immediately covered up his inner fluctuations with a cold expression. "Don't worry, Lady Hinata." Niji's voice was cold and deliberately distant. "I'm fine, I don't need your concern." Hinata's expression changed slightly, obviously hurt by Niji's words. But she was not angry. Instead, she sighed softly and watched Niji's figure disappear from her sight. With a bang, Niji slammed the door shut and lay on the tatami, lost in thought. The past came to his mind like a tide, and his thoughts gradually drifted away, as if he had returned to the past. At that time, he and his father were still together, happy and warm. However, fate ruthlessly tore it all apart, plunging him into endless pain and confusion. Niji's bandaged hands trembled slightly as they slowly covered his cheeks. However, his expression was hidden, making it impossible to get a glimpse of his true inner thoughts. The dim room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Niji's voice, with a slight tremor, echoed in the air. "Father, what should I do?" This question weighed heavily on his mind, making him feel powerless and confused. His father's passing was a heavy blow to him and he could not accept such a cruel fact. It's obviously not the father's fault, so why should he suffer such a tragedy? On the table not far away, there is a photo of father and son. The photo frame was spotlessly clean, obviously someone wiped it carefully and regularly. In the photo, Hinata Hisashi was stroking his son's head lovingly, while Niji was smiling happily. His forehead was as smooth as a mirror, without the ugly green mark. In addition to love in Hisashi's eyes, there is also a hint of reluctance hidden deep inside. This photo was taken a week before Niji was engraved as a bird in a cage. The setting sun shone on the streets of Konoha village, covering the entire village with a layer of orange gauze. Naruto walked down the road with an excited smile on his face, as if something special was about to happen. Jiraiya, who was standing by, noticed Naruto's expression and came over curiously to ask, "What are you thinking about? You look so happy." Naruto was startled by Jiraiya's sudden action and looked at him with some disgust, but soon returned to smiling. He said excitedly, "Because I'm going to meet Sister Bai's brother." Jiraiya was even more confused after hearing this and asked in confusion, "That girl's brother? What does that have to do with you?" Naruto explained seriously, "Because he once treated me to a long-lasting meal at Ichiraku Ramen. Before, I had no income, so I didn't have much money to buy ramen. He treated me to such a long-lasting meal, and there is still a lot left to eat. Although we have never met or said hello, I am really grateful to him." After saying this, Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. He raised his head and looked at the setting sun in the distance, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, placed it in front of his chest, and said firmly, "Now that I am a ninja, I must work hard to make everyone recognize me." Jiraiya couldn't help laughing as he looked at Naruto, who was full of fighting spirit, but when he thought about it carefully, his expression suddenly became serious. After all, under normal circumstances, ninjas from other countries cannot enter the territory of other countries without permission, not to mention Naruto's special identity, which makes him have to think more and doubt whether the other party's purpose is simple. So, Jiraiya suggested seemingly casually, "Then let me go with you. I also want to see what changes have taken place in the Hidden Rain village over the years." Naruto looked at Jiraiya in surprise and asked curiously, "Does the lecherous sage also know people from the Rain village?" When Jiraiya heard this, a look of disappointment flashed across his face, and he replied with a slightly emotional tone, "Well, I guess we know each other." Naruto was keenly aware of the subtle changes in Jiraiya's mood, but he did not know further questioning. Then, Jiraiya gently patted Naruto's shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm afraid I'll have to stay at your house tonight, Naruto." Naruto showed some reluctance on his face when he heard that. "What, lecherous sage, aren't you a famous Sannin? How come you don't even have a place to live?" Jiraiya scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I haven't been back for many years. Even if I go back, I still have to clean up. It's better to go to your house." Although Naruto said he was unwilling, he was actually very happy in his heart. After all, he would be alone even if he went back, even if there was a lustful sage to accompany him. Naruto pouted and said, "You are so lazy, lecherous sage, so I will reluctantly let you stay for one night." Just like that, the two of them walked towards home arguing. Naruto pushed open the door and turned on the light in the room. Jiraiya followed him into the slightly narrow room, and what caught his eye was the pile of instant noodle bowls in the sink, and clothes and quilts thrown in a mess on the bed. Jiraiya silently looked at everything in the room, trying to hide the emotions in his eyes, and then said with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh my, you little guy, you have the nerve to say that I'm lazy. Look at your place, isn't it a mess too?" Naruto scratched his head awkwardly and explained with a smile, "Hey, normally no one comes, so I'm too lazy to clean up." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto hurriedly began to tidy up the room, as if he was afraid that Jiraiya would leave because of this. With the arrival of the examiner of the first exam, Marino Ibiki, the examination room soon became quiet. After receiving their number plates, the candidates began to enter the examination room in an orderly manner. Bai sat in the examination room, looking at the test paper in front of him boredly. The wordings in these questions were like incomprehensible books to him, and he had no idea what was going on with the knowledge of parabolic mechanics. But it doesn't matter, Bai had never intended to take this exam seriously. He came to Konoha village just for fun, and taking part in the Chunin exam was just a side job. At this moment, he was holding his cheek with one hand, as if thinking about something important. Karen was even more outrageous. She even fell asleep on the table. Throughout the examination room, people were constantly being asked to leave the examination room for cheating, but this did not affect Bai and Karen's mood at all. Marino Ibiki couldn't help but frown as he looked at Shiro and Karen, who looked indifferent. He has been an examiner for all these years and has never encountered a candidate like this. Everyone else was either trying hard to answer the questions or trying to cheat. Only Haku, Karen, and Naruto, who knew nothing and was scratching his head frantically, did not start writing. Have you seen through the real purpose of this exam? It seems that the village where the demigod lives is different. Marino Ibiki thought secretly. It's no wonder he thought that. After all, the Rain Village only sent these 3 people this time. No matter how you think about it, they can't be fools. After all, the Chunin exam is a way for countries to demonstrate their strength, and even though Hanzo of the Salamander is famous, he cannot be underestimated. The purpose of this exam is also to test whether the candidates have the courage to move forward. In this way, Bai and others were selected for the second exam by accident. The Hidden Mist Village is a mysterious place surrounded by thick fog, where the Mizu Cage building rises high into the clouds. Mei Terumi sat behind the Mizukage's desk, concentrating on reading the information in her hands. Her beautiful face was as calm as a lake, but her heart was turbulent. She gently put down the information in her hand, handed it to Ching in front of her, then reached out and rubbed her forehead. The current situation of the Hidden Mist Village made her anxious and overwhelmed. The problem of the tailed beasts, the hunting of the rebel ninjas, all kinds of troubles piled up like a mountain, weighing heavily on her weak shoulders. Yagura committed suicide out of fear of crime a few years ago. After his death, the Three Tails also died and has not yet been resurrected. There is an urgent need to find a Jinchuriki who can carry the Three Tails. The Six Tails Jinchuriki Yujeo has defected from the village, and the Hidden Mist Village now does not even have a single-tailed beast. When she received the letter from Konoha village before, she was full of curiosity about Konoha, but after reading it, Mei Terumi just felt helpless. The content of the letter was an invitation to the Hidden Mist Village to send ninjas to participate in the upcoming Chunin exam. Mei Terumi knew very well that the Hidden Mist Village was in trouble at this time, and it was difficult to send outstanding genin representatives to participate in the competition. There are only a few useful talents in the village. If we accept the challenge reluctantly, we will probably only lose face in the Chunin exam. After all, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, the reputation of the Hidden Mist Village is of vital importance. After careful consideration, Mei Terumi had to politely decline Konoha's invitation. Not long after, Konoha received another letter, but this time it was asking for information about the traitor Zabuza and the Hayaga clan. Mei Terumi sighed slightly. It was that Zabuza guy. I didn't expect that he would even kidnap the orphan of the Hayaga clan. Ching, who was standing in front of her, was also silent after reading the information in his hand. Zabuza was about to pack up and take away the only remaining orphans of the bloodline family in the Hidden Mist Village. Ching said with a hint of doubt, Master Terumi Mei, do you think Zabuza also kidnapped that brat Hojiki Suijutsu? Not long ago, the orphan of the ghostly clan, Ghostly Suijutsu, also disappeared inexplicably. With this comparison, it is hard not to suspect that it was Zabuza who did it. Upon hearing this, Mei Terumi slammed the table hard, her full chest rising and falling, and she said angrily, what is that bastard Zabuza trying to do? He might as well take me away too. If it was really Zabuza who did it, he could have opened a branch village of the Hidden Mist Village, and it could be said that he had collected all the bloodline families. Ching's face froze when he heard that. He quickly changed his words and said, it may not be Zabuza's doing, maybe it was someone else. Mei Terumi waved her hands, her expression changing constantly and her mood extremely complicated. Zabuza's ambition is clearly evident from the fact that he dared to assassinate the Mizu Cage alone. Mei Terumi was also somewhat afraid that the other party would cause more trouble. After all, the Hidden Mist Village could no longer withstand any setbacks. After her unremitting efforts over the years, the Hidden Mist Village has just begun to gradually recover. Mei Terumi really didn't want to see her beloved hometown and the hard work she had put in over the years destroyed again, so she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then he turned to look at Ching, who was standing beside him, and said in a deep voice, try to find Zabuza's trace. If he is willing to return to the Hidden Mist Village, I can make up a suitable reason for his defection. You know, Zabuza has a high prestige among the younger generation in the Hidden Mist Village, and many young ninjas admire him very much. In addition to the orphans of the bloodline family around him, if Zabuza is willing to return to the Hidden Mist Village, he is actually qualified to run for the position of Mizu Cage. If Mei Terumi did this, she would undoubtedly have found a competitor for herself. However, although she also longs to become the Mizu Cage, she hopes that the Hidden Mist Village can become stronger, and she can give up her personal interests for this. Hearing this, Ching looked at Terumi Mei with a serious expression. Lady Terumi Mei, this is not good. Mei Terumi gave a bitter smile. Ao, there's no need to say more. The village's strength is more important than anything else. I have no interest in you. A somewhat joking voice sounded. Zabuza's figure suddenly appeared in front of the window, looking indifferent. Mei Terumi and Ao immediately looked at Zabuza as if they were facing a great enemy, and whatever he said came true. Because now Shiro went to Konoha, and he didn't want to go to Konoha to watch the kids playing house, he planned to go back to the Hidden Mist Village to take a look. Under the governance of Mei Terumi, the Hidden Mist Village has indeed undergone significant changes compared to before, and Zabuza plans to visit Mei Terumi as well. As soon as he arrived, he heard Mei Terumi and Ao cricketing at him. Lao Zhan, who had a bad temper, couldn't stand it at all and showed up immediately. Seeing this, Kojuro, who was guarding outside the door, rushed in without hesitation. The double swords clenched in his hands flashed a dazzling blue light, and he looked ready to fight at any time. Kaimimuro's reaction was also very quick. He immediately dodged and stood in front of Kojuro. Although these Kojuro were young at this time, they always followed Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi quickly waved her hand to signal Kojuro not to act impulsively, and then a slightly angry smile appeared on her face. What's the matter? Is this how you see me, you hateful guy? In fact, at this moment, Mei Terumi was extremely shocked, because what Zabuza just said meant that he had been here for a long time. Mei Terumi looked at Zabuza's face carefully and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This was the first time she saw Zabuza's true appearance at such a close distance, and she didn't expect that he looked quite good. Zabuza looked at the scenery of the Hidden Mist Village outside the window and smiled slightly, saying with a little emotion, I didn't expect you to be so capable. The Hidden Mist Village has changed a lot. Mei Terumi was slightly stunned that she didn't expect Zabuza to say that. She said calmly, it's a pity that without the bloodline limit family, the Hidden Mist Village is much weaker than before. You heard what Shing and I said just now, come back. The fourth generation has committed suicide, and everyone knows that it was not your fault. In a dark forest, Orochimaru leaned against a tree and looked at the mobile phone in his hand with interest. He is quite familiar with this thing. It is a simplified version of the phantom body technique. They are essentially the same. To be honest, carrying this thing on your body is a hidden danger. Now can come over at any time through this medium. The phone in his hand lit up slightly, and the next moment Nao's figure suddenly appeared. Nao looked at Orochimaru in front of her and couldn't help muttering to herself, I should call her Aunt Snake now. When Orochimaru was looking for a container, he didn't care about the other person's gender at all and looked nonchalant. Nao suppressed her inner speculation and said softly, Senior Orochimaru, long time no see. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said in a slightly hoarse voice, this time I'll have to trouble Naokun to help hold back that bastard Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya returned to the village early, it would definitely hinder Orochimaru's plan, so he could only ask Nao for help again. Nao nodded in agreement and then asked, do you need me to kill him? In fact, Nao had no such intention in his heart. He asked this question purely to tease Orochimaru. When Orochimaru heard this, he was a little stunned, wondering if this little brat now was intentionally teasing her. After all, he said the same thing when Jiraiya attacked last time. Orochimaru laughed dryly and responded, no need, just stop him, I want him to witness the moment I kill my teacher with my own eyes. Nao shrugged, already used to Orochimaru's daily stubborn behavior. Nao paused, took a deep breath, and then slowly spoke, I have made some new discoveries recently. Is Senior Orochimaru interested? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth gently. He had already learned about Nao's attack on Kakashi and Might Guy through Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, a look of inquiry appeared on his face. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Nao said no more and directly displayed a scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan in her eye sockets. In an instant, Orochimaru's face became extremely shocked, followed by uncontrollable enthusiasm and excitement. Ever since he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi with one move last time, Orochimaru has developed an almost crazy obsession with the power of the Sharingan. And now in front of him was able to open the Sharingan freely without the blood of the Uchiha clan. This was enough to make Orochimaru excited. Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled that Nao had asked him for a 3-Magatama Sharingan before. Combined with the information obtained by Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru vaguely sensed some clues in his mind. However, he was very curious about Nao's source of information. It could be said that no one knew about this matter, probably not even Kakashi himself. Is this Heitei Kakashi's Sharingan? Although it was a question, Orochimaru's tone was very certain. Nao nodded, I can't hide it from Orochimaru-senpai, it's true. Thoughts kept churning in Orochimaru's mind. This matter was really hard to believe. It was ironic that the Uchiha clan's supreme Mangekyo Sharingan was opened by an outsider. Orochimaru kept thinking about the chips in his hand in his mind. He was suddenly frustrated to find that apart from the core technologies such as Impure World Reincarnation and Living Corpse Reincarnation, he seemed to have no chips that could interest Nao. As for forcing the question, that was even more impossible. He was no match for Nao several years ago, let alone now. However, Orochimaru guessed that it should still be related to Hashirama's cells. In recent years, he also obtained several type 1 gene drugs through Nao. Through many observations, he also deduced that this potion would not have any effect on the soul, so he also used this potion. The increase in chakra amount is not that much, at most 10% or 20%. Orochimaru smiled helplessly. What do you want, now Kun? After all, this technology really made him envious. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to waste time looking for a container. If he can find a way to seize Uchiha attack as Mangekyo Sharingan, he will be able to obtain this powerful power without any side effects. Now shook her head and said, I don't need anything, I just need Orochimaru-senpai to help me train someone. Orochimaru was startled, obviously not expecting it to be such a simple matter. Uchiha Sasuke. He had intentionally chosen him as his vessel, so he had observed Sasuke for a while, and he was surprised by Sasuke's strength and familiar swordsmanship. Orochimaru could tell at a glance that it was Nao's swordsmanship, and he would never forget it. He laughed secretly in his heart, but it seemed that just as he thought, Nao really valued the people around him. This condition could almost be said to be given for free. Nao smiled slightly in her heart, he was actually just trying to get something for nothing. His LV2 Sage body was added by the system panel. In fact, he still hadn't developed the Type 2 gene medicine, he just happened to trick Orochimaru into letting him take care of his child. Nao nodded slightly. Besides, Senior Orochimaru, don't you plan to take me to see the legendary darkness of the ninja world?